My name is Martine. You may also know me as Inadequance. I've just won the 2026 Stuttgart Regional Championship. It's just crazy.
And Inadequance claims another title! 3-0 against Column 6. Swift knocks down the Spine Ops. It just wasn't enough.
I think what makes me perform quite well at this game is my skill at prediction. This allows me to align my Pokemon quite well in favorable positions. If I can pressure my opponent like that, I know I can always get the upper hand in a matchup. Day 2 actually started quite funny because I started off with a matchup I dreaded. I practiced with 9 friends of mine and I started out 0-7 in battles. I lost 7 battles in a row against them, and only then I made an adaptation. I managed to win a few more battles against other people I practiced with, but I was not looking forward to face Strange TUP. He's a good friend of mine, but that Lapras, I didn't really like that. And then the next matchup against Snork also had a really tough match. Funny thing is, we played last year in Stuttgart as well, and that was also for a medal. I also managed to barely win that match, so really happy to overcome those, basically just on predictions. I started playing Pokémon GO in 2016, basically when it came out, but I only really started getting in the competitive circuit whenever the first UIC came out, and I started immediately there. I got to top 8 on my very first tournament, Tactical, good friend from the same city, Rotterdam. He dragged me there, and I was like, you know what, this is kind of fun. Leo after that didn't go well, but the more I played, it just felt good, right? It felt right. I had a year break from work, and now I'm balancing the work and competitive life, and it's just going really well because I feel like these regionals are perfect to basically have just an outing, you know, just step away a little bit from reality, have fun with Pokemon, have fun with friends that you know from this game, and it's just been going really well. I mean, of course, I just won a second regional.
Deal with his new approach in this Grand Finals.
Yeah, the interesting thing is, I don't know, did DHC just run the same 3 Pokemon in every single match? And I feel like we saw Empoleon double Dragon Breath from DHC every game, and I feel like we saw Florges, Guzzlord, Empoleon from Kelsey in all 3 games. I could be wrong, but that's what I remember. I feel like those Pokemon are the story of this matchup right here. Empoleon putting in so much work for DHC. No surprise that it's the #1 most used Pokemon, but we're already getting into the reset.
Who am I to question your analysis there? So if I'm not sure either, all I know is this is the most amount of Shao Gyarados I have ever seen and anyone's ever seen in Championship Series history. And it is so wild to see as DHC has the matchup he wants. Gyarados into the Guzzlord, super effective Dragon Breath damage, and goes for the harder hitting Crunch. Maybe even could get a debuff against the Guzzlord.
Oh, and there's the debuff. Might be the first one I've seen on stream. Brutal Swing coming through. DHC, I have to wonder if he's going to shield this. He does shield it up at the very last second. He sees that Kelsey is staying in with the Guzzlord, maybe seeing a little bit of value here. Kelsey able to reach his Brutal Swing before Gyarados can reach an Aqua Tail. Now DHC has to wonder, do I invest the second Protect Shield right off the bat? And he does.
Taking a page out of Elom, so expending both shields right off the bat. I think what I noticed with DHC is he realized this Gyarados is really strong, even against the Florges, because the Aqua Tails really start adding up. And I love this play because he has the Empoleon on the back. He does so much damage, and after that, Kelsey would have maybe 1 Pokemon left. Yes, she has 2 shields, but how much health can she even avoid at this point? Gets to another Aqua Tail. Does Kelsey shield this, expecting that, yeah, there's probably an Empoleon on the back. What do I do?
Yeah, she does choose to preserve the Florges. Again, she doesn't know either of the back Pokemon, though she can certainly make a pretty good guess. And how many times have we seen DHC bring his Altari into a loaded Florges? Such a great way to absorb energy. And this time you see Kelsey is not throwing the chilling water. She knows that that's not really going to help out with the Sky Attack damage. She's already in Sky Attack range. So, oh, okay, no, sorry. She is going for the chilling water, but now that she's already boosted her attack.
Yeah, I think the plan is that she can't really stay in here, right, in Florges. So going to just make this matchup slightly easier for the Empoleon. But the timers are super misaligned. Look at the timers for DHC as well. If he could realign the Gyarados into the Empoleon, resist all that Metal Sound, he'd get even more mileage out of that Shadow Gyarados as the Flamethrower is going to be thrown. Kelsey knows that there's probably an Empoleon back, needs to try to save a shield for that or for the Gyarados.
Yeah, but this is so tough. Altari is going to be able to hang on to this Drill Peck quite easily. Might even make another charge attack, but DHC's clock is already up. He can switch out if he wants to, but no, just going to throw this Flamethrower, maybe try to pull the last shield from Empoleon. I don't think he's even revealed his own Empoleon quite yet.
Flamethrower coming through, debuff, but still does a lot of damage. Now comes the Gyarados, trying to Dragon Breath down, not going to be able to do it. But the problem is, he has a full health Empoleon, and there's only a Florges left on the side of Kelsey. Kelsey does have a shield, but the problem is the Metal Sounds are adding up way too quickly, and he is going for the Metal Sound down as she takes another game off of Kelsey in this bracket reset.
And that is 4 games straight from DHC, but he's running the same exact 3 Pokemon. I think Kelsey still is as well. Kelsey, at this point, has to be wondering, am I not bringing the right Pokemon? Am I not positioning them quite correctly? Maybe the Florges isn't quite as dominant as I thought. Feels like DHC has found new ways to play around it, right? We've seen him bringing the Altaria into the Florges time and time again, and the Empoleon just feels like it's putting in a little bit too much work for DHC.
I gotta say, my bad, DHC. I questioned your Shadow Gyarados, saying that maybe it's not the solution in this Grand Finals. You didn't find the win condition in the winner's foul, but he doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down, brought Shadow Gyarados into every single game, realizing that, you know what? Even as a fairy, I have played game number 5 between these two in the Grand Finals. It's going to be game 2 in the bracket reset. It's going to be Empoleon versus the Altaria.
And this is a huge adjustment for Kelsey. We've seen her relying so much on that Florges, and you see now she's finally dropped it for the Jellicent, anticipating the exact line that DHC has brought yet again. Let's see if it pays off for her, but for now, we're still in the lead matchup. Drill Peck about to land on Altaria.
Despite the fact that Jellicent takes super effective crunch damage, I actually like this adjustment from her because he has to build up their crunch, he has to bait perfectly to grab shields, he has to do something a little bit more than just throw Aqua Tail. The Aqua Tail spam just came out so fast into the Guzzlord and the Florges and the Empoleon. She's saying, you know what? This different strategy may be the solution I need, as the second Drill Peck is going to land on the Altaria.
Yeah, and Altaria, of course, very bulky, easily able to hang on there, but again, I've got my eye on the back line. DHC already at a Sky Attack here. It's gonna land on the Empoleon. Kelsey is happy to let this go. Oh, and if she gets a big Hex down here, that could be very uncomfortable for DHC.
DHC winning switch advantage, but in comes the Guzzlord. Want to farm as much energy as possible. This Guzzlord has a lot of play into the entire backline of DHC. Neutral damage with the brutal swings against both the Gyarados and the Empoleon. He's expecting the Florges, but he's mistaken. It's actually a hard answer to that Empoleon. And now Kelsey in the driver's seat with that energy lead can turn the tides of this series. Aqua Tail is going to be thrown first. Not enough to KO the Guzzlord. Does she anticipate that there's something else in the back instead of the Empoleon? But I think she's saying, you know what? He's been the same 3 Pokemon in different order or the same order every single time. I'm putting everything on the line here with this Jellicent, and that could prove to be successful as DHC going to let this go down. Now comes the Empoleon, and here comes the Jellicent. This is a bait game. She won that 4th game in the Winner's Finals by going straight Shadow Ball. Does she do it again?
Yeah, and I think she can just go straight at Shadow Ball. There's no reason to worry. There's no catch available on DHC's side. You know, you heard Kelsey in the interview. She doesn't want to second guess herself. And in this game, she read the team perfectly. She stuck to it. And now you see she has a Jellicent on the Empoleon instead of the Florges, which is what DHC was expecting.
Yeah, and the thing is, Jellicent can tank a Drill Peck no problem. The Metal Sounds are doing resistance damage. Meanwhile, the Hex damage is slowly whittling down the health bar of the Empoleon to the point where one Shadow Ball shouldn't be enough to KO. He just lets go. He said, you know what? My only win condition is issue base. Otherwise, I lose either way. He recognizes that there are no win conditions remaining, and Kelsey is able to stifle the momentum. It's going to be a tied series 1-1 against Kelsey and DHC in this bracket reset.
And all of a sudden, Kelsey is now the one with momentum, has won the most recent game after losing 4 straight to DHC. And now with the mind games, if you're DHC, he has been playing like there is a floor just in the back every single game, and he was right 4 out of the first 5 times. But now he has to wonder, is there a Jellicent? And that's gonna make him second guess some of these team decisions, second guess which Pokemon to bring in if he wins switch advantage.
I mean, it's kind of comical in a way, right? DHC saying, I keep winning, so I'm going to bring the same 3 Pokemon until Kelsey makes the adjustment. And Kelsey did finally make the adjustment. And maybe for once, we'll actually see in this grand finals, DHC brings a 4th Pokemon, maybe a 5th Pokemon, something a little bit different to switch things up. And the question is, does Kelsey lean back and go into that Florges? Or does she say, you know what? This Jellicent really paid off for me. And outside that Furrets, I'm pretty okay with all the other matchups. And she might really lean back into it. Like I said earlier, I think Jellicent actually looks really good for her. She just found a lot of success with the Florges in that winners finals, but now I think she's open to the different possibilities here as we are 1-1, and essentially it's whittled down to a best of 3 between these 2.
Yeah, now that one of the players has finally made an adjustment, there's a lot of mind games going on, right? Kelsey, she might think, hey, you know what, I've scared away some of the Pokemon on DHC side. Maybe it's time for me to bring back the Florges. And for DHC, he's going to be wondering, oh my goodness, do I have to bring a Jellicent answer now? Do I have to bring my Furret? But now the Furret's going to be worried about the Florges, and it's just a lot of back and forth, a lot of layers deep. And for these trainers, I think it's just going to be really important. Think about everything that's possible, make your prediction, and then stick to it.
And the first also has to worry about not just the Florges, but the Guzzlord as well, right? Resistance damage there. Then Poland hits back pretty hard too. So, you know, it's hard to bring that hard answer to that Jellicent, but he's been adapting and going with a lot of these neutral plays. Let's see if he's able to adjust to Kelsey's adjustment, but she might bring back the Florges. And here we go, a fantastic lead for DHC. The game's not over yet because we've seen Kelsey come back from even worse odds. She's just going to safe swap the Guzzlord. And again, having so much neutral play into the team of DHC, throwing the Brutal Swing, misaligning the timers, even if DHC swaps out.
Yeah, able to get off this Brutal Swing so quickly. Marowak has only just reached the Bone Club. We'll have to see if DHC actually decides to throw it though versus switch out. He does decide to throw the Bone Club. Like you said, Caleb, super misaligned switch timers. Whatever he brings in, that might actually allow Kelsey's Empoleon to eventually get an energy lead on the Marowak. DHC's going to bring in his own Empoleon now.
In a way, DHC tanking the Brutal Swing wasn't too bad because the Hydro Cannon is going to be the move you want to worry about. The Metal Sound's not going to be enough. You can't Metal Sound down, so as long as he has like about half health on Marowak, he could just go for that Mud Slap down in that matchup. And now DHC coming in with his own Empoleon, a little bit more than 0 energy after throwing this Drill Peck. So now Kelsey going to be a little bit behind in this mirror matchup too.
Yeah, but this is where the mind games come in, right? DHC's now thinking, oh, there's no Florges. I don't need the Empoleon anymore. But now there's the Florges in the back, and it's going to be lined up on the Altaria. For now, though, we're in this Empoleon mirror match. DHC a little bit ahead on energy. Looks like it was a charge attack party, but we've seen this one before. I think DHC is going to be able to hang on.
Just barely, should be 1 or 2 Metal Sounds away, but enough to get the Hydro Cannon off. The question is, can he get a second Hydro Cannon off? That would be pretty nice, making the Mud Slap down even better. And the thing is, Kelsey, yes, has the Fortress into that Dragon Altaria, but we saw the damage from the charge attack's not going to be enough. Oh, goes for the swap,
Huge
brings
play!
in the Marowak, and here comes the Hydro Cannon into the Marowak and forcing DHC's shield.
I love that play from DHC. He stayed in just long enough to make sure he got to that Hydro Cannon. It's banked to the back. He brings in the Florges. No clear answer on Kelsey's side. Yes, this is not a great matchup for Florges, but you're out of Fairy Wind down range.
And the thing is, you're behind on energy, going to grab the first shield from Kelsey. Look at the health on the Empoleon on the back. And she doesn't have enough energy to do anything with the Empoleon right away. Even the Altaria is going to be troublesome into that Steel type. DHC saying, you know what, I'm going to just either grab your final shield or do so much damage that you cannot do anything but take fast stack pressure. There is that move still banked on the Empoleon. He's going to throw one more, and we grab the final shield from Kelsey. Timers are going to be up. She has potential to catch the Hydro Cannon, but there's the combo play coming, and here comes the Hydro Cannon. Neutral damage should put the Florges in the red territory. Not a lot of health left on the remaining 2 Pokemon Kelsey.
Yeah, and you know what? DHC might even be able to win this without showing. No, he does show the Altaria. We're going to be able to Dragon Breath down this floor. Just Chilling Water going to land, but there's nothing Kelsey can do at this point. And now DHC is the one who has made the adjustment, brought in that Kanto Marowak, probably surprised Kelsey quite a bit. And DHC now going to be 2-1 advantage here, just 1 game away from winning this regional championship.
Kelsey finding a win in the last game, but takes another loss here in game 3. She needs to win this to have a chance to force that 5th and final game. Does she lean back into the Jellicent? It's a question. A close series there, a tough lead but DHC staying locked in, switching things up with the Shadow Merrick, and it really paid off with that fantastic lead.
Yeah, fantastic lead. You know, Guzzlord was a pretty difficult switch in. I was a little worried for him because he brought in that Empoleon as if he wasn't expecting the Florges, but he was able to deal with it with the Shadow Marowak as well. So, you know, DHC also maybe now realizing he has more options than just that Empoleon double Dragon Breath line that he's been relying on. And like you said for Kelsey, I'm so curious if she decides to bring the Jellicent back. That's really her best way to deal with the Empoleon.
And here's where the mind games come in, right? DHC knows that Jellicent was the one game that Kelsey was able to take off of him in this Grand Finals. Does he expect that Jellicent might come in again and he brings a lot of Pokemon strong into Jellicent? And does Kelsey say, I think he's going to see the Jellicent coming, I'm going to bring something else instead to really take him by surprise, despite the fact that I've only gotten that win off of the Jellicent? The thing is, Jellicent, again, looks so strong. Does he ever bring the fur? I think Kelsey is going to lean into that Jellicent. Even if DHC sees it coming, what can he do besides bring the furs? I think Kelsey may lean into the bulky Ghost Water of the Jellicent to force that final game. Both players playing so many matches throughout this weekend, and they're locking in. Match point for DHC, but Kelsey might have something to say about that.
You know, both of these players, so many mind games going on. They both were about to lock in, both of them backed out and changed their team, but now they're locked in again. This could be match point for DHC.
All right, here we go, and it is going to be Jellicent into the Gyarados. Not a terrible matchup for the Gyarados. You avoid the matchup into the Empoleon, which is what Kelsey wants. In comes that safe swap. Guzzlord yet again. DHC throwing a Aqua Tail, may try to come in with the Altaria to soften this up, trying to avoid the Empoleon for later, expecting that there might be the Florges, and that's exactly what he does.
Yeah, that's exactly what he does. This is going to be so fantastic for him to absorb all of this energy from the Brutal Swings. Yes, he is going to be taking super effective Dragon Tail damage, but he's going to come out of this as well with a lot of impactful energy.
And Altaria taking the damage pretty well. He might be able to go for a Dragon Breath down, and that could be proving to be useful, but the Jellicent getting farmed down with the Hex can also be great, as he is just continuing to throw Dragon Breath. Might throw right before the Brutal Swings reach. That's exactly what he does. Does Kelsey shield here? The problem is if she shields, DHC can shield back and maintain Switch Advantage. She does hold the shield though.
Yeah, she does put up the shield, and that is going to allow her to throw this Brutal Swing. Now the decision's on DHC. Do I want Switch Advantage? Do I want Shield Advantage? He looks like he wants Switch Advantage. He wants to make sure he keeps the Gyarados on the Jellicent and the Empoleon away from it. And importantly, he doesn't know. Oh, but he stops tapping, trying to give her even less farm.
Really heads up play from DHC, knowing that energy on the Jellicent could be proving to be bad. And now she shows her final Pokemon, and now he comes in the Gyarados. He needs to land a crunch to have a chance here. Kelsey can go for the bait, goes for the Surf. Does DHC call it? I think he just shields either way, want to preserve as much health as possible. He throws up the shield, going to be baited. Can she get to a Shadow Ball before Double Crunch is reached? He could also go for his own bait, farming up to Bold Crunch. He does go for the Aqua Tail baits.
And I think Kelsey may have just tapped the Surf. He goes for the Aqua Tail bait. He gets the shield from Kelsey. And now the question is this Gyarados going to survive a Surf? It is resisted damage, but Gyarados, a very, very squishy Pokemon, and DHC is so, so close to that crunch.
If she gets a Hex down after this before he gets her Crunch, it can be disastrous. He has the Crunch though. Super effective Crunch is going to land on to the Jellicent. Can Jellicent hang on and possibly get to a Shadow Ball? No, it cannot. Here comes the Empoleon, but there's a Florges in the back. A terrible matchup for Kelsey. And you see DHC, he's excited. He knows he's one more Hydro Cannon away from taking the victory. History is written by the victors. And this chapter is all about DHC winning his first ever title, as he is moments away from becoming your 2026 Toronto Pokemon GO champion.
Empoleon metal sounding away. It's going to clinch this victory for him. No charge attacks around, just fast attacks, and DHC wins the Toronto Regional Championship.
Wow, what a tournament from both competitors. DHC, the third ever tournament for him. His first tournament was November, less than 2 months ago, and he has carved out a name for him in history. But of course, Kelsey as well, her best finish so far. Only a little bit over a year of her starting in the circuit. And she said, you know, my goal this year was just to make a top cut. She's far surpassed it, and I'm sure now she has her sights on even higher goals. And people
against it, and then applied with that fairy zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Haven't heard of you, then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at this final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion!
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the ice beam! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
The countdown is over. The time is now. Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We hope you had a good holiday break, but the European Championship Series is here in Birmingham. Welcome to the Pokemon GO broadcast. My name's Fareed, and I'm joined this weekend by Lou, Jay, and Eric.
Thanks for having us, of course. And we are so excited to bring you the first tournament of the 2026 calendar year here in Europe. A new meta has set upon us. What do we all think?
Well, for the first time, it's actually going to be the North Americans that had the first stab at this new Precious Paths meta. And Birmingham here is following up, and we're very excited to see how our European cohort can adapt.
That's always the exciting thing, is comparing the meta from, across the various ponds, as it were. And I think having an insight into Toronto has given our trainers for this particular tournament a lot of inspiration. And I wonder if we're going to see trends or counter meta calls this weekend.
So we are about halfway through the schedule. These players will be adapting this weekend, but they've been playing in so many tournaments already and still have so many tournaments left to come.
As you can see, we're currently in Birmingham, the first event in Europe of this new year. Coming up in a couple of weeks' time, we've got EU IC, very exciting, and it brings trainers from near and far to try and compete for one of those big trophies. But all roads lead to San Francisco, the place where I left my heart, don't you know? And I'm very excited to see all the trainers that are going to win coming up to that event.
I think every single trainer really excited to do what they can to get their place in San Francisco in the summer. And the players here want to get started straight away, but we want you involved. And so we have a community choice option to kick things off here in Birmingham. These are the first matches that are available to be played, and you can select them by voting now in the Twitch chat.
We've got a lot of great matches here. A couple of trainers who have qualified for the World Championships, like the Gengar Life. But of course, other trainers to watch out for are Fantiga Fryan, who have been to a lot of tournaments this year and are kind of looking to break out of the scene, get that first top cut.
All of these players really eager to get some momentum early on here in Birmingham. There are so many things available. We know championship points and prizes, but sometimes just getting a victory on the board to kick things off can be really important.
It definitely can, and as we were looking at that kind of location graphic, they're being grayed out as we go along. So there's still plenty of time, but time is getting shorter and shorter to be able to lock up your World's Invitation. And I think as well, being the first match of a broadcast can sometimes set the tone for the whole tournament.
It really can, and I think a lot of players will also be thinking back to what happened in Stuttgart and the extent to which that set the tone for them here in Birmingham. They will want to build on that momentum. And if you missed any of the action in Stuttgart, then check out this little summary.
In November, we saw Altaria, Furt, and Unova Stunfisk dominate the meta in Gdansk. I'm Eric Wong, otherwise known as Nighttime Clasher, and I'll be taking us through Stuttgart, the last tournament of the Tales of Transformation season. Looking at the usage data from day one, it would be up to new additions to the game like Spideops to try to claw through the meta. Players like Colin6 took on the challenge and took it to its first day too, looking to reclaim his Stuttgart title from 2024. However, other players look to solve the meta with cold and calculated strategies, bringing Pokemon like Lapras and Alolan Ninetales to take on meta Pokemon like Altaria. Most notably though, Inadequance, having won the Frankfurt Regional Championships this season with his signature choice of Shadow Guillotine Altered was looking to run it back. And run it back he did, securing a spot in the top 5 immediately on day 2, taking on a challenging core breaker in Lapras thanks to a clutch charge attack priority from the Shadow Talonflame. With nearly every set going to Game 3, the two Dutch locals, Colin 6 and Inadequance, eventually met in the winners finals. While the set started strong for Colin, Inadequance managed to align the Shadow Talonflame to Colin's Shadow Scissor in Game 3, creating a huge shift in the momentum to help him eventually create an incredible reverse sweep. In the losers finals, Colin was ready to take on Boom 20 and get his revenge from Gdansk. Despite an insane 1 HP shield knockout, Colin was eventually able to overpower Boom with his 2 shield Furret and set him up for a rematch against Inadequate in the grand finals. Inadequate made critical calls one after another, gaining huge value with his Alola Ninetales game after game, getting onto first and Corviknights. Taking down the Stuttgart regionals, all while dressed up as Cyrus, the leader of Team Galactic, he has truly proved his consistency, team building, and team reading to be one of the strengths that every player should aim to match. Think you have what it takes to do the same? Find your next event at Pokemon.com/broadcast.
Almost feels like 2 months ago since we had Stuttgart, one of the longest breaks we have in the middle of the season. But that event, it's almost bringing back memories. So many brilliant players, so many brilliant plays. And so let's take a look again at the top performers from that Stuttgart Regional Championships.
I mean, nothing makes me happier than seeing my little boy Gastrodon winning a tournament, and Inadequance was able to do just that. I mean, all 3 trainers on your screen right now, Colin 6 and Boom 20 as well, these trainers have all won events before. They were already champions coming into this, and then Inadequance was able to take his 2nd title in this season already. But I think that's one of the beautiful things that we're seeing in this particular season is a lot of our veterans are, showing their consistency, but there's also a lot of newcomers having their breakout tournaments in this particular season. And these particular choices were fantastic Pokemon calls into this meta. Again, I've already spoken about Gastrodon. We know it's my favorite, but again, some Pokemon on this roster that I think we might see this weekend, Fareed.
So many that I think were really strong last season and will continue to be strong here in Birmingham. I can't wait to see how they get on. But it's not just victory that is the be-all and end-all when it comes to these events, but it does feel pretty nice when you win. And we have had so many winners already in Europe this season.
We have 4 winners so far. Well, 3 winners, I should say. Inadequance having won 2 events. Hikami winning in Lille, and PvP David winning in Gdansk. But there's still plenty of European events ready for new aspiring trainers to come in and try and poke the veterans for that top spot.
Yeah, Hikami, his first ever gold medal, so that was an amazing achievement for him. PvP David and Inadequance, who already had titles to their name, so there's so much opportunity for players here this weekend. Whether or not you've won before, this title could be yours for the taking. But the action isn't just in Europe. Our North American counterparts have also been fighting tooth and nail in the championship series.
The pattern kind of continues, right? As we see newer trainers like DHC United winning an entire regional championship on only his 3rd tournament, where we have veterans like Dunebug97 taking his 6th regional win in Las Vegas, and of course Meteor Fallion also taking his 1st regional win in a very long gauntlet of playing Bastiodon and Wigglytuff. He finally gets the job done.
Really exciting to see those new faces come to the scene, really shaking the status quo from the old guard. Obviously, there's Dunebug there. So many regional titles to his name, reminding the world that he absolutely is still one of the best this season. But DHC United in Toronto, as you said, was a really exciting new winner in a new meta, Precious Paths. And he actually brought some really exciting Pokemon as well. Let's take a look at what DHC United used in Toronto, as well as the other winners from that event.
Exactly, and taking a closer look here, the standout is also the plushie in his hand there, the Altaria. I think a Pokemon that we're going to see a lot of course, this weekend. But the Pokemon I think had everybody talking was that Shadow Gyarados, really having its breakout performance and not only doing incredibly well, but so well that it took the #1 spot.
And Kelsey K with a 2nd place. What a fantastic performance from this trainer. She's really talented, and I cannot wait to see how far her journey goes. And then look at that. It's Stone Collection traveling from Europe all the way to Toronto, and he did pretty well.
He's trying to win all those travel awards, already being #1 in the entirety of Europe by quite a large margin. He's looking to make his mark also this weekend in Birmingham, and I wonder if he kind of sticks with the same team or he needs to make an adjustment to the adjustments.
So many adjustments, but for those of you at home that are wondering what is happening in the Precious Paths meta, why don't we take a look at exactly which Pokemon the players in Toronto lent upon the most. We've got the day 2 usage, and this is always a really good indicator of what the top performers might be early early on in a new meta.
And immediately you take your eyes to a new Pokemon that we haven't really seen this season in the meta. Licky taking up 25%. With the change to Shadow Ball, and you can now store up to 2 of those, you get to the move slightly faster. In addition to the rollouts that this Pokemon has, it gets to them so quickly. It's a spammy Pokemon. It's got the bulk, almost the same bulk as Lickitung had originally a few years ago, but it's not quite the same, but it does so much more damage.
So it's really exciting to see what the players in North America used for this meta, but we also have information as to what the players here this weekend have decided will perform best in Birmingham. The day 1 usage for the Birmingham Regional Championships is here right now on your screens.
Yep, seeing again a lot of water types here. We've got that Empoleon in the #1 spot, actually tied #1 with that Altaria. Azumarill's been really a standout in the meta. It's so bulky, so consistent. But the Jellicent, now this is a Pokemon that Kelsey K had for that second place Toronto run. Ghost types aren't really dominant in the meta right now, but having that Shadow Ball, as you mentioned there, Jay, has possibly allowed Jellicent a spot in the moment, really.
I think one of the most exciting things is the way that new Pokemon slowly infiltrate the meta as the season progresses. This is only the second event, only the second week. Toronto was last week, and now the second Pokemon, Jellicent, is the new entrant here in this top usage.
It's funny you mentioned that, Fareed, because we're seeing Wigglytuff enter back into the top 12 Pokemon, a Pokemon we saw quite frequently towards the beginning of the season, but it kind of fizzled out as Charm was nerfed, but charm damage does less. But as we're seeing more of Altaria, we're not really seeing that charm presence in Florigest because it doesn't have the charge moves to do the damage to the Dragon type.
Two very different fairy types, but lots of options there. And the other thing that I'm really interested to note is that there are actually 3 normal type Pokemon in Furret, Licky, and then Wigglytuff with that fairy and normal typing. So might players lean for 1, maybe even 2 normal types on their team?
We saw that actually being pretty successful with Colin Six's team in Toronto. Ran that Licky and that Furret. That's probably one of the reasons we don't see Galarian Corsola too much. But I want to also point out that we're not seeing Shadow Talonflame at all, even though it's one of European staples. I mean, we have Licky, Azu, we have Jellicent as such hard walls, which allows Corviknight and Scizor to kind of shine right now.
So for those of you that are unfamiliar with Licky, its fast attack is Rollout, and then it has access to Body Slam and the newly buffed Shadow Ball. This gives it brilliant pacing. It's so dominant into Shadow Talonflame because it also brings back some of the bulk that we remember from our old friend, Lickitung.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a different way of using that kind of normal type on there. And I think in the Pokemon Go meta of days past, we're often seeing these fast attack counters coming through. And that often was giving a lot of pressure to these normal types. But taking a look here, they're seeming to be a lot more unafraid in the meta right now. And I wonder, as we go from day 1 into day 2, if we're going to see a shift in this graphic.
Now, I think one really important thing to know, despite all of the new entrants, the Empoleon and the Altaria core, and then potentially the Shadow Altaria that we started to see a little bit of in Toronto, and that I wouldn't be surprised if that slowly starts to make more presence throughout this season.
Shadow Altaria was used by a couple top trainers in Toronto, such as Out of Pocket and SS Thorn. But of course, Shadow Scizor becomes so much more difficult to play as that Shadow Altaria. It does improve those matchups into like Empoleon, into Furret as well. Just being able to pack more of a punch. Marowak, which is famously not very good for normal Altaria, suddenly becomes a very dominant matchup as that Shadow variant.
So many things for all of these players here in Birmingham to consider. But we asked some of the best players in the world. We actually asked the leading player from every travel award in every region which Pokemon they thought might succeed here in Birmingham. That doesn't necessarily mean they need to be top usage. They could be the key to unlocking this meta.
Very interesting to see 2 normal types, as we were discussing earlier, because there isn't really a key fighting type to take these down currently in the moment. Quite interesting to see how the meta might adapt in the future to see more fighting types to counteract all these normal types that are breaking through in the meta. Also, Out of Pocket choosing that Shadow Steelix, a Pokemon that we saw make it into the top 3 in Toronto.
Shadow Steelix is so strong because you can either run Earthquake or Crunch. It has a lot of different coverage, so can fit into a lot of teams, but Giratina as well. I think we're going to see that today.
I wouldn't be surprised. We know that Inadequance is here this weekend. But one question that he might be considering with the rise of these normal types that we're mentioning, At what point do we consider running Dragon Breath over Shadow Claw? That could be a really interesting consideration as well. But thank you so much to these players that have provided these picks. And for those of you at home, keep an eye out for some of these Pokemon. Shadow Steelix and Shadow Giratina altered form. They might not be top usage, but you might see them tomorrow in day 2.
I mean, that's the thing with Dragon types at the moment. You've got Altaria, you've got Guzzlord as well, but I like that kind of spicy choice coming through of the Giratina, and we have seen it have a lot of success previously. I wonder if it's going to be able to maybe go really good this weekend.
Now, speaking of success, why don't we take a look at some of the best performing players so far this season? We do have a leaderboard that the players are tracking because this is so important for championship prizes, for championship points that take you to travel awards and the world championships in San Francisco, and some players already have their invite.
Halterman, for example, leads that pack with those travel invites, 3rd place, and I think he'll be here in Birmingham this weekend. Of course, Inadequance and Hikami also are looking to get those repeat wins here in the Birmingham Regional Championships. Of course, Stone Collection, coming off a very hot tournament, is looking to continue his dominant run over the EU regionals.
Yeah, this is a fantastic season so far for Stone Collection. I believe he is now capped on events, so he might just be looking to tweak, get a few points here and there, and maybe if he can get a gold medal, he can also add a ticket for that direct invitation to the World Championships in San Francisco. But it's not just these players to keep an eye on. We've selected some players to watch here in Birmingham, players that we think might really shine. And there's no surprises. You've got Inadequance there, but he's joined by 2 British players, Icelandic Lapras, who is the reigning Birmingham champion, and also Kazim33, another really, really talented British player with a gold medal to his name.
A lot of regional champions at this tournament, and of course, the regional champions from last year are looking to remake their mark inside the championship series. Of course, Icelandic Lapras is just such a strong player. Last year, he piloted that Shadow Knight to absolute success. Maybe a bit of a core breaker here, so I'm very curious to see if he brings that again.
All of these players really, really hungry for success. But there's so much to do at these regional championships. And it's not just the main event. Obviously, there's the side events that go on as well, the cups and the challenges. And so it's a really exciting place to be during these regional weekends. But there's also so many Pokemon that you can catch when you're here as well. And so we see as we go around so many players in game trying to get involved with all of the spawns and the events and the raids. And look at some of these that you can catch here this weekend.
Very exciting to see some of these Pokemon. My eye is immediately drawn to Turtonator, a Pokemon which, with the ability to get floor IVs, which otherwise you would not have been able to get, as it is exclusively in raids and research. So an opportunity perhaps to try and make the Turtonator of your choice.
Anything there you'd like, Lou?
They are just so cute, aren't they? I mean, that's one reason to catch these Pokemon, but also Pokemon like Piplup, Swablu, the Rookidee as well. These can all evolve into Pokemon that are very dominant in the meta at the moment. Corviknight and Polion, Altaria, of course. So you can pick them up and either keep them cute or evolve them up to be fierce competitors.
And also, one of the things we've really been enjoying at these regional championships is that charge TMs have been available from spinning the Pokestop. So there's a lot that you can do in-game, whether or not you're competing, if you're spectating, make sure that you do have the game on, that you are getting involved. And there's also so many things when we look around the venue that you can get involved with as well. We can see the vendors in the background, we can see all the side events and the prize wall. And Eric, I remember I was watching you yesterday going through all the trading card games because you're a big fan of the other formats as well.
A lot of different games to play as well. If you are playing Pokemon Go, that doesn't mean you can't play the side events for the trading card game as well. Get involved in all the Pokemon, not just Pokemon Go. It's such an exciting venue just to see all the excitement from the people who just love this hobby so much, and they're getting involved in all the different aspects of it.
And if you want to keep track of all of the excitement from our broadcast, then make sure that you check out Pokemon.com/broadcast. That's where we store our entire schedule, all of our streams, and it's making sure that you can keep on top of everything that is going on. But we also want to see you get involved on socials. We love to think about teams. What would we bring if we were playing in this event? And I think I will be posting afterwards on X some of the Pokemon that I would have liked to bring, but I want to hear what you would have brought this weekend in Birmingham. So make sure to use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Make sure that you're following the channels as well and keeping up with everything that's going on here in the European Championship Series. But other than that, I think we're really excited to get things started very soon. The matches are almost ready. We're ready to get behind the desk. So without further ado, let's take it away.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon GO matches to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The competition is fierce and the strategy is key. This tournament spans 2 intense days of action, where our trainers battle it out in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format. Every match is a best-of-3 clash, but the stakes get even higher in the winners' finals, losers' finals, and grand finals, where the action extends to a best-of-5 showdown. Trainers will be strategizing in a Bring 6 Pick 3 format, each one carefully selecting a team of 6 Pokémon, but only 3 will enter the fray in each game. Every choice could be the difference between victory and defeat. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokémon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Hey trainers, just like that, we're from the couch to the casting desk, ready to kick things off here at the Birmingham Regional Championships. I am Lou Agjosh-Cromie, and I'm joined by Eric behind the desk for the very first time. How are you feeling about this incredible weekend ahead?
After seeing that day 1 meta usage and breakdown, I'm really excited to see how some of these Pokemon decide to shine. Furret still at the top of the meta alongside Altaria and Polion. It's like nothing has changed, but we are seeing a couple of new Pokemon sneak in.
I think as well seeing potentially some adaptations from Toronto. You know, Stone Collection was over there, was able to get a feel for the NA meta there, and brought this Stunfisk that I think was very dominant into a lot of the water types we're seeing running out there. Are we going to see a rise in electric types here this weekend, do you think?
Electric types like Charjabug have been used a lot by trainers such as Iomero, Marto Galdi. I think they're picking that up over in the Latin America region. We may get a sneak peek into the Merida usage, which is a regional that's also happening this weekend. So I'm curious if it picks up a lot over there. But in Europe, I'm not really sure if people are picking on it just yet, but it's definitely a pick to watch out for.
Okay, so keep an eye out for some potential electric types running through the meta at the moment. You're right, though. There's so many different events happening across the globe at this, not necessarily at this very moment with time zones, but this very weekend.
The Auckland Special Championships is happening as well. We can basically get a perfect view of the meta as we had the North American Toronto, Latin America Merida, Oceania in New Zealand right now, and of course in Europe, Birmingham. We can kind of see how all the different regions kind of interact, practice with each other, and then diverge into their own metas. But of course here in Birmingham, it looks like it's going to be another Altaria show.
And of course they're not only here to be able to try and become the Birmingham Regional Champion, they're here to get those critical championship points, because championship points are one of the ways that you can qualify for the Pokemon World Championships at the end of our competitive year. I mean, taking a look here, there's a lot that you can gain. If you get first place at this particular tournament, you can walk away with 350 championship points, second 325, so on and so forth. And if you take a look at that right-hand side, this is the limitation for the World Championships in terms of players.
And of course, we've talked about those trainers who've already secured those guaranteed invites. So they're here actually to be winning further glory, further prizes, and of course, travel awards. Players like Inadequates are looking to lock in those travel awards for, let's say, the World Championships, where you're going to be able to get an extra $3,500, or just grab an invitation to the next invitation period, which is currently going to be North America International Championships in New Orleans in June.
That's so exciting. North American International Championships last season was absolutely incredible. I'm sure 2026 is going to be no different. And these prize monies can really, and travel awards go a really long way to enabling our players to get to all of these different events. But it's not just potential prize money. It's not just potential championship points. You can also get booster packs here by winning the regional championships. Obviously, the prize money, the glory, the prestige is one of the main takeaways that you can get. But everybody loves opening some booster packs, regardless of what competitive Pokemon game you play. There's always such a joy to maybe trying to pull one of those rare cards, or maybe even just your favorite Pokemon.
Right now, I think the booster packs are the Phantasmal Flames, the newest set in the TCG expansion. Of course, the main pull is the Charizard Special Illustration Rare, which is such a fantastic card. Maybe trainers will be able to get a champion playmat as well for winning all of the entire tournament.
Yeah, that's true. And then you can potentially, have that on display somewhere in your house alongside your beautiful medal that you will also get if you do become victorious this weekend. But in order to kick off our tournament, we did have a community choice. So you guys on the broadcast have been engaging with that and letting us know who we are going to showcase. I'm excited to find out who it's going to be.
our community choice usually gives us some fantastic matches to start off the day, whether that's already established trainers or trainers that are looking to break into the scene, get their mark on the tournament, and start off with momentum. This is such a long tournament, remember. It's a 2-day event, which basically spans both of the full days, and it looks like Gengar Life and JojoVH are going to be carving themselves out with the start of our stream here, looking to build that momentum for the rest of the weekend.
Yes, super excited to see this match. All of them, of course, would have been incredible, but the Gengar Life is a trainer that we're able to feature quite a lot across the seasons as well. So if you've tuned in before, maybe this will be a trainer you'll be able to recognize, and if you're new here, well, you're going to be in for a treat.
All these trainers are so excited to play in this new meta. I think this is probably the first time that a lot of these players are even getting into this new meta for the first time, even though we've kind of been in this season for 2 months. There is the first tournament for them. So I'm curious to see what their adaptations are. I think we can actually expect some more interesting core breakers in our first match here. Seeing a little bit of a preview, but electric types, as you said earlier, seems to be on the nose.
Well, I think as well with the amount of water types that are around and the flyers as well, you know, we are seeing Pokemon like Altaria, Corviknight. We mentioned before Pokemon like Talonflame have been around in the meta, so I feel like electric types have always been present, but they're sometimes just dominated by the fact that you have so many other types out there. The ground types as well, Marowak, Little Gastrodon. These different Pokemon all out there can provide the counters if you get the wrong alignment into them.
Wrong alignment is always going to be one of those things that trainers fight to overcome, but with neutral picks, with good practice and good preparation, we'll see if these trainers here right now are able to overcome alignment and get those neutral games in, get those wins in our first round here of the Birmingham Regional Championships.
Exactly, and the trainers are now on the stage, and we can actually dive a little deeper into the teams. The Gengar Life running some of these popular Pokemon we've seen on our graphic. You've got the Lapras, the Marowak, that Licky, Corviknight, Florges, and the Charger Bug that you were talking about a little bit there, Eric. JojoVH's side, we've got that adorable little Ferret, but, you know, Ferret may look adorable. We know how ferocious it can be with those sucker punches. Charger Bug, again, Cradilly, Wigglytuff, Empoleon, and Altaria. A really nice mix-up of Pokemon to kick it off.
Jojo, of course, is a little bit newer to the scene. We've talked about the Gengar Life. He has made those top cuts, made those world championships. But Jojo, on the other hand, has attended a couple tournaments in the past, and they're looking to make their mark here inside of Winners Round 2. Has brought Levany, has brought Lorantis in the past, so a pretty clear affinity for those grass types today. I think it's going to be Cradilly. Cradilly seems to be a really, really good pick into the Gengar Life scene.
Yeah, I mean, Cradilly was a Pokemon that was very dominant in the meta and has kind of dropped off a little bit more. Why do you think at the moment Jojo's decided to go, yes, Cradilly for this particular meta and this matchup?
It's pretty much good into the entirety of the meta, right? As soon as you see a team with Scissor and Empoleon, though, that's where it tends to struggle a little bit, which is why trainers aren't really picking up on it. But right here, the Gengar Life team, it's a perfect target. It's the perfect scenario. No steel type in Scissor, no steel type in Empoleon, only Corviknight, which is famous for not being so good against Cradilly, despite double resisting those acids.
And you do have some utility to deal with, you know, the Corviknight as well. You can hit it with the electric types on the Charger Bug as well. You just need to, I think, play a little bit conservatively with those shields because Pokemon like Corviknight can always try and bait them out really nicely. But trainers, we're jumping straight into it here. The Gengar Life and JojoVH, it's going to be straight out in the leads. We've got a Marowak and a Cradilly.
Speaking of taking shields, Cradilly is something that's going to be able to grab shields from this Marowak effortlessly. It's really difficult to say, okay, I'm going to no-shield this Rock Tomb. I'm going to have to go for that Grass Knot. Bone Club, it's going to be launched first. Cradilly, no pressure to shield here. And Jojo will most likely be able to force those first shielding scenarios inside of our round number 1.
Yep, Jojo wisely preverting those shields as the charge attacks are ready to go on Cradilly's side. Now, this is a question for the Marowak. Marowak, I think, wisely on this occasion going for that shield because the Grass Knot would have dealt significant damage and it allows Marowak to just keep farming up all this energy. There's another Bone Club and a Rock Slide ready too.
Wow, an amazing catch. Bone Club onto that Altaria. This is going to be absolutely snacked here. Altaria looks great into this team as well, especially when we're seeing it has a 2-to-1 shield advantage. That means even Pokemon like the Lapras are going to struggle just a little bit more as those Ice Beams aren't going to find a very easy way to connect. This is a great no-shield call as well, as we still just struggle to get this Altaria out of the sky.
Yeah, that was super effective damage, and Altaria is still reigning supreme right now, able to retaliate with a charge attack of its very own into this Licky. Does not even need to take a shield. It is so bulky, it can take that with ease.
Shadow Ball not going to be reached here. It's just going to be that body slam, but Sky Attack reached just a little bit sooner from JojoVH. This is the parting call, parting shot from that Altaria, but it looks like this farm down will be able to get reached by Gengar Life.
Yeah, this damage has been relentless going down into the Licky Licky, but it's able to hang on. It has so much energy stored up on both of its charge attacks, and now JoJo has to make a decision who is going to come in and take this damage. Looks like the body slam is going to come through. Wigglytuff, we know, can take this. It can keep its shields intact.
The key here is if that Licky Licky can get to 3 body slams. Number 1, it's reach. The second one is going to just get banked, and Lapras comes right in. Lapras, you would think this is a pretty neutral matchup, but Lapras definitely dominates. Anytime Wigglytuff can't really get a lot of damage or value from the Icy Wind, here's what we see. Just not going to get the value you need. It's not going to do a whole lot. That's double resist on the Lapras, and these Psywaves and Sparkling R's are really going to start adding up.
Psywave just keeps going through opponents, chipping away, constantly getting damage and so much energy up, and it can make Lapras such a threat to deal with. Wigglytuff is going to use one of those Pressure Shields here, does not want to have to take the Sparkling Aria damage at all.
And not only is the Lapras still well and healthy here, firing off Sparkling Aria after Sparkling Aria, but JoJo still needs to muscle its way through that Marowak in the back, right? This Wigglytuff doesn't have a lot of HP left. This Swift is going to land, but still, it's not enough to knock out the Lapras.
That's a great observation. You get through the Lapras, but the Marowak's in the back, and you really need your Cradilly to deal with it, but it's also on depleted HP. There are no more shields remaining on JoJo's side, leaving the Pokemon so exposed. And look, Eric, it's another Sparkling Aria coming through.
It just doesn't stop, does it? Sparkling Aria, I think this is the 4th one that's going to be reached for that Lapras, and it's still in the battle, in the heat of the battle, still throwing up those charge attacks. Shadow Ball still stored on that Licky Licky, though. It's going to come out here and just finish off that Cradilly. It's a very, very comfortable game here for the Gengar Life. Despite that little snag, Bone Club onto the Altaria, he was able to use that Licky Licky to perfection, throwing off charge attacks against all those Pokemon from JojoVH and just cleaning up the game right there.
That was a beautiful moment for the Altaria, switching in at the perfect time to eat up all that energy from Marowak's side. And it did give a little swing of momentum to JoJo, but even though Marowak had lost its energy, the Pokemon like the Lapras and the Licky Licky were just able to use their fast attacks to farm up so much extra energy that they were able to cover the bases and get the win for the Gengar Life in Game 1.
It's so nice to see even a team that may not be super strong against Cradilly, not super strong against Wigglytuff, be maneuvered so beautifully by the Gengar Life, kind of using Licky Licky and Lapras as pretty much very neutral picks. Understanding that, yes, they lose to Cradilly, but if we can just kind of wear down the Cradilly in the lead with the Marowak, for example, use our second Pokemon to maybe chip it down just a little more, our last Pokemon here, that was the Lapras, can put in an absolute shift and kind of sweep the game from the back line there. Lapras, not even too weak against Cradilly. Ice Beam is perfect coverage for that Pokemon. Can basically hit back against any of its counters, like those Dragons, where it can't throw Sparkling Aria, or against those Grass types. Lapras really seems like it kind of has it all.
I think as well the charm on the Wigglytuff, since it has had that debuff, it's just not giving the same momentum that it has previously. So it was a little bit underwhelming in this particular match. I think if I was JoJo, you make a good observation about the Cradilly being such a good call into this matchup. If JoJo can find a way to preserve that Cradilly and get its energy on point, then this could be a very different game too. But Cradilly front and center once again, and it's got a Marowak joining it.
It's so interesting to see these same leads, right? Because you have to wonder, how are the trainers going to approach this? Do they decide to play differently? Is the Gengar Life going to make that same shield read? Is he going to make this maybe a different shield call? Kind of risks it by no shielding a potential Rock Tomb. We're going to have to see JoJo. It's now her time to throw this charge attack off. Does she go for the Grass Knot? Not just yet. This is perfect. Getting the maximum amount of energy and kind of making him think, do we shield this? Yes, it looks like it's going to be a shield from the Gengar Life.
Yep, JoJo able to force out a shield on the opposing side, so one of those is down, and Cradilly is able to apply that pressure, but is not able to get its energy up before the Marowak that can go for a Blown Cup and force a shield in return.
So far, this is looking a lot better for the Gengar Life. Bone Club going to be landing exactly on its target, but Furret comes in now, and this is a little bit awkward because similar to the Wigglytuff from last game, there's not a very immediate answer.
Yes, I mean, you can try and get up to that Trail Blaze, but the Sucker Punches aren't going to be able to do too much when you've got so much energy on that Marowak side. Marowak actually gets out of there, and now you have this Wigglytuff in play. It's the battle of the normal types.
But Licky Licky, I think, is going to come out on top here. Just having that Bone Club chip is going to be so effective, as this Body Slam will threaten to knock it into rollout downrange. And again, we saw Licky Licky just be an absolute monster in the last game with so much energy to its name, being able to throw off charge attack after charge attack. It's going to be a repeat of game number 1, I think.
Yeah, the stars are thrown with that Swift, but they don't seem to be aligning for this little Furret, although it is going to try again to get some more damage on the board, but we know Licky Licky can take this, and it's just going to be able to farm up the remaining HP on the opposing side and get so much energy locked in for the end game.
even better for the Gengar Life as he gets 2 rollouts there. And this is looking like a very difficult situation to be in. Cradily comes in though, wins charge attack priority, actually gonna neutralize all the energy from the Licky Licky.
Yep, this is fantastic adjustment here, bringing that Cradily in with all of that energy that Licky Licky actually goes down. Now you have the Marowak back in play. We've got our leads back out front and center. Both of them trying to get as quickly as they can to the charge attacks, but Marowak just gonna have the advantage.
Rock Slide, reach for that Shadow, Kanto Marowak. Does the Altaria elect the shield? I think you can't afford the shield here. If you know that Lapras is in the back, you know that Ice Beam is going to be knocking out your Altaria. Can Altaria muscle through this Lapras though? Sidewave's not doing a whole lot of damage, but you are almost in Sparkling Aria range.
And you do have that shield, you can take 1 Ice Beam, but as you can see, the Psywave's trying to get to a second one as quickly as possible. Damage will come across the board, but Lapras, we know, is going to be able to take this. And the critical question is, can it get to these 2 Ice Beams, unleash them into 1 shield, and then unleash them for the KO?
Sparkling Aria #1 is coming through. This will be enough to knock out the Altaria, but this shield, of course, is going to come through from JoJo. Sparkling Aria #1 is the second one ready for the Gengar Life. It is Sparkling Aria going to get that charge attack priority on the Altaria. JoJo knows that there's no need to be throwing the Sky Attack there. Very, very difficult game, honestly. Lapras seemed so neutral into the opposition, despite having those answers like Furret, which are kind of soft answers, but not too, not so confident. Gengar Life takes a very comfortable 2-0 series here to start his tournament off right, starting off the day with a lot of momentum on his side.
Yes, such a commanding victory, but also commiserations to JoJo. JoJo is still in the tournament, of course, just knocked down to the losers bracket. This is a double elimination tournament after all, but the Gengar Life coming out so strong with such great energy usage, those fast attacks just being so devastating, and then having those end games with back-to-back charge attacks, one after the other.
A great display of how you play neutral games, especially with Licky Licky. If your opponent doesn't have something like the Annihilate, it can be just so strong in setting up any kind of advantage you want, getting those perfect roll-out downs where even though those fast attacks don't do a lot of damage, it sets you up pretty much for the perfect farm down, gives you so many more opportunities to just get energy into the next matchup.
I mean, we've previously seen in formats Pokemon like Medicham, we've seen the Annihilate, Primates and things, having these counters that are so devastating into these normal type Pokemon. Eric, where are they right now?
Annihilate is so difficult to bring, right? You see your top usage. It's like Azumarill. There's like Altaria. And of course, Wigglytuff, as we just saw in this match. So many reasons kind of that dissuade Annihilate. Annihilate can be so good into 4 or 5 Pokemon on a team. But as soon as you see that last Pokemon is Wigglytuff or Corsola, immediately becomes like a big risk to bring it, as those matchups are so difficult to play out of.
It's the secondary typings, right? You know, Wigglytuff has that normal typing, but it also has that fairy typing, and particularly with Charm, even though it's not doing as much in damage as it used to do previously, that fairy typing can be so devastating into fighting types. If you're just tuning in, here's a little replay of our very first match of this tournament. A lot of the time, these leads did face down against each other, but Marowak was able to get the advantage in game 1. However, this beautiful Altaria play did give JoJo such momentum.
Bone Club onto Altaria is always a great feeling. As you see, that doesn't do any damage whatsoever. Sparkling Aura at the end though. Lapras just showing how bulky it is, how neutral and strong it is in the current metagame. I had the pleasure of using it in Toronto and really, really enjoyed it. And it looks like trainers here are picking up on that as well. Lapras, so strong as it's even against Pokemon like Empoleon. It kind of feels like it should struggle because it resists Sparkling Aria, resists Psywave, but it can kind of just muscle its way through it with the Psywave spam. Sparkling Aria is being so quick to get to. Lapras just showing why it's one of the best Pokemon in the current metagame.
Yeah, we saw how quickly those Sparkling Arias were able to charge up back to back, but also the coverage of that Ice Beam I think is so critical, because one of the worst counters that you can have in terms of your water type, you don't want to face down against a grass type Pokemon, for example, but if you can get the energy up on your Ice Beam, it gives you a way to deal with them, as well as an option into potential flying type Pokemon.
And when you think about what water types are actually used in this current metagame, which would pretty much resist all of Lapras' moves, it's only Empoleon, which we already discussed is not really an issue, and the other would be like Gastrodon. And Gastrodon, actually, it's still taking neutral thanks to that ground subtyping. Azumarill, of course, is one of those Pokemon that's a little awkward for Lapras, since it resists all of your charge attacks. But on the other hand, resisting the bubbles from the Azumarill is going to be going a long way as well for the Lapras.
I'm glad I'm not the only one who brings up Gastrodon. You know, it does have a valid place in the meta, even if it's not on the Birmingham top rankings, although it was across in Toronto. So hopefully we get to see a little bit of that Pokemon coming forward this weekend. But Azumarill's a Pokemon that I think has been stuck around for a really, really long time. Yes, it's very bulky, as you said as well. It has, you know, some good options with obviously the damage it can deal out, and also it can have that fairy typing too.
Fairy typing is just so strong generally. It's basically only resisted by steel and fire types. Of course, right now, we don't see any fire types, so one of its major weaknesses is already kind of out of the picture, and we notice things like Florges or even Wigglytuff not even being too difficult to play into Pokemon like Corviknight, just even being neutral in those matchups where it's technically resisting your fairy attacks. Those charge attacks like Icy Wind, like Chilling Water, are just going to be able to debuff and get you through those in the long run.
Well, this is obviously a regional level tournament, and we do have an international tournament just around the corner, but a lot of the places where trainers start out their competitive journey are at local events. So check out this video to see what they're about.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that guy, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Which is what's so interesting to me is that these local tournaments all around the world, you can meet kind of a lot of trainers. I actually met Jojo, who just played on the stream, at a cup in Antwerp a couple of months ago, which was kind of random, but I kind of like traveling to all these different places, all these different countries to play against the local communities, get championship points towards my travel award, and of course, other trainers can do the same thing. Get those points towards the World Championships, or just try to get to 200 points. Get that promo card, the Ace Trainer. It's a nice little reward to get somewhere in the middle between that and like the World Championships.
And I think you make a good point as well. It's not just about the competitive Pokemon experience you can get, but it's also that sense of community that you can get here from Pokemon. I know all of us, when we've gone to our local events, have met people that have enabled our Pokemon journey to where we might be within it. I remember, you talking about friends that would, travel with you to these events. I met some lifelong friends at these tournaments too, and that could indeed be a story for you. So do check out where your nearest local event is and go see if you can be a part of this competitive Pokemon experience.
Right, either make lifelong friends at these Pokemon tournaments or bring your lifelong friends to Pokemon tournaments.
True.
Both are going to work. But of course, these trainers here have their own stories, have their own friends and family rooting for them from behind the scenes, maybe from our audience here in Birmingham. And they have some very, very interesting teams here to start off. We talked about Turtonator being able to catch that at these tournaments. We did see it succeed in the Latin American International Championships, but this, Lou, it's an open meta.
Honestly, some of the Pokemon I'm seeing here are wild, and I cannot wait to dive into them. Slashty are bringing, again, a nice mix of some of the cool Pokemon we're seeing. We've got the Furret, we have got Marowak, Licky, and Polion as well, but there's another water type on there, the Gastrodon. I'm looking forward to seeing if that has a good matchup, which we'll analyze in a moment. But again, that Turtonator is a Pokemon we talked about on the couch earlier. I'm looking forward to seeing what it can do. But on Carl's side, we've got those counter users. The Annihilate is back.
Annihilate is actually in its normal form right now, which is so interesting to me, considering that the Shadow has about the same amount of pressure into a lot of the meta and can really, really start to tear away at Pokemon like Altaria, where the Dragon Breaths do the same damage to the Shadow variant and the regular variant, which is kind of one of those reasons why we definitely want to prefer the Shadow. Regular Annihilate, though, may have a little bit more play against Pokemon like Licky, where you can actually hang on to that first Shadow Ball and not feel the pressure to shield, actually.
That's true. You can just store up that Shadow Ball and potentially have it banked for maybe an end game scenario. And again, just being so bulky, you can take hits really well while farming up lots of damage and energy with that rollout. Turtonator being one of the fire types, but again, a dragon type. We've spoken a lot about the dragon types of Altaria and, Guzzlord's out there as well, but Turtonator coming in as an interesting choice. With the Incinerate, I mean, that's obviously going to be trying to see if it can find its mark down on a potential steel type, but on the opposing side, it's going to have a tough time.
Not many steel types to be seen here. No Shadow Scissor in sight, which is honestly, if you're looking to target things with the Turtonator, there is that Charge Bug that
true.
You're going to be able to pick up a pretty nice win there on, of course, resisting all those Charge Attacks and the fast attack of Volt Switch. And Polion, though, it's not as good as you may think it is, even though that is a steel type. The Hydro Cannon is just going to hit so hard on that Turtonator. But a lot of good options from the side of our left player. Has the Gastrodon, has the Marowak to kind of deal with a lot of these ground types here. And Polion, Charge-a-Bug, both weak to those. I wonder how those are going to come into play.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what's coming out in the leads here. We've got Annihilate front and center with that Gastrodon apiece. So, taking a look here, we're going to be able to see some counters potentially coming through, farming up a lot of energy, but we know Gastrodon can get that energy up too.
Gastrodon just going to go straight for the Body Slam here on 4 Mud Slaps. he does know that there's no reason to shield this. This is going to be double resisted for Carl, and body slam taken very nicely by the Annihilate. Do we go for the close combat? We are going to be launching a huge charge attack here, and it's going to get shielded by the side of Slash Tear.
I think both trainers playing very wisely with their shields, shielding in the right places and not wasting them when not needed. An adjustment coming in though, of course, Annihilate wants to reset that debuff, and Marowak can come into the fray and try and get a Bone Club down. It is going to get the advantage on Carl's side.
Bone Club coming in, just being that one Mud Slap ahead is going to be so effective here, as these Pokemon are no longer going to have to rely on who's winning that charge attack priority. It seems that Carl is strictly going to be at an advantage here. Bone Club going to be shielded up, understanding that, hey, we've got the shield advantage here, and if we preserve this Marowak, which our opponent doesn't have a flyer for, it's going to be very, very strong in the back end here. No Protect Shields left, but I think Slash Tears can hang on here and make another Bone Club.
Yeah, this is really slowing down the pace of play, just with the mirror between these two Marowaks, Bone Clubs left, right, and center. But I think it's really setting up to allow Pokemon in the back to come in and get its pivotal moment, maybe farm up that last piece of energy if the switch time is aligned.
Now, I feel like if you're Carl here, you need to be a little bit worried. You've already seen 2 Mud Slappers on your opponent's team, and now bringing in the Altaria, it's like we should almost 100% expect an answer in the back, and that's going to be Licky coming in here, really going to start tanking these Sky attacks. And of course, Body Slam going to be thrown and caught onto the Annihilate. This is an absolutely crazy read. Knows that it's not a Shadow Ball. It just makes an absolute cold call here in game number 1.
Hey, I asked earlier where Annihilate is. It's right here on center stage, absolutely playing phenomenally well. Once again, is facing down against this Gastrodon. The Body Slam coming through. You don't need to go for the shield here. That's exactly what Carl has done. This shield is being nicely protected.
What an absolute beast here Annihilate is. It's already taken 3 Body Slams, and it's still going to make it to a last-second charge attack against this Gastrodon. Rage Fist going to knock it out, and these counters are going to start ramping up heavily on the Licky. Can Licky even take it out?
Let's see if these counters are going to be able to get to that charge attack. Licky is going to be able to get there first, but of course there is that shield. Carl, however, not opting to use it.
No need. Annihilate will take its 4th and final Body Slam here in game number 1, but the Altaria looking so good here on the back end. 2 Sky attacks locked and loaded. It's going to be enough to knock this Licky out of the match here. Sky attack number 1 puts it into about 25% health rate, and the second one is going to be cleaning up this game here in round number 1.
So much great energy preservation on this Altaria for the end game. 1 Sky attack followed into another with those shields having been burnt on the Marowak previously has just carved a full path to victory for this game 1 here for Carl, particularly with that Annihilate. Who needs Shadow when you've got plays like that?
No need, honestly. I think the regular seems so much more effective here, tanking Body Slam after Body Slam. If you're Slash Tear, maybe we start to make those adjustments, seeing that Body Slam didn't do a whole lot to that Annihilate, and maybe we can start reaching for some of those different charge attacks. For reference, Annihilate, Ghost Fighting type Pokemon, double resists the normal type from Licky. Those Body Slams from Licky, also the Gastrodon, and even the Swift from the Fur wouldn't be very effective against that Annihilate. So hopefully, it's always nice to see our trainers adapting throughout our games, learning as we play, learning as we progress in the tournament. And I'm curious to see that double Mud Slap coming in again, as if Altaria is led into one of those Mud Slappers with another in the back, it could be a very telltale sign as to what our opponent is running.
Yeah, Altaria sits very pretty in the sky when there's just Mud Slaps on the ground. It can kind of really not feel any threat or pressure from them. I think, interestingly enough as well, not running that Shadow variant on the Annihilate has been critical with those Body Slams. When you are the Shadow variant, although you deal a little bit of extra damage, your defenses are a little bit weaker as well. So it does allow it a little bit more flexibility to not feel any threat or any pressure from those Body Slams coming through. I think we counted it took 4. The 4th one was the one to get the KO.
4 Body Slams is enough to knock out the Annihilate, plus rollouts, plus Mud Slaps.
Little bit of chip here and
You're going to need a lot to get to that finish line, but the finish line was actually reached at the end. Of course, we are going to be seeing those Mud Slappers again in our next game. It's Furret leading into the Shadow Marowak. It's a nice lead for Slash Tear here.
Yep, you can start going for these Sucker Punches, farming up lots of energy and applying pressure with a Trailblaze that will also give you that attack boost to boot. Marowak as well can get to that Bone Club nice and easily, but not before Furret is able to swiftly fire off a charge attack first of all.
Swift going to be landing onto this Shadow Marowak, and it's a great no-shield. Carl seems like he is very on point with his counts, knows exactly when he needs or doesn't need to be shielding those charge attacks. He knows that Gastrodon here is going to be a good matchup for Annihilate, but Rage Fist, I think this is a Rage Fist, going to be thrown on the right-hand side here. Let's see if Slasher decides to shield. It's a great no-shield call. Also, meticulously keeping count of what her opponent's Annihilate is at. Body Slam going to be thrown. This is the bait. Has built up to the Water Pulse. Does Carl respect it?
Yeah, we're going to have the anticipation building as we see if a shield is there. It is indeed. So not seeing the water pulse come through the body slam, a fantastic bait through from the Gastrodon, and guess what? It's got another one here to apply more pressure.
This is double resisted. Does Carl decide to respect it? He is gonna not put up the shield. It's a great call. Understands that that water pulse isn't reached. Annihilate still so strong to this backline. There's 2 normal types left. You're gonna have to come with her here.
Yeah, Annihilate being so aware of how much energy could potentially have been on that water pulse. Didn't need to go for that shield, but Furret, however, is going to go for one here. Obviously, these normal types are going to take a lot of damage from the fast attack. Counters coming through, and particularly with the attack boost it just got, it's looking very difficult for Furret. It has to go for another shield.
But honestly, if we can get Annihilate off the field of play, there's a good chance our Licky can start to clean things up in the back. Shadow Cancel Marowak, if it comes back in, oh, it's going to be a Trailblaze.
It's there.
Expecting the Shadow Cancel Marowak to come back in. But if Carl doesn't know this, he may be shielding up the Swift. Trailblaze comes through, and we're going to pivot into the Licky. That Trailblaze may have not seemed like a lot of damage, but a very small thing to note is it actually puts this Altaria into the range of 2 Shadow Balls.
Wow, and we know those Shadow Balls can hit incredibly hard. Body Slam, first of all, going to do a little bit more chip as the rollout does its work, doing super effective fast attack damage into this opposing Altaria. Yes, Altaria can retaliate now, but Licky is just sitting so pretty on the field right now, able to be able to take these attacks time and time again.
Not a problem for Licky there. Takes that Sky Attack to the face, but this Bone Club's going to be difficult to manage. Charge attack priority here by Carl. Carl has been so meticulous with his timing, with his counts, and knowing exactly when to throw his charge attacks. It has been an absolute wonderful display to see here, of course, but as Body Slam lands onto this Marowak, this shield being put up, he's going to be able to get the slap down on this Furret. No, Swift is going to actually be reached.
Swift is there. I was going to say it's a beautiful shield preservation that Carl has been playing throughout this game, but Furret just has the edge here. Another Swift for success to be able to get the knockout on that Marowak, but now coming in is going to be that Altaria. One Dragon Breath is enough to take down the Furret, and now it's just the Licky. Is it going to be able to do enough? Can it get to it?
Just barely misses out on that Body Slam. Sky Attack looks to be reached here onto the Licky, and it's a repeat of game number 1, knocking out that Licky, and it's a beautiful 2-0 series for Carl here. Really liked how he played at Altaria throughout the entire set.
Yes, all that energy preservation on Altaria in game 1, coming in to just close out dominant endgame, and then in game 2, again, some beautiful plays. Commiserations to /TR on the opposing side, however, again, just dropping down to the losers bracket, still in this tournament. But that game 2 came down very closely in the end.
It was just difficult, right? As we're bringing 2 Mud Slappers, and our opponent has an Altaria.
Just in the sky.
Just makes it very difficult to kind of react to that Altaria. You basically need to land a Rock Slide onto the Altaria at some point, and based on the fact of the Marowak kind of getting stuck against things like the Altaria in those shield scenarios where Altaria can basically just completely Dragon Breath down after a Sky Attack. Very difficult in general. And Annihilate, of course, was just such a strong and key player there for Carl.
Honestly, the Annihilate was great, and I think Carl was able to find some really good alignment with it, being able to use the Protect Shield so wisely as well when there were the potential Body Slam baits coming through, making sure to call them correctly so that that shield could be used very late in the end game to keep him in the match.
Annihilate regular form actually here has been putting on quite the show.
Yeah, that was cool.
Especially with close combat. I like that choice of having the close combat because you're going to be able to reach a little bit more reliably than if you're just playing the Shadow, right? Shadow Annihilate mostly prefers to throw Rage Fist after Rage Fist, focusing on the counters as a way to get that damage rather than that hard-hitting neutral close combat. And of course, Licky also put on quite a show there. Even against the Mud Slappers like Marowak, doesn't seem to be struggling at all.
The thing as well I liked about the close combat was it was the very aggressive opening, but because it was out there in the lead, you can make such a nice adaptation. You don't have to worry about the switch timer, for example, so you can take that harsh defense drop, switch right out, reset that, adjust the board as necessary, and you've either done a huge amount of damage to your opponent or you forced a shield very early doors.
And then as soon as you swap in something like that Altaria, you can start to play with that shield advantage.
Yeah.
Shield advantage on the Altaria is going to help you get through matchups like the Furret, like the Empoleon, where those things may be more neutral in the evens, but can be extremely dominant as soon as we have 2-to-1 shields, for example.
Yes, exactly. And the shields can really make or break a game at the end of the day. And we've seen it already in this tournament where we've seen Marowak just going down against each other, burning through those shields to be able to free up an opening for a partner Pokemon. And the teamwork and synergy amongst the 3 Pokemon that you bring are so incredibly critical. It is not always just about the Pokemon on the field right now. It's about the Pokemon in the back on your opponent's team, on your team, and how much energy is spread amongst them.
And here we see perfect ways to spread your opponent's energy, like the body slam, onto the Annihilate. This was probably the call of the game, right? Just calling that, hey, my opponent is not going to throw a Shadow Ball. I understand that they have reached a Shadow Ball, but I'm going to
They're not going to do it.
I'm going to catch a body slam. And that's exactly what he did to kind of secure that game very, very comfortably. Annihilate, just so, not even a bulky Pokemon, but when you're throwing double resisted body slams into it, it feels like its stat product is infinite.
I honestly think that's got to be such a good feeling as the trainer when you switch in the Annihilate and you're like, yeah, it's going to be a body slam, it's going to be a body slam. And, you know, it could be a Shadow Ball and then it was all for naught. But as soon as you see that body slam connect, you're like, yes, I called it, I got it right. And that's got to be a confidence boost going forward into the rest of the set.
A lot of confidence and a lot of really smart tactics here in our round number 2 from Carl. And I'd love to hear what Fareed can get out of him. Maybe we can learn a little bit more about that regular Annihilate. Take it away, Fareed.
Thanks very much, Eric and Lou. I am joined by Carl, the winner of our second match on stream here in Birmingham. Carl, you must be very excited with that victory.
Yeah, I thought I could have played better, but we got there. We got there in the end.
You had some really exciting picks, and I think a lot of us were really interested in that Shadow Empoleon that you used. Would you like to tell us a little bit about it?
I think it's the #1 pick last week. I just think that the Shadow does more damage, and people are less familiar with the damage ratios that does.
And that's been an exciting choice for you. How did you prepare coming into Birmingham this weekend?
Well, we did a local tournament last week, which Adelion ran, and I just sort of discovered what I was weak to, building around the Empoleon and trying to cover those weaknesses, obviously the Mudslappers and the fighters.
For those of you at home that don't know Carl, tell us a little bit about your journey. This isn't your first event.
No, I've done the Liverpool events before in EUIC in London, and I've been to Malmo, I think. I started during COVID watching the streamers and got really involved with like 6-4 Ninja, and so many people have helped, like Jengulls and Speedy, 2 minutes about Arrow, Hedonus.
Whilst we're listing them, is there anyone you want to specifically shout out? You've had your first victory on stream here.
I think my teammates, the Manchester locals as well that come to Adelion's tournaments have really been helpful.
It's really exciting to watch you already on stream. When will we see you next?
I'm not quite sure. EUIC, I think I'm preparing for that meta, so maybe.
Perfect. Carl, our victor there on stream. Really, really well played. Can't wait to see how far you go this weekend. Otherwise, back to the action with you.
Along with so many trainers here in Europe are getting ready for the European International Championships, but the focus is still here in Birmingham in this Open Great League meta where we're seeing already Pokemon like Licky shine, basically being neutral throughout all of its matchups. Of course, we see maybe the old guard, like Annihilate, kind of still performing very, very well in our metagame, just being general core breakers. Who would have ever thought Annihilate was considered a core breaker and not core meta? Of course, our trainers are going to continue to innovate, continue to show us what they think, what their interpretation of is in this meta.
I think that's such a good inspiration point, though, for future tournaments, but also maybe for trainers who are just watching at home thinking, how do I get into this? There's a whole plethora of different Pokemon that are accessible and able to be used in this meta. It's not kind of just the same 6 Pokemon. There's a variety out there, and you can mix and match with some of, yes, maybe the more tried and tested veterans, the stable choices, but you can definitely throw a few interesting rogue choices in there, too.
Licky used to be quite the rogue choice. I think trainers used to run it with Earthquake, but now it is a part of that core meta. It is a part of our top 12 usage, and here's why it's used so often. Rollout is a rock type attack, and it can take those key wins against Pokemon like the Talonflame. Of course, Body Slam and Shadow Ball offers near perfect coverage, where Body Slam is only resisted by those Ghost and Steel types, and Shadow Ball pretty much covers all those either neutrally or super effectively. There's pretty much no Pokemon that can resist everything from the Licky, meaning why? It is going to be the best Pokemon in the meta. It's the most neutral Pokemon that you can play throughout all of your games.
Yeah, it has kind of its own back a little bit there. As you said, like the Body Slam has a lot of good neutral coverage, and the Shadow Ball can cover for the ones that the Body Slam does very minimal damage into, like the Annihilate, for example. You've just got to find your mark on it, because those Shadow Balls, since it's had its adjustment in the meta, you can get up to 2 of them, so you can store them up, but they do take a little while to get to, so you want to make sure you're using them wisely and for the critical damage moments.
Shadow Ball would always be critical damage into some Pokemon like Annihilate, like Jellicent, or Corsola. However, we don't see too many of those Pokemon right now in the current meta, so you're mostly going to be relying on that for that super hard-hitting neutral damage, which you can get to in a perfect 4 rollouts. Such an efficient charge attack and Body Slam, only reaching in 3. This is perfect math for Licky to be dominating in this meta.
But that said, we are seeing a lot of Jellicent out there on the usage stats from earlier in this particular tournament, so maybe we'll see a few more of them cropping up. But a Pokemon that we are seeing a lot of is that Altaria. And it was a Pokemon when we were talking before we went live, you kind of said this is going to be the #1, and guess what? It's out there. It has this incredible fast attack in the form of Dragon Breath. It's just able to go through so many opponents, just get up so much energy really, really quickly and get a lot of damage out there on the board.
For those who've been following Pokemon Go PvP for a long time, we've always kind of seen Altaria in the spotlight at the top of the meta. It used to be really focused on doing a lot of damage with the Dragon Breath, and it used to even have Moonblast, but with the recent rework to Dragon-type fast attacks, Dragon Breath now is the same charge fast attack as Psywave, generating a lot of energy and doing not as much fast attack damage, but kind of getting to those Sky attacks, flamethrowers very quickly, allowing it to be more of a neutral player rather than a fast attack Pokemon.
I mean, the Flamethrower could be great into a lot of the Shadow Sizzle that we see running around there as well, and the Sky Attack, as we've seen, can do a lot of decent damage into a lot of the Pokemon out there at the moment. It does struggle against Pokemon like Azumarill. The Ice Beams are certainly going to hurt, but it does have some advantages over other Water-type Pokemon like the Gastrodon as well. The Dragon Breath can just farm up so much damage, and there's very little that Gastrodon can do to Altaria with those Mud Slaps, as we've seen in the previous game, are just not doing any damage. And again, the Body Slams, Altaria can take 1 or 2 of those.
And even the worst matchups, right? We see here the Key Loss Azumarill. It doesn't seem super optimal, but just being able to resist those bubbles and still doing neutral Sky attacks can allow you to set up advantages where, like, maybe with 2 shields at the end, you can kind of blow through an entire Azumarill and not even take a charge attack, kind of just deleting the Azumarill from the face of the field and getting those Sky attacks down and just being very neutral in general. You can always find a couple ways to play around it, catching in and out, catching maybe an Ice Beam back on your own Azumarill, but just allows you so much play in general.
Yeah, like Altaria we're seeing a lot of. Again, we're seeing these new Pokemon like the Licky come to the forefront, but one of the big water Pokemon out there, yes, there's Azumarill, but the Empoleon has really risen into dominance. What is it about the Empoleon right now that makes it so good into this metagame?
We love Steel types because Steel types are so consistent into the fairies, like Florges, like Wigglytuff, and walling a lot of those key Pokemon's attacks, like Azumarill, like Lapras, which we're not that necessarily doing a lot of damage in return, but resisting it feels nice. At the same time, double resisting Bullet Punch from Shadow Scissor makes it the preferred Steel type in that situation, and having the Water type as a additional subtyping is going to help it be more dominant into Pokemon like Talonflame, where we are pretty much the only Steel type that can kind of hit back against the Talonflame and doesn't get completely melted by the Incinerates.
That's true, because those Hydro Cannons can get farmed up so easily, and you can just be relentless applying pressure to those Fire-type Pokemon with that Water-type charged attack. You, of course, have some good damage into a lot of the Fairy types out there. You know, Florges doesn't want to take Metal Sounds either. You know, Wigglytuff, you can start stacking into it a little bit as well, but you are going to struggle against Mud Slappers and some of those Water types that's going to take some decent resistant damage from attacks in forms of like Gastrodon, Azumarill again, for example.
Even Gastrodon, right? You can kind of set up plays where Gastrodon may be on like 10 HP left, right? And you know you resist Water Pulse, you know you resist Body Slam. You can honestly confidently come in with the Empoleon and start Metal Sounding down, understanding that, hey, Gastrodon, if it's out of the way, we still resist these charge attacks, and the rest of his team probably doesn't have a lot of fast attack pressure or a lot of pressure at all into our Empoleon. We kind of sweep the game from there. Both these trainers, though, have attempted to bring some pretty interesting picks. I think we're seeing the same thing here, right?
We definitely are. I mean, you know, your eyes do not deceive you. There's some of our staples out there. We've spoken about Altaria, Marowak, Azumarill. Furret, of course, is out there. We've got the Licky, but the critical one for me is we've got this Grumpig here on Anicor's side. I mean, Grumpig's a Pokemon I was not expecting to see come into this meta, as well as the Raikou on Alfonso's side.
Both these trainers have a lot of experience in the Championship Series, have a lot of experience bringing maybe some more unique picks. For example, I think Alfonso brought Water Gun Lantern to the World Championships before, so definitely a trainer who likes to think outside the box and bring core breakers as he feels necessary. Here, he believes that to be, I think that's Volt Switch Raikou. On the other hand, Anicor has his own take on the meta. He believes that Grumpig is the path to victory this weekend. Grumpig, I think it's really key that it gets a very high attack so that it can get through Azumarill, doing 3 damage per Psywave instead of 2. We're going to see the Azumarill from the side of Alfonso, and if that's the case, Grumpig can actually play the 2-shield scenario against Azumarill without even taking a charge attack, completely changing the dynamic of that matchup.
I mean, we've seen previously how Psywave on a Lapras can absolutely go through an Azumarill and put it on the back foot. Potentially that that is something that Grumpig is going to be able to utilize as well. It also critically has that Shadow Ball, the move that we're all talking about on Licky Licky, but potentially has then determined Grumpig a place on Anikore's team.
And it looks like it's actually Thundershock rather than Volt Switch. Aura Sphere recently added to Raikou. Thundershock also gained more damage for itself. And it may be quite an interesting pick here, as I think it's good into the entirety of Anikore's team, minus the Shadow Kanto Marowak. Both these trainers, it's so nice to see that they're very well versed with the scene, very successful, both having gone to the World Championships and have their own unique takes of this meta. Of course, Alfonso bringing the Raikou here. Annikore in the past has brought Ferrothorn to Frankfurt and Greninja to multiple tournaments, so both of them have very unique ideas, and it's always awesome to see if these actually pay off, or maybe we should just put them back to the drawing board.
I mean, we did say we were expecting to see maybe a few more electric types coming into such a water-dominant meta, but I did not have Raikou on my bingo card, let's say, for that particular Pokemon slot. But as you say, it does have some good utility. The Thundershock going down into Pokemon like the Lapras, for example, into the Flyer of Altaria is going to be pretty decent. So I'm interested to see if that's going to be able to find that alignment and start charging up all of that energy.
Raikou, it may be strong into Altaria because you can resist a Sky Attack and force your opponent to go for the slightly more expensive Flamethrower, but at the same time, Dragon Breath just doing less from Altaria is gonna help that Raikou significantly in that matchup, as you don't feel as pressured in just the general 2-shield scenario where you feel like you can get Dragon Breath all the way down. Of course, just knowing how your own Pokemon, your own spicy picks perform, as opposed to what your opponent is bringing, can be so helpful, as you basically are starting every game with a leg up.
Yeah, you've got to study that team sheet as well and make sure that you are in a position to identify what maybe spicy ideas your opponents have. Looks like we're going to have to wait a little bit longer to jump into this match. But again, I keep wanting to talk about this Raikou because I'm so interested by his move pool. You mentioned as well that Aura Sphere has recently been added to it. And in a meta where we're seeing so many normal type Pokemon running around, this could be a really nice charge attack to give you that coverage utility that you need.
Of course, these trainers are going to be locking in here. Will we see the Raikou in the first game, though? I think we are going to see the Raikou actually leading into the Altaria. Oh. What a lead for Alfonso here. While we think, in theory, this should be a pretty good matchup, we'll see depending on how much these Dragon Breaths actually do, and it's not that much, actually.
Yeah, it just takes, I think, 4 of the Thundershocks to be able to get to that Aura Sphere, and then 1 more to get up to this Wild Charge. This is going to be able to do a huge amount of damage, but the shield is going to block its way, so Altaria is going to be still up in the sky, sitting pretty with both of its Charge Attacks locked in.
I love this play here, because as we come into Altaria 2 shields to 1, it actually makes it so that Annikore can't really come in with Licky, can't come in with Lapras, and can't come in with the Shadow Scissor, as all of those Pokemon don't do very well behind a shield, even though they are technically answers to this Altaria.
Well, Altaria a piece in the skies at the moment with Sky's Attack throwing left, right, and center. This is just going to be a really nice way to burn up some shields, as both the charge attacks on Alfonso's side are now ready. Grumpig joins the fray. There's going to be the Sky Attack coming through, going unshielded, but then, of course, this gives Grumpig the opportunity to shine as well.
Honestly, this line from Annikore here is very disrespectful to the Raikou. It's pretty much weak all the way through without the Shadow Kanto Marowak. But we'll see if that ends up paying off for him, as it still seems like we have a lot of ways to neutralize it. Scissor, of course, it does resist those bullet punches onto the Raikou does resist his bullet punches, but it's still going to be a lot of resisted damage. Dynamic Punch here should be enough to knock out this Altaria, but it gives a perfect farm down for his next Pokemon.
Yeah, Grumpig just being able to unleash some of that energy it's stored up, as Furret can just go for those sucker punches, super effective to be able to remove the Grumpig from the board. Now Annikore has a choice to make, and it's going to be that Shadow Sizzle, the bullet punches, just trying to work their way through this Furret, but Furret is able to get to its charge attack nice and quickly. Both of them locked in, but the Altaria is going to come in to catch the Swift.
I wonder if this becomes a problem. If you can throw double Swifts onto this Altaria, it's going to be knocked out, and can that Raikou kind of clean up the back end of this game? First going to be able to overfarm so drastically, but he just goes directly for it. Doesn't opt to farm to more energy. This is a great situation for Annikore.
Yep, the Altaria in a prime position here, just able to take this Swift, and now you can bring that Shadow Scissor that had banked all of that energy previously back onto the field. Night Slash is ready to go. In fact, 2 of them are going to be able to be thrown down against this Furret that is going to have to go for one of these Protect Shields if it wants to try and stay in the game.
I think this is a great situation for the Raikou. You're not going to be able to get Bullet Punch down. No, maybe you may be able to get Bullet Punch down. Night Slash, you're going to have to get to back-to-back, but that's back-to-back. Night Slash number 1 takes this first shield. Can that second one knock out this Raikou? I think with the double boost, it'll just barely be enough to knock out here. It is going to be that Night Slash just reach 1 Thundershock away for Alfonso, and Raikou takes a game 1 loss, but still, it seemed pretty convincing there, getting the shield very early in the game.
Yeah, exactly. Being able to put that pressure on, but that Night Slash boost really enabling Scissor a path to victory. But it came so close down to the wire there. The Thundershocks were stacking up, particularly into that Shadow variant of Scissor.
Looks like these trainers are talking about our match here. I wonder if they're thinking like, hey, that Raikou was really crazy. Trying to read their lips here. Yeah, Raikou is really sick. Thumbs up for you. Yeah, Raikou was so good there.
Good call.
Oh, yeah, Raikou, yeah. It just put up a lot of pressure against my Altaria there. What a really nice read. Will we see that Marowak in the second game, though? I think we're kind of begging for it at this point. It's kind of like a lure your opponent into a false insecurity and then hit back hard in game number 2. I'm pretty sure you can knock the Raikou out with just 4 Mud Slaps, but we'll have to see.
I mean, you did say that Anacor was kind of leading in a very disrespectful way to the Raikou in the sense of being like, it's not a threat, it's not formidable, and then actually seeing how much damage the Thundershock was doing could potentially put Anacor on the back foot, but the way he was able to pivot around with those shields and then, of course, bring that Scissor in at the back and get the critical attack boost, it then meant that Anacor was able to find a way to dance around that Raikou.
That critical attack boost for Scissor is something that every trainer should be scared of. Both these trainers do have their own Shadow Scissor, and of course, it has that 1 in 8 chance to get that boost. And honestly, it can be devastating when you get it in the right spot, especially in the lead. You may be able to even 1 versus 3 the entire team sometimes, so definitely trainers have to watch out for that. Does Anacor make the adjustment? Or does Alfonso break first and decides to put the Raikou on his bench?
Well, does Alfonso still believe in the Raikou? That is the question. Is it going to be able to find a way through this team on Anacor's side this time?
There's just so many targets, right? Like Licky Licky, you have Aura Sphere for. Grumpig, you can one-shot with the Wild Charge. Altaria, I'm guessing that the Wild Charge does over 70%. And Pokemon like, I mean, even Lapras, Wild Charge or Aura Sphere are both so fantastic into it. Scissor doesn't stand a chance either. It really seems like the Raikou's free into 5 of Anacor's Pokemon here, but of course, it's still that one little snag. It's that Shadow Kanto Marowak, which seems like Alfonso has a lot of answers for anyways, so maybe this team is built very intentionally with kind of freeing up that Raikou and allowing it to shine, allowing it to sweep with shield advantages every game.
So maybe it's not so much about the Raikou itself, but the supporting Pokemon to enable to set it up for success to deal with the threats on the opposing side. Because as you said, if that Marowak does come through, that's going to spell a little bit of disaster for the Raikou if it finds itself in up against those ground-type attacks.
Ground-type attacks are very scary for Raikou, but not so scary for Altaria. Not so scary for Azumarill. Such bulky picks which can kind of muscle through if needed. I'm curious if we see Shadow Scissor for Alfonso this game too. Seems really good into Anacor's team, but it's hard to commit both the Scissor and the Raikou in one game, as you don't have 4 shields, or maybe those 2 Pokemon even need 5 or 6 shields. You only have 2, so you're gonna have to spend those very wisely, and when you kind of feel like you're overloaded on the amount of shields that you need to put and allocate throughout the game, can make your lines a little bit more difficult to build or bring. That's probably the adjustment I'm going to see here from Alfonso. Shadow Scissor looks really good. Hope to see it in our game number 2. We are locked in, and the leads are looking to be a Scissor into in Altaria.
Are going to see some adjustments from our trainers in this game 2. Remember, this is a best of 3 set. Altaria just going straight away for these Dragon Breaths, but they're not going to be able to do too much to this opposing Scissor at all, and by no margin, Scissor's not getting damage on the board either. It's really about these charge attacks. Can the Night Slash get an early doors attack boost?
This would be a devastating boost if you're Alfonso here. Luckily, there's no boost to be applied. An immediate pivot into Grumpig, I like this, as this means that our Scissor isn't going to need to be giving up that Protect Shield early in the game. Not going to open the door for our opponent's Scissor or Raikou to sweep us in the back with the shield advantage. Grumpig tanks that move, no problem. And if you're Alfonso, I wonder why he hasn't come into that Furret yet. It seems like the natural response to the Grumpig. Just swap the Furret, shield 2 dynamic punches, and fully Sucker Punch down. I like this as well, though. 2 Sky Attacks are going to put it into a range where the Grumpig feels forced to throw this, and then you finish off with either the Scissor or the Furret here, and pretty much set yourself up for a great late game.
Well, it could be that Furret now has the window of opportunity to start going for those sucker punches and just farming up the remaining HP on Grumpig's side. I think it got 1 punch in there, just a little bit of energy to fell that Pokemon on the opposing side. And this is a very similar playback to what we saw in Game 1. Grumpig goes down to the Furret, and now Anacor has the choice of which Pokemon to bring in. This time it's going to be this Altaria, just going for these Dragon Breaths, farming up lots of energy. But of course, Furret also has that pressure to hold.
But now you kind of have to make a call, right? If you're Anacor, it could be a Marowak, it could be a Raikou, or it could be a Scissor. And you've brought the Altaria here, so it kind of implies that Anacore knows that it's a Scissor or a Raikou in the back, wants to save his own Scissor for that. Swift from the Ferret, gonna come down very quickly. Seems like these are neutral attacks, but it actually does less damage to the Altaria than it would do to the Scissor, even though that these would have been resisted on the Scissor.
Yeah, you're gonna need one more Swift and a few more Sucker Punches to deal with this Altaria. Altaria does have the energy to go for this Sky Attack. Ferret knows it's gonna be able to comfortably take this and just will try and deal with it. But Scissors in the fray, you've now seen that third and final Pokemon. It's a Scissor apiece here, Eric.
Actually, even though you're up on the Bullet Punch here, able to get to that Night Slash first, I think Alfonso can commit 2 shields and farm all the way down. No boost being applied. Do you throw this Night Slash here just to grab the shield? I think you do. You need to throw the Night Slash. No, just gonna commit to the full Bullet Punch down. Night Slash gonna get shielded. This Bullet Punch should knock out that Shadow Scissor. I think we're going to be able to clean up the game here. Shadow Scissor onto the Altaria, 2 Night Slashes. Actually, we don't even need to reach for Night Slashes. We can just go for full fast attack pressure. Altaria, Sky Attack, lands on the Scissor. It's going to be enough for the knockout, but is that Altaria enough for the Ferret in the back? I don't think so. Ferret gonna be spamming out the Sucker Punches, and it's gonna be almost a 1 HP to Dream here to get us to a game number 3.
It came right down to the wire there, though, with those fast attacks, whether it was the Bullet Punches, the Dragon Breaths, or the Sucker Punches coming through. So much action as our trainers here have evened out the score. So now we'll be advancing into a game 3, and one trainer will stay in the winner's side of the bracket, advance 1 step further, and the other trainer will fall down into the loser's bracket and have to make that run for victory. Interestingly enough, Alfonso decided to bench the Raikou for this particular game, and there was, on Anacore's side, no Marowak to be seen.
Generally, the rule is if your opponent has a funny Pokemon and they're playing on stream, they're going to try to bring at least one of the 3 games. So think of your Anacore, you're like, okay, my opponent has brought the Raikou, so they've ticked that off their Birmingham Regional Championships bucket list. So now we can just disrespect it, right? Like, we can just go fully weak to the Raikou and like see what happens. I think Alfonso, honestly, is making that pivot towards the Shadow Scissor as well. It just seems better overall because it kind of has the same matchups into Anacore's team, and it's just significantly better and more playable into the Marowak, for example. So maybe it's just strictly better here, unfortunately. But we already saw the Raikou. It's already ticked off our bucket list, casting a game with Raikou in it. So it's going to be now shifting to that Scissor show. Such a great pick from both sides here. And I think even though both players have the Shadow Marowak, it's not too preferable, given that the Altaria is flying high and ready to take it on from both teams.
I wonder if we're going to see maybe the Licky Licky come into the forefront here for Anacore, just because if you're thinking that the Raikou isn't going to be in position, it's not going to have that Aura Sphere, for example, you could potentially bring Licky Licky in to have a lot of bulk out there on the field and just try and burn through some of the potential energy unleashed from these charge attacks on Alfonso's side. But at the same time, Anacore's been in quite a dominant position. Even though you lost that previous game, a lot of the Pokemon choice have given him a lot of options on the field.
It's going to be a Lapras lead here from Anacore into the Shadow Scissor.
Ooh.
This is going to be very, very difficult to come back from. But of course, we can get the first shield of the Sparkling Aria. So maybe, goes immediately to the Altaria.
Yep, Altaria switches out, wants to pick up where it all left off in Game 2. As the Bullet Punches come through on the Scissor, it's going to get to this Night Slash nice and early, maybe trying to get itself up for that attack boost to just apply some dominance in this Game 3. Altaria already below 50% HP. This is not where Altaria wants to be.
I think if we get the shield here with the Sky Attack, we can actually let the Altaria go. Scissors is going to be forced to throw this next Night Slash before Altaria reaches the second Sky Attack. Then you come with your own Scissor and start going to town, start getting those advantages on the board. And yeah, I would love a no-shield call here from Anacore, and then go straight to your own Shadow Scissor.
That's true, because then you can save all of that beautiful energy stored up on the Altaria that you don't need to unleash just yet, but instead Altaria is going to go for that Sky Attack into the opposing Altaria that's joined the battle on the air.
And now we found a target for our Lapras, so this is really nice. It seems a little difficult, though, still, because Lapras is behind on energy, and we still need an entire Ice Beam to knock out. So it's not like that Sky Attack gets us closer to the finish line here against this Altaria. Not going to be in Sparkling Aria range either, but a bait could come through here if you're Anacore.
Yep, Lapras just going for these side waves once again, farming up so much energy, and you have to watch out for the Altaria from this Ice Beam that is locked in, and that is the choice that the Lapras has gone for. So is Alfonso going to protect up this Altaria? No, it's going to let it go in this Ice Beam to come through.
Now, do you bring in the Ferret or the Shadow Scissor? I think the Shadow Scissor, actually, because we can just commit to a full Bullet Punch down, shield this Sparkling Aria, and just get ready for whatever is in the back. He knows that it's most likely the Shadow Scissor, but we're going to be able to grab the shield as soon as possible with this Night Slash and then go into our Ferret. If we land those 2 Bullet Punches, though, does it start to become in Swift range?
That is the question. The fast attack damage could open up the opportunity for the charge attacks to get the knockout. One shield coming through on the opposing Scissor as Ferret now comes in, going for these sucker punches, just trying to get itself up to apply pressure, but the Night Slash is going to have to come through. No potential shields on Alfonso's side to protect this Ferret.
Does he get the boost, though? It could be pivotal in this game. Does not get the boost, but Swift gonna be threatening to knock this Shadow Scissor out. It's resisted, but it's not gonna look so resisted here. Swift lands onto the Scissor and puts it into very low red health. Can the sucker punch down be reached?
Yes, it does. Not able to get it. The Scissor goes down. 3 sucker punches was all it took for Ferret to stay in the game, get more energy up, and now Annikor on the back foot.
Does he come in with the Lapras here, though? I think you have to, and try to catch this Swift on the Altaria. No Swift gonna be caught. Lapras gonna go down here, and Altaria just not enough HP to last through the rest of this set. It's gonna be Ferret who gets that beautiful sucker punch down, taking down one of its more difficult matchups. And Alfonso had a pretty difficult start of the round with that Raikou, but he takes this to a game 3, takes it down with the Shadow Scissor, just showing why it's such a menace in the meta right now.
I mean, Alfonso giving us a little bit of everything, right? We got to see the Raikou, the fans saw it in the team lineup, and as you said, you want to bring it for a little bit of showing off on stage, but then benched it in the back and brought us a phenomenal best of 3 set against Annikor, who also played incredibly well, but Alfonso really showcasing that teamwork makes the dream work with those adaptations, setting Ferret up for success.
And taking on another trainer who's so qualified like Annikor in such an early round can set you up for a ton of momentum in this tournament. Understanding that these are 2 worlds level trainers that are facing off in such an early round. And with that momentum going to the winners semifinals, even the winners finals, it can just feel good to have that on your back and not even feel too much pressure throughout the rest of the day, because at least we have something going for us already. We have some championship points on our side, and it's just a great way to start off any day for these for both these players. Of course, Annikor can continue to go on a run in the lower bracket. We see here that Scissor being boosted and taking down this Raikou. Night Slash lands and does. Probably could have knocked out 2 Raikous with the boost at that point, but of course, it's going to be that second game where the Scissor starts to fight back, taken out by the Altaria here, but not before it took out most of Annikor's team.
Those bullet punches were really impressive, actually, just constantly chipping away at the Altarias in game. But for me, it was all about this Ferret. It was able to take down the Altaria, like you mentioned, one of its harder matchups. But at the same time, it was able to go get those sucker punches critically off against the opposing Grumpig, just kind of made it vulnerable out there on the field, as well as getting up that additional bit of energy it needed to close out these matches.
So nice to see Ferret just being so dominant in these games. It's so fun to watch him like squirming around, spinning around, like throwing his hands up in the air as he launches those
little tiny
swifts.
paws.
Yeah, so nice to see him even be able to take on Pokemon that you would think are good answers to it, like the Shadow Scissor. But of course, just having significant bulk advantage there is going to be what's leading Alfonso through that game, game 3, to take that win against the Shadow Scissor. The perfect sucker punch done at the end there, and then Ferret actually swept all 3 of the Pokemon. Took out the Scissor.
True, yeah.
Took out the Lapras with the Swift, and then farmed down the Altaria.
I think, honestly, the one thing I love about Ferret is when it first came out, I think it was really the big counter to Ghost-type Pokemon. We had a lot of Galarian Corsola running around. Obviously, we had Annihilate and things like that as well. So having that Dark-type Sucker Punch gave it a lot of dominant usage. And even though the Ghosts are kind of running scared right now, you know, Halloween is over, we're here at the beginning of 2026, seeing a Pokemon that still is able to have a utility in the meta with those Sucker Punches still stacking up and having Trailblaze for the Water types to get that attack boost, it shows that Ferret is still a, you know, force to be reckoned with.
Ferret, honestly, not really a normal type at this point. It feels like the best dark grass type in the meta. Usually it's used for its sucker punch coverage or its ability to hit back against water types like Azumarill, against Gastron with a Trailblaze. No other grass types feel super strong in the meta game right now, as Shadow Scissor, Shadow Talonflame, so dominant into those matchups. Ferret kind of plays those roles all at like a very average level, but is neutrally good against everything.
Yeah, I like that it almost, as you kind of say, has these 3 types. You know, it's a normal type, but secretly, it's looking a little bit like one of these dark and grass types. So it's great to see the utility these Pokemon can have. And we do see a lot in Pokemon Go that if a Pokemon's type isn't necessarily the one that they have the charge attack moves in, if you have a large variety of moves and that coverage, it can still make them a really vital part of a team.
You do sacrifice the same type attack bonus, but you pick up on that fantastic coverage. Basically 3 attacks that aren't resisted by anything in the entire meta. So it's a great call. It's a great time to bring Ferret. I think only Tinkaton and King Gambit resist all of your fast attacks and charge attacks. And of course, there are probably neither of either in this entire tournament.
Well, I think it's time to hear from our winner of that last round. We've got Farid ready and waiting, so let's kick it over to him.
Another match, another winner, another interview. We're joined by Alfonso. A really strong victory there. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling very good, to be honest. This is the tournament that I practice the less because I don't have that much time as last season, but I'm feeling good, and yeah.
And you played in Stuttgart a couple of months ago. You're back now in Birmingham.
Yes.
How are you feeling going into this?
I'm feeling good, to be honest. Stuttgart didn't went as I wanted because I went 2-2 and I didn't get any points. So now I hope I can get some points and at least day 2.
And you're trying to do it in an exciting way. We saw Raikou on your team, a Pokemon we very rarely see in the Championship Series. Tell us a little bit about it.
So I always play really meta Pokemon. So this time I was like talking with my friend Marcos, and he said this pick is really good. It's core breaking the Toronto main core. So I was like, okay, let's give it a try. And it didn't work really good in the first game, but at least I could win.
And it did look pretty cool.
Yeah.
You mentioned Marcus. Do you have anyone else you'd like to shout out?
All my Mahara Ravens family, they are my teammates. They are always supporting me, and also Marcos, Arregui, Adri, all my friends in the Spanish community and in my family.
And obviously we're in the Precious Paths meta at the moment. Do you have any thoughts or advice for anyone at home that wants to get involved in this meta?
Can you repeat?
In the meta?
Yeah.
Any tips on this meta, the new meta?
I don't know if I can give any tip because, as I said, I didn't study that much the meta. So I think you have to play what you feel comfortable with it, because you always need like a core of 3 or 4 Pokemon that you're gonna play every single game, and then a couple of Pokemons that can help you to cover the weakness.
I think that's a really, really strong advice, as well as the fun pick from Raikou, and we can't wait to see how far Alfonso goes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's get straight back to the Pokemon action.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fareed, and thank you, Alfonso, for those wise words. I really like the idea of coming to a tournament and thinking, hey, this is a Pokemon that I'm comfortable with, and who knows, you can indeed win with your favorites. But speaking of favorites, I've traded out one favorite caster for another favorite caster.
Oh, thank
Great
you very
to have
much.
you behind the desk. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very excited about here in Birmingham today. And I'll tell you what, I really enjoyed watching that Raikou pick.
Yeah.
You've got to take into account, in America, 50% of those wins were with Bastiodon. That isn't a Pokemon you see in the top usage. Sometimes you've got to go for the Pokemon that you are comfortable with, and that will carry you through to the end. And a lot of trainers, perhaps, won't see it coming.
I mean, I did harp on about Gastrodon for a whole season, and all the Pokemon Go players were like, Luke, give up on the stream. The stream is not going to happen. But never give up on your dreams, people. Gastrodon has won many medals in Pokemon Go now. It can happen for anyone, and it could even happen for you if you maybe want to come and check out some competitive Pokemon action.
Well, I saw you brought your Gastrodon onto the stage. I brought my Dartrix.
Oh, I see what's going on.
It's one of Dartrix's favourite Pokemon as well.
Well, speaking of the stage, and speaking of some Pokemon, it's almost like we have a crystal ball here. We've got a Gastrodon on Howie's side, but also the Bastiodon that you just mentioned is on the opposing end.
Oh, there you go. Well, you never know. Bastiodon has a reputation of being a very, very tanky Pokemon, and it does output that steady damage of the rocks.
Yeah, and Jason has opted to bring that Bastiodon, that tank that can be so relentless, along with some familiar faces that we've seen. You know, the Florges we just saw get second in Toronto. It's able to be such a wall in many situations, and obviously into Pokemon like the Guzzlord with that Dragon and Dark typing, it does not want to face a Fairy type.
It's very interesting to see also that there are 2 Shadow Steelixes, one on either side. It was one of the caster predicted picks to be one of the top Pokemon in this event. And we didn't see much of it in Toronto with a new meta, but it did break into the top 3, so perhaps these trainers may have taken a little bit of inspiration.
And inspiration is possibly what Howie has also done with that Shadow Gyarados, fresh off a #1 finish in Toronto. But the one thorn in Gyarados' side in the winners finals from that tournament was the Florges. It was constantly a wall blocking its attacks, and if Gyarados can find its alignment around the Florges, then it's in a beautiful position for a lot of success. But if it finds that Florges, it's going to be really slowed down.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to do a little bit of dancing around
to
try and make sure that your Pokemon align in the way that benefits you the best.
Exactly. The Toedscruel is a Pokemon I'm very interested in. It's a fellow Mud Slapper, so we always know that in Pokemon Go, ground types and having ground coverage can be so dominant. There's a lot of Pokemon that does take that super effective damage, as well as being able to have utility with Wrap and Seed Bomb. Eric and I were talking about how, you know, grass types at the moment, there aren't too many out there. Really, Furret is the best grass type we've got running around, but Toedscruel maybe trying to make a claim for that #1 spot, saying grass types are still here and still threatening.
Very possible. You do see a lot of these water types running around and ruling the roost because there aren't a lot of the electric types and the grass types in the meta currently. But as you see more water types, perhaps you will see more of these grass and electric types coming through to try and counteract that.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see Toedscruel come into this because there are 3 water types, the triple water on Howie's side with Gastrodon, Gyarados, and the Azumarill. So potentially finding a utility to be able to get that Seed Bomb off would put you in a great position. The Mud Slaps, you don't have to, they're not going to be too effective, particularly into a Pokemon like the Gyarados, let's say. But if potentially you're able to farm up energy on another Pokemon, maybe just get those Mud Slaps down into Azumarill or even the Steelix, that would be great. You can then use that Seed Bomb a little bit later for more offensive pressure.
I'm very interested to see if Jason does bring the grass type attacker Tentacruel and as how it will perform into Howie's team. As you mentioned, triple water types, but they do have their coverage, especially with the Gyarados flying.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to be jumping into this match. So let's get it started, shall we, trainers? Howie versus Jason. That Toedscruel is out front and center, and his Finder's marked down against a Gyarados. The fast attacks, obviously, we're not going to worry about too much, but the Shadow Gyarados in a position to go for these Dragon Breaths, farm up lots of energy. But, oh, wait, what's that? It's a Fairy type now.
And a switch out immediately, which could be a good thing for Jason, now keeping that grass type attacker in the back. We're seeing the Gastrodon on the side of Howie here. This could be a good lineup, as we were talking about earlier, a little bit of dancing around. It could end up the benefactor of this battle.
It certainly could, and right now Gyarados does indeed need a bit of a helping hand. We know it struggles into the lineup against this Florges, but Florges is going to be able to reveal one of its shields, so Gyarados at least able to take that away, but the Trailblaze that's going to come through, Gyarados doesn't have to worry too much about this, but it is that Shadow variant, so it will take that additional damage as his defenses are weakened, and critically the attack boost on that Florges' side.
And the Florage, since getting his Community Day move last year, has really been benefiting off this dual charge type attacking, not really leaning on its Fairy type attack, which it once did before, and now having that diverse move pool to be able to throw a grass type move into Gyarados.
Yep, Gyarados just going once again for its charge attack. It does get to them nice and fast and force that second shield to come through from the floor. Just think Jason knowing this is a great Pokemon to contend with as the Guzzlord comes in. Of course, it was taking super effective damage from the Fairy Wind, doubly effective into that Dark and Dragon typing. So Florges in the back, nice and safe to deal with it later.
Yeah, Florges ended up on very low health there, so we thought maybe pivot out into something full health that also does pack a punch.
That's true.
Against the Guzzlord.
Oh, just a complete undercharge here on this Annihilate. Just going for the Ice Punch. Doesn't need to even go for that additional damage. We know it's going to be getting the knockout. As now the Annihilate can try and find its target down into the Gyarados or the Gastrodon. Gastrodon actually joining the fray for the first time here in this match revealed, and it is going to be able to get the knockout. Some nice Mud Slap energy up on Gastrodon for now.
Howie, having seen Jason's lead Pokemon, will know that that's in the bag, and Florges now swapping in to try and get as much viewing time from Gastrodon onto the Toedscruel.
Well, Gastrodon has a task to do because it needs to get through not only the Florges, but it needs to protect the Gastrodon in the back from these Seed Bombs. So either Gyarados is going to have to find a way to eat them up, as it looks like it's happening here, but has it done enough damage with the Dragon Breath to allow the Gastrodon to also avoid taking a Seed Bomb once it gets to another one?
We're coming all towards the end of the game here, and it wasn't quite enough energy on that Gyarados to get the move off, so it's going to come right down to the wire. We're going to see a Body Slam being thrown from the Gastrodon on to the Toedscruel, but it's not going to be enough to do detrimental damage, and a second one I don't think will be enough at this stage. We're going to see the grass move connect, and this has to be the end of your beloved Pokemon.
Devastation on this side of the field. You know, Gastrodon did get that Body Slam off, but we could see that even if it had got to a second one, it wasn't going to be enough, and you just need another Mud Slap from the opposing Mud Slapper on the field to be able to get that Seed Bomb off. So, game one goes to Jason.
It was very close, that game. Jason, we have seen some spicy picks in the past. At EUIC last year, brought a Shadow Zapdos. So he likes these little outsider picks, it seems, and it's very exciting. I love seeing the little outsider picks make it far into the competition. Into winners round 3, a very, very good performance so far from him, and takes round 1. of winners round 3.
I think as well, one of the reasons Jason was able to be victorious in this was just that alignment was so fantastic. You got the Florges in against the Gyarados and just kind of was this goalkeeper just protecting up your side of the field, as well as having that fairy wind to catch a little bit of extra damage onto the Guzzlord. And I felt like Guzzlord never got moving in this match.
No, not in this match in particular. Jason really read that team well, having that pure like grass type. Like that's where the main damage comes from Toedscruel. Having that Pokemon into leading Sangwise, it will do okay against the Gyarados, but perhaps it would be better suited to Gastrodon in the back, which you wouldn't know at the time, but a very good call in the moment.
That's true, and you know, the Gyarados, I feel like if it hadn't found itself locked in against that Florges, we could see how it was doing well against that opposing Toedscruel. You know, the Mud Slaps weren't doing too much, and Dragon Breath was stacking up, particularly into the Shadow Annihilate as well. The weakened defenses of that Shadow variant, leaving it a lot more vulnerable to those constant fast Dragon Breaths. But because Jason was able to lock it in against the Florges, it just took too much damage, and it was too little too late to help Gastrodon for the endgame.
Now, Toedscruel doing very well in Game 1 for Jason. Will he bring it again into Game 2? Yes, he does. And it's the exact same team being chosen by Jason here. He said he did it once, he'll do it again. And we're going to run through here and find out.
Well, Howie's shaking things up, switched out one water type for another, Gastrodon bench, but Azumarill front and center. A Pokemon that doesn't necessarily want to take these Trailblazers, but can at least hold its own with a couple of bubbles, getting up some energy on the field, and it's bulky enough to be able to take one of these. The critical thing is that attack boost is going to start making the Florges more offensively pressuring.
Well, as it isn't a grass type Pokemon Florges, it doesn't get the same type attack bonus on the Trailblaze, but as the Pokemon, as the move, as you say, boosts the attack, every single one subsequently will do more and more damage coming through into this game.
Yep, so much energy banked on that Azumarill as it switched out as well, so you've got to bear that in mind for later. Scissor coming in, though, these bullet pointers are just going to be able to run through the Fairy-type Florges if it does want to stay on the field. It gets itself to a charge attack, however, so potentially Howie will have to shield the Scissor. It is a little bit more on the frail side, and you want to keep it in the game.
Yeah, it is a very weak defense Pokemon, and a double boosted Chilling Water would have probably done very big, heavy damage into the Shadow Scissor.
Yep, Scissor not going for the Night Slash here, instead going for this Trailblaze, wanting to guarantee that it gets itself the attack burst rather than roll the dice on it, but actually Annihilate is able to deal with it before it's able to get any utility out of that move. Azumarill is back with all his energy though.
And we can see a Rage Fist being prepared here on the side of Jason, and it does around half the amount of health, but just like the Trailblaze we saw, this also buffs the attack and will end up doing more subsequential damage as the game progresses, as long as it stays in.
Yeah, one of those signature moves to that evolution line. Fantastic to see the Annihilate in prime position with another Rage Fist ready to go. It's angry and it wants to get revenge out onto this Gyarados, forcing it to go for a shield.
This is a very angry boy, and he's attacking with another Rage Fist. Now, seasons previous, we'd see these Dragon Breaths, and we'd know that it would knock out. I mean, it was going to be so close.
So close. Couldn't quite get to a third Rage Fist there. Gyarados is able to reign supreme, but now it faces down against this Toedscruel with all the energy, all of the pressure right now. It looks like this Gyarados is in prime position, has been able to dodge this Florges.
And this is a very good play from Howie, having saved that energy earlier on in the game on the Azumarill. The Ice-type attack will do so much damage into that Toedscruel towards the end of this game. We're going to find out a complete undercharge here.
Yep, just the last couple of droplets caught in there to guarantee the knockout onto this Florges, and now you're once down against this Toedscruel, but the Dragon Breaths are able to stack up. You have so much energy on Gyarados' side, and no Protect Shields remaining on Jason's side, leaves this Toedscruel so vulnerable.
And the crunch is going to come through, and that is enough to take Game 2, tying it up to 1 apiece here in this winners round 3 match. I think the Azumarill had the energy in the back to do the rest of the damage if it wasn't enough, but a very, very good run here from Howie, having remembered the line from the first game, maybe calling that he would run the same line again because it was very strong on Jason's side, and ends up calling all the same plays that Jason did, and now it's coming on to a decisive game number 3.
One thing I love is Game 3, because it means that the competitive action keeps going. We get to see even more Pokemon Go, but we also get to see the stakes get a little bit higher. There's only one game between victory here, staying in the winners bracket or dropping down to losers. I also fully agree with you. Azumarill was the star of the show there. As much as it was sad to see Gastrodon bench, Azumarill was able to deal with that Florges in a way that the other Pokemon had not been able to do. It put it into such a vulnerable position with the bubble after bubble that then at the very end game, when Gastrodon came down against its nemesis, it was able to clean up very easily.
And both these these players now having a taste of each other's team. They're both warm. They've both done a couple battles each, and they both have a little bit of knowledge under their belt. What does their opponent like to do? They've got a good taste of each other's style of play, and they're going to be ready, locked in for this game number 3. And I think they're both getting ready to lock in now. Howie with a determined look on his face.
I wonder what adjustments we're going to see coming forward, however, because Jason seems to have, really supported this Toad Scroll. You do have as well the Florges in a prime position, but if you maybe feel like this Gyarados isn't coming to the match, do you need the Florges? Can you then maybe try and deal with the other Pokemon through more devastating means, potentially bringing something like the Shadow Steelix for offensive pressure?
Yeah, that's a very good point. He has brought the same team 2 games in a row. Is he going to double bluff here and play the same team 3 times in a row? Or is he going to mix it up and end up causing Howie maybe some problems in his back line?
I think as well, it's not just about playing the Pokemon in the field. As you've said, you have to play the player as well. What are they going to go for? Are they going to shake things up, bring the team that maybe won them the match, or are they going to do a complete adaptation? And then how do you adapt to that as well? I would love to see the Toad Scroll come again. I think with all the water types on Howie's side of the field, you kind of need it in prime position. But the Florges really is there about blocking Gyarados. And if Gyarados doesn't come, I think Florges is a little bit obsolete.
There's so much mental fortitude in this game, trying to call each other's bluff. And what are we going to see here? Into the game number 3, decisive game number 3.
Yep, and no Florges in the back here, and there's still the Gyarados, though. So Gyarados might be in a great spot here. Scissor just going to be able to go for these bullet punches. Of course, we know that the Steelix, I was about to say the big snake Pokemon, it's the Steelix out there on the field, is not going to worry about taking these, but critically some energy up on the Scissor side.
A very interesting call here from Jason. The back line that he's chosen was double weak to Gastrodon, but it wasn't brought on the side of Howie. So anything could happen in this game. These Thunderfangs doing super effective damage into the Azumarill, and we're seeing it slowly chomp away.
I think the trade-off, though, for Azumarill is, yes, it's losing a lot of HP to the Thunderfangs, but look how much energy it has got. It's got this Ice Beam primed and ready to go. It forces the shield out from Jason's side, maybe leaving the team more vulnerable to the Gyarados for that endgame. And now Azumarill has to ask itself the question, does it want to stay in the game to keep this energy in play, forcing a shield, or does Jason want to, does Howie want to keep all those shields for a little bit later on? It can take that one attack. It cannot take a second one, though.
Now throwing the remainder of his energy, Jason decides to throw the Psychic Fang into the Azumarill, giving Jason the switch, essentially, his choice of Pokemon into the Scissor, which will come up later.
I like this, actually. You keep your shields intact to give everything you can and all the support to that Gyarados, as well as allowing some bullet punch farming on this Scissor side. You're now up against the Bastiodon, though. You do have that Trailblaze that's going to give you the nice attack boost and just start chipping away at this monstrosity on the opposing side of the field. But again, Bastiodon, we know is a Pokemon that can just have so much longevity out there.
And Bastiodon, we have seen a very, very good Pokemon in the 2026 season, having racked up 2 wins already, and really started to get its move out here in Europe. We haven't really seen much of it in Europe, but we're going to see what it can do here against this Gyarados. Gyarados having the super effective Aqua Tail, but we're going to see what Jason has in store to try and maybe counteract it.
The thing is, you need these shields on this Gyarados because you have the Smackdown, you have the Rock Slides coming through. There's so much damage that the Bastiodon can deal to this flying Gyarados. You need to get to these Aqua Tails. You need to be burning through the shields, but now you're going to be launching it into a Grass type. This is not what Gyarados wants to see.
Well, Jason did try and catch there, and it was a slightly delayed response, but the Aqua Tail does end up going onto the Toad Scroll. The Aqua Tail probably, 2 Aqua Tails would probably be enough to end up taking it out, but it looks like the Toad Scroll ends up getting to the move first, taking the last remaining shield from Howie.
I mean, you've got to go for it regardless of what charge attack is coming through. It's going to be devastating into the Shadow Gyarados. And yes, you have got to the Aqua Tail, but is it going to be too little, too late? Gyarados goes down.
Wow, that was really close. It looked like the Gyarados was trying to go for back-to-back moves there, but it does end up in a situation where Jason, with Bastiodon, takes winners round 3. Well done, Jason. A fantastic game. Very well played. Bastiodon. Wow, I didn't expect it to do as well as it did here.
I mean, you spoke about it earlier, talking about where is Bastiodon. Well, Jason showed us it's right here. What you talking about, casters?
Literally, just before we even saw the team, I was talking about Bastiodon, and then all of a sudden, it comes out of nowhere, and it takes the win. Jason, a very, very great play here in winners round 3.
I think as well, one of the key things that stands out from this entire set was the alignment on both sides of the field. Gyarados, struggled in that game 1 against the Florges. And that was a really nice play by Jason, you know, blocking it in, stopping it from doing what it wants to do. Whereas in game 2, changing up the support, bringing in that Azumarill in, allowed the Gyarados the opportunity to shine. It got that situation in the end game where it was in prime position. But then, again, Gyarados, there's a theme, it's always Gyarados. Gyarados found itself down against the Bastiodon in that game 3, and then there were just rocks flying at its face. It really struggled.
Gyarados kind of proving its way into the meta, having got the win last week. It did so well last week, and it was so enjoyable to watch. I wasn't shocked to see that it would be making a resurgence here again this week, and it did a very good job. It gets to those moves so quickly. Dragon Breath, originally, it did so much damage. It's very neutral into most typings, and it just does so much consistent damage into whatever it comes into its path. However, since the new update last season, it does a lot less damage, but it gets the energy so quickly, and it gets to those moves. The Aqua Tail, you saw it reach so many Aqua Tails.
Constantly.
It's a complete surge of Aqua Tails in the direction of anything that comes its way. Or wait a little bit longer and get to that crunch if it resists the Aqua Tail.
A lot of our Dragon Pokemon have that advantage of being able to use that Dragon Breath, right? I remember Tonton Batus using the Shadow Dragon Air, I believe it was, to such great effect. Just being able to absolutely steamroll through opponents with the fast attacks. Yes, it doesn't do as much damage anymore, but as you said, all that energy gets farmed up so beautifully that you can then do all the damage you want with your charge attacks.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing almost a new pairing overall with both Altaria and Empoleon.
Yes.
Almost the same kind of sort of pairing that we saw maybe a couple years back now with Azumarill and Drapion, Shadow Drapion. We saw that in nearly everyone's teams. And as the meta seems to be progressing, we do seem to see a lot of teams running these two Pokemon. It's very exciting to see what's going ahead with this new pairing.
I always like seeing the duos. Like, every meta kind of has its duo. I remember when I first started in Pokemon GO, it was Medicham and Noctowl. They were best buddies. Where are they now? You know, they were like several seasons ago. It's almost like you can watch competitive Pokemon Go, like a television series, and it's like, this was this series, these were our main characters, now we're in the next season. They've kind of gone away, maybe off to some other kind of show, and now we've got these new characters coming in. And that's exactly what we're seeing here again, like you say, with Empoleon and Altaria. And although they've been about the block a little bit, you know, we have seen them before, we haven't necessarily seen them tied #1 on the usage stats before.
No, absolutely not. And I really am enjoying seeing Altaria come back. I remember when I first started getting into PvP, it was one of my key Pokemon, and I loved all the constant damage that was being done by the Dragon Breath. And I didn't expect the change in Dragon Breath to make it come back in full force and vigor.
Well, the Pokemon you were speaking about is the Bastiodon. So let's have a little bit of a spotlight on it so our viewers at home, maybe if you're just tuning in, maybe you've never heard of Bastiodon before. This is one of the Pokemon that was the standout in Game 3 there for Jason, being able to use a lot of its rock-type attacks, particularly that fast attack Smackdown, to get a lot of pressure onto the flying-type Pokemon. And there are flyers out there. Yes, there are some that aren't going to take as much from the rock-type damage, like Corviknight, for example. But again, if you can get a Smackdown onto a Pokemon like a Talonflame, it is literally going to be grounded.
Smackdown was buffed a couple seasons ago where it got energy a little bit quicker, but I'll tell you what, it still takes a year and a day to get to these charge moves. It's not a Pokemon that gets to these charge moves super quickly, that relies on taking shields or doing the charge move damage. It does dependable damage whilst it has a lot of HP, so it will constantly chip away and it will take any move, providing it's not a ground move.
That is true. That is very true. But slow and steady can indeed sometimes win the race. And I think particularly with Bastiodon, as you've said, it takes so long to get to these charge attacks. If you've allowed your partner Pokemon, the other teammates, to deal with the shields earlier on in the match, you can then bring in the Bastiodon where it has grinded to get to these charge attacks. It doesn't even have to worry about a potential shield, you know, making all of that for naught. You can land at those powerful stone edges and just do a huge amount of damage. Unless, as you've said, you're up against a little Gastrodon, because a lot of those ground type attacks are going to be hitting very, very hard.
Wow. That's the food chain, I'm afraid.
That's true. That's how Pokemon works.
well, Bastiodon is very scared of Gastrodon, so because it's scared of Dartrix, does that make Dartrix the top of the food chain?
I'd say it's more of a little triangle, and it kind of just...
I don't like to think about that.
Depends what point of the triangle you're looking down at, and that's ultimately, again, how a lot of Pokemon mechanics works. We talk a lot about kind of fire, water, grass cores in other games as well, and here you do again have your cores about we would often be like, where's your ground type? You know, whether it's a Pokemon or it's a move, where's your ground type? Where's potentially your fighting type? You know, counter was one of the best fast attacks in the game for so long. There was always a counter user on the team. And then you often would have maybe a flyer, for example. So a lot of the time, in depending metas, there's always this little triangle of cores that you need to be able to have good alignment.
Absolutely, and we are seeing a replay here. This was a game number 1 where we saw the Gastrodon absolutely demolished by the seed bomb. Do you remember that part?
I do. I've blocked it from my memory, but thank you, replay, for showing us again. And ultimately, it was actually a good replay because it showed why the Azumarill deserved to be there. It was able to do what Gastrodon could not and deal with the Florges to allow this Gyarados to shine, as you saw it there do in Game 2.
I really enjoyed watching this game, and at the end of it, the Bastiodon taking full effect with the damage. We didn't see it used in Game 1 or 2, but when it was needed, it was the dependable Pokemon in Game number 3 to whack down or smack down the opponent right at the end of the game.
Yes, and even though it was a little bit tentative towards the end of that Game 3, Jason is confirmed as the winner of this set. So incredible congratulations to him. Of course, the opponent just dropped down to the losers bracket, is still in the competition. You have to have 2 losses to be out of contention to become our Birmingham regional champion. So Howie, still in it for now.
Down, but not out. You do have to play double the amount of games to make it to day number 2, but it is still possible. Anyone can win here in Birmingham Regional Championships. And it's so exciting to see some players that you don't see as much. Jason has only attended 3 events before this, but was ended up winning against a very well-known player that has attended many events. Anyone can do it. Any person, if you enjoy the Go Battle League, if you played any grassroots tournaments, you can attend these events and maybe make a name for yourself.
I mean, ultimately, Pokemon Go is growing as a competitive sport here. Every single season, we're getting more and more of our competitors turning up, more veterans of the competition, maybe mentoring the newer trainers, inspiring them. And even, you know, recently in Toronto, DHC was able to win, and he's a competitor who's only just started out in Pokemon Go. I think it was only maybe a 2nd or 3rd event in competitive play, and he's now a regional champion. So anyone can really pick up this game and start playing, and who knows what history you can make.
It's so exciting to see these ones to watch break through, but some people that have already done it are in from EUIC recap from last year. We're going to show you some of that now.
EUIC 2025 was the biggest Pokemon Go tournament to date, and it was something for the ages. 350 players came to London to compete for the championship title. This time, the meta was running wild. Annihilate and Primeape demolished whole teams thanks to Ragefest. Dugong and Azumarill cores brought the bulk, and a few surprise picks like Morpeko and Zapdos shocked the stage. Championship Sunday started with the winners finals, where CZ Wireless met the young prodigy Patoman. CZ Wireless dominated the first 2 matches with the help of his signature Primeape, but the Spanish prodigy never gave up and won the next 3 games. CZ Wireless dropped to the losers finals, where Cuvia 00 was waiting for him. Even though CZ Wireless came from a defeat, he held his ground and won 3-1 in a nail-biter match, advancing to the grand finals. Everyone was at the edge of their seats watching the final series. Switch after switch, catch after catch, Patoman and CZ Wireless were giving it all on this stage. Just as it happened in the winners finals, the German player won the first 2 games. But this time, CZ Wireless had a plan and frustrated Patoman's attempt to come back, resetting the bracket and getting 1 step closer to the crown. Even though the momentum was against him, Patoman restructured his game strategy and generated some of the most impressive plays we've ever seen. The crowd went wild. Cheers from friends, peers, and trainers from every part of the world flooded the Excel London as Patoman became the new Pokémon GO European International Champion.
Patoman is your 2025 EUIC International Champion!
Never miss another moment. Keep up with all the Pokémon GO action at Pokemon.com/compete.
I cannot stress enough how incredible the European International Championships are, but particularly as well that match from last year. I still get chills when I think about it. So I know you just got a little bit of a highlight reel on it, but I cannot recommend enough. If you want to get hyped for EUIC, go back, watch that match, and just think about what's to come.
I'll tell you what, I'm really excited to be playing in EUIC this year with the limited with the limited meta as well. You really got to think about what your opponents are bringing, and what I really enjoy about watching the other ICs that have already come this season is there's such a small pool of Pokemon. You kind of know what your opponents are going to be bringing, so it's more skill based in the way that you know how each matchup works, and you really got to account for the matchups that you already know.
That's the thing, the internationals do have a different type of metagame, and Pokemon Go is already about split-second decisions, but I think at the international level, the intensity gets even stronger. But speaking of things that are intense, our Winners Round 3 match is ready to go. We have got Colin 6 versus V Tenacity. And I'm looking at some really cool Pokemon here. You know, both of these trainers well-versed in the competitive game. Colin, a previous multiple regional champion as well, running some very interesting Pokemon choices. But just to recap, in case you've never heard of Colin 6 before, he has won the Bologna Special Championships, he has won the Stuttgart Regional Championships and the Lille Regional Championships. So 3 times a champion, as well as a top 8 at the Latin America International Championships.
A proven player indeed. On the other side, we do have V Tenacity. He does have the home field advantage, being from the UK. Also, in 2024, ended up in the top 16. I believe he came 9th in Liverpool.
Nice.
Doing very, very well here in his own home field, home court. I expect to see great things from him in this tournament. One of my ones to watch from the very beginning.
Okay, so definitely a contender to keep an eye on throughout this Birmingham Championship run. And again, you know, these are recent accomplishments. Top 16 and top 32 are really incredible things as a trainer to be able to say you've achieved. And then here at the Birmingham Regional Championships of 2026, could you go even further and add, you know, a top 8, top 4, maybe even a champion to that roster?
Well, I'm looking at the teams, and one thing has immediately caught my eye.
Tell me.
There is a Pangoro on the field. It is once again pandemonium here in the Birmingham Regional Championships. I'm a very, very fond lover of Pangoro. Also on the same team, very interesting, we're seeing Gorgeist?
Yep, the little spooky Pokemon, grass and ghost typing. You know, we need our grass types out there in a very heavily water-dominated meta, but we're also talking about how some ghost types, maybe with Shadow Ball, are starting to re-emerge.
Well, this particular Pokemon, since the new update, now has Incinerate, a non-same type attack bonus, but it gets to the energy so quickly. I'm really interested to see if that will be one that ends up coming onto the field here today. Also, Wigglytuff, a Pokemon that we saw a lot at the beginning of the season before the nerf to Charm. We kind of saw it fizzle out a little bit, but with the influx of Altaria, with Guzzlord coming in, we are seeing it as kind of come back into the stage.
Well, let's see if we'll see it in this match. Does look like Gorgeist is in the back, but first of all, we have got Scizor and Cradily. Cradily gets out of there as the Stunfisk joins instead. Furret also makes an adaptation.
Really cool to see Stunfisk in here. We don't really see many electric-type attackers in the current meta. A really, really cool team of choice of team from V Tenacity here, but we are seeing a more of a power play from the Furret on Colin's side as these Trailblazers do add up very quickly. A shield on the first one, even though the subsequent ones will do even more damage because the first one will hit so very hard.
Yeah, but the Stunfisk is in a prime position to retaliate with a charge attack of its very own. So it's going to be able to get this Mud Bomb across into the Furret, able to take it reasonably well and just keep going for these sucker punches. But the energy stacking up, looks like they're just going to get to their main charge attacks at the same time. Stunfisk gets the edge.
Colin deciding not to throw it on charge attack priority because Furret would lose in this instance, but decides to get the one sucker punch over to try and farm a little bit more energy.
Of course, though, the Thunder Shocks coming through are doing a lot of damage into Furret. It is forcing that second shield, though, to come through from the Stunfisk, so the remaining Pokemon on V10 side are going to be a lot more exposed. Furret as well, however, says, okay, you've used your shields, but can I use some of mine? And is able to avoid taking this Mud Bomb damage. It wants to stay in the game, maybe keep some of this energy for later, or unleash it now onto the Stunfisk.
After seeing the lead, both trainers are really trying to clamber for alignment here. Realistically, Tenacity wants to see Gorgeist on that Shadow Scissor, but it's not going to happen here. It looks like Tenacity has lost the switch, and Colin will be able to be the benefactor of this situation and end up having his alignment.
Yeah, and V10 is doing a good job getting rid of this Farret. You don't want the Sucker Punches landing on your Ghost type in the back there as well, so it does free things up a little bit more. But the Incinerate, I think one was able to find its mark down onto the Scissor before the Azumarill took its place. Now, of course, Azumarill isn't going to worry about the Incinerate. It doesn't necessarily want to take one of these Trailblazers coming through, or Seed Bombs, sorry, but at the same time, you don't have to worry about these fast attacks in damage.
Well, because of the Incinerate being a 5-turn fast move, it did give Colin that little bit of time to swap out just before the damage registered there, and it does look to be a much better situation for Colin as that Ice Beam hits, but it wasn't enough to knock out in one go. So Vitanacity does have the ability to throw the Grass-type move Seed Bomb onto the Azumarill, but that's also not enough. It's going to come down to the wire with this matchup, I'll tell you that.
Azumarill has so much bulk in the back here. It's able to take that C-Bomb with same type attack bonus as well so comfortably. Isn't going to be able to take the second one, however, but was able to at least get a couple of more bubbles down to allow these bullet pointers to try and clean up. Night Slash will come through. This is going to be the easiest knockout I've ever seen.
Colin was really tentative and really did not want that Incinerate to go through, as it would do so much damage onto the Shadow Scissor. Vitanacity throwing a Rock Tomb onto the Scissor now. It will deal a decent amount of damage, but I don't think it's going to be enough to knock out in this instance, and it looks to be a Night Slash going to be the one to finish off this first game.
Scissor just set up so beautifully for success here to end the game one here for Colin 6. The Night Slash is just so relentlessly coming through, as well as that bullet punch pressure. I have to say, I love the way that Colin was able to play that with the Farret, keeping it in, keeping calm and cool, burning through the shields on the opposing side to allow the partner Pokemon to get the damage on the board.
If it was me in that situation, I'd see my Farret being so low on health, I'd think, well, maybe it's not worth using my shield here. Save it for a rainy day. But it was such a good call. That middle battle between the Ferret and the Stunfisk was so detrimental to that battle, because whoever won that got the alignment that they desperately needed to win, and it ended up being on the side of Colin.
And I liked as well from Colin's side, Azumarill just going for these bubbles constantly applied a lot of chip damage, but that Ice Beam, it doesn't carry the same type attack bonus, but into that Gorgeist, it did a huge chunk of damage. And then in retaliation, you think, okay, it got the Ice Beam down, the C-Bomb surely going to try and even up the score, but it just wasn't able to cut the mustard anywhere close to what Azumarill was capable of dealing out.
Yeah, it's very close fought first game here. It's going to be interesting to see what both trainers bring into the second game to maybe alleviate some of that hard lead, like the rock, paper, scissors aspect of it. You want to be able to have a neutral lead or in your favor. So these Pokemon, these trainers are going to do a little bit of mind games, try and do a bit of reading here, open up the book, do a little bit of reading on your opponent, look him in the eyes and say,
suss them out.
Yeah, suss them out a little bit and say, I know what you're doing, and bring an appropriate lead.
Well, taking a look at the rest of V10's team here, there's a Pokemon that I know you're excited about, and it's one that I think could make a fantastic adaptation, Pangoro. It's got that Karate Chop, fighting type fast attack, as well as the close combat that can deal devastating damage. A Pokemon that was really a thorn in V10's side was that Farret, which is the normal type. So if we're able to hit it with these fighting type moves, then it can make Farret a lot less effective on the field.
Absolutely, and I think it was a very good choice to bring Pangoro in to a team generally, because we're seeing such a breakthrough of normal type Pokemon in the meta at the moment, and there isn't really a key fighter to put them back in their place.
Yeah,
so Pangoro, it gets to its moves very quickly, so it's a very good pick, and perhaps a core breaker to some normal Reliance teams.
Yeah, and I'm not seeing, much fairy out there other than the occasional play rough. So if you can avoid that, Pangoro is looking pretty, and guess what? It's on the back line. Farret does find itself down against the opposing Stunfisk here, so we're going to see a lot of energy being farmed up as the Thunderstrokes come through. It is going to have this Mud Bomb primed, and this is almost a run back of that game one, where we're seeing the shields trying to be burned through as quick as possible, but Farret is not twitching just yet.
Well, instead of the two middle Pokemon, the battle in the middle going ahead, we're doing it in the lead. We're cutting straight to that.
Yeah, so let's get to it.
So we get to the exciting stuff towards the end. But it looks like no shield being given up by Tenacity this time in this specific incursion.
Yeah, V10 going once again for another one of these mud bombs, but Farah is hanging on. Who is going to be first to blink on these shields, or are they going to keep them for maybe a Pokemon in the back that needs them more? Farah is going to be able to go for another Swift. I believe this is going to take down this Stunfisk if it's not going to go for a shield, but V10 happy to let it go down here, saying the shields are maybe more needed on my partner Pokemon. As the Pangoro comes in and just goes through this Farah, but not before he gets one last hurrah with a Swift.
And is officially pandemonium here in Liverpool. Now, that Swift did a lot of damage. Pangoro didn't want to shake that one off. Very nicely.
Yeah, no, I can see that for sure. And Pangoro now really trying to focus down onto this Altaria. It goes for the Night Slash, will connect in, just doing a little bit of damage. But critically, these Dragon Breaths are stacking up, and the Sky Attack is going to be something Pangoro is going to want to avoid.
Yeah, once again, this is a very good alignment for Colin. The hard-hitting close combat for the Pangoro will do nothing really into this Altaria. So he decides to swap out, but I'll tell you what, the Sky Attack will do detrimental damage to both of Tenacity's final Pokemon. So Colin is quite happy to stay in here.
This is such a good position for Colin. As you said, Altaria has this attack of Sky Attack already ready to go. It's going to be devastating into the Gourgeist. It's going to be phenomenal into the opposing Pangoro. And there is the final shield on V10's side being utilized. So now the path to victory is set. However, the HP remaining on this Altaria can be devastating for it. But I really don't see what the Gourgeist is able to do to it.
Deciding to throw a bait here in the hopes that maybe a shield will be given up, and it is on the side of Colin. So perhaps to be the ability to get off an uninterrupted Shadow Ball, or to try and get these Incinerates through to end up finishing off the battle. We're going to find out coming towards the end of this battle here. The Sky Attack ends up going through, and it's going to be close, but is he going to be able to get to the Night Slash? No!
Oh no, Altaria reigns supreme for Colin 6, taking this set. What an incredible run through with that Altaria, and I felt for the Gourgeist. The Incinerate's very, very cool to talk about, but against the Altaria, not dealing too much damage and so slow to connect in the first place, it just opened up a whole window for Dragon Breath after Dragon Breath, and Altaria was like, okay, you're playing a little bit slow right now, I'm quicker off the mark, and I'm going to get the KOs.
And it was a very, very cool team selection from Tenacity, but it's that same staple Pokemon again, the Altaria, that ends up dealing the final blow. And I tell you what, I'm not seeing a lot that is able to counteract this Altaria in these battles so far today here in Birmingham.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Altaria is running around kind of unchecked here in Birmingham, as you said. And, you know, there's a lot of ice types out there, not so much in Pokemon, but obviously the ice beams coming through Azumarill can be very threatening. But there are just so many other Pokemon that can deal with the Azumarill, or Azumarill's needed to deal with an area where it just sucks up some energy, for example, that it then isn't able to find its mark down. I think the one thing Altaria is doing so incredibly well in this tournament so far is it's finding, you know, the Mud Slaps, for example, or it's finding the Incinerates, all the charge attacks, that the fast attacks that just don't do any damage to it.
Absolutely, and it's so neutral into so many different Pokemon. You literally have to make your team into something that will counteract Altaria to be able to try and hunt it out in a specific person's team. It's such a detrimental Pokemon in this tournament so far.
I did love this Pangoro though. I thought it was a fantastic adaptation for V10, but I feel like it just didn't get to find its mark. It came in a little bit too late onto that Furret, only was able to clean up a little bit against it, and unfortunately, because Furret was against the Stunfisk at the beginning, it meant that Stunfisk took the brunt of what Furret was dealing out, and then Stunfisk kind of was dealt with. It wasn't really a Pokemon that V10 could rely on, and Pangoro then, yes, it cleans up Furret, but then it's like, there's an Altaria, what am I going to do? And it made things very, very difficult.
And it all comes down to the team building at the end of the day. As a trainer going into one of these with an open Great League, there are so many different Pokemon that you'd expect to bring, and you might think, I'm gonna use this specific team to counter the meta, but then the meta has always got such good ability to have these moves on the side that will be able to do neutral damage at the very least. They have such good wide coverage on their moves that it's very difficult to beat the hard meta. And then maybe you might bring a few Pokemon to beat the counter of the meta. So there's also so many mind games that come into making a team. You might look at a team from Toronto, for example, and say, this did so well. I expect a lot of players here in Birmingham will use a lot of these Pokemon. What can I use to perhaps counter that? You saw the Gyarados do so well, and we've seen a few already today. Stunfisk being used to electric type attacker that really we weren't seeing many electric type attackers beforehand. So it's quite cool to see how the meta evolves due to previous winners. I love that.
And sometimes as well, like you say, it's just that one Pokemon that can change the entire face of the meta and the story for success for these trainers. And, you know, again, looking at Toronto, our most recent tournament, it was our very own from Europe Stone Collection that was able to use that Stunfisk to great success to be able to take down, I believe it was Nighttime Clasher with that Stunfisk that was just completely unexpected, was able to go through all of these different water-type Pokemon, and possibly has been an inspiration point for trainers bringing it to this particular tournament.
Absolutely. And sometimes people, because a lot of these trainers have been playing for so many years, people start to like specific trainers.
Yeah.
They try and take a little bit of inspiration from their teams to make their own teams and make some slight tweaks to see what they can bring onto the stage.
I think as well, like, it's the storylines that really get me. Like, there are a lot of Pokemon Go trainers out there that I, you know, really support and respect wholeheartedly. But there's one trainer whose story I always like to follow, and that is Padaman. And Padaman was a trainer who, you know, constantly was at the top tables, but was in grand finals multiple times, wasn't able to get the win. And then in his third grand finals, was able to become out as a champion. More recently as well, our European international champion. And even more recently than that, second place at the World Championships.
So impressive, and it does show player growth. Anyone can come into these tournaments and just play a few games. You might not do very well on your first go. My very first tournament was in Liverpool a few years ago, and I didn't do very well in it. I won one game, but then I ended up getting knocked out. But I took lessons from that, and I ended up really wanting to do. I was hungry for more, so I came back and I did a little bit better the next time around. And I'm ready for me to. It all climatizes when I win EUIC in a couple of weeks' time.
We are manifesting this right now. And the chat, I am sure, is with you on this. Because a lot of these stories, as you say, they start somewhere.
Yeah,
and again, for trainers like Padaman, you might look and see, oh my God, he's accomplished so many amazing things. It's phenomenal. But he also started somewhere once upon a time, wasn't able to get that success straight away, but kept working hard, looking back at maybe where things had gone wrong. And oh my goodness, he's coming up next. How exciting. Our crystal ball is working again here, Jay. But again, he's been able to make that progress. And ahead of the European International Championships as the defending champion, he's going to be wanting to use Birmingham as almost like a testing ground. Even though the meta is going to be different, being able to really hone your skills about your prediction, your instincts, your timings with the way that the game operates is going to be a fantastic opportunity for him. But again, an incredible tough competitor in Arigi here.
Yeah, absolutely. Arigi has played many tournaments in the past, has done very, very well. I remember one that comes to mind, I think he came really well in Dortmund. Was that last year? I think it was Dortmund last year.
We're going with that, yes, Dortmund.
Last year had a really good running. I do remember that one off the top of my dome. But I've seen this trainer in so many tournaments. These are two trainers that this will be a contest.
Yes. And again, you know, we're seeing some Pokemon we've seen a lot throughout this broadcast already. The Altaria, #1 for a reason. It just has that fantastic coverage, particularly if it can land, you know, the Sky Attack onto one of these fighters or the Grass types. But either way, neutrally, it just does so much damage. Flamethrower is a perfect one to deal with those Steel types. However, I'm seeing some blasts from the past here. We're seeing an Abominusno that again can have that grass typing. We're talking about which grass type is going to rise to the dominance. Well, Padaman believes Abominusno is going to be the answer.
Absolutely. Abominusno is a Pokemon I see quite often in the Go Battle League, but I haven't seen it brought much to show 6. So I'm really excited to see what comes from this this specific Pokemon. Also, Fortress, a really good Pokemon that we've seen a little bit this season. I'm really eager to see what comes from that one.
Yeah, I think the thing with Fortress as well, obviously, it doesn't like taking these fire-type moves either, but it does have a lot of defensive bulk out there on the field. Pokemon like Licky aren't going to be able to do too much to it with those rollouts or those body slams, for example. And Arigi has opted to bring that Pokemon along with a plethora of other familiar faces. You've got the Altaria and Polion core as well as a Florges that can potentially have that kind of pressure with, again, Trailblaze, Chilling Water. It has so much coverage utility.
Yeah, Annihilate, we've already seen this tournament from Colin. He did very well with it. We're going to see a repeat situation here. Also, Licky was being talked about earlier as maybe one of the safest Pokemon in this current meta. It only really takes the super effective damage from the fighting types, which we don't often see.
That's very true, and having the fighting types in here to deal with potential normal types is a great position. I don't see normal types on Panaman's side of the field, but I do see, obviously, the Abomasnow that has that ice typing, and that obviously doesn't want to take those fighting type moves either. Taking a look at this lineup, however, I'm really curious about what leads we're going to see come through. Obviously, you've got the 2 water types on Panaman's side. You need to find a way through that. Potentially, that could be where the Florges comes through. It can take the water type moves really well, and you can apply pressure with that Trailblaze.
Absolutely. I'm really curious as to see this as well, where on one side you're bringing the fighter because you're trying to counteract all these normal types, but Patoman is not bringing a normal type or a fighting type into this team. 2 specific typings, sorry, the normal type we have been seeing so much of, but deciding I'm going to stay clear of that little area there, and I'm going to bring something else instead. We are seeing the Altaria, which we've seen time and time again. Altaria really proving to be a top Pokemon here, but on
Arigi's
side, we're also seeing the Staple Core with the Empoleon.
I think Pataman really needs to play around this Azumarill that he's got here, because Azumarill has so much pressure into the Marowak with the Bubble. You've also got the Ice Beam into Pokemon like the Altaria, and you can then kind of hold your own against some Pokemon like Licky and the Annihilate in the right kind of situation. But I think particularly if Azumarill can get in and possibly have that shield to support it, it's going to be able to start steamrolling through a lot of what Arigi is bringing.
Absolutely, and Arigi will maybe see that coming ahead and think, oh, what can I bring here? The Empoleon will do so good.
That is true.
Against the
Azumarill
here as well, yes. And perhaps a little bit of dancing will be needed in order, if you're guessing that the Azumarill will be brought by Patoman.
I want to talk about the Fortress a little bit more, because I'm not seeing a lot of pressure on the opposing side that can deal potentially with this Fortress. Yes, you have the Flamethrower on Altaria's side, but other than that, it's potentially, if it gets the right alignment, going to be able to sit very strong out here on the field.
And it does get that Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb, we've seen so much since it got that ability to debuff its opponent. It's so good. If you're planning to keep your opponent in for the long haul, to get that move off, to lower your opponent's attack, it really helps you get more farm into your Pokemon and end up with more energy to go on to the next.
Well, this is winners semis. Panaman, our reigning EUIC champion, against Arigi, another established, incredible competitor. You are in for a treat, viewers, so do not go anywhere. It's Altaria versus Florges. Altaria does not want to come down against these potential Fairy Winds.
Well, you do have to take into account the Fairy Winds will do damage, but the charge moves being used by the Florges are both resisted here. So Arigi, taking that into account, is trying to mitigate the damage that is going to be done by the Altaria by lowering the attack with the Community Day move, Chilling Water.
Yeah, the Chilling Water may be resisted, but it's still able to kind of put that damage out on the board and obviously get the debuffs in play too. The Fairy Winds will be stacking up. It could just be a nice slow way to ease these trainers into the match. The Sky Attack, however, is maybe going to start picking up the pace a little.
And you do have to take into account when choosing your Florges, it does have a plethora of a move pool, but most trainers do use these two. One to boost your attack and one to lower your opponent's attack. These are two great coverage moves as well.
And in contrast, the Dragon Breath, of course, not doing too much to the Florges at all, but these Sky Attacks back to back, being able to get the energy up so quick is relentless, and Florges now has to use this charge attack or else it's going to lose all its energy.
And it's a really close battle between what you would expect to be a one-sided battle for the Florges being that fairy type, but it's really coming down to the wire here. Florges just taking it with the slightest amount of health that you could possibly imagine.
Yeah, it's just able to hang on, but it looks like it was for a split second. Blink and you missed it. Florges is out of here, but now Padaman and Arigi move into the middle part of this match. The Licky is going to come down, start going for these rollouts, but the bubbles are also going to start stacking up.
And the Florges did end up getting knocked out with that Trailblaze that would have done such decent damage into the
little Azumarill.
The Azumarill, which does take super effective damage to the grass type.
Azumarill is going to have to take this Shadow Ball, though. As you can see, it's able to chunk it really well, save up some of the energy that it's got, and bring in that Stunfisk. Stunfisk getting so much energy up on the board thanks to these Thunder Shocks, but of course, you have to contend with the potential Rage Fist that is going to come right back at you.
It is an angry, angry fellow, is this...
A little Annihilate. Not Little Annihilate. A Ferocious Annihilate.
Ferocious Annihilator.
That is true.
Is very, very angry, throwing this Rage Fist, getting a little bit angrier into the Stunfisk.
Yep, Annihilate gets the attack boost thanks to Rage Fist, always guaranteed there to give it a little bit more emphasis in this match, and critically for Origi is going to protect it up here because we know that the Stunfisk Mud Bomb would be able to knock it out. It's that Shadow variant, it's a little bit more vulnerable, and you want to be able to unleash the Rage Fist here, but Stunfisk does get the edge. It's a Null Mud Bomb. Are you going to use your final shield here, Origi?
Yes, he does, and ends up getting that final counter through and holding on to that energy into the Azumarill. He knows what he's got in the back, and it is a very, very bulky licky, but it doesn't really have the firepower that would perhaps be needed to take it down in rapid succession.
But also look at this. Panaman brings in this Azumarill with 2 shields. You've already gone through 1. You can clean up against this Azumarill. You force both the shields down on Origi's side. Yes, you have to somehow get through this licky, but you have that shield advantage, and therefore yes, you can take probably one more Shadow Ball, but when the second one comes through, you can protect up against it. I think in the long game, Panaman has the advantage here.
Absolutely, but Panaman does have to make that call, which just then, he could have ended up shielding that. It's the heavier hitting move, the Shadow Ball. 2 Shadow Balls would be, of course, enough to knock out. Ended up letting it go, does still have the shield, but perhaps from this range, Origi can just throw 2 body slams, which is charges a lot faster, and he has 2 currently held up. Would it be enough at this stage to knock out and win round 1? No, he did. Oh
so
my
close.
Goodness.
I feel like if the Licky had been able to get to that second body slam, it would have been over for Panaman, but the Azumarill, one of the trusted contenders of the meta, been so dominant for so long, is able to just get to that play rough first and close up game 1 for Panaman.
What a game. It was very, very close. I was very sure that the Licky was already at 2 body slams. It looked like it was ever so close, but it was just not quite enough. 3 measly turns away from being able to throw the other body slam, which would have been enough at that stage to take round 1. But it does end up going to Patoman, round 1 in this best of 3 in the winners' semis.
And we talked a little bit before this match about how critical we thought Azumarill was going to be in this match, and that's exactly what played out here. Pataman was able to preserve those shields so beautifully for that endgame, allowing the Azumarill that, even though it was in a match where it wasn't dealing super effective damage against the Licky, the longevity on the field is what ultimately won out here. Yes, it got a little bit dicey with those body slams, but the fact that you were able to get those bubbles up, you had that big play rough damage earlier on, just meant that you could set up the Azumarill for success.
Absolutely, and as you were mentioning there, it really is important to have a variety of bulk on your team. Here we're seeing Origi's achievement, ended up top 8 in Dortmund last year. That's the one I remembered.
Yep, you did indeed. You were indeed correct. Top 8 finish, phenomenal run there in 2025, and in 2024 was able to go top 16. Now we're in 2026, as you see, they halve as they go on up. So maybe that's a prediction for a top 4 here, at the very least for Birmingham. As we were talking about earlier though, Pataman, one of my favorite Pokemon trainers to watch, is the reigning EUIC champion, is a Worlds finalist from the same year, LAIC finalist as well, and top 4 NAIC. There's a lot of international global events here at a regional level. He's also been able to take the champion title before, but is Birmingham going to be the next accomplishment on his list?
Absolutely. Pato Man going from strength to strength, as you can see. Very, very recent achievements, and he's done so well in all these events. As you were talking about before this game even started, he was doing well beforehand, but he really switched it on in recent times, and he's really proven to be one of the greatest trainers out there.
Well, we have 2 incredible trainers on the stage, and they're getting ready for Game 2. The Fortress is coming out. Love to see this here from Pataman against the Annihilate on Origi's side.
And I'm very excited about the Fortress, and also where it's going to go later on in this battle. Both trainers have swapped out here to try and claim their own advantage. Origi ends up probably the benefactor of this switch, being able to throw either or, both super effective moves. Neither of them same type attack bonus, but both will put a decent chip into this Stunfisk.
Yep, the Chilling Water will connect. That does take it down into the yellow zone as well, so leaving it a little bit more vulnerable than it was before. And of course, all that energy up on Stunfisk's side. So maybe it's going to get a little bit of revenge. Origi saying, yep, you can attack my Florges. I'm going to keep my shields. Maybe take a leaf out of Pataman's book for game 1.
I always think, what do you choose in this instance where you have the advantage? Do you choose the Trailblaze? Do you choose the Chilling Water? He opted for the Chilling Water first, so he would take less damage, which I think was a smart move, and now going for the Trailblaze, saying if I win this altercation, I will now be able to do more damage into whatever you have in the back.
It's the best of both worlds there. You lower the attack of your opponent with one, you boost the attack of your own with the other. But Stunfisk is still on the relentless train of these mud bombs. even with the reduced damage, it's going to be very difficult for the Florges to hang on there. Origi loses one Pokemon, but now Annihilate's in to get revenge, going for these counters, trying to soak up as much energy as it can, and it will be able to get the knockout on this Stunfisk.
Deciding to throw the move as quick as he possibly could, so that Pato Man has to really decide,
Get out
do
of
I
here,
want to keep this
Stunfisk.
energy or not? And he ends up letting it go. Now in the situation with Azumarill on Annihilate, this does really favor the Azumarill, but these Rage Fist, he's already been boosted once, these will add up. You can't let too many of these go.
Yeah, it's really about the charge attacks here to deal with the Azumarill, because the counters aren't going to be doing too much damage, but the Rage Fish, not only, as you can see, is going to be chipping away, but will constantly be boosting that attack, and that can make the counters start stacking up, as you can see it ticking away on the Azumarill.
Oh, I'm going for a bait here on the side of Pato Man. Origi falling for the bait and ends up shielding it. There's not a lot of energy that is saved, but it does end up making a big point at the end of the game.
Yep, these small margins can sometimes be what it takes to win. The shield coming up on that Azumarill, however, from the Rage Fist, going to be able to keep Azumarill in the game, but not stop the Annihilate from getting a third attack boost.
And we're seeing the Ice-type move, Ice Beam come through. At this stage, I think it would be enough to knock out, and it does go shielded. Origi is keeping this very heavily boosted Annihilate in the game, trying to perhaps punch it down. Oh no! Ends up throwing the move, but this isn't a bad thing for Origi.
You can get rid of Azumarill.
Absolutely. The Azumarill does go down.
Yep, now you've got to contend with the Foresters, but look at these counters.
Oh
you are at +3 attack on this Annihilate. I think it can just counter the whole way down, but hey, why do that when you're here up on the stage? Origi's like, I'm going to let my Annihilate flex one more time. What's another Rage Fist for the road?
Wow, Annihilate doing really well in this tournament so far. We've seen it twice, and we've seen it do twice very, very well.
I mean, in that particular game, it just absolutely tore through Padaman's team, you know, counter getting the Rage Fist up, and I think that was the critical thing. 3 Rage Fist +3 attack just made it so formidable. We talked about how counter wasn't really doing too much to the opposing Azumarill, rather Azumarill than the Foresters in the back. However, at +3, it almost didn't make a difference.
Absolutely, and it's that stage again where I'm starting to get a little bit shaky, because it's 1 apiece. Pato Man 1, Origi 1. Whoever wins this game will go on to the winners finals. But remember, the loser will not be out of the count just yet. Only 2 wins having to be made to make it onto day 2. Very, very exciting stuff here. I'm really excited. Who do you think is going to win this game?
I mean, honestly, it's going to come down to, I think, whether Padaman can make the adjustment to deal with that Annihilate. At the same time, is Origi going to completely focus in on Annihilate that time, or is it a case of, I know Padaman is going to make the adjustments? Taking a look at Padaman's team, if you were him, which Pokemon would you bring to counteract that Annihilate best?
It has to be the Azumarill, but we saw the Azumarill on the Annihilate, but the Annihilate just had so much visceral damage. It just kept dealing more and more with the Rage Fist, and he gets to the Rage Fist relatively quickly. We don't see much of counter being used at all in Pokemon Go PvP now, but we are seeing it being made full effect with the Annihilate.
And the thing is, even if the Rage Fist doesn't connect because you throw up a shield, the attack boost still goes through. So even if you can't get the damage on the board, Annihilate's just sitting there going, sure, let's boost up my attack, let's boost it up so that I will eventually be able to burn through your shields and get the knockout. So potentially from Padaman's side, you need to find a way to get through that. Maybe something like the Stunfisk is going to be able to find a way, maybe with a more damaging charge attack to be able to break through. It is the Shadow variant Annihilate after all. It is that little bit more vulnerable, but let's jump into it. Trainers, game 3. Who is going to be victorious between Padaman and Origi? It's the Annihilate once again front and center, the key star for Origi. Well, it was there for a moment. Now it is the Licky Licky versus the Soltaria.
The Annihilate did so well for Origi, had to bring it into this decisive game number 3, but we're also seeing your favorite Pokemon, Gastrodon, brought in here to counteract the Licky Licky.
Yep, Gastrodon just taking this Shadow Ball, keeping the Altaria in the game. It was able to farm up lots of energy that it's got nicely, safely stored in the back, so bear that in mind. Speaking of energy, Gastrodon is at the body slams, but the Shadow Ball is also locked in for this Licky Licky.
Absolutely. I always refer Gastrodon to as the workhorse Pokemon. It really just puts in that steady damage time and time again. It takes a hit. It's taken 2 big hits here already, and it will put out dependable damage every single time.
Yeah, it doesn't have to worry too much about the rollouts, but it is at such low HP. You do still have to worry about this body slam coming his way. I don't know if Padaman wants to preserve one of these shields. There is still energy on the Gastrodon to be utilized, but I think it's better to bring in a Pokemon from the back and farm up the additional HP remaining on that Licky Licky.
And I really like this from Origi, keeping the matchup on such low amount of HP that only a couple fast moves will go through on Pato Man's side, and ultimately you get to decide what Pokemon you bring onto to what you want.
This is what we were talking about. Can the Stunfisk use its very powerful charge attacks to deal with this Annihilate a little bit better than the Azumarill can? There isn't even an Azumarill brought to this match for Padaman. We've seen all 3 Pokemon, and Origi knows that too. So Stunfisk really is going to be the key answer here. Big damage does go down. You're already starting to chip away at it, but critically as well, if you're dealing with the Annihilate, then those shields are still protected for the Pokemon in the back.
Absolutely. And Origi having won that swap. A potential catch here, but this could be, we're going to see what goes through here. Patoman ends up throwing the Sky Attack, which would have been enough to take out, but it wasn't charge attack priority. It might have got let go because it was expecting a catch and not it to be on the Ice Punch.
But critically, all that energy that was stored up on the Altaria has come in and forced that final shield to come through from Origi. So now these Dragon Breaths can just keep going through. There's still the shield on Padamon's side, so it can easily protect from this devastating Ice-type damage.
And the Ice type, the Ice Punch does end up getting shielded on the side of Patoman, and no shields remaining. It's all coming down to this. Patoman has a very, very healthy and very high energy Altaria into this Florges, which is newly brought in. Immediately going for the Chilling Water, trying to bring down the attack, trying to mitigate as much damage as possible coming into the later stage of this game. But take into account, Patoman still has a very, very healthy the Stunfisk in the back, which you could swap out and then remove the debuff.
And when we saw these 2 Pokemon face up in Game 1, it did have the Florges come out on top thanks to the Fairy when fast attack, super effective damage. The Stunfisk, however, comes in and says, Altaria, you can take a breather. I will take this Chilling Water. Now, can Stunfisk take this?
And it is a super effective move. We're going to find out. It's going to be very, very close here. The Stunfisk ends up able to hang on here, trying to potentially catch a move, and it gets away with it. The catch ends up being beneficial for Origi, but I don't know if these Thundershocks are going to be able to add up. It's going to come really close here. It's down to the wire, and Patoman ends up able to get to the move to end up knocking out the remaining Pokemon on Origi's side. A very, very close game, but it looks like Patoman is the man to take away the winners semi-finals here in Birmingham.
Yeah, Padaman still absolutely incredible in the winner's side of the brackets. Commiserations to Origi. Again, a really thrilling best-of-3 set. That Annihilate is probably currently my #1 spot is the highlight. You know, at the end of the day, we always say, what was your highlight? Well, I'm going to think about that Rage Fisting Annihilate, but I'm also going to think about Padaman bringing the Gastrodon, the correct color Gastrodon, and winning out the match.
Patoman is a man on fire. In the recent tournaments, he does so well everywhere he goes. Someone has to stop this man.
I mean, honestly, that entire match was incredible to watch. So many great adjustments between our players. We spoke a little bit about how, you know, the Annihilate did so well in the game 2, and then how the adaptations would be made. And the Stunfisk coming in, having all of that beautiful energy charged up was just perfect. But it wasn't just the Stunfisk energy, it was the Altarias. Padaman knew to get all that energy up on Altaria, to bring it in later, to get that Sky Attack down. And that then forced the shield very early on from Origi that in the end game was so critical to Padaman's success.
Absolutely. It's so easy when you have a move already built to just throw it at whatever's in front of you and see how much damage it will do. But to think about, well, what's potentially in the bag? Can I maybe use a shield here and farm it the rest of the way down? You really got to think about where this energy is going to be best used in this battle. And Patoman has really, really worked well, especially in that third game, to work it out, to really read his opponent, and ended up the victor in this battle.
And I like how he learned from his mistakes. And this is a really good, you know, top tip to the trainers at home as well. It's not just about, you know, your wins and looking at the things that went really well and the successes. Look at the areas where you can learn the most. And for example, in that game 2, Padaman brought that Fortress, and we were excited to see it. We could see where it had some openings and some windows for success, but unfortunately it found itself in at the end, coming in against a +3 boosted Annihilate. So it just did nothing on the field. And I think Padaman can recognize, okay, maybe this isn't the Pokemon that's going to be the right choice for me. I need to find a better way to deal with that Annihilate so that the same story can't repeat itself. And that's where the Stunfisk adaptation came in.
Absolutely. And you've got to think, against some of the other meta teams that you see, this may end up being one of the best Pokemon. It may end up breaking the entire team. It's an outsider pick that sometimes it can really work well for you. But a Pokemon that you obviously also don't see all that much, the Annihilate, ended up being the one to take out the other Spice. The Spice beating the Spice.
That's what can happen sometimes, though, in Pokemon. We have our kind of standard meta Pokemon, but as you said, we sometimes get a little sprinkling of something different there. However, I think it's time to hear from the winner of that last match, Padaman. Eric, take it away.
Thanks, Lou. Another regional championship, another winner's final for Pokémon here. What an incredible show there. Playing into that Annihilate, which looked pretty scary. How does it feel to like finally be over with that set?
I mean, I think it was a hard set actually because Annihilate is a bit of Scaremon into my team. Also, he had Florges, which is also fine, I guess. So yeah, it was a tough matchup, as also against a really good friend. So I'm happy that I took the matchup, but at the same time, I'm not that happy because he lost, you know.
So you brought a pretty interesting team. You have Abomasnow and you have Shadow Fortress. Walk me through those. Those are obviously not so strong against Annihilate, but have they been providing good value for you today?
Yeah, actually, there are so good mons in this meta. Not gonna lie, I had another anti-meta Pokemon for this tournament that I didn't bring at the end. I was like last night at 3 a.m. thinking about the team, so I didn't sleep real well, you know. But it's fine. I will let you know at the end of the tournament that yeah, like those two are really good anti-metas into what people is playing.
Especially Fortress as well. It's not so bad into Corviknight, which you would think it's not very strong into, but one of those reasons why you could be using it. Of course, the rest of your team, you have Altaria, of course, pretty common, and Unova and Stunfisk. Those are always good. How do you feel about the rest of today? You have one more match, potentially.
Yeah, I have to win one more match for qualifying for Day 2. I have confidence on myself. I think I can do well, but anything can happen, so let's see what comes.
Very nice. Well, of course, do you have any shout-outs for any family or friends who are here watching with you?
Yeah, I want to shout out, I have people, wait. I have my father, my mother, my brother, and my sister, like my family that is always watching on me, and I really appreciate that. Also, my girlfriend. Also, I have some friends, Marcy, Boom. I don't know if I forget anyone, Keldeo. And if I forgot anyone, I will shout out in their next interview if I get it.
He already is confident he's going to get another interview. It's always nice to see how humble you are, just always being grateful for your family and friends. Thank you again so much for those insightful words. And for our next winners finals matches, it's back to you guys.
So many friends that he was able to shout out. It's quite exciting, isn't it? I was like listing them off and I was like, I don't even know this many people.
If I had that many friends, well,
you wouldn't be here.
It'd be very expensive come the festive season.
No, that is right. But Patsman doing so well there. And that was actually quite a close fought match that we noticed. I thought it could have gone either way just towards the end. So a really exciting thing to kick off his journey here in Birmingham.
Yeah, I'm very excited about all these trainers here. We've seen so many trainers. I really like to see all the spice picks that we often see in Day 1. We're seeing so many Pokemon that you don't see on the chart, and we're seeing what they could possibly bring into the meta. And maybe someone watching at home who might be attending the next event, they might see that and be like, oh, I really like watching that. I'm going to bring it. It might end up making it into the
Well, I
into
guess
the
it invites me to ask, you've been here for a few matches already. Are there any Pokemon that you've seen that you would recommend that viewers build at home if they don't have one already?
I'll tell you what, if you're able to get a Shadow Annihilate, I don't know if that's in run rotation at the moment, but we've seen it being used here today twice already, and it's been really putting in a good shift, especially against this this new meta of the normal types that we've seen breaking out in ever since the new season. We're seeing them come out so much, and there isn't really a good answer to it. We saw Pangoro come in. I love Pangoro, but it didn't really put in the best shift that you could possibly see against the other Pokemon in the teams.
I mean, I love Shadow Annihilate. I'd love to see it go further, but these players, they are now on stage and they want to be progressing here in Birmingham. We've got Dane on the left against C. Leonardo on the right, and these are two players that many players who are familiar with grassroots Pokemon Go will be very, very familiar with. These are long-standing names. They're players that have seen success in the Play Pokemon Championship Series as well, but haven't got quite to the heights that I know deep down they'll be hungry for.
Absolutely. Two players, both starving for a a
gold medal.
A gold medal.
Everyone wants a gold medal.
I was going to settle for a good result, but a gold medal here.
You know, aim for the stars, you know?
Aim for the top and see what happens.
But Dane on the left, C. Leonardo on the right, and they'll also be both very familiar with each other. They will have played a lot behind the scenes. They're both very involved in the practice tournaments that a lot of these players reference when we see them in interviews as well. So I wonder what hidden information and tactics they'll be trying to get from their experience of playing against their opponents.
Absolutely. And to these grassroots tournaments, there may be trainers there that know these players in their respective regions, and they might say, oh, and be supporting their friend that they've met at all these events, and they might end up deciding, oh, I want to go to one of these events too.
Well, it's a really good opportunity for those of you watching from home. For those of you that know these players, who do you think is going to win this match? Let us know in the chat, because I think that this could be a really, really exciting game. We're very lucky to get so many games of this caliber already, so early in this tournament this weekend.
Absolutely. I've been really, really enjoying watching not only the new players breaking out and being able to come on stream. It's really enjoyable seeing their first games on stream, and then we see the veterans, people that we've seen time and time again.
And it looks like we're underway. We've got that Empoleon against a Furret, two very meta Pokemon, ones that we're seeing plenty in this meta already. And Empoleon with access to Hydro Cannon after just 5 Metal Sounds. It'll be looking to put out a ton of damage. Meanwhile, the Furret still has to farm up to that grass-type Trailblaze. Hydro Cannon coming in first. It's not going shielded by C. Leonardo.
Absolutely. This Community Day move, Hydro Cannon, ever since the beginning, has just done so much damage alongside the same type attack bonus. It really tears through an opposition team. The Trailblaze going through here, but due to the steel typing, this is just a neutral move.
But you see how much damage the Sucker Punches are adding up on the Empoleon. The Empoleon pace is faster, which means C. Leonardo has a shield decision to make if he wants alignment. He's actually going to let Furret go, and now he's going to come in and farm down with that Shadow Kanto Marowak. He gets one in, and then the Florges comes in immediately, now countered by the Credilli, which has a good matchup against Florges, but really nicely played by Dana here, because it means that Altaria in the back will be guaranteed to align against that Shadow Kanto Marowak in the endgame.
Absolutely, and another thing that Dane did was hold that Empoleon with just 1 HP in his back pocket for a rainy day, perhaps trying to catch a move in the very end game. Could end up making the difference here.
I think it's always a really smart tactic from players when they can preserve, especially when they know that they've got 2 answers to that Shadow Kanto Marowak. Come in with the Empoleon, as you say, you can almost use it as a third shield, because it will be able to potentially be used as a catch option, and even if not, it entices your opponent to think about that as a potential play later.
Absolutely, it's all about the mind games here, and even having that option, yeah, as you say, they might throw on slightly odd times, trying to maybe think about this Pokemon is going to get caught at some point, when do I throw?
And now Dane has a decision to make. The Altaria is available at full health, but you can see Cielano already pressing that Shadow Kanto Marowak. And it's a good job he didn't, because this Rock Slide, Rock Tomb could be really, really pivotal. Not just to invite a shield, but it guarantees that attack drop, so that could make all the difference.
Very, very smart play there. See, Leonardo, if Dane had gone in with his Pokemon any sooner, it would have gone straight onto this Marowak, and that move wouldn't have got done, meaning that it would have been full damage dealt by the Altaria all throughout this interaction.
But I think it was very smart of Dane to not shield that Rock Tomb, because it had been debuffed so many times by that Florges earlier, the Chilling Water guaranteeing an attack drop. And Dane is now going maximum energy, maybe farming a little bit too much, but he does get the shield with this first Sky Attack. C. Leonardo leaning forward. He knows that there's still so much to play for in this match.
There is so much life in this game yet to go, but we are in the very, very end stages. C. Leonardo going for the Rock Slide. It would have been enough to knock out at this stage, but it does go shielded.
Now the next Sky Attack also shielded. Shields are down for C. Leonardo, and it'll be a race to the next charge attacks. Both players with a Pokemon in the back, catch opportunities available. A little bit of energy on that Credilli as well. This is going to do a lot of damage. Rock Slide super effective against the Altaria.
The Rock Slide will go through, throwing as soon as he got the move. It was an opportunity to catch, but Dane did not expect that move to be thrown at that time, and it ended up being costly. C. Leonardo ends up taking game 1.
What a really dominant endgame there for a game that actually looked like it was in Dane's favor. When he aggressively came in with that Florges against the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and we said that there would be the alignment of the flying type Pokemon against the ground type Pokemon in the back. Dane was maybe in the driving seat, but that Rock Tomb from the Credilli, which weakened the attack of the Altaria, and then the super effective Rock Slide from Shadow Kanto Marowak, highlighting why it seems to be the ground type of choice in this meta.
It is such a strong ground type Pokemon, and I love what I love thinking about in these games is the mental fortitude of these two players. They both had a Pokemon at the very end game which they could have tried to catch a move on. See Leonardo, and is all such a mind game that it could have been a double bluff. He literally threw the move the moment he got to it. That is probably the prime time in which Danny would expect him to throw it and then try and catch there. But maybe he thought, oh, he's going to think that I'm doing that, and ends up throwing an extra one, and then...
So many mind games like that, and it's interesting that you mentioned that point because I actually saw that earlier this weekend in Anacor's game where he had the opportunity to catch and his opponent Alfonso threw his attack straight away at a moment where Anacor perhaps thought, oh, he might overfarm predicting a catch, so I won't switch out just yet. Alfonso had no time for it, and the same here. See Leonardo going, let's not bother with these mind games. If you want to make the catch, go for it, but I'm not going to risk that as an option for me.
Not messing around here. See Leonardo is calling the shots and called it correctly in this game one. Dane will have taken that into account and looking into the team. Do you think there's anything he might be changing here?
Well, he needs to change something because this is a best of 3 format, meaning one more victory for C. Leonardo, and Dane will drop down into the loser's side of the bracket. He's got so many strong Pokemon available, but that Empoleon seems to be such a strong pick overall that I'd be surprised if he lets go of it.
I love looking at the Shadow Charger Bug on the side of C. Leonardo. Do you think Dane will have to stare into those bright red eyes?
I think it might be something that Dane needs to be mindful of, but sticking to the Empoleon Altaria core possibly is the safer option. The players look ready to go. Game 2 is underway.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is an Empoleon against a Credilli, and the Credilli immediately swaps out, recognizing that the Steel-type fast move is not beneficial for itself.
Now, really interesting counter swap there from Dane. Sees that Charger Bug with those red eyes because it's the Shadow variant and immediately comes in with the Altaria. Altaria with access to Sky Attack and the super effective Flamethrower. But Dane didn't come in with his Shadow Kanto Marowak, which would have resisted, double resisted, all of the Volt Switch and electric pressure from the Shadow Charger Bug, saving that Shadow Kanto Marowak for what we can see is a Furret in the back.
Absolutely, and that Flamethrower would have hurt so much. You've got to take into account with this Shadow Pokemon, it deals 20% extra damage, but on the other half, it does receive 20% extra damage. So that Flamethrower would have been very, very detrimental to the health of this Charger Bug.
And here comes that next discharge, and Dane puts his hand to his head because that's forcing him to use his second shield first. When he did have an attack, he perhaps mistimed it slightly, and now he is going to throw that Sky Attack, which will get a knockout if it goes unshielded. See Leonardo making that decision. He's going to let this go, take the shield advantage as we head into the mid-game.
He doesn't look so happy because he really wanted to save that energy into whatever C. Leonardo was going to bring in here, knowing that it's probably going to be this Credilli. We're getting a swap out here, and it looks like C. Leonardo is quite happy to stay in for now against this Empoleon.
Yeah, Grass Knot will do neutral damage against the Water and Steel typing of the Empoleon, and it takes it down into the yellow. Now the Furret can come in. It doesn't need to go for the Trailblaze because that Empoleon's already in Sucker Punch range. C. Leonardo has a shield available. The first Hydro Cannon might land, but the second one will be protected against, and C. Leonardo looking good as we go into this endgame, but we know that there is a full health Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back.
Here, and it is all coming down to the wire here. Dane trying to get off the last move on his Empoleon, but it does go shielded by C. Leonardo. Leonardo now with the pole position to try and throw any move he has into the resulting Pokemon. He doesn't know what it is yet, but it is that Marowak. He's going to see the Trailblaze and throw it immediately. This will buff the Sentret here, but you've got to... the Furret. Yeah. But you've got to bear in mind... he swapped out immediately.
Well, this is the interesting thing. Dane actually waited his entire switch clock, which didn't really advantage him. It advantaged C. Leonardo, allowing the Furret to throw a Trailblaze and immediately go into the Credilli. Perhaps a more aggressive swap in with the Shadow Kanto Marowak from Dane could have put a bit more pressure. C. Leonardo now coming in, and there is a charge attack priority, and it's won by the Credilli. The Altaria won't get an opportunity to throw this Sky Attack.
It was on very, very low health anyway, but this Rock Tomb will definitely be enough to take it out. And here we go. It's all coming down to the end here. He has got the Bone Club slightly before the Grass Knot was reached on the side of the Credilli, and this will definitely be enough to knock out.
Mud Slap versus Sucker Punch, both very oppressive fast attacks, but the Pirate has more health and it has a lot of energy. It reaches the Swift just in time!
Oh my goodness, it looked like they achieved the move at the same time, but it was only just reached by the Furret before the Marowak got to the move, and I'll tell you what, it was so close. Woo!
Whiskers make all the difference, and Furret is the one that comes out on top for his trainer. See Leonardo taking victory in this winner's side of the bracket. Dane will now drop down to the loser's side of the bracket. His run is not over here in Birmingham, but he has a much bigger hill to climb.
Absolutely. Down but not out. Going into the loser's bracket does not mean you're out of the tournament completely. They will now have the opportunity to play double the games to make it through to day 2. And then from there, if he does make it, it'll be double the games all the way to the final. But it's still achievable because he's a very reputable trainer.
Both of these trainers doing so well to be as successful as they are in the championship series. This is by no means an early tournament for them. They have played year after year after year, and that practice, that progress that's being made is expected to see. You reap the rewards of the effort you put in.
Yeah, absolutely, and to get this far is no easy feat whatsoever. It's better than anything I could have done, I'll tell you that. It's so impressive of these trainers to go through the previous rounds, to try and read the teams that the opponents are coming up with. It's little plays, just like the calling of a catch, that really can just make a game, and it really takes a strong-minded trainer to even make it this far into a competition.
I think mental resilience is so important, and a lot of players, you get mixed emotions sometimes when it's your turn to go on stream. There are many players that are very proud, they're getting the opportunity to be on stream, and you should be proud, it's a great opportunity, but also it does come with that sense of pressure. You want to do well, you want to perform, and particularly when you're a player that places high expectations on yourself, to be able to achieve victory here, very, very successful for C. Leonardo, and he'll be very, very grateful for that.
Absolutely. If you do really well in the tournament, you might expect it of yourself to try and climb that mountain again, but the trainers are so good in these tournaments. Even like brand new players, you may not have heard of them ever before. They might have been playing for years and years in the Go Battle League, and they know their Pokemon inside and out, and anyone can give a good game into these trainers.
Somewhere, don't
Absolutely.
You have to start somewhere, and for those of you that have been playing the game for a long time but haven't really got into PvP yet, or you haven't got into the championship series yet, there's every opportunity, and we would love to have you here at these events. So if you've been watching at home and you want to get involved, we would love to see you on stream. We'd love to see you get involved with everything we have on offer at these regional championships, so we can continue to grow these amazing communities. And speaking of community, we've also asked you for social posts, and you have delivered. So let's take a look at what some of you have been getting up to. Remember also that we really want you to post. Actually, you've reminded me. I need to post what I think is going to do well. And I'm going to tell you what I think is going to do well. If someone somewhere could bring it, I reckon Shadow Celio has potential.
Wow.
I think there is potential that someone could unlock it.
It's got the body slam, and it's got a water move as well, right? A charge move.
It does. Look, I mean, I'm actually going
I don't see it very often.
Do you know what? I'm gonna post it right now. I've got my Shadow Celio that I have nicknamed Marcel. I loved his mustache, and I wanted a name beginning with M. And I'm going to invite you at home to reply to my post on X with which Pokemon you would bring if you were playing here this weekend.
I know what Pokemon I'd be picking.
Ooh, Dartrix.
I love Dartrix the Owl.
Tell us about it.
Dartrix the Owl is my favourite Pokemon. It has been for quite some time now, and I really enjoyed when it very first became kind of just off the better, useful with leafage. It gets to moves very quickly. It loves seeing Pokemon like Gastrodon because it can't touch, and Dartrix can just feast and just eat upon lots of water types, and able to get so much energy. And it's got Brave Bird, which just hits so hard, and I love big hard hitting moves. It's just so satisfying.
You know the expression when they say like your pets look a little bit like your owners. Is there something about Dartrix where you resonate with it on an aesthetic perspective as well? I mean, I see it. I see it. Well, Dartrix definitely an option for those of you at home. I do think it's potentially an interesting pick.
Oh, especially now it's got Peck. Now it's got Peck. It gets to move just the same speed. It has the exact same damage, and it gets to move just as quickly as Leafage. But because of the flying type, it's such an aggressive typing of moves.
Because both of them have been buffed recently, Peck and Leafage. So Dartrix has two options, two gears it can go into there.
But because you get to Seed Bomb much quicker than you can get to Brave Bird, I feel like it's beneficial to use Peck because you've then got pretty much an equal side of the coin damage with both flying and grass. I like Dartrix the Owl.
Well, flying types are definitely something to keep an eye on because we've just had Toronto last week, DHC United winning that regional championship with 3 flying type Pokemon on his team. So there is so much opportunity to explore and experiment in this new Precious Paths meta. Licky and Jellicent seem to be the Pokemon that are rising to the top early on with these players' interpretations of what the meta might look like. But I think there's so much potential still to come throughout this season as to what could really perform. However, the next event is going to be the European International Championships next month, and that has a limited meta. So it's going to be an opportunity for everyone to reset and try something completely different.
Absolutely. I was talking about this before, and what I really enjoy about these tournaments is, yes, you see the same Pokemon over and over again, but that's where the skill is really shown, because these trainers will know all the Pokemon, essentially, that are going to be used in this pool. There might be a few outliers of Pokemon you just would not expect. I've been playing a little bit of practice, and I've been using Delcatty with Charm, and because there's not many Pokemon with Charm available, and it has been doing some damage. I might bring it, I might not. I don't know, but I'm still deciding my team. But there's such a limited pool that it really shows the skill gap of the players that know and the players that haven't done the preparation. I'll probably be out first.
I mean, doing preparation is absolutely key when you come to these events, especially as you get further into the tournaments. And you mentioned skill gaps, and there are particular levels, echelons, you could say, of skill that can make all the difference. One example that I really like to see is when you knock out through a shield. If you've never done that, if you want to know how to do that, then keep your eyes peeled.
Hi trainers, and welcome to a new episode of Perfect Play, where we highlight key moments that impacted the outcome of games shown on the big stage. I'm Jox13, and I'm here to bring you a recent example of a high-level mechanic that occurred during the epic Frankfurt 2026 Regional Championship Grand Finals between Inadequance and 9 Alfie 2. As the players get ready for battle, Alfie's back is against the wall, having to beat Inadequance in 2 best-of-5s to be crowned champion. After a well-executed game 1, he makes a gutsy bait call and patiently holds on to his Galarian Corsola's precious energy as Inadequance desperately attempts a last-effort catch. Corsula bravely hangs on a sliver of HP with a charge attack loaded. Alfie sighs with relief as he expertly risks the damage on Corsula in exchange for preserving his crucial last protect shield. This meant that despite Inadequance's Gastrodon also having a charge attack and being guaranteed to win charge attack priority in this scenario, Alfie can protect shield against Gastrodon's body slam and fire off the finishing blow. But a true champion doesn't give up. He quickly turns his focus back into the game as he notices there's a chance for a particular game mechanic to occur. Every shielded charge attack deals 1 HP worth of damage. Inadequance, an experienced veteran, plays for this rare win condition. The fast attacks are flying, the energy is ready, so our trainers trigger the charge attack priority, cross their fingers and hope for the best. Alfie, confident that his first win of the set is within reach, uses the last protect shield expectant of the favorable outcome, but then the Galarian Corsula that had so valiantly hung on earlier in the match faints through the protect shield, falling victim to the shield KO. Clutching this victory from the jaws of defeat propelled the fired-up Inadequance to the gold medal and the championship title, cementing his legacy in the history of Pokémon GO as the eternal Giratina master and as one of the best there ever was. It may be rare, but it can be a mighty momentum swing in a match. Add this mechanic to your set of skills and use it against the world's best. Visit Pokemon.com/compete to find out more about the championship series, and we'll see you on the battlefield.
We are so back, and the players are ready to keep going here at the Birmingham Regional Championships. If you're just tuning in, we've seen a few winner sides of the bracket already. Some players dropping down to the losers, and they will have to do the long run through, but it can be done. But next up, we've got a really, really exciting match. The #1 player on the current European leaderboard, Stone Collection, is coming up soon.
Very, very exciting to see. He'll be playing Aero Bubble, another formidable trainer. I know he's made it to Worlds the last couple of years. He's another UK player, homegrown here in England. We're really excited to see how both these trainers come up against each other here in Birmingham today.
I'm really excited to see which Pokemon Aero Bubble has brought as well, because he does have a tendency to bring some slightly off-meta picks, as does Stone Collection. But I think it really needs to be said about Stone Collection, whose performances this season so far have been nothing short of superb. His most recent tournament was last week in Toronto, where he got a bronze medal, 3rd place there. So he's already got some familiarity with this meta, already got some confidence, and he'll be looking to shine again this weekend in Birmingham.
Absolutely. He's fresh off the press. He's still warm from his very good win of 3rd place. Lots of wins last week.
So many wins.
But now he's playing against formidable trainer Aero Bubble. One of my picks for today, absolutely. I remember in Lille, he ended up bringing one of my favorite Pokemon, Pangoro.
I do love Pangoro, but here we're looking at a Feraligatr that's really caught my eye. It's the regular variant. We've seen so much of Shadow Feraligatr over the years, but regular Feraligatr with that extra bulk, as well as the regular Alolan Ninetales. Let's remember Powder Snow has been buffed recently, so that's doing more damage, and the Ice and Fairy typing is unique in this meta, and I think it could be really, really effective here this weekend.
I'm really excited to see the Moltres as well. One of my favorite Pokemon in the Go Battle League. I really enjoy using my one, and we haven't seen much of it today, but
yeah, Galarian Moltres could be really, really strong, and it's up against the opposing Dark type Guzzlord. Dragon Tail, Brutal Swing, and Sludge Bomb are the attacks of choice for Stone Collection, but Guzzlord has proved to be such a really strong utility pick in this meta, with so many resistances, a brilliant resistance profile, but also now brilliant pacing to those attacks with the buffed Dragon Tail.
Well, as you mentioned, he played last week and he did so well, especially with that Stunfisk. We saw that Stunfisk really ramp up the damage against his opponents, and he's brought it back again this week, maybe defining the current meta.
Corviknight, another Pokemon that stood out in Toronto. We saw 3 Corviknight on the teams of the top 4 players that weekend, and it looks like Stone Collection backs it to succeed once again. He's really, really locking in here. A double flyer team, Dragon Flyer and a Steel Flyer, gives him so much opportunity with still so many resistances. So although it looks like they're both flying type Pokemon, actually they don't share a huge number of similar weaknesses and resistances, and that means that they can pair together quite nicely.
Absolutely. We're seeing so many flying types being used in the current meta. I really like Corviknight and its ability to get to the moves so very quickly. The Community Day move that it got, what was it?
Air Cutter, yeah, really fast.
The ability to buff as well. It gets to move very quickly. It does decent damage, dependable, and it gets the ability to buff its attack. It's a very, very strong move.
Yeah, that boost potential can be critical, but the Dark type payback that it uses to do most of its damage would be resisted by the Alolan Ninetales and the Galarian Moltres. So maybe Aero Bubble will think about leaning into those two as a counter to that Corviknight, because Alolan Ninetales is one of few Pokemon that arguably breaks that core of Corviknight Altaria. It's got a lot of play into the Guzzlord and to the Univern Stunfisk as well, but it has to avoid Shadow Sizzle. Double super effective Bullet Punch will take that Alolan Ninetales down in an instant. So if Aero Bubble can play his cards right, this could be a really interesting match to watch.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, I reckon when Stone Collection woke up this morning, there was no thought in his mind that at some point today he'd be playing against a non-Shadow Alolan Ninetales.
Feraligatr, another thing that we need to really think about. Will we see it in this game? The players look like they're ready and they are locked in, so let's get underway in this first game. It's Stone Collection up against Aero Bubble. It is the Azumarill, it is the Feraligatr.
That was a very good call from you, asking if we're going to see this Feraligatr. Yes, and a lot sooner than you probably would have expected. We're throwing the Hydro Cannon straight away here. It is a resisted move into the Azumarill, and Azumarill is very bulky, but you're about to see a testimony to the amount of raw damage that Hydro Cannon will be able to do against that.
For Alligator, with that neutral Shadow Claw pacing so quickly, obviously it also resists Bubble and Ice Beam from the Azumarill, forcing Azumarill to throw Play Roughs instead. And so the sheer pacing and efficiency of Hydro Cannon paired with that Shadow Claw means for Alligator, generally speaking, has a positive matchup into the Water and Fairy type Pokemon.
Absolutely. It may not look the best on paper, but it's absolutely not over. With the Hydro Cannon now being held up, and it looked like Stone Collection was trying to throw that Play Rough, but Aero Bubble was just able to get this move off in the nick of time.
Neither player switching yet. They're playing out what we call the zero shield scenario for now. That means this Azumarill's Play Rough will knock out, and Aero Bubble is in a position where he has the opportunity to farm down the Azumarill. Will Stone Collection let him do that, or will we see an aggressive swap? We're not going to, and that's because this Shadow Kanto Marowak would absolutely obliterate the Electric and Ground type Unit and Stunfisk in the back. The problem is, when Shadow Kanto Marowak has 2 shields, it often deletes most things, and this one is shiny.
I love the shiny Marowak, the Shadow Shiny Marowak, a very rare Pokemon in itself, and it might end up collecting a very rare win here, but it looks like Stunfisk is going to be the benefactor of this specific incursion against the Moltres.
This actually might be so critical for Stone Collection. The Univern Stunfisk up against the Galarian Moltres is such a positive matchup for the Electric and Ground type Pokemon. Discharge will do a ton of damage now that Brave Bird has landed. This will probably get a knockout, and Stone Collection doesn't want that. So he does a really smart undercharge and will now look to commit to the Thunder Shock down, and the fly is reached. But will this do enough damage? Stone Collection could potentially survive, let this go, and then have an attack to throw against the Shadow Kanto Marowak. But no, the Stunfisk goes down, and that means Shadow Sizzle takes one more Sucker Punch, and the Shadow Kanto Marowak's Mud Slaps will do a huge amount of damage.
Oh my goodness, the plays that I've just witnessed are so incredibly smart. The undercharge was everything there, I believe, in that play. But we're coming down to the final wire here. It's a battle of fast moves, and who's going to be the end one to take it down?
The Shadow Sizzle goes down, and there's that slight pause where I'm pretty sure that the Mud Slap was going through, but you can never know until the game ends. You have to play until the end for these final close moments, and that Shadow Kanto Marowak showing just why it seems to be the popular ground type this weekend.
Well, absolutely. As Lenny Kravitz synonymously said, it ain't over until it's over, and it was not over in that specific situation. It really came down to the wire. I think the game had to take a moment to think about it at the end there. Who wins this one? Genuinely, it all really came down to the wire. I think we were both holding our breath to see which one was going to be the end of the winner.
And it gives us a moment to now think back, reflect on that game, and work out what could have gone differently. Now, there was a big undercharge from Stone Collection against that Galarian Moltres, and as a result of that undercharge, the Galarian Moltres took down the Univern Stunfisk and got 1 Sucker Punch of damage against the Shadow Sizzle. So it might be the case that Stone Collection thinks, if I had avoided that extra Sucker Punch on the Shadow Sizzle, could I have survived the last Mud Slap and taken down the Shadow Kanto Marowak? But there's millimeters involved, and the microseconds in the decision making, the difficulty when trying to plan an undercharge makes it very complicated.
And there's so much to take into account, especially with knowing that they'd only just swapped in, and the Marowak was in the back, waiting in the wings. Realistically, the Stunfisk isn't going to do much damage into that. It's going to get so much farm. Is that farm going to then end up being shifted onto the Shadow Scissor? But he did have some shields. Would that have come into play if he ended up getting the farm off? Who is to say what could have happened in that game? There was so much, and it was so fast-paced.
And I think I have a lot of sympathy for the position that Stone Collection was in there, because the more health that the Univern Stunfisk has, the more farm the Shadow Kanto Marowak gets.
Absolutely.
And it's so difficult to plan the perfect undercharge against the Galarian Moltres that had just thrown a Brave Bird. So its defenses had dropped dramatically anyway, and I think that it was a little bit too much of an undercharge in the end, because you didn't want to actually take that fly and get knocked out. Will there be an adjustment in this game? We see the shiny Shadow Kanto Marowak again, and Stone Collection has perhaps the lead he wanted with Altaria, and now staying in against this Feraligatr safe swap.
Yeah, Aerobubble deciding to pivot into the Feraligatr here, throwing the move immediately and end up getting the catch. But realistically, this is the move that Aerobubble will have wanted to throw onto the
Yes, but the really nice thing about this catch is it was timed so perfectly that the Azumarill also got the bubble through. And that can sometimes make all the difference. So really beautifully played by Stone Collection.
Lovely little little extra bit of energy got through there from the Azumarill. Something that I didn't quite catch. An astute observation there, Farid.
Stone Collection is the one that made that catch, and now the Azumarill sponging all of the damage from this Feraligatr. And let's not forget, the Altaria has a ton of energy to its name as well. The Shadow Kanto Marek able to come in if Aero Bubble wants, but shields will now be realigned as this play rough comes through. Let's remember, every charge attack takes 10 seconds off that timer. Feraligatr sponging that play rough. And now, do you bank this? No, you're going to go straight back in with this Hydro Cannon to try and threaten a knockout against Stone Collection's Azumarill.
It's going to be very close here if this move is enough, but it does end up going shielded by Stone Collection. Aero Bubble ending up not hard swapping out and letting the Feraligatr go down. There's a lot of energy on the side of this Azumarill.
And we can see, based on what's in the backline, it is actually a brilliant position to be in. Stone Collection's going to bank that energy. Ice Beam on the Azumarill probably won't be enough health to reach another one. And Altaria comes in against this Credilli. And you can't bring the Shadow Kanto Marowak into this. You're actually comfortable here. And I wonder if you could have just thrown the Ice Beam and then aligned the Shadow Sizzle, but Stone Collection's playing a little bit more aggressively than that. Let's see how it works out for him.
Now, he does have that a lot of energy in the back, but you do have to take into account that Azumarill is on such little health. If it ends up coming in at the wrong time, it may end up taking the flak of a...
there's a little pause as these players look. Was that a charge attack priority event? We saw one in the last game, Credilli and Altaria. It wasn't, because the Credilli doesn't have enough energy, but Aero Bubble looking up. Why did my Credilli almost pause there? Stone Collection reaching another Sky Attack to take down this Credilli, and the Altaria will be in Mudslap range. Stone Collection doesn't want to allow a farm down, so aggressively comes in with his Shadow Scizor. And now you've got a bit of a tricky position here, because the Mudslaps are really, really adding up. However, if you use both shields here for Shadow Kanto Marowak, the Ice Beam that is banked on the Azumarill will knock you out, so it could be really, really tight.
This is a very similar situation as we saw in the first game. This matchup, this ground-type attack move, Bone Club will go shielded by Stone Collection's Shadow Scizor.
And now, look at this. You're going to use your shield, but Shadow Kanto Marowak has an attack. There are no shields available to Stone Collection, but there is a catch opportunity. There is so much at stake with this decision-making. It could be 50-50. Do you come in with the Altaria? Do you immediately go into the Azumarill? Do you do it the other way round and peekaboo? Let's see how they play it. The Altaria comes in and Aero Bubble throws the Bone Club!
Oh my goodness, what a decision made by Stone Collection here to catch this resisted move. It will go down in the process, but look at all the energy that this Azumarill has here. So well played. It was a 50-50 call. Aero Bubble ends up making the incorrect call, but it was so close in the latter stage of this game. Tension is high, and it's going to get even higher coming into decisive game number 3. It's one apiece here for Reed.
I say 50-50 in that situation, but now that I really think about it, I think Stone Collection wins no matter what.
Right.
And the reason I say that is because providing you come in with the Altaria, you have to come in with the Altaria. Now, your opponent is either going to throw the Bone Club, or they're going to have to throw a Mudslap, right? If they throw the Bone Club, as it happened here, you win. If they don't throw the Bone Club and they start the Mudslap, you immediately go into the Azumarill during the Mudslap and throw your Ice Beam, because the Azumarill had enough health to hold on to you anyway. So Stone Collection, although it felt like a 50-50 for Aero Bubble, Stone Collection was confident, he was composed, and he made the right play there in that game number 2.
The 3 turns on the Mudslap is all the thinking time that Stone Collection would have even had then. And to think of that solution in real time coming up to the battle, wow, what an absolute play here from Stone Collection. Really, really
and he
well
has to
fought
think
through.
about this in the moment. He only gets microseconds to basically make these decisions, but he came out on top, and they're looking like they're getting straight back in. We see Shadow Sizzle up against the Shadow Kanto Marowak. Shadow Kanto Marowak, when shields are up, is just so oppressive, and you can see a huge amount of damage hitting that Shadow Sizzle already.
Absolutely. We've seen this exact same matchup now, all 3 games in a row. Stone Collection deciding to throw off the Night Slash here. It will go shielded by the Shadow Marowak.
Shadow Kanto Marowak aggressively pushing through this Shadow Sizzle. One attack forcing a shield off the Shadow Sizzle already, but the brilliant thing about the ground and the rock coverage is Shadow Kanto Marowak is able to hit almost every single Pokemon in the meta for neutral damage at a minimum. So it's a really, really strong pick. Definitely one that you should put on your roster if you haven't already.
In this decisive game number 3, Aero Bubble decided, I'm going to shield that move, even though the buff did come through, and that was a very hard hitting The Bullet Punch.
Bone Club now landing on this Azumarill, and Aerobubble gets to pick the alignment that he wants here. We can see Credilli and we can see Feraligatr in the back. Both of those Pokemon will have super effective damage against the Unovan Stunfisk, but this is the optimal position to be in, and that's because Unovan Stunfisk has a really difficult matchup against Credilli in the back. So Aerobubble, on paper, in the driving seat in this game number 3.
But we've seen these games get so close in the last 2 games. I'm sure there's not as easy a ride as it is on paper.
It ain't over until it's over.
Well,
so these players have to lock in and see what happens. Azumarill is such a strong Pokemon, especially when shields start to go down, because of its absolutely immense bulk.
Absolutely, and we're going to see the Feraligatr get another one of these Hydro Cannons off. He gets to these Hydro Cannons so very quickly, and it may not do the desired damage because of the resistance, but it still does so very much.
And we're about to see Credilli really shine, a Pokemon that used to be so popular, used to dominate the meta. It's dropped in usage more recently because of Shadow Sizzle, because of the rising prominence of Empoleon. But now it is time to remind the world just how strong it is. And Stone Collection has shield advantage. Can Credilli overcome that and still try and take this match for Aerobubble?
It's going to come very much down to the wire here, being the shield up. As you mentioned there, it has fizzled out of the meta, but it is still here to play in Birmingham. We're going to find out as Aerobubble gets the first Grass-type attack move off.
Stone Collection didn't want to risk shielding a Rock Tomb, so he lets that first Grass Knot through. It does a massive amount of damage, and now these Mud Bombs are starting to add up against the Credilli. Thundershock, it's resisted by the Grass typing of Credilli, but the Mud Bombs are neutral because that Credilli is also a Rock-type Pokemon. And now do you think about a bait? Stone Collection needs to shield, but he's not going to because he's convinced that this is a Rock Tomb.
With the Pokemon hidden in the back for a potential catch, this could have been so close, but we're coming really down to the wire here. He really had to call for that bait, but it didn't end up happening. Another one of those choices that you have to make in the moment, and Aerobubble comes up and defeats Stone Collection. Number 1 in Europe at the moment.
Victory! What a victory!
That's
for
amazing.
Aerobubble. He must be absolutely ecstatic. Credilli glowing, gleaming, shining there in that endgame, taking down that Unovan Stunfisk. Unovan Stunfisk terrified to be protected by Stone Collection, convinced that there might be a Rock Tomb bait, but the Grass Knot lands, the game is over, and Aerobubble progresses on the winner's side of the bracket.
I'm sure this will mean the absolute world to him to beat someone with such a high reputation in this current season, who came 3rd place just last week, hot off the press. So to do so well against such a trainer who on paper is expected to do so well done, Aerobubble.
And Aerobubble saying, look, all eras must come to an end. Welcome back to Europe. Birmingham Regional Championships. It's everything to play for, and everyone has the opportunity to really succeed here this weekend. Cannot wait to see just how far Aerobubble goes.
And in a game where some games you win because you end up with just the right alignment, all 3 of these games were such a close-fought contest with swaps, with mental games, and in that second game you mentioned that strategy at the end, and it was just so well thought through in just a split second to end up winning overall against such a well-played trainer is
Aerobubble,
well done.
really strong. And he's also a player that, in my experience, enjoys using aggressive shadow Pokemon. I have played him actually at a local event. If you haven't played in local tournaments near you, make sure to get involved. It's a great opportunity to learn and also meet all of these players. And my memory of Aerobubble is that I got absolutely obliterated by his Blast Burn on his Shadow Charizard. And I just remember thinking there and then that, my goodness, some of these shadow Pokemon that we get to see in these events are just so cool and so strong.
Well, I'll tell you what, Aerobubble didn't come to play, he came to take over. And take over in this game, he did. Such well play. And to beat you, a trainer of your repute.
Well, taken over is just the story of the current event in-game as well. If you want to get involved with all of the shadow Pokemon, now is the time. We've got a new rocket rotation, and we've also got the opportunity to TM frustration off your Pokemon as well. So the taken over event in-game is a great opportunity to get some of these shadow Pokemon as well. I actually recently got a shadow Talonflame built, but now the rotation location has changed. There's a huge raft of Pokemon, and it's Shadow Magikarp that I'm really liking the look of. Off the back of DHC United's win in Toronto with that Shadow Gyarados, so make sure you're doing your Rocket Leaders. You could even get a shiny Shadow Gyarados, and I definitely want to see that on stream one day.
Absolutely. That is in Cliff Leaders at the moment, and I would have never even thought about making a Shadow Gyarados until last week, but it just goes to show with just any season move update, anything could come into the meta. So it's making me believe I need to start building Pokemon now for the future. It's very possible with just one move update, anything could be so detrimental in the future.
That's what we've seen over the years of Championship Series and Pokemon that you almost would never consider.
Absolutely.
And then suddenly there's an attack update, and that Pokemon that you've been keeping in your bag for all of these years, that one with a stat spread that looks pretty good for PvP, then shines and it gets a new fast attack. When Peck came in, so many Pokemon that you would never have considered before became really, really meta, and that was just a brilliant and exciting thing to see.
The brand new Doduo meta, everyone.
Yeah, Dodrio. Dodrio, because I know you like to use the under-evolutions of many of these Pokemon, like Dartrix, but Dodrio, I think, is a pretty cool Pokemon.
It is very cool. Doduo as well. Let's put them on an even path.
Yeah, I mean, but why settle for 2 when you can have 3?
Oh, well, that's a very good point. Very interesting, you're talking about the new Pokemon that are being added to these grunts. What do you think about Shadow Froakie? We see the fully evolved stage evolution of it. I can't think of it.
Shadow Greninja.
Greninja's already a very...
glass cannon
Yeah, it's a glass cannon.
Yes.
Would you want to make it even glassier?
I love the idea, conceptually, of Shadow Greninja. It does sound objectively very cool. I think the difficulty is water and dark typing defensively is quite neat. There's not many Pokemon that have that typing, and so Greninja has an interesting profile, but because of its lack of bulk, it often doesn't feel like it has any resistances. And when you're a Shadow Greninja, I think everything would just do a ton of damage. Right now, in this meta, there's a ton of fast attack pressure.
Absolutely.
And we're seeing that from Pokemon like Shadow Kanto Marowak especially. So Shadow Greninja could be one to hold on to, and maybe in a future meta where fast attack pressure is perhaps on the down, then the pacing and the power of Shadow Greninja could really shine.
To get to those moves so quickly, it already does. I know Water Shuriken is one of the fastest fast moves to get to moves in the game.
It's one of the best fast attacks that there possibly is.
Absolutely.
But actually, now that you've reminded me, it's actually Shadow Chestnut that could be one to think about. We talked about Shadow Kanto Marowak. Ground and rock coverage together are just so good. Very, very few Pokemon resist both. Chestnut is one of them, a grass and fighting type Pokemon, now with Shadow extra 20% damage on its Frenzy Plant, and the opportunity to run either Superpower, hard-hitting fighting type attack, or Thunder Punch now, electric type coverage for those flying types as well. Shadow Chestnut, potentially one to keep your eye on.
Not even just that, it's the fast moves as well. You've got the choice between a rock and a grass fast move. You've got literally everything for any occasion.
Yeah.
It's a really good an idea, and maybe one that I will try and build this weekend.
Smackdown and Vine Whip available to Chestnut, a choice between a rock and a hard place for our Chestnut players. So definitely one to watch. And then I think, what was the last one that's also got into the Shadow rotation alongside them? Must be the fire. Delphox?
Yes, Delphox.
There we go. I haven't actually used Delphox a huge amount, but
it has Ember, which has been buffed
recently,
so that might be one to look out for as well.
I think I once played a Delphox in Master League, and I wasn't expecting to see it there, and I got blast burned by that too.
Well, it goes to show you, and not just in the Go Battle League, but in these tournaments as well, the Pokemon that you don't expect to see can sometimes be the most detrimental to your team. Great example, Bastiodon.
Oh,
keep bringing it up.
My goodness, Bastiodon, what a beautiful Pokemon.
You look back at those wins in America and you think, wow, teams just did not account for this Pokemon. It's always been there. It's always done the same thing. It's very tanky, and it just chunks away. It throws its rocks, and it gets to move very, very slowly. And it's always done that. But no one accounted for it because you just don't really think about it in the moment. You're always thinking about the new Pokemon, the new meta, but sometimes you gotta think about what's always been there.
Yeah, really, really bulky Pokemon, Bastiodon, with a lot of accolades to its name already. But my goodness, speaking of accolades,
yes,
the player that we have here on the left, represented by his mascot Pokemon, that Psyduck in the middle, is Pataman. We've already seen him on stage this weekend. We've seen him on stage almost every weekend of every tournament that he has played in, but he is against Koenig Lionheart.
Yes.
And now this is a player. We know him obviously from his time behind the caster's desk, but he has been learning and grinding over the years. And from being brand new at the game, he is now in the winners finals of his group against one of the best players in the world. But did you know, Jay, that Leo has beaten Pataman very, very recently before? It wasn't on stream, but he did take down the Titan that is Pataman. Pataman won't want that to happen again. He's brought a bit of a unique team here this weekend, piloting that Shadow Fortress with Bug Bite, and can he see success with it?
Well, we talk about mind games, but having that loss very recently to Koenig Lionheart, maybe that will play on the mind of Patoman, but what you do have to look at is this Abomasnow with its Powder Snow, Weather Ball, and Energy Ball. It's a Pokemon that you don't really see in the meta at the moment.
Powder Snow and Weather Ball recently buffed, a really aggressive pick, and Pataman believes that it could be one of the key core breakers going into this meta, especially alongside Shadow Fortress. And when we go across, when we have a look at Leo's team, let's try and consider just how strong Shadow Fortress and Abomasnow look into this team of 6. So Pataman might have made the exact right call. It looks like Abomasnow and Shadow Fortress together could be really, really aggressive into Leo's team. He does have the Empoleon for the Abomasnow, but other than that, Abomasnow looks like it has a massive amount of play here.
Absolutely. You see the 3 distinct Pokemon where Abomasnow will really pack the punches in between the Moltres, the Marowak, and the Stunfisk.
And the Azumarill as well, because of that energy ball.
Yeah, of course.
You're resisting the bubbles. Ice Beam is only neutral because you're an ice and grass type, so the slow pacing of Azumarill could cost it. Energy Ball is really aggressive there as well, but especially when cored with that Fortress. The Shadow Fortress as a steel type, paired with Bug as well, resists both charge attacks from that Azumarill, and because it has access to Sand Tomb that is very, very quick, relatively speaking, it can also put a lot of pressure on the Empoleon.
Absolutely. We saw the Fortress in play earlier on, and it was taken down by the Annihilate, but it looks like, apart from perhaps the Mud Slaps of the Marowak, and the Mud Bomb of the Stunfisk, there's no real key Pokemon that will be able to take it down on the side of Koenig Lionheart.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if Empoleon has to come for Koenig Lionheart here. And because Pataman knows that, Pataman has the opportunity to lean into... He's actually got 2 ground types on his team, so I would expect to see at least one of them. The Gastrodon has a brilliant matchup against Empoleon. Stunfisk still has a very good matchup, but it takes super effective from the Hydro Cannons. So Gastrodon could be one that could really shine here, and Koenig Lionheart needs to account for that.
Absolutely. We're going to see these 2 players looking at each other's teams here, really trying to study it, and all these points that you brought forward, we are seeing again, we're actually seeing on one side, we're seeing the Altaria, and the other side, the Empoleon. We often quite often see them together as a good pairing, but it looks like it'll be one against the other.
Leo's really excited to get started here. Pataman looks very locked in, very focused. Both players are ready. The players are locked in. Game 1 about to begin. Let's get this started.
And we are underway, and we have the Azumarill onto a Gastrodon. And I think you've called this exactly correctly, Fareed. We've got the both the ground type Pokemon on the side of Patoman, and we also have the Empoleon on the side of Koenig Lionheart.
So here is that Shadow Fortress, and look, you're getting an early shield here, but the Bug Bites are going to still do a lot of damage because Sand Tomb guarantees that defense drop. Look at the Bug Bite damage!
Oh my goodness, that is a lot higher than I would have anticipated it to do, but you've got to take into account this is a Shadow Pokemon. It does do that 20% extra damage.
And Bone Club not enough to knock out the Steel type because it shares Bug typing. Bug resists ground, but Shadow Kanto-Marik does come out on top after the shield investment, and now the Gastrodon can come in to mudslap this down.
Gastrodon, a very healthy Pokemon. It's very tanky and will be able to just chug away into anything that it really comes against.
And now we can see the aggressive swap being leaned into by Pataman there. Here comes the Univern Stunfisk, and Koenig Lionheart isn't really able to come in with the Empoleon. But I tell you what, Azumarill is not bad at all against Univern Stunfisk. The only problem is that Univern Stunfisk has 2 shields to its name, so Pataman looks like he's in a pretty good position here.
Yeah, Univern Stunfisk does get to those moves very quickly, but Discharge doesn't really do the hard-hitting damage that you would you would expect it to do into Azumarill.
And Lionheart needs to keep his Empoleon away from the Gastrodon in the back. That's why it comes in here. He knows that Empoleon probably isn't going to get as much value as he'd like. He really wants shields to go down because that's where Azumarill can shine. But it looks like he's just simply accepted that Empoleon isn't going to do enough. Everything is going to go onto the back of the Azumarill, but this is going to be a monumentally difficult bubble down.
Well, knowing what was in the back, it was potentially a smart call to just take all the energy away from the Alolan, the Stunfisk.
Yeah, Univern Stunfisk looking really strong here, getting so much value. Koning Lionheart now reaching for that Ice Beam, but not before a discharge is going to come through. This isn't going to threaten a knockout by any means, but no Protect Shields means that Koning Lionheart has no choice. The damage starts to chip, and then now comes back in that Gastrodon with 2 shields available.
Yeah, with his 2 shields, it does look like it's going to be very difficult for Koning Lionheart to get back into this specific game, but it's not over till it's over. We know that to be true, and he is going to try and get as many of these ice beams off as possible, but it does look to be the writing on the wall with 2 moves stacked up on the side of the Gastrodon.
Yeah, really well played by Pataman, and that team composition advantage really showing here in this game number 1. And Koning Lionheart, he is going to continue to play this out, perhaps if nothing else, to give him a little bit more time to think about how he can adjust going into game 2. Remember, we are in a best of 3 format, so Pataman is about to seal this first game up against Koning Lionheart and needs 1 more win for this winners finals of the group.
And that is the first point taken by Patoman, but you've got to take into account these are 2 trainers who have been around the block. They know exactly what they're doing. They both have been in this situation time and time again, and they will take that, and they'll take just a moment to think about what they could possibly do to change their team up to counteract what their opponent's thinking. It's all just thinking about what your opponent might bring.
Now, it's always tricky when building a team and entering a tournament and trying to think about where you can get small advantages and who you can get them against as well. Of all the players in the world to have a team disadvantage against, Pataman's probably not the player that Koning Lionheart wanted to be up against, but he is a really talented trainer. He will need to adjust, and Pataman will just need to continue to try and play safe. He probably won't look to rock the boat. He doesn't really need to. We saw that Shadow Fortress. I'd be really interested to see if we can finally see that Abomasnow in action as well.
Absolutely. Koning Lionheart has as we've seen before, knows his way around. He's really improved, as you mentioned from the beginning, from the very first time he started. He didn't really know as much what he was doing, but to make it to the winners finals?
Well, I think he's a great example for players that are interested in getting involved in the Play Pokemon Championship Series. Koning Lionheart was brand new only a few years ago, and look at him rise since then. He has been taking on some of the biggest names in the game. Quite often, he has come out on top, and to be up on stream here against a player that has done so well at international championships and the world championships as well, the fact that Koning Lionheart puts his name into the hat and he's involved in that mix, it's such a brilliant achievement.
I'm very, very excited to perhaps see if he's able to come back into this game. He's really thinking, look, he's giving a good look into the camera here.
It looks like
he's a little bit scared.
He doesn't have a huge amount of confidence in himself, but he just has to play the game the best that he can. And sometimes it is just about trying to read your opponent, maybe waiting for them to make a mistake. Pataman, he looks ready to go. The players are now locked in for this game number 2 of the Group A winners finals.
Locked in physically and mentally, and we're going to see which Pokemon are going to be brought to the table here. And as you called in the first, before the first game, the Abomasnow makes an appearance, and it's not where you'd like to see it on the side of Koning Lionheart.
Well, you'd not like to see it at all when you look at the team of Koning Lionheart. He's got Galarian, Moltres, Shadow Kanto, Marek, and Azumarill. None of those have positive matchups into the Abomasnow, but perhaps with 2 shields up, Koning Lionheart can get a lot of Sucker Punch damage off. He tries to catch a Weather Ball, but Pataman far too experienced, and now the Energy Ball coming through. This is a same type attack bonus, heavy hitting grass type attack, super effective on that Azumarill. What a massive amount of damage.
That is a crazy amount of damage when you go and think how much bulk Azumarill has. Oh!
And that
is a catch.
That is a catch. A great catch from Pataman. Almost unnecessary. You could have maybe threatened the knockout on the Azumarill already, but Pataman knows that the Shadow Fortress has such a dominant matchup here as well. The steel typing. And look at that Bug Bite go. Even though Bug Bite is resisted by the Fairy subtyping of the Azumarill, it just does so much damage. Recently buffed only a few months ago, and Shadow Fortress really shining now.
And we're going for the harder hitting Play Rough. It is resisted, but it does have that same type attack bonus to try and do just as much damage while you're still in this matchup as you possibly can for Koning Lionheart.
And the brilliant position for Pataman is that this attack will take down the Azumarill, and there is a Rock Tomb banked as well. Whatever comes in will potentially be guaranteed getting a debuff, and here it is. Rock Tomb, it's resisted by the Shadow Kanto Marak, but it still guarantees that attack debuff, and that puts Pataman in a great position going into this endgame.
Absolutely. It is a now debuffed attack Marowak, but still a very good position for Pato Man to bring in whatever he potentially wants.
Well, let's remember that the grass typing of the Abomasnow means that it resists the ground typing of the Shadow Kanto Marak, but now the Galarian Moltres can come in and potentially try and Sucker Punch down. The problem is there's 2 Weather Balls and there's only 1 shield.
Absolutely, there's so much energy on this Abomasnow. It really has done a number on the team of Koning Lionheart here, and it looks to be the last shield being used by Koning Lionheart is the writing on the wall. We're going to find out coming towards the end of the game here.
Well, can you potentially get a Mud Slap down? If you can be aggressive enough, that could make all the difference, but no! Weather Ball, it's just too quick, and Pataman and his Abomasnow look to be sealing the deal here in this winners finals. He takes victory against Koning Lionheart.
And what a game! Pataman ends up taking this series, and that was the winners finals. He'll be making it onto day 2.
Now, Pataman has told us that he has had a lot of success in international championships and the world championships, but it's been a hot minute since he won a regional, and he wants to make the difference. He wants to change the score here this weekend in Birmingham, and he is well on his way. The first player in the Pokémon GO Birmingham Regional Championship 2026 to make it into day 2. Congratulations to him.
Absolutely. He's turned the page on 2025, and he's on the new page ready to tick off another accolade on his list of many accolades.
Honestly, this player has achieved so much. We cannot wait to see how far he goes this weekend. But commiserations to Koning Lionheart, also a brilliant player. He's down, but he's not out. He goes into the loser side of the bracket, and he will sit and wait for the other players in his group that are making their way through as he tries to continue his journey here this weekend.
Absolutely. 2 players on top of their game. As you say, down and not out. There's still a very high possibility that we could see him make it into day 2.
And we would love to see him. The thing is, look, it's very difficult when you're building your team in a meta that is so wide. You cannot account for everything. And I think the absolute last thing that Koning Lionheart expected to see when building his team, when preparing for Birmingham, was a core of Abomasnow and Shadow Fortress.
Absolutely. And that's a testament to Pataman's team building with 2 Pokemon that perhaps you wouldn't expect to see. And straying away from that hard meta, he has been able to make it all the way to day 2. A very, very well-built team.
It sends the signal out to all of his potential competition as well. Keep an eye on what I've been cooking this weekend. Abomasnow, a lot of the players that we're watching in here, and also if you're watching from home, you might be looking at some of the Pokemon that you've got, some of the teams that you've brought, and thinking, how well do I do against an Abomasnow? Because we've seen Abomasnow have fleeting success here and there. It's never really been the staple because of its interesting typing. Ice and grass has a lot of weaknesses, but it also has some really interesting resistances.
Absolutely, and it's not guaranteed that these Pokemon will do well. We saw the Shadow. What was that Pokemon called? The Shadow
Fortress.
The Fortress, yes. We saw that it didn't do very well in the series previous to this, but it made up for it and did so well here. And these Pokemon, they're in the niche side where they're not going to do the best against the whole wide variety of Pokemon, but we're trying to find the niche on the meta, and that Abomasnow I think was such a good call because of the Pokemon we're frequently seeing, like Altaria.
Well, this is the thing. A lot of these Pokemon need to be timed perfectly when you want to come into the meta, and
absolutely.
we saw the decline of Shadow Talonflame that Abomasnow and Shadow Fortress are double weak against, and so Pataman really might have timed that perfectly. But the question is that because of the rise of Pokemon like Licky Licky? We've mentioned Licky Licky so many times before because it's a new entrant. It replaces what we've previously seen, which was Lickitung. And Lickitung, you mentioned under-evolved Pokemon. We love some under-evolved Pokemon. If you want to find out a little bit more about under-evolved Pokemon, keep your eyes tuned.
Hello trainers, my name is Jonkis and today we are diving into the world of a not fully evolved Pokemon. Those unlikely heroes that haven't reached their final stage yet, but still have a huge role in competitive Pokemon Go. Over the years, these Pokemon have quietly built a strong reputation. Ghost types like Dusclops and Galarian Corsola were brought by its Axon and Pataman to win international championships in both America and Europe. And some not fully evolved Pokemon have even decided the biggest stage of them all, the World Championships. Lickitung has already been a vital part of 2 winning teams. First with Dancing Rob, the first ever Pokemon Go world champion, then with Yikai0904, who also piloted another not fully evolved Pokemon, Charjabug. That little bug and electric type that didn't just win worlds, it also won multiple regional championships already and has already proven itself again in the 2026 Championship Series. So but why would trainers choose a Pokemon that can still evolve? There are 2 main reasons for that. Reason number 1, they can take hits better. A great example for this is a comparison between Charjabug and Vikavolt. On paper, Vikavolt looks stronger, with way more attack and the ability to reach higher CP that even allows it to have play in the Ultra League. But that higher attack comes with a big downside in the Great League. It pushes Vikavolt's combat points too high before it can pack enough defense or HP. The result is a glass cannon, lots of damage but not a lot of staying power on the field. Charjabug on the other hand can take those hits way better. It sacrifices some of the damage, but in exchange it becomes far bulkier, soaking up hits that Vikavolt never could. The same is true for Galarian Corsola, which steals not only the spotlight from its evolution Corsola, it is so far one of the most used Pokemon of the 2026 Championship Series. So what is reason number 2? Reason number 2 is going to be the better movesets. Sometimes not about bulk at all, it's about the tools that Pokemon has access to. A great showcase of this was Spartan Eld 17's Murkrow in the Monterey Regional Finals. While both Murkrow and Honchkrow share the same fast move off-pack, that charge move options sets them apart. Honchkrow leans on moves like Dark Pulse and Brave Bird, which hit hard but take a while to reach. Murkrow, however, gains access to the moves Drill Peck and Foul Play. Both are cheaper, fast-charging moves. This lets Murkrow pressure shields, deny farm downs, and stay active throughout the battle. So not fully evolved Pokemon aren't just stepping stones. They have been proven threats that can even win world championships. The question is now, which one will take the spotlight next? Only time will tell, but I can't wait to find out.
Speaking of not fully evolved, I'm now joined by Eric, and we cannot wait to get started. Still here in Birmingham, and so many players now trying to break through to that day number 2.
Again, we have so many great matches coming up. We just saw Potaman against one of our co-casters, Leo, on the stream with quite an interesting team composition. I'm curious if we see more things like that today to kind of break out of the meta, really, and start bringing those new niche things that you were talking about earlier.
Now, we've seen some experience from Toronto of this meta already. What are your thoughts on Abomasnow and Shadow Fortress as potential core breakers?
I like the Abomasnow idea. I think some kind of ice is like a necessity right now. Something that can basically take down Altaria and is not a fairy or a steel type, because we all know Altaria is not even that weak against the fairy or the steel type. So it almost feels like there's no actual answer to Altaria unless you like divert to ice.
Altaria with that flamethrower. We talked about briefly, Jay and I were speaking about the decline of Shadow Talonflame and the fire pressure that it comes with. But Altaria with access to flamethrower is able to do so much super effective damage against a lot of the Pokemon that used to resist all of its attacks.
For example, I was thinking to bring Satitan if I were to play this weekend.
Yes.
I think Satitan's been really cool. It not only breaks up Altaria, Unova, Stunfisk, and Furret, but also it has a little bit more play into Scissor and Talonflame than its other counterparts like Alolan Ninetales or Abomasnow.
So many options. Ice type, generally speaking, is not the best defensively, but it can be really aggressive offensively. If you were to pick any ice type Pokemon that wasn't an Abomasnow or a Satitan, would you lean maybe into an Alolan Ninetales? We've seen that one rise a lot in the past as well.
Alolan Ninetales is so interesting because you have to play basically with a million senses every game. You're constantly worried about something like the Scissor coming in and sniping you. Even if you're at 40% health left, you could be gone in a second. So you have to be alert, and on point the entire match. But
now, we talked about Scizor, and that is a Pokemon that can disappear very quickly when up against a Shadow Talonflame. And finally, we're seeing Sakori. He'll be bringing that back. If you don't know Sakori, he's a British player. He's been playing for a number of years, and he also has quite a few good achievements and good runs in these tournaments, but I think he'll want to be going one step further. He's up against one of his friends, C. Leonardo, here in these winners finals of Group B. We've seen C. Leonardo on stage before, that Shadow Charjabug to his name, but both of these players are very accomplished. They're very on top of how the game is played, and they really want to show that they have the skill to compete with the best of the best.
Both of them, of course, have made multiple top cuts. C. Leonardo even runs his own podcast on the side and has talked to tons of top players and actually gotten a lot of insight from them. I'm curious, maybe that's given him some learnings to take into his matches, into his own games. To become the best, you got to talk with the best. And of course here, both these trainers have very interesting teams, have a little bit of their own core breaks. I think that's going to be Credilli for both of them.
Yeah, Credilli could be really strong, but the players are underway. Credilli, as you say, straight away out on the field up against the very neutral but very powerful Furret, which is going to try and Sucker Punch and maybe Trailblaze its way to counteract the Rock Tombs.
I really like the way that he's playing this line. Basically, Furret is not great against Cradily in the swap situations, but in the lead, if you can land 2 times Trailblaze, you can actually pretty effectively neutralize the entire Cradily. And of course, Charjabug in the back, very happy it's not going to be seeing this. We know Charjabug usually not too much of an issue against Cradily, as the regular form can tank a Rock Tomb pretty easily, but the Shadow definitely has to watch out.
And both of these players throwing immediately as they reach those attacks for it, winning charge attack priority, landing this Trailblaze. It won't be enough to knock out. So Credilli, if it can land this Rock Tomb, will win the zero shield scenario. C. Leonardo will have an opportunity to then farm down the Credilli, but does he see more value in his Ferret? No, he doesn't. He's going to let this go.
It's time to bring in the Charjabug, I think. You're going to be able to get a ton of Volt Switches here, and these Volt Switches will be enough to knock out the Cradily into a perfect farm down. And now, Sakori almost forced to bring in the Wigglytuff, but at the same time, he's glad to be making this alignment adjustment as he has that Empoleon ready for the Cradily in the back.
Well, we can see that, but these players don't know. C. Leonardo probably hoping that there's not an Empoleon in the back. Sakori begging that there is the Credilli, and then comes the Credilli, and you can see Sakori immediately, aggressively coming in with the Empoleon. C. Leonardo giving himself a chance here because he's preserved that Shadow Charjabug in the back, and he's going to try and whittle down this Empoleon and then maybe lean on Shadow Charjabug for the end game.
He's going to be going for that Drill Peck, actually, which isn't as effective as that Hydro Cannon. Both are hitting neutrally, of course, and Hydro Cannon is a stronger move, takes the same type attack bonus, but maybe a bit of a cheeky play here, knowing that your opponent's got to shield it.
Yeah, I think he knows he's got the advantage. He's now leaning into that Hydro Cannon, perhaps using that first one as an opportunity to remind himself that Hydro Cannon does do a little bit more damage, and this is the one that lands, so that's the one that matters. And it's a great play by Sakori, who still holds on to both of his shields here.
It looks like a Hydro Cannon is going to get launched on this Charjabug now, and this is going to mess up the switch timers just a tad bit. Maybe it's going to give C. Leonardo a possible out in this game here. But of course, Wigglytuff coming back in here, going to launch off that Swift. This should be just almost enough to knock out the Charjabug. Can C. Leonardo get the discharge? He will. Can probably throw one Volt Switch and then fall by the discharge, but end of the day, I think it's too little, too late. Wigglytuff can simply charm down here, or even just let this go and put it all on the back of the Empoleon.
Sakori does shield up that Wigglytuff, a Pokemon that we've seen succeed with its really interesting typing of Fairy and Normal, and it's taking out this Credilli with this resisted Swift against the Rock typing of Credilli to take game number 1 in these winners finals.
And something I want to note is C. Leonardo, he doesn't look stressed. He just shrugs that off, and he can see here like, oh, it's fine. I just didn't get the line read right, but honestly, I think he played that quite well. He did what he could. And this is the kind of the mentality that you learn from working with all these top players, is just understanding that it's important to be able to mentally reset and get into the next game without keeping all these things in mind. Just trying to build better lines, play better, and ready up for game number 2.
Sakori knows that one more win is all he needs to get into day 2. This is a best of 3 format. This is a critical game for him. He won't want to rock the boat too much. He won't want to go out of his way. He does have the advantage here, but C. Leonardo will be looking to adjust, and he's one of the best players that is able to do so. He now has had an opportunity to read his opponent, to get an understanding of which Pokemon his opponent is leaning into. The question is, can he adequately account for his opponent's strategies in a way that can reverse this match?
Something a little bit interesting, a little bit weird, is that both of these trainers have a 1494 CP Cradily, which means that it's most likely that both of them are the rank 1 highest bulk Cradily available. So if these were to go into a charge attack priority, it could even be decided just by a 50-50. When two Pokemon have the exact same attack stat, it will be a coin flip to decide who is going to be able to throw out Rock Tomb first. That is such a critical scenario.
It's such an interesting next level of consideration that the players have to make when looking at the combat power, the CP of their opponent's Pokemon, to try and make reads as to what stats their opponent might have built when composing their team. And these are the things I actually remember when you and I played back in the day at Liverpool, when I looked at your
Annihilate
and the Annihilate,
yeah,
and we almost had to like account for, based on the CP that you were using, what stats you might have, and it did make a critical difference there. And these players, in much the same way, will be thinking about those things, because we're used to seeing certain CPs for rank 1 Azumarill, for rank 1 Cradillys, and exactly. And so a lot of those considerations these players need to also potentially consider in the back of their mind. Some players, they simply won't care. They know what they want to do, and they will focus on their own, maybe more aggressive strategies.
And I almost wonder if that is leading both players to not want to lead the Cradily, as we see here, as they don't want to leave it up to chance. They don't want to leave up the entire set up to a 50-50. It's going to be that Wigglytuff instead into that Shadow Kanto Marowak. And honestly, if you're C. Leonardo, you're happy to see it here.
Well, I think Wigglytuff doesn't usually often mind being up against a Shadow Kanto Marowak, and this one has a bow, so it's even better protected. Shadow Kanto Marowak reaches that Bone Club really, really quickly, and Sakuri's actually going to let this one go. Will Sakuri go up to the Icy Wind? He is going to, and he's going to throw it straight away. This will do a super effective amount of damage if it lands against the Shadow Kanto Marowak. C. Leonardo correctly shielding, but Icy Wind gets the attack debuff nonetheless.
It's always a pretty safe shield, right? No matter what call you make, your opponent is always throwing a move that takes a pretty long time to get to, and you're always getting value out of that shield in the back end. What I'm a little bit scared for now is how strong Altaria looks for Sir Corey. It's just going to come into this Marowak, and it's going to have absolutely free play in the back for it. Shadow Charjabug, just Kanto Marowak, all not favorable into an Altaria with 2 shields.
I'd be really interested to see if Sir Corey attempts to catch the second Swift, because the Furret has come in slightly energy behind the Altaria, and so the Altaria will get to land 1 Sky Attack, and then there's 4 more Sucker Punches that can come through, and does Sakuri then aggressively come in with the Cradily? That could be something to consider.
But is that even advantageous for Sir Corey, right? Now the switch timers are even more distinct, and if there's a Charjabug in the back, he could actually be disadvantaging himself by bringing the Cradily. The catch may look good in the short term, but in the long term, it's better just to play this matchup out and get the alignment correct.
And now we see that those switch timers are basically up. They will be after this Sky Attack comes through. Altaria is going to take down the Furret, and now Sir Corey will need to think how he wants to account for the incoming Shadow Charjabug when he sees it hit his screen. He's going to go straight in with the Cradily. Cradily, it has grass typing. That means it resists the electric Volt Switches, but because it's a grass type, it takes super effective from the bug typing of these X-Scissors. And so Sir Corey preserving the shields for this matchup is really, really smart. And Rock Tomb, if it lands, will do a massive amount of super effective damage to the bug typing of Charjabug.
The thing is, 2 Rock Tombs are going to get reached here before 2 X-Scissors for C. Leonardo. It's going to be very difficult to make a catch from this Charjabug onto your Kanto Marowak, because you're throwing a 4-turn Volt Switch. If Sir Corey waits and is patient as he's been this entire set, it's going to be very hard to sneak that out.
Yeah, Volt Switch has its advantages and disadvantages, and now the Shadow Kanto Marowak comes in, but perhaps there's a bit of a mistake here from Sir Corey, because he's throwing so quickly that his Cradily is now completely energy dry. And so C. Leonardo will be able to come back in, and Sir Corey will need to try and remember how much energy is he going for a catch. They're going to throw. And look at that! C. Leonardo is going to go all the way up to 2 attacks, and Shadow Charjabug now has an attack loaded for that Cradily in the back.
It's going to win charge attack priority if Cradily is at the move. X-Scissor comes down. Is it going to be enough? I think that with the Shadow Charjabug, this will knock out the Cradily.
It's going to do a massive amount of damage. I think it might knock out as well, and I think that it is going to. Sakuri knows it. X-Scissor lands, Cradily goes down, and C. Leonardo levels the score.
Huge super effective damage here to finish off game number 2. I think the pivotal moment in that game was the Marowak having not a lot of HP, but in a range where it's extremely awkward for a Cradily to deal with. Of course, Sir Corey, so many switches in and out. You may not have remembered how many Mud Slaps the Kanto Marowak already had ready and how close it was to the Bone Club.
So If you at home were playing in that matchup and wondering what could Sakori have maybe done differently to result in a different outcome, well, the reality is that Bone Club is going to do less damage to the Credilli than X.
And you're never going to get knocked out.
You're never going to get knocked out by that Bone Club because you were really in the green health. But what you had to do was leave Credilli 3 acids away from your next attack because there were 2 Volt Switches that needed to be thrown by the Shadow Charger Bug before it reached the X Scissor. So Sakori needed to stay in longer with that Credilli against the Shadow Kanto Marek before throwing the Grass Knot, put himself within 3 acids, and then when the Shadow Charger Bug comes back in, you reach the Rock Tomb first and you seal the victory. Sakori might have an opportunity now between these Games 2 and Games 3 to rethink about that, readjust, because there was so much potential, but C. Leonardo coming out on top, it just goes to show, as Jay and I were speaking about earlier, it ain't over until it's over.
And also, at the end there, he could have just committed to throwing the Rock Tomb because your opponent is strong. Your opponent always knows you're going to try to make a catch attempt. So honestly, maybe you just let it rip and then see what happens.
It is difficult. I think it's a really
hindsight's very easy, right?
Yeah, it's a difficult decision to make in that moment. I think the easier and safer play is probably to have had more meticulous energy management prior. But yeah, obviously after that point, it then becomes a bit of a guessing game with the catches, and C. Leonardo, he got his guess right.
Oh, and this is going to be interesting. We talked about it before. It's the rank 1 Credilli versus the supposed rank 1 Credilli. I surmise that this is true because earlier the Credilli hung on to 2 of the Trailblazers from the Furret. And that only happens when you have a very high-ranked Credilli.
So here we go, C. Leonardo, the first to land this Rock Tomb. Sakori, perhaps unsurprised that his rank 1 potentially Credilli lost, but what he doesn't necessarily know is that that could have been a coin flip. It could have been a 50-50 win. So I wonder if these players will both stay in and try and throw again, and imagine if the charge attack priority event this time goes the other way around.
And it doesn't. It looks like C. Leonardo's going to get back-to-back Rock Tombs off first. This is going to be pivotal for him. It could be that he has a completely different attack.
Do you know what? It could be genius from C. Leonardo if he'd built a Credilli with higher attack that still reaches 1494 to invite his opponent to think it's a rank 1.
It's a sheep in wolf's clothing.
It really could be. But now the Furret comes in. C. Leonardo is going to give away alignment, draw out that Wigglytuff, the fairy typing of the Wigglytuff, resisting the dark type Sucker Punch, but Swifts are coming quick and fast. This will do decent amount of chunk to this Wigglytuff.
So this is an opportunity where Sir Corey can actually start playing for the switch advantage and stick his Empoleon on the remainder of C. Leonardo's Credilli, while also ensuring that your Empoleon is not necessarily liable to the Charger Bug. We've seen C. Leonardo bring Charger Bug both games already. He's obviously very comfortable with it, and you have to begin to expect it as the last Pokemon here.
But I do think
he doesn't throw there.
I think C. Leonardo could be in the driving seat here because that Shadow Charger Bug, with both shields available to it, has a massive amount of pressure against that Empoleon. The Shadow Volt Switches are going to do a ton, but it's really surprising to see C. Leonardo not throw an attack from the Furret, perhaps wanting a bit of a farm down. The problem is, Sakori actually has an attack now banked on this Wigglytuff.
You may just have to commit to Credilli here. Yeah, I love this, as you're just going to take this move, don't worry about it, and hope that, hey, it's Empoleon in the back, and the Charge Bug just gets the job done. Here's where you're going to see that Charge Attack priority earlier come into play, as Credilli from Sir Corey is so much lower since he had to take those attacks first.
And now does this Empoleon throw an attack? Going for the Drill Peck again. Hydro Cannon would have been more damage, but I think it's probably going to go shielded regardless. It's not! What? So actually Hydro Cannon would have done more damage, but C. Leonardo didn't even shield.
Hydro Cannon could have won the game on the spot, but a Drill Peck is going to actually be no-shielded. C. Leonardo making calls that nobody in this world could have predicted.
Unnecessary calls, if nothing else, but down goes that Empoleon. And I think Charger Bug has enough health that it could hold out in this game number 3.
You come with Cradily first, but honestly, the order doesn't matter. You're just trying to land more attacks here. This is interesting. I wonder if we should have saved these 2 charge attacks for the Wigglytuff, which does more damage than the Wigglytuff.
Yeah, but the Wigglytuff is in such low health that it might just get Volt Switch down anyway, so it won't make a difference. Now the Volt Switch comes through.
1 turn difference!
Wigglytuff goes down, and C. Leonardo, just as we said, made the adjustments he needed and claws his way back in this best of 3 to put his name on day 2 here in Birmingham.
No shield on the Drill Peck. Truly a love of the gameplay. No reason for it, but just wanted to show his dominance here, show that he was making the right calls, saw he got trolled by the Drill Peck earlier, and is just saying, hey, we're going to do it. Love of the game. I'm a showman. We're going to no-shield this Drill Peck and take ourselves into day number 2.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Eric. But if that were a Hydro Cannon, then Sakori wins.
They'd be shaking hands right now, and Sakori would be the one going to day 2.
Sakori's name would be in day number 2.
Correct.
So, look, for everyone watching at home, if you're using an Empoleon, unless Hydro Cannon is resisted, throw Hydro Cannon. Drill Peck, it's a great attack. It's great coverage for Empoleon.
It's
but
perfect
Hydro
coverage,
Cannon,
actually.
Yeah, it's really, really strong against the grass types, against the fighting types. But Hydro Cannon is such a strong attack. If it had landed there against that Shadow Charger Bug, Sakori would have won, but he didn't. C. Leonardo is the one that sealed victory. His name is going to be the one that's in day number 2 here in Birmingham, and frankly, he deserved it. A really interesting pick with that Shadow Charger Bug. He used it very aggressively, and he came out on top in the end.
It makes me think that maybe Shadow Charger Bug has been overlooked. It seemed a lot better into Altaria, a lot better into Cradily than someone may have assumed. Honestly, it seems like those may be negative matchups, but Charger Bug paces faster, does more damage, and as long as it has shields up, feels like quite the pick.
And you saw the amount of Volt Switch damage against that Empoleon as well. You didn't shield, and then you just fully Volt Switch down. So
unbelievable.
It was really, really aggressive played, and it seemed to work.
Sometimes you have to make these aggressive meta reads. Here, that's going to be the Shadow Charger Bug. It's so strong into a lot of those cores we saw in Toronto, whether that was Corviknight, whether that was Shadow Scissor, Azumarill, Lapras, Guzzlord. All these teams kind of get torn apart by the regular Charger Bug, but Shadow packs a little bit more of a punch and is going to make matchups like Azumarill, like Lapras feel a little bit more comfortable, as you can now use one discharge and Volt Switch all the way down.
I really like that we're in this Precious Path season, and although the meta looks largely similar to what we had last season, there's still so much opportunity for innovation, opportunity for creative picks to come in. We saw Shadow Gyarados last week from DHC United. We're seeing Pokemon like Abomasnow and Shadow Fortress from Pataman here, and Shadow Charger Bug, as we've just said as well. So it could be the story of which shadows could really shine, but also so many unique typings, so many unique compositions can make all the difference.
And if you love Shadow Pokemon, we have actually right now a Team Rocket Takeover event. I wonder if that's correlated with all these trainers trying out some more novel shadows that they may have gotten just in the last couple days. So, of course, don't forget to TM frustration away from your Shadow Pokemon, and maybe it'll be you using one of these Shadow Pokemon in a regional or at a local in the future.
And make sure to get involved with the social posts as well. Use hashtag PlayPokemon to show which Shadow Pokemon you're using, which Shadow Pokemon you're TMing frustration off, and we want to showcase your posts here on the broadcast. I posted earlier, I said which pick I would like to see succeed in Birmingham. I don't think anyone's using it yet, but I would love for Shadow Celio to one day shine. I think it's such a fun Pokemon, and I don't know, what would be your pick if you were playing in Birmingham? What spicy pick would you have brought?
I think Ice is definitely the correct direction. Because other people are also choosing Ice, that's why I feel like Titan is the best of all of them. Because Superpower gives you fantastic coverage into Lapras, into Celio, into Abomasnow. You pretty much win all the Ice mirrors, while also just having better coverage into Shadow Scissor. Being able to obviously take the shield or take the knockout against Scissor, or even against Talonflame, just seems like a Pokemon with a lot of great play. We saw people actually use it in Toronto, so maybe it's still to come today, but we'll just have to see.
One day we might see Titan, but today we get to see Aero Bubble, and his ice type of choice is that Alolan Ninetales. We also saw him pair it with a Feraligatr, and this is winners round 5 in Group C. Aero Bubble taking down Stone Collection earlier. He's going to be up against Jason, and this is a relatively safe team. It's not necessarily meta, but there's nothing that I'm looking at here and thinking that's crazy. Why have you brought this pick? I don't understand.
Wow, we've lost the plot here.
Yeah, all of these Pokemon, I'm like, that makes a lot of sense. And I think if used correctly and paired well, the double water strategy of Feraligatr and Empoleon, when you got 2 Pokemon with Hydro Cannon on your team, I don't think that's a bad place to start.
The one thing I'm a little bit scared about for Aero Bubble is going to be things like Steelix, Shadow Steelix especially. We see it here, and when you have those double water types, when you have the Galarian Moltres and the Alolan Ninetales, all things that don't do super fantastic in the Shadow Steelix, you gotta start thinking, all right, what is the plan here, and how are we going to align our Shadow Cancel Marowak? It's so difficult, right? We see Toedscruel, we see Togekiss, we see Florges. There's just so many Pokemon that can dissuade it.
I mean, we mentioned for the previous team that there's nothing crazy, but I'll be honest, I look at this team and my heart skips a beat. There is a lot of pressure on this team, but it's also perhaps quite type-dominated pressure. It's almost like that this team does need a bit of aggressive alignment to really make the most. Shadow Steelix, ironically, could be one of the more flexible options for this team, which isn't something that you usually have when you consider bulky steel-type Pokemon.
We saw the Shadow Steelix be swapped aggressively into Howie earlier, actually. Even knowing that Howie had a Gastrodon, felt like, hey, we have Toedscruel, we have Florges, we have Togekiss. I'm calling it. You're not bringing the Gastrodon. I'm going to swap the Shadow Steelix. Not a care in the world. And it paid off. He won that set 2-1. And will he make those same calls here? Is he going to say, hey, you know what? I'm not going to get my Shadow Steelix on your Marowak. It's going to go on your Water type. It's going to go on your Galarian Moltres.
I think Feraligatr could be key for Aero Bubble here. It's one of the more flexible Pokemon into the otherwise very oppressive alignment-based team of Jason. But Jason could be one player to show that sometimes alignment is everything. The players are locked in. Game 1 is underway. It is that Shadow Steelix. It's got access to Thunderfang and Psychic Fangs and Earthquake. And this Alolan Ninetales will be doing everything it can to try and slow down the oppressive steel ground type Pokemon.
This is a pretty neutral lead, but it's also very bait dependent, right? Earthquake would obviously one-hit KO the Ninetales, but Psychic Fangs being shielded could spell for disaster. If you're Aero Bubble here, you're also thinking, hey, this is interesting. I see the Steelix in the lead, but that means my Marowak may be answered in the back. This is a perfect opening for Aero Bubble, as now he can choose to align things as he wants.
Do you just stay in here with this Alolan Ninetales?
I'm happy to stay in here. If you can align here, right, you can put your Marowak onto the Steelix.
I mean, there's absolutely no reason for Aero Bubble to switch out because he's got that Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back for the Alolan, for the Shadow Steelix. And if you were to come in with Feraligatr, you'd start to be threatened by the super effective Trailblazers that this Florges is able to throw. Chilling Water, it's not going to be enough damage to knock out the... It's actually not too fragile, an Alolan Ninetales, so it holds on and gets to throw one more Weather Ball.
I wonder if Trailblaze could have been enough to knock out there. It does a little bit more raw than Chilling Water, but probably still would have been close. Of course, Florges still has the energy. The Feraligatr attempts to snipe, but it's going to be that Trailblaze that's reached at the last second. Do you respect this? Do you make the call? If you don't shield this, you may be getting fast moved down.
Yeah, I think it was the right play from Jason to Chilling Water the Alolan Ninetales. Trailblaze might not have just been enough, and then the Weather Ball would have knocked out. And here comes the Earthquake. Shield or potentially get knocked out. Aero Bubble does make the correct shield choice, but Jason still has access to his Annihilate with shield advantage. And now we get to see the pressure of the Shadow counters and the Shadow Rage Fist potentially coming through.
He needs one more counter here to do Charge Attack priority. Then he's going to be able to Charge Attack priority the Marowak with the Ice Punch. Now he's going to get outpaced. If the Marowak comes into this Annihilate, it can actually reach the Bone Club before the Ice Punch.
Yeah, but I don't think you can risk it. Shadow Annihilate and Feraligatr have such similar attack stats.
It would have knocked out
that
too.
You weren't sure, but yes, you're right. It might have had to have been the play because now Feraligatr reaches the Hydro Cannon anyway, and this will knock out the Shadow Annihilate. Shadow Kanto Marowak now able to come in, and it is going to have an absolutely dominant matchup against this Shadow Steelix, and Aero Bubble seals game number 1.
Gives the camera a bit of a smile, knows that, wow, this Steelix was really strong into my team. We were able to get rid of it with the Marowak. Pretty much our only answer. And sometimes the stars just need to align for 2 games, and you'll be free from the Toedscruel Steelix.
So it's interesting what you said there in that game about that charge attack priority opportunity, but Annihilate and Feraligatr, such similar attack stats, but lots of players, particularly with Shadow Annihilate, try and opt for higher attack because they just want as much raw damage output as possible. You often have to shield anyway. I'm particularly always a fan of running higher attack on Pokemon that are more offensive.
And typically, Feraligatr opts for a much higher bulk because you need it for matchups such as the Lapras, where you need to hang on to those Sparkling Arrays, even though resisted, but just in general, not huge. You don't get a lot of value out of the Shadow Claws doing a little more damage occasionally.
And if you did want more attack on a Feraligatr, you'd probably run the Shadow Feraligatr.
Correct.
So it makes a lot of sense that Feraligatr on Aero Bubble side would be more bulky, and perhaps something for Jason to take away and consider, that if he had thrown on Charge Attack priority one counter after when he threw in that game, he might have had a much better opportunity to win that first game of this series.
I like what Aero Bubble is doing. He's leading the Alolan Ninetales and swapping to Feraligatr, understanding that nothing can really comfortably counter-swap the Feraligatr. There is the Shadow Steelix, of course, but it's going to have to take a Hydro Cannon, and it may even have to take 2 if the Psychic Fangs is no-shielded properly. So a lot of great calls that Aero Bubble can make here. Can also almost guarantee that the Steelix comes in. If he swaps to Feraligatr, maybe he pairs that with something like the Empoleon, plays that ABB style line, and secures the Steelix in the mid-game and sweeps with the Empoleon.
Now, does Jason stick with that Shadow Steelix pick? Because Aero Bubble did dominate it with that Shadow Kanto Marowak. Does Aero Bubble think that Shadow Kanto Marowak still has the same utility? Let's find out. We're getting into game number 2.
Well, I'm sure he's glad he didn't bring the Shadow Kanto Marowak, considering it's Toedscruel against Alolan Ninetales, probably the best lead that you could possibly find for Alolan Ninetales. Now, if you're Jason, you swap the Florges, but it's going to be immediately answered by Empoleon.
A little bit of a slow counter swap by Aero Bubble, but Empoleon has such a good matchup against Florges that it might not make a difference. But one thing that I've got my eye on is that Shadow Steelix in the back. There's no guaranteed answer to it on the side of Aero Bubble, but the pressure that Empoleon puts on and the energy that you might come out with could be massive into this endgame.
I wonder if you can get a shield here with the Trailblaze. If you do, that could be big, as that Shadow Steelix can start to go on a tear. If you're Aero Bubble, do you respect it? Yes, you actually respect this and shield the Empoleon. Suddenly, if we come with a Toedscruel here, there's a chance that we can completely sweep the game with the Shadow Steelix.
Do you throw a Hydro Cannon and go straight into your Alolan Ninetales? That's one question.
Well, we'd want to throw a Drill Peck. We'd want to throw a Drill Peck. It's a grass type, right?
Oh yeah, it's the Toedscruel coming in. I'm just there looking at this ground type Pokemon, but it's actually the Shadow Steelix that's coming in, but it looks like a weak connection that's there, so Jason doesn't seem to get the Thunderfang through.
That could be critical, as he needs every Thunderfang possible to get the advantage on the back end. Let's see if he can get this farm down. No, it doesn't look like he can get this farm down. It seems like Aero Bubble is always a guarantee to have those 2 Hydro Cannons.
Yeah, and that means that Aero Bubble is going to do a massive amount of damage if it doesn't go shielded. Jason uses his second shield, and now the Shadow Steelix completely unprotected, having to take down both an Alolan Ninetales and the Feraligatr. The Toedscruel in a really uncomfortable position here, because its grass and ground typing means that an iced move will knock it out in one shot, but Hydro Cannon is the attack that has been caught, so really well maneuvered by Jason, and he's doing everything he can to stay in this series.
I wonder if you can actually recharge that here. It's not looking too good. Oh yes, you do get to the Seed Bomb. Does he respect it? No. Knows that this will not knock out Alolan Ninetales. He's going to be looking to secure this endgame here against the Shadow Steelix. One Weather Ball will be able to get launched, but it's going to be up to, I think 2 Weather Balls should be enough, actually.
Yeah, Weather Ball recently buffed, and Alolan Ninetales putting on tons of pressure to the unshielded Shadow Steelix. Weather Ball plus a few more Powder Snows could be all that is needed. Jason not happy with how this game number 2 has played out, and Shadow Steelix deep into the red as we approach this final stages of this game.
Yeah, Shadow Steelix was super strong this game, and of course, in the hindsight, you can see like, oh, why didn't Jason just swap to Shadow Steelix? Aero Bubble didn't have an answer on his team. Well, very easy to say when you already know there's no Marowak on the side of Aero Bubble, but very difficult to make that cold read in the moment. He did it earlier and didn't do it here. Maybe that's what cost him.
Aero Bubble does take that game, but I wouldn't be surprised if Jason has that conversation with the judges there, that the game didn't play out exactly as he wanted to. The Shadow Steelix didn't get a few of its fast attacks off, and the question that the judges might need to consider is whether or not that made a difference to the outcome of that game.
Of course, Thunderfang being missed there is always not optimal, and I also think that he didn't necessarily have the option to choose which Pokemon he brought in, because it kind of forced him to bring in the Steelix. When you reach the end of the timer, basically when a Pokemon is knocked out and you get the chance to bring a new one, if the timer goes all the way down, it always chooses the one on the right. So
is that the case?
Kind of took it out of his hands there, and perhaps he could make the argument that, hey, if I bring in my, what was the other Pokemon?
Toedscruel.
Yeah, if he brought in the Toedscruel and pretty much lets the Steelix go free in the back, that could be a win. It would be hard to disagree with that.
It could have changed the outcome of the game, so there's at least a conversation that Jason will need to have with the judges, and then it's at the judges' discretion whether or not they feel the outcome could have been different and whether or not a rematch might be awarded. So whilst we wait for that, let's just have a think about what we feel about these double ground Shadow Steelix and Toedscruel pairing.
I mean, it's so interesting, right? Because we're seeing double ground into double water, but the ground is like winning by not a small margin either. Yes. It is absolutely should be destroying the water types. And Toedscruel, it was so good for Will D in Toronto and Bastiodon, Wigglytuff, that kind of core where you technically have an answer for everything. You don't lose to anything, but you just have to get the right alignment every single game. We've seen trainers like Meteor Fallian do that and actually succeed, win entire regional championships with it. Will D last week took down Rise to Occasion with that similar strategy. So hey, anyone, they're
really strong Pokemon when they're used correctly.
Absolutely.
And I think that when you saw the Shadow Steelix on the side of Jason there, Alolan Ninetales, Empoleon, and that Feraligatr all get a lot of pressure put onto them by that Shadow Steelix, but he got the lead he wanted. He had a Lowland Ninetales, Aerobubble had a Lowland Ninetales into the Toedscruel, and then the Florges safe swap was immediately met by the Empoleon. And so the amount of advantage you would get because of those two matchups counterbalances the fact that you didn't actually then have a hard answer to the Shadow Steelix. And it's difficult to discuss because at the same time, that's exactly what happens when you run an alignment-based team like Jason is doing. If you don't get the alignment you want, it becomes very difficult to wiggle your way out of it.
But when you do get it, it's absolute cinema, right? There's no better feeling than latching your Toadstool onto the Kanto Marowak and laughing because, you know, haha, my Shadow Steelix is in the back.
No, do you remember Elam in Toronto?
Correct.
He had his Shadow Kanto Marowak up against a Toedscruel. Pivoted at the right time. His opponent then gave away some of the energy advantage.
He gave away the switch.
Who knows?
Which is the #1 rule for this team is what?
Alignment.
Alignment. You can't give away switch. And sometimes you have to bring a strategy you know, and you're just going to stick to it. You're going to stick to your guns, and you're going to stay with it the whole weekend. Every time you see a good lead, you stay in. Every time you see a good swap, you use your shields.
These are the strategies that all of these players are having to consider, and some players will go for more energy-focused matches, some players will go for more fast attack pressure, and some players will simply just want to keep their typings in check through alignment, through Pokemon like that Bastiodon as well. And we say that, but actually we didn't see Bastiodon there, and I don't think that...
Not much play for it, right? Double water, our double grounds are simply better. And everyone has different strategies, right? Some trainers, you say, they like their neutral play, they like their neutral coverage, but others feel comfortable, feel confident in their ability to read their opponents, read their teams. And honestly, that's a very difficult strategy to fully master, but when you get it, you can almost never lose.
So much opportunity for these players and so many games that they will need to play as well. Have you ever brought Bastiodon to an event?
I am very proud to say that I am 40 tournaments clean. 40 regionals, internationals, and worlds attended. Not one time Bastiodon was brought. So I'm pretty proud of myself.
I mean, you don't run Bastiodon, but one of your favorite Pokemon, and you were actually one of the early adopters, is that Shadow Kanto Marowak, a Pokemon that we've seen so much of in the Championship Series. We've seen it for a long time now, and it is still one of the best. Mudslap, Bone Club, and Rock Slide, and it's the ground and rock pairing. We've often called this before Edge Quake coverage, because especially in the video game when they use Stone Edge and Earthquake together, the coverage that has against the meta can be really, really aggressive. So Marowak, and especially its Shadow variants, definitely one that you want on your roster.
Initially, when Marowak was first popular, it would always come with Clodsire, actually. Both of them even having the Stone Edge, Earthquake, Bone Club, Rock Slide. It's theoretically just perfect coverage, right? Literally nothing in the entire game can resist both of those, except for, well, the funny Toedscruel that we saw on Jason's team.
Really, really interesting options available for ground-type players. One ground type that we haven't seen in a very, very long time is Gligar. Do you think that there's an opportunity for Gligar to ever return to the meta?
I think Gligar is such an interesting Pokemon because theoretically the typing is so cool. Flying and ground.
It is pretty cool.
Kind of like, it's like an oxymoron, right? Like you can't be flying and on the ground at the same time, but you can be flying and throwing attacks into the ground.
Conceptually, it's just crazy, right? Like, how is it a ground type?
Innovation.
It's absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema. That's right. Gligar, Fury Cutter did get quite the tune-up, but at the same time, it's just not same type attack bonus. Neither is the Night Slash. And perhaps there's going to be a meta where you do get this perfect coverage, this theoretical perfect coverage, but
maybe one day Gliscor could be an option as well, a bit more aggressive.
Oh yeah, Gliscor with Sand Attack. It's just so oppressive when you can get it in the right matchup. Sand Attack doesn't do a lot of damage, but with the one-turn charge fast attack, you can do so many, apply so much pressure, and land those hard-hitting Earthquakes. But I would love to see a Gliscor shine as well.
Yeah, it can put on a lot of pressure. And we did see Aerobubble putting a lot of pressure on Jason in that series. The judges have decided that no rematch will be granted, although there was a little bit of here and there during that game. Aerobubble had the advantage, and the game played out as they believe it could have and should have. And so Aerobubble seals victory in that match.
That must be a sigh of relief, right? I think I don't only speak for myself, but when any trainer gets their opponent's team sheet, you're excited to play, you're like happy to meet your opponent, you see that team, I feel like your heart skips a beat, right? You see it and you're like, it doesn't matter how good of a matchup you theoretically should have into this team, because there's something technically that can always go wrong.
It is really tough, and we've spoken about it a little bit already this weekend on the broadcast, that there's only so many Pokemon that you can account for when you build a team for an event. Let's remember that you're composing a team of 6, and you cannot change that once you started the tournament, and you are needing to progress against anything and everything that comes your way. And there's one thing to account for the meta. We see those top usage graphics, we see those day 1, those day 2, all the Pokemon that you're likely to see because everyone's bringing them, and then all of a sudden when you look at the team sheet and it has Bastiodon and Toedscruel together, and you're thinking, I don't know if I'm mentally ready for this.
Because every game, it feels like a coin flip. Where's the Toedscruel going to be? Is it even going to be there? Or where's the Bastiodon going to be? Or is it even going to be there? And you often end up tricking yourself, and your opponent doesn't have to do any of the legwork.
Exactly. It's emotional damage at this
Absolutely.
point. Yeah. But Aerobubble, he's come out on top, and he will progress with that Alolan Ninetales, the Feraligatr, and then the ever-present Empoleon that we're seeing so much of in this Precious Paths meta.
Yeah, I just feel like when you overcome a team like that, it's nothing but relief. It's nothing but pure relief, right? You're like, oh my goodness, it's done. And let's just continue with the winner side bracket and hope to never see that again.
I mean, that's how I feel after every game. I'm just like, thank goodness.
Thank goodness
One more game's over, and I can just progress. Because it's difficult in these moments, especially as you go through the tournaments and you're against such brilliant players with such strong Pokemon as well. And you're needing to try and keep track of all of these different matchups and work out exactly how you can navigate your way to victory.
These trainers are not only trying to play their ways to victory, they're trying to draft the best teams. And one of the best team builders, I think, in the entire circuit is Tonton Battus. He always brings the best picks.
Yeah, Tonton Battus coming up next. He's a player that we've heard, we've watched, and we've seen so much of over the years. He's a player with so many accolades to his name, but at this point, we're actually getting to stages of a tournament where the best of the best are really, really shining now. We're getting to the late stages of day number 1 here in Birmingham for some of the earlier groups. Remember that the way that it works is that groups are staggered. Some of the groups started way later in the day, so they will finish a little bit later this evening. But for now, this is the Group D winners finals. Tonton Battus up against Christian on the right there. Both of these players really, really talented.
Christian, I think he's top 8 in the EU leaderboards right now, as we saw earlier. So definitely has been very consistent and made a couple top 8s already this season. Tonton, of course, is one of the titans of the European circuit, and he always does it in his own style. He doesn't copy, he doesn't imitate, he innovates. And that's exactly what he's doing today. He's bringing not only 1 spice pick, but 3. He's got Shadow Dragonite, which he actually used in Gdansk. And I think he didn't see the success that maybe he would have wanted, but he still believes in the pick. And I really like it. He's sticking with his guns. He's like, hey, Shadow Dragonite, I'm very familiar with it. I know how it works. And thanks to that new rework of the Thunder Punch, I have a lot of fight against Azumarill. And Azumarill is the main fairy, not Wigglytuff.
Clefable as well with the recently buffed Meteor Mash. So much quicker to reach. And Clefable, it's got reasonable bulk. It's not a bulky Pokemon. It's probably medium bulk. But that pacing and the damage output,
it's no joke.
It's really, really a really strong potential option for Tonton Battus that Chris will need to account for.
It's so interesting because Clefable has such fantastic movesets, but against this team, you run into a couple problems in Corviknight and Empoleon where your charge attacks are completely walled off. However, there's just such great matches though in Altaria and Florges that maybe you still feel a little bit tempted to bring it. Of course, Dragonite, I think is going to be the star of this show. Dragonite's so free into this team.
Yeah, Florges and Altaria, Clefable's obviously very strong against, and neutral matchups into Shadow Kanto Marowak and that Licky, but the double steel pairing of Empoleon and Corviknight could be something for Tonton to consider. The players are locked in. I see a shiny Fortress on the left. It's up against an Altaria on the right.
This is going to be an interesting matchup because theoretically, both of these Pokemon are doing very, very resisted fast attacks to one another, but they have very hard hitting. Oh my goodness, what a catch to start us off. But it's actually Christian who is baiting here with the Sky attack, so he's not going to be punished for throwing the bait here.
Really, really good attempt at a catch by Tonton Battus. Sky attack, at least the damage that Chris would have wanted to throw anyway. You see him farming up on that Altaria before going into the Florges. Surf now coming through, and Chris isn't going to shield it.
Of course, he wants to keep that pacing with that Fortress in the later stages of this match in the back, and we don't want to be vulnerable to that Rock Tomb. We want to be a little bit ahead of our opponent there, but a Trailblaze is going to come through and knock out this Joust. If it doesn't go shielded, it's going to come pretty close and it's going to allow a nice farm down here.
Yes, but there is an attack available still to that Jellicent, so Surf is going to do a decent chunk of damage. Florges might just be able to hold on, but good value coming from the Jellicent, and Florges on just a sliver of HP and not enough for Bug Bite to just quickly take it down.
I like the way he's dancing, and now understanding that with that one Bug Bite, it was critical. he literally got to this Rock Tomb one turn before the Flamethrower. Otherwise, it could have been a charge attack priority that he lost.
So you see there now, Chris is going for that Flamethrower, and Tonton will shield it up. The question is, can Tonton Bug Bite down this Altaria? Bug Bite is resisted by the flying type. Chris isn't going to give it a chance to find out. Empoleon now coming straight in with the metal sounds and access to Hydro Cannon that we know is just so strong. But Sand Tomb, super effective, but not particularly powerful, about to come in first.
Empoleon's like theoretically good here, right? You have the 2 shields advantage against a Fur and a Fortress, but you're going to start shielding Sand Tombs. You're going to start shielding Swifts, and suddenly your Empoleon doesn't have any shields, and it's also going to be very low in terms of HP, thanks to all that Bug Bite and Sucker Punch pressure.
Both of these Pokemon with such rare typing, Steel and Bug on the left, Steel and Water on the right, and now that Furret comes through, another Hydro Cannon coming from this Empoleon. So hard, so fast, that's why we're seeing so much of this Pokemon in this meta, and Furret is able to hold on. Sucker Punch is now punching through. Trailblaze about to be reached, but not being thrown straight away, and correctly done by Tonton Battus, correctly throwing a Swift into the Altaria instead.
I like swapping out of that Altaria swapping into the Altaria as soon as possible, hoping that maybe your Empoleon can get the double Hydro Cannons in the back end, being just a little bit bulkier as you're no longer debuffed by that Sand Tomb.
But Tonton now having to expend so much energy to take down this Altaria, not wanting to risk it reaching a Sky Attack, and now the Empoleon's able to come back through, but there is a shield available for Tonton Battus, and Sucker Punch is doing enough damage. Empoleon goes down, and Tonton Battus, with 1 shield remaining and 3 Pokemon remaining, takes game number 1.
3 Pokemon hanging all on by a thread. I think those 3 Pokemon together probably had 5 HP to their name, but still, a win is a win. As close as that was, I think Shadow Dragonite is going to be looking so primed for this next game, honestly.
So we have seen Empoleon and Altaria core, and many of the top players are already accounting for it, already thinking what Pokemon can break that core, and Fortress, and we saw Shadow Fortress as well earlier from Pataman, could be an answer. The Sand Tombs against the Empoleon put a lot of pressure because the Bug Bites then really stack up, and the Rock Tombs against Altaria, they do a huge amount of pressure and reduce the damage, and when shields are up and you can't land a Flamethrower, Dragon Breath is doing nothing to a Fortress.
And Fortress, in those late game scenarios, you saw he had the 2 shield advantage with the Empoleon, but it pretty much didn't mean anything because we're shielding charge attacks that are like quite literally meaningless. You don't want to shield stand attacks, but you have no choice. And that's where Fortress really shines in the end game, where you can force your opponents to swap in and out based on the debuffs that have been applied to them.
And what are your thoughts on Jellicent into this new meta? We didn't see a huge amount of Jellicent in the day 1 usage of Toronto, but we did see it start to really perform in some of the late stages, and now makes top usage here in day 1 of Birmingham.
Based on how little Guzzlord I'm seeing in this tournament so far, I'm pretty convinced by Jellicent. Guzzlord is obviously like the worst matchup possible. It resists every single charge attack, every fast attack you have, and very, very dominant there. Has Brutal Swing to hit it with. But now, a very neutral matchup, on the other hand, is going to be the regular Unova Stunfisk into the regular Altaria.
Yeah, the dragon type of choice, not Guzzlord at the moment, it is Altaria. And the dragon and flying type means that neutral electric damage comes from this Unova Stunfisk. But Unova Stunfisk, because of its electric typing, would resist Sky Attack. That forces Altaria to throw flamethrowers instead. And so this matchup, especially in the Zero Shield scenario, gets really, really close. Both Pokemon will go very, very low at a very similar time.
This depends on how bulky the Unova Stunfisk is. If the Unova Stunfisk is not very bulky, it can go down to 2 flamethrowers. Some may have a more attack-weighted Stunfisk to win that mirror extremely dominantly, being able to win charge attack priority, of course. But let's see if Tonton has opted for that here. No, seems like it's going to be that bulky Unova Stunfisk. Should comfortably hang on to this next flamethrower.
And it looks like Chris has a really good backline as well. We can see Florges available for the Furret. We can see Licky Licky available for the Jellicent. So alignment could be really important. And now the Florges is up against that Furret. So we know what's going to come in the back. This is a really great position for Chris. And he needs it to be, because in this best of 3 match, Tonton only needs 1 more win.
Chilling Water applied to the Furret. It's a perfect charge attack priority. And this Swift, no longer going to be enough to knock out in 2 with the Sucker Punches. It's a great debuff for the Florges here. Let's see how he continues to play this, if he decides to Trailblaze or continue with the Chilling Waters.
What would you do here?
I think Trailblaze makes sense here. It could put us into Fairy Wind downrange.
I don't mind that Chris has actually opted to not throw an attack just yet. You know you're not going to go down to a Swift, so you may as well try and farm up a little bit more energy in advance, but you need to consider throwing an attack before the switch clocks are up, because now they are, and you do just get that Trailblaze through in time.
This is a great Trailblaze here. Will be enough to knock out the Fur, and you have that move ready and loaded for the next, but actually it's going to be a Swift that has reached on 1 HP from the Furret. Very, very nice there for Tauntaun, but he's got to keep in mind, Florges still has a move banked in the back.
Yeah, an important moment for Chris there, preserving the Florges. Now the Jellicent comes in, and it is going to get a big Hex farm down, but Licky is about to put on a show because it resists the Hex and the Shadow Ball of Jellicent, forcing it to throw Surfs instead, meanwhile having a Shadow Ball of its own to do a huge super effective pressure to the Ghost and Water-type Pokemon.
I think Licky can even start to get a little bit silly here. Maybe bait with the body slams. It would be more of a love of the gameplay, but you could definitely get away with it.
I absolutely would not be doing that, but it could be an option for him. It could also be the only lose condition to get a body slam not shielded. Let's remember the Florges has a Trailblaze banked as well, so there is still a lot of pressure available to Chris.
See? Hey, he did get shielded there.
Well, there you go. You should have thrown body slam, right?
Yep. So easy to say from our perspective, right?
He's actually throwing the body slam now, and it's going to shoot. I told you, Eric. I told you, don't do this.
But honestly, this is not even putting it into the Trailblaze range, so it's a little bit awkward. And we're trying to make the charge attack priority with the Trailblaze onto the Surf. I really like that play, actually. It's a very heads-up way to look at this matchup. I think here, Trailblaze lands, so you probably can just get that rollout down.
And now Surf coming through, but Licky is so bulky. 2 Surfs probably won't be enough to take it down, and Chris is now going to start thinking about stacking up body slams, but there is a Mud Bomb already, and Jellicent doesn't have that other Surf. Did it have the other Surf banked? Because it will win charge attack priority.
I think it was 1 Hex away, and if this rollout down can be applied, actually, no, you just need to make it the back-to-back charge attacks. Ooh, the Mud Bomb is going to be landed onto the Licky, and now, can you hang on here?
I think that Tauntaun might have a Surf, might be really close to a Surf on a Jellicent, if nothing else. And Chris is committing to a rollout down that perhaps he didn't really quite need. He was going for the back-to-back body slam because there's a shield available on the Jellicent, and Tauntaun is going to take victory here. Chris losing it because he threw a body slam into the Jellicent, taking the advice of Eric that he couldn't hear.
For the first one.
Oh, the first one
was no problem, right?
You didn't make it clear.
The first one, cinema. The second one, game over.
Game over for Chris as Tauntaun progresses on the winner's side of the bracket. Brilliantly played by the Frenchman. He, yet again, with his spicy options, progresses, succeeds, excels, and we don't expect anything less from him.
We didn't see the Clefable just yet, but I think if you were to play against the right team composition with maybe a Wigglytuff and another dragon like Guzzlord, maybe you could put the piece together there and get some advantage with the Clefable. You didn't see the Dragonite either, so excited to see more of that, of course, and we were going to have the option to later in this tournament.
I mean, I'm still convinced, and I could be wrong, that there's just absolutely no need to throw a body slam in the matchup. Yes, it might be nice to get a shield bait, but I just think that the risk cost, right, it's just way too disproportionate. Just throw the Shadow Ball, you do a massive amount of damage into that Jellicent, and then you had the Trailblaze available on the Florges, which would do super effective into both Jellicent and Univern Stunfisk as an option. So perhaps that will be a moment that Chris is ruining. He's not out of the tournament yet. He drops down into the loser's side of the bracket.
I mean, hey, we're here for the love of the game, and sometimes you just have to bait for the love of the game. not because it's necessary. Like seeing the Drill Peck throw onto the Shadow Charge earlier. Love of the gameplay.
Love of the gameplays, and like throwing Air Cutter time after time after time, and they continue to go unshielded. That would be a way to lose a match.
That would be a really interesting way to lose a match. I'm sure whoever did that must be feeling very silly, but of course, that happens sometimes.
It does happen. It happens to the best of us, and it happens to Eric as well. But these are the things that happen in these tournaments. You need to sometimes make calls. Sometimes they come out great. Sometimes they're not quite what you want. And part of it is just having the resilience to adapt, to stay strong, because Chris is still in this tournament. But Tauntaun, he'll be over the moon that he succeeds on the winner's side of the bracket.
And finally, taking it down with the Shadow Dragonite. He's used it so many times, I feel like. But finally, getting the result that he's been looking for. Maybe the bench pressure was enough to help him win this game. Of course, you don't want to play things like actually, Kanto Marowak is even that good for Dragonite because they have to throw Sewer Power.
that's the thing. It's actually Gastrodon is a really uncomfortable matchup for Dragonite as well, because it's the Thunder Punches and
once
the
you
superpowers that make
superpower,
it difficult.
You're gonna go down to a body slam.
Well, this is why we don't see much of Dragonite. We haven't seen it much in the regionals. We haven't seen it at international championships. I don't think I saw one last year at Worlds. And I think that if you missed any of Worlds, then keep an eye on this little summary.
Here we are again, trainers, yet with another episode of Perfect Play. Here we highlight and break down some of the best plays made in the Championship Series. My name is Martine. You may also know me as 2024 Worlds finalist in Adequance. Let's talk about Beelzeboy, a competitor from India who had reached top 4 at 2024 Worlds. He made a return to the big stage in 2025. He pressured the opponents with Shadow Marowak, made waves with Lapras, and punched through the competition with Shadow Annihilate. The Pokémon Beelzeboy relied the most on, however, was Galarian Moltres. This is a legendary Pokémon that is only encountered on the Daily Adventure incense, and it was the key to overcoming the Grand Finals on Championship Sunday. His opponent was Patman, who had defeated Beelzeboy before on day 2. How do you overcome a fearsome opponent like that? The team of Patman doesn't answer Galarian Moltres quite well, and Beelzeboy exploits his weakness. His plan is to set up Galarian Moltres for an energy advantage. If he notices a lead matchup that will be favorable for Galarian Moltres, he just swaps it in immediately. This gives Galarian Moltres a head start on whatever Patman will bring in to answer it. We call this an energy advantage. Let's analyze how Beelzeboy utilizes this strategy under great pressure. The final battle for the title of World Champion. Beelzeboy leads his Lapras into the Galarian Corsola from Patman. This is not a lead he likes, so he swaps out into Galarian Moltres. This is a terrible matchup for Patman, so he's forced to switch out. His best answer is Cradily, but this is a tricky position. Cradily and Galarian Moltres usually plays equally fast to their first and second charge attacks, but now that Galarian Moltres is ahead, Patman needs to call the charge attack launched at Cradily. A Brave Bird would inflict massive damage, but letting a Fly go means that Cradily may feign to fast attacks if Beelzeboy decides to use protections on Galarian Moltres. This forces Patman to switch out, and it allows Beelzeboy to save his Galarian Moltres. Steelix tanks the energy from Galarian Corsola, so Galarian Moltres can then launch a Brave Bird into Lapras. Beelzeboy now has his own Lapras to close the game, and this secures him the 2025 World Championships title. If you ever heard players talk about energy advantage, this was the base of Beelzeboy's plan. A strategy well executed. Think you have what it takes to become a champion? Visit Pokemon.com/compete and start your road to victory.
We are so back. I'll tell you what, it could be you viewer at home. Literally anyone can participate in these regional tournaments. You can get the points and maybe even get the invite to Worlds if you're ever so lucky.
I mean, that's the incredible thing. The pinnacle of Pokemon play is the World Championships, and watching Beelzeboy do so incredibly well in Anaheim in the previous season was such an inspiration point for so many trainers. And I know there are plenty of trainers out there on the field right now, maybe even watching at home, who want to try and become our next World Champion.
Watching the story and seeing him in the year previously is always so interesting, just to see like the story arc of some of these people and how far they've come and how long they've been playing for. It's always really interesting and fun to look back on their time and career in Pokemon Go.
It's definitely one of the beautiful parts of this very beautiful game, and it looks like the Pokemon action is going to keep going forward. We're jumping into our next winners finals between Sneeman and Jox. Oh my goodness, some incredible Pokemon choices here. Sneeman here is running obviously our water types that we're seeing everywhere at the moment. We've got our Lapras, we've got our Azumarill, but then we also have the Corviknight, a Pokemon that I thought was very dominant in Toronto, but I haven't seen as much of here in Birmingham.
No, absolutely. We're also seeing the Gorgeist on the side of Jox, alongside both of these trainers using I'm reading Snowman. Both of them using Guzzlord. I'm reading Snowman. We're talking about Snowman. Both these trainers are incredibly well versed with the amount of games that they've tournaments that they've played in and achieved well in the past. They're both very astute in their knowledge of the game.
Exactly, and Guzzlord, again, one of the dragon types that we're seeing out there at the moment. I think Altaria is definitely in that #1 spot in more ways than one, but Guzzlord is still able to apply pressure with this nice coverage with Brutal Swing and the Sludge Bomb as well. Marowak has been a key Pokemon in the meta as well. Those Mud Slaps being able to hit really hard for some good neutral damage or super effective damage to these electric types that are popping up everywhere, as well as having good utility with Bone Club and Rock Slide to catch those cheeky flyers.
Absolutely, I'm really enjoying seeing some of these teams coming through using like a core of meta Pokemon and a couple of little spice picks smattered in there. As you can see, this one has 2. Jox himself has got 2 spice picks. I'd say the Guzzlord is relatively a spice pick when you've got the choice between that, as we were talking about before, the Altaria, and then the Gorgeist with that Incinerate damage. We saw it earlier on today. It didn't manage to get any of the hard-hitting Incinerates off on the Pokemon that would have dealt all the damage to. So let's see if we're going to be able to get some of that in these games here today.
I think as well, you know, this Gorgeist has been a really interesting choice coming forward. A lot of grass types and electric types are cropping up out of the woodwork because of the dominance of these water types, and being able to apply pressure with that Shadow Ball that got a boost as well, and you get the same type attack bonus on it, does give it that little bit of an edge over some of the Pokemon who are using it that don't get the same type attack bonus, let's say.
These traders are thinking really outside of the box here, because realistically we've been seeing a load of water type Pokemon going unchecked. So what Jox has done, he's seen that there's a lot of people thinking about that and saying, oh, I'm going to bring some grasses and some electrics, and he is countering those. He has really thought outside the box, and that's what these trainers do. The ones who have got that knowledge, who have been to these events time and time again, they know what they have to think about when it comes to team building. They keep it a closed off secret so none of their friends find out, and then they bring it up and they show it on the stage, and it's always a spectacle to behold.
Well, I'm going to be very interested to see how the water types pair up against each other, because I think we can assume that Pokemon like Lapras and the Azumarill are going to come into this match. Pokemon like Lapras, though, we've seen be able to go through the bulk of an Azumarill with those Psy Waves. They do just keep stacking up, doing some really decent damage over time, and because neither of them can really hit the other for super effective damage on the charge attacks, it really does give them a window of opportunity to farm up lots of energy, and if the switch timers align in the right way, you can switch out, store that energy up for a very dynamic endgame.
Absolutely. Lapras, of course, being a Pokemon after the Psy Wave buff, we saw it used quite often. It was a very frequently used water-type Pokemon. We kind of fizzled out of the meta, but we have seen a small resurgence of it very recently to make it to the winners' finals here. Snowman has obviously done a very good job with it. I'm very excited.
Snowman getting ready for action, so is Jox, and the leads are out. It's a Corviknight versus a Lapras here out on the field.
And it is anyone's game here between Snowman and Jox. The Psy Waves are non-same type attack boosted and also resisted by the Steel typing. However, it gets to energy so quickly and the serves will quickly add up. We are seeing a payback land onto the Lapras here, and it does a decent chunk of damage.
I think Payback's really the move we see land from Corviknight time and time again. Air Cutter's often there as kind of a little bit of a bait, but as well, that Payback can do significant damage into Lapras. Lapras is going to be able to retaliate with a little bit of water damage of its own, but I really think Corviknight has the advantage here.
And I remember you saying you're predicting that Snowman might bring the double water. It looks like both trainers have ended up with this double water ethos coming into this game, and we're going to see how much damage these water types will be able to do. We're going to catch it! Jox ends up throwing a Payback onto a fairy type Azumarill. Let's see how much damage that does.
Not a lot.
Not a lot of damage.
Yeah, Azumarill able to take that really well. Now we'll just land these bubbles into the opposing Empoleon, but of course this is resisted on Empoleon's side as well. Empoleon is able to get to these Hydro Cannons, and this is one thing this Pokemon does so incredibly well. Very, very fast charge attacks, Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon.
Well, I had the loss of the amount of energy that Jox lost on his Corviknight. He has managed to end up with a good alignment here with his Steel-type Pokemon on the Fairy, being able to take any of these moves and maybe even farm up a little bit, ready for the next Pokemon to be brought in by Snowman.
And I have to correct myself there as well, because this is Drill Peck after Drill Peck here, because of course you're going down into the Azumarill. So even though you can get to this Hydro Cannons, the Drill Peck, as you can see, is going to be able to deal more damage. Azumarill gets out of there though, and Guzzlord takes the fray, taking up the field here as the Azumarill is trying desperately to get some bubbles down. But what it really wants to do is land that play rough.
The Sludge Bomb being shown here on Snowman's side. As soon as I saw that Guzzlord come in, I thought, oh no, what's going to happen here? But I didn't expect the Sludge Bomb here is going to be doing a decent amount of damage into the poor Fairy type Azumarill.
Yeah, got to keep an eye on the shields there a little bit. It looks like Jock still only has one remaining, so has to utilize that in order to avoid taking some huge damage from this Sludge Bomb. Yes, it doesn't get the same type of attack bonus, but it still would do a significant chunk to the otherwise very bulky Azumarill, and critically forcing Snowman to use the first shield on their side.
Snowman knows no matter what's being thrown here from Jox, anything is going to do so much damage to the Guzzlord. The play rough, of course, being double super effective, essentially, into the Guzzlord. So it would do probably enough to knock out at this stage, but it does go shielded.
This is the thing, you have to use your shields on the Guzzlord in order to try and keep it in the game. The Dragon Tails as well going to be doing very little damage into a Fairy type. But now we see the adjustment on Jock's side. That Corviknight rejoins the fray. It's got lots of energy stored up already, so it can go for this Air Cutter and just put the Guzzlord into the yellow.
When you talk about energy, I'm looking at the Guzzlord on the side of Snowman, and it has got copious amounts of energy being hidden in the back there, ready to come into whatever Jox has to throw into that Guzzlord's path.
I mean, as options go, the Azumarill's a great Pokemon to be able to eat up the damage, the minimal damage that the Lapras can throw here, as it is going to not be taking much damage from either a Water or an Ice type. But the Sparkling Aria will chip away, and once again, these Psy Waves just enabling another Sparkling Aria to be primed on this Lapras.
Absolutely, and you've got to take into account here that the Lapras is so low on health. Anything at this point is going to be enough to knock it out, and that was the finishing blow. But Guzzlord has got so much energy, primed and ready to be thrown onto this Azumarill. Will this be enough from here to knock it out?
The Azumarill thankfully still had a lot of HP for Jock, so it is able to hang on, but look at the energy on that Guzzlord. It already had one Sludge Bomb. Well, here's another one. This one will definitely finish the job.
Well, if one's not enough, two will do. And Guzzlord does end up dealing the final blow to the Azumarill. We've got a situation here with Guzzlord onto the Empoleon, throwing the move. I don't know if this is going to be enough.
If it's not enough, and it just is able to hang on with a slither of HP, and Empoleon is in a position where it has so much energy on the board, but the Azumarill quicker off the mark.
What a win there for Snowman. It was such a close game. But I think the pinnacle of that game was all the energy that was stored on that Guzzlord in the middle of the game. Put it in the back pocket, save it for a rainy day, save it for when you absolutely need that energy. It's decisions like that that I think win games, knowing exactly where you want to place your energy and having all that amount. A trainer like myself would probably be tempted to just throw whichever one's the best.
Just go for it.
Whichever move's the best move into whatever's in front of me. I'll just throw the move. But a higher thinking trainer will see, oh, I know what you've got in the back, I've already seen it, or I've got a good idea of what might be in the back, and then they will save that energy for what they think will be the best use of it.
I think energy conservation and management has been key throughout this tournament. We just saw Snowman, you know, as you've said, have lots of energy well set up on that Guzzlord, was able to apply a lot of pressure into the Azumarill. At the same time, you know, Jox was able to have so much energy stored up on the Empoleon right at the very end, but unfortunately wasn't in a position to click those charge attack buttons before it was felled and KO'd, and all that energy went to waste.
Absolutely. Well, both these trainers are going to be looking at their teams here, thinking, what could I possibly bring into this game two? Snowman already one game up. Jox is going to think, oh, what should I bring here? He's having a look at his team. Do you think Gourgeist might make an appearance?
I think Gourgeist would make a good adaptation into a lot of those water types, but another option could indeed be that Stunfisk. Not only can it counter into water types, but potentially the Corviknight on that side as well. Doesn't want to take any electric type attacks. And I think if you are the Gourgeist, you're going to worry a little bit on the Guzzlord side of taking a potential brutal swing. You don't want to take that dark attack at all, whereas, you know, Stunfisk can take that a little better.
Yeah, Stunfisk obviously doesn't want to see the Marowak, or really the
That's true.
The Guzzlord doesn't really want to see that, but overall I think that is a good Pokemon to look into Snowman's team. Jock's pondering on the thought of what he might bring in here.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're thinking through not only what they've learned about their opponent's Pokemon, but also about their playstyle, whether they're going to be playing a little bit riskier, a little bit bolder, or are they going to play a little bit more conservatively. And sometimes being able to read your opponent and how they're adapting without the match can be one of the ways to get victory. But Snowman, I think I like the lineup that came last time, you know, making sure you had those water types. We saw the Lapras with the Psy Waves just being able to stack up so much damage and apply pressure with its coverage options. And I think as long as you can keep the Guzzlord safe, where it doesn't face down against that Azumarill, or at least has the shields as it did in game one to protect it from the devastating charge attacks, then Guzzlord can once again be in a prime position.
We're looking like the two players have locked in their teams here, and we have Azumarill onto what you predicted here, the Stunfisk.
Yep, Stunfisk has found some great lead alignment here, but also has the Azumarill in the sense that it can bubble away and chip it down. It's all about the charge attacks though, and Stunfisk is able to get there nice and quick. This discharge is going to hurt, and it goes unshielded.
But you do have to take into account discharge isn't a very high damage move, so this Azumarill will quite happily take it. These two Pokemon are going neck and neck here. They're doing decent damage to each other, both deciding in the end to swap out. And we've got Jox here deciding to throw the Community Day move, Air Cutter, onto the Guzzlord.
Azumarill's nice and safe in the back with lots of energy, so Guzzlord's taken center stage. We can obviously see there is the Azumarill in the back for Jox as well. So if Guzzlord can find a way to pull this Pokemon out to get some sludge bombs on it, that would be fantastic. But at the same time, you want to make sure those shields are nice and intact.
Well, both these Pokemon that we've seen on each other do seem to be quite even as of this moment. But we've got to wait to see what's in the bag. Two Azumarills, it might be a stalemate of a game. We're going to see as it progresses, getting off another Air Cutter. Bear in mind, Air Cutter does have that small chance to buff the attack of the Corviknights.
Well, that's something Corviknight is going to be crossing its wings for, but not today. The Air Cutter, however, is once again charged and ready to go. This is just a relentless onslaught of charge attacks, but Snowman really preserving these shields, knowing that the Guzzlord has the bulk and the capability to take another Air Cutter, and the Brutal Swing ready to go. Maybe Jox is going to have to use the shield now.
He's going to decide how much switch is important to his team here. Decides to let it go, decides to keep hold of the two shields, and ends up trying to go for a spark down here. That's a very good play in this specific situation because of that extra energy that will now go on towards this water-type Pokemon, Azumarill.
It already came in with a lot of energy, but those extra couple of Thunder Shocks it was able to get up puts it in a prime possession to deal with this opposing Azumarill. Azumarill, of course, had energy of its own, forcing this shield to come through from Jox. Really wise preservation, but I just think on the energy edge, Stunfisk is there a little quicker than the Azumarill.
He saved that shield earlier on and decided now's a good time to use it. Jox now in a position where he decides, am I going to shield this as well and perhaps try and go for a farm down, trying to preserve my energy. Let's look at what he has in the back here. We're looking at a Lapras, and that will definitely not like the electric type attack. The Snowman not even taking a moment to hesitate there. That move is getting shielded.
Yeah, Jox gave a little bit of a nod as Lapras was revealed, knowing that you have all of this beautiful electric type damage, and the Psy Waves you're not going to worry about too much, but at the same time, once the Lapras is able to get to that Sparkling Aria, or even the Ice Beam, that's going to be a lot of difficulty for the Stunfisk to deal with.
Well, Jox knows all the moves that are on this Lapras. There's no Skull Bash, so he's quite happy to switch into the Azumarill here. Azumarill having the neutral move, Play Rough, whereas the Lapras, both of the Lapras moves are resisted into this Azumarill, which is already a very bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, and Stunfisk waiting in the back as well. It knows that if the Azumarill can deal with this Lapras, put it into a lower HP range, then the Stunfisk can come and clean up against it and the Azumarill too. So Azumarill on Jock's side, trying to go for that Play Rough, as you said, some decent damage into the opposing Lapras. This is not damage that Lapras can reciprocate.
Absolutely. The Lapras will try its best to try and get some surf damage in until perhaps a swap can be made. The Azumarill is already on a very low amount of HP, so perhaps Snowman might attempt to catch and gets it!
There we go. The Azumarill comes in to eat up all of this damage from the Play Rough. This is exactly the break that the Lapras needed for Snowman. It can come in and not have to worry about that damage here.
What a play. If there was any hope of Snowman retaining this game, that was it. Trying to get the catch on that Pokemon. Snowman now just trying to do as much damage with the Sparkling Aria as he possibly can.
And he's got another Sparkling Aria and a half to go as well. You can almost wait until the Azumarill was ready to go for its charge attacks and just nip it ahead here. Another Sparkling Aria coming through, and I think this will be the knockout.
Very good counting of how much energy this Azumarill still had from Snowman, and it's all come down to this. Snowman had that Sparkling Aria in the reserve tank, held up, and a very, very good play. Alongside that catch, a very, very well fought win here in the winners finals for Snowman.
Wow, what a 2 games there for Snowman. I mean, you can see the relief on his face as well. That game 2 got a little dicey at certain points. The Stunfisk was in a great position with lots of energy, a lot of pressure on both the water types. But what I loved is that adaptation with that catch, bringing in the Azumarill, set the Lapras up for the victory.
Absolutely, and Jox is a very, very good trainer. He's been here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah.
And he always puts on a good show, no matter where he goes. A very good showing from both these trainers. Snowman ends up on top. Well done, Snowman.
And also the Guzzlord. That's a Pokemon I want to talk about because we've been talking all day about Altaria and giving that dragon its moment in the spotlight. But I think Guzzlord proved that it's also still out there on the board, out there in the field, doing incredibly well for itself.
Absolutely. And thinking about it, if these two Pokemon matched up, who would end up winning? I think it'd be quite even because the Dragon Breaths don't really do as much damage as it used to. It'd get the energy very quickly, but the energy wouldn't really go anywhere. So perhaps expecting all these Altaria, this is a very good pick. And remember in that game 1, we were looking at how much energy that it held, and it's a relatively bulky Pokemon as well. And looking into Jock's team, there isn't really much that he could really do against it apart from that Azumarill.
And the Guzzlord was just such a machine on Snowman's side, just being able to use up through the shields, being able to apply pressure to the Azumarill, and then of course this end game where, unfortunately for Jocks, the Empoleon wasn't able to unleash all of that energy it had stored up.
It's a really good point you make there with the spotlight being on Guzzlord, because you don't really see many fairy types that would really hard counter it. Yes, of course.
The one Azumarill, I guess.
The one Azumarill has that play rough, but it takes quite a while to get there. And he also has the poison type move.
Yes, it does.
Ends up being able to counter it. Do you know what I mean?
It gives us some coverage into Azumarill, right? And I think when we think of fairy types, yes, we think of Azumarill and it's got that play rough, but then the other Pokemon that springs to mind is the Florges. But Florges only really has that kind of Fairy Wind, the fast attack. The other moves aren't going to do too much, you know?
Yeah, the Fairy Wind, it does a little bit of damage.
A little bit, it's a little, you know, bit.
If you're going dragon, if you're going
like
into a dragon type with your fairy Pokemon, you expect the fairy Pokemon to maybe put up a bit more of a fight. But the dragon, with the moves that most people run on Florges, the charge moves don't really go anywhere.
But it's the same with like Corviknight, because I always think, oh, Corviknight into Florges, surely that's really nice for the Corviknight, and it is in a way, but it doesn't have that big, powerful, same type attack bonus, devastating steel type move that Florges would want to avoid. So I think Guzzlord, having that coverage with the poison type, does just give it a few more options, and it's also handy against those grass types that we're seeing cropping up.
Absolutely. Well, when it comes up and you see the typings of your Pokemon, you're not necessarily out for the count. It all depends on what moves are being ran on that specific Pokemon.
Exactly, and I really like seeing the way a lot of our trainers are taking these very core meta Pokemon. You know, we are seeing Empoleon and Altaria hand in hand, being victorious everywhere, but at the same time, a lot of trainers are also opting for different cores. I mean, C. Leonardo that we saw win earlier did not have either Altaria or Empoleon core on that team at all. There were a few different Pokemon, the Shadow Charjabug, for example. Love to see that. Charjabug was Pokemon you were talking about actually at the beginning of the day, right?
Yes, it was. I do like Charjabug, especially we saw one earlier that was Shadow and it had bright red eyes.
Yeah, that was C. Leonardo's one, I believe.
Yeah,
it was so cool.
I really do enjoy that one. That Pokemon itself is not very good into fire types, but we're not really seeing any fire types.
No.
We had, at the beginning of the season, we had one really fire type Pokemon that was being used, and that was Talonflame.
Yeah.
And that's kind of fizzled out now in this current meta. So you're not really seeing any fire types being used at the moment.
There's just the occasional Incinerate, isn't there,
Yeah,
running around. But if you can avoid that, then you're sitting very pretty on the field. Moving on to our next winners finals, of course, we have King OWT versus Maximilian P. Oh, what an incredible match. And one Pokemon that I'm looking forward to seeing is that Jellicent, because this was a Pokemon that just got second place in Toronto. There aren't many ghost types running around at the moment, but it's nice to be able to see a Pokemon that's also a water type, because apparently water types are all the trend, you know, in Pokemon Go at the moment, but also another Pokemon that can utilize that Shadow Ball.
Now, these two players will know each other and their playstyles inside and out. They're both from Hertfordshire in the UK, so whenever there's a regional tournament or a grassroots tournament, they're always going to be at the same ones together, so they all have played each other time in and time out. So this is going to be a very, very good game, trying to figure out what your opponent is going to do.
Well, let's dive a little deeper into King OWT's team. Again, a lot of familiar faces. We've got this Empoleon and Altaria core that I'm sure is going to be in a prime position, but you also have that little Furret. And the reason I want to mention this Pokemon, not only because it is incredibly adorable, but secondly, the Sucker Punch does give you a little bit of utility into Pokemon like the Jellicent. You can deal with the Shadow Annihilate incredibly well because you have that dark typing, as well as having utility with the Trailblaze to deal with the Shadow Marowak or the Jellicent on Maximilian's side.
Yeah, Furret is such a good Pokemon. It gets to those moves so quickly.
Yeah.
Both Swift, which is the same type attack, boosted move, and Trailblaze, which can boost up your moves, and Sucker Punch itself just does a lot of damage.
And we've spoken a lot about how you have coverage moves in Pokemon Go. Well, Steelix on Maximilian's side is one of the perfect examples. It's not running any same type attack bonus moves. It has that Thunderfang for some fast attack pressure, as well as having the coverage of Crunch and Psychic Fangs. Crunch is obviously fantastic into the ghost types that do crop up from time to time, as well as just dealing a good amount of damage. And Psychic Fangs, again, we've seen how much that potentially can deal out.
We also have that Wigglytuff on display, another Pokemon that was really prevalent at the beginning of the 2026 season, but since the charm has been nerfed over time, it isn't really used as much now, but it looks to be, with all these dragon types emerging, it's got the charm, and it's also got the icy wind to try and debuff your opponent and also deal super effective damage if you are on a dragon.
That's the thing, there's a fairy type of piece here. You've got that Florges and you've got that Wigglytuff. So even though Florges doesn't have as offensive pressuring a fast attack as, you know, Charm versus Fairy Wind, it's still always a nice Pokemon to deal with potential dragons like the Altaria on the opposing side.
Yeah, they're both fairy types, but they both do very, very different roles in their team. Maxie's one is more of an offensive pressure. I want to throw as much fairy at you as I possibly can and hope that it does a lot of damage. Whereas the other one is a bit more reserved. It doesn't do as much fairy damage, but it does have a lot of contrast in its move pool, where it can do something against everything.
That's very true. And thinking a little bit about what choices these Pokemon trainers might want to bring, a Pokemon like the Lapras, particularly the Shadow Lapras, is going to be able to deal that little bit of extra damage. It's going to have some good coverage with its utility, you know, going for those ice-type moves and something like an Altaria or the Sparkling Aria into a Marowak can give you a lot of offensive pressure and can support Pokemon like the Stunfisk that don't want to deal with a potential Marowak there.
It's fun to see at these later stages of day one that we're seeing quite a few Lapras make it this far.
Yeah.
Where it wasn't a Pokemon that was very heavily used from the chart earlier on seen today, and it's a Pokemon that we haven't really seen in a while on the Play Pokemon circuit, but it is really starting to make a bit of a resurgence here in the later stages, or perhaps a slept upon Pokemon.
It's definitely still here. You can't count it out, even though you've got your Jellicents rising up. We've got Empoleon here. The fact that you have that Psywave can just be so devastating into a lot of the water mirrors. But we're not going to see a water mirror here. Instead, we're going to see the Wigglytuff out against the Stunfisk.
Now, the Wigglytuff does have that icy move, but it does take quite a little while to get to it, but that would be super effective against the Stunfisk. Stunfisk is able to throw out some neutral damage on good move timing here, and it'll just do short, dependable damage.
Yep, the Mud Bomb is going to be allowed through from Maximilian here to connect onto that Wigglytuff. And you can see as well, we have that Marowak in the back, so the Stunfisk gets out of there as quickly as it can. Now Florges in a prime position to get these Trailblazers, or Chilling Water. It really has its choice of what it wants to do, boost its own attack or lower Marowaks.
Maxie deciding, I want to throw this move before I potentially get my attack debuffed here, and that's the choice. That is what happens.
I think that's wise though, because you want to get the maximum amount of reward and return for the energy that you have carefully stored up. Marowak takes that super effective damage. Obviously it's not going to be dealing as much, but it is able to pace quickly to a Nulla Bone Club, and giving the dwindling HP remaining on this Florges, this should be able to get the knockout.
Bone Club is about to connect here, and that will be enough to knock out the Florges. The return answer here is Lapras, and Lapras does get to those Sparkling Arias very, very quickly.
It's going for almost for the farm down there.
Almost got the farm down. It is unfortunate for King OWT, as this Rock Slide would have really done a lot of damage, but does decide to shield it just in case.
Marowak hanging on right to the last 1 HP to get a little bit of damage and draw out a shield onto that opposing Lapras that's banking all of that beautiful energy as the Stunfisk comes in, does what it wants to do and land this electric type damage onto the Jellicent, but Maximilian has a shield.
Well, Maxi P does know what was in the lead for King OWT, so he will have perhaps anticipated this. Now, Stunfisk does do super effective damage into the Jellicent, but it doesn't do super effective damage into the Wigglytuff. So Maxi P decides to bring it in now and go for the devastating Icy Wind.
Yep, not only brings it in to eat up potential damage, but also can deal it back with that Icy Wind. Not the biggest damaging move, but obviously has the debuff as well. I think it's kind of the last moment here for the Stunfisk, and go for one more Mud Bomb, but it's going to be underwhelming.
We're going to see how much damage that does. Not quite enough, but we have a full energy Lapras which is going to take a hit here from the Swift.
Yep, that's the thing. The Swift is going to come through and connect, but Lapras is very happy to take that. He has energy to spare, but you just want to make sure that you're able to utilize it, trying to get the full farm down on the Wigglytuff, and is able to get it. This Lapras just hanging on. Now is trying to get the knockout on the Jellicent, but no, the Jellicent reigns supreme out of the water types.
And Jellicent able to farm it down. There was so much energy, but with nowhere to go for the Lapras. We're giving Lapras full praise about how far it's been able to get here in this tournament. But against the Jellicent, another Pokemon that we don't see super often, but it is definitely in and around the meta at this moment in time. It wasn't really able to go anywhere on that. Even if they had the Skull Bash option, it still would have been resisted by the Jellicent.
But I really like the way that Maxi was able to play, you know, bringing in that Marowak at the right time, finding its pressure down onto the Stunfisk, as well as very smartly being able to go for that charge attack before it got the chilling water debuff as well from the Florges. So just constantly being aware of like what mechanics can be interrupted with buffs and things like that and debuffs, and just being able to utilize the opportunity potential at its maximum.
Absolutely. Maxi P deciding to capitalize on the charm usage of his Wigglytuff, and it ended up working out really well. We weren't quite sure where Wigglytuff had its place in the current meta, but as we see here, it definitely works into some teams.
Yeah, for sure. And I think as well, the Jellicent, the way that it was able to come in at the end with all that energy, but critically the HP that have been conserved so nicely from Maxi's side did just give it that advantage. It could just go for a couple of those hexes, and Hex does have a lot of fast attack pressure, particularly if it's able to hit neutrally. It does stack up really, really well. So in an endgame, when the other Pokemon have been whittled down to such low HP, it just was everything that Jellicent needed to clean up the game.
Yeah, absolutely. There's two 3-turn Ghost fast moves, not accessible to Jellicent, but there's Hex and there's Astonish, and Astonish does so much damage, and Hex just gets the energy a little bit faster. So there's always something to look out for in terms of these Ghost fast moves, which we were seeing so much of earlier on in the season. But again, things are always changing here in the Pokemon Go meta.
Well, with changes can come adaptations, and although Jellicent did really well, that could be a Pokemon that King might be thinking of trying to counter. So if you're Maxi, do you bring it, or do you maybe switch up Ghost types?
It all comes back to that mental fortitude, those mind games. We're going to find out right here what was brought to the table, and we're seeing Annihilate onto an Altaria. This is not a very good lead for Maxi, but he's a very good trainer. We're going to see what he's able to do here. Starting to just farm up with the counters and throwing an immediate Rage Fist out. Pardon me. The Altaria got to the move first.
It did. It is that beautiful shiny variant as well for style points. Is going to be enraging, I think, this Annihilate a little bit more, that it wasn't quite able to get its charge attack off first in this game too, but the Rage Fist will not be allowed to connect thanks to the shield, but critically, you will get that attack boost still.
King OWT is perhaps tentative because of the potential Ice Punch, which would have done so much damage into that Altaria. This time, not quite building up to an Ice Punch, knowing that he can take this, decides to let it go.
But we've seen this previously. If you leave Annihilate unchecked on the field and it goes for Rage Fist after Rage Fist, these attack boosts can be devastating. Maxi wondering whether you want to keep this Annihilate in the game by using the second shield, but no, allows the Sky Cat to go through. That is going to be able to get the knockout. Now you can bring on your own Altaria to just Dragon Breath down the opposing one.
That's so smart with the current state of Dragon Breath, and in not doing that much damage, you're able to get so much more farm, knowing that if they get to a move, it's not going to do that much damage to you either.
Exactly, and that was just such relentless energy stored up. Now you have the utility to go for the flamethrower, not something I've really seen Altaria go for so far this tournament, but it does give you some coverage into potential steel types here. Oh, that actually hurts a lot into Empoleon. Wow.
That did a lot more damage than I thought it would do, considering it is part water type, but it is neutral damage. And it's not same type attack boosted Pokemon.
True.
So it is very interesting to see how much damage that actually did.
Well, Florges has now joined the field. It's going to have to take this charge attack instead. I think King knows that you can preserve the shield. You maybe want to utilize that on the Empoleon for the end game and just enable the Florges to start, you know, manipulating a bit of the stats here, going for these chilling waters, lowering the offensive pressure that Maxi could potentially be dealing out.
Absolutely. As Maxi is only just swapped in, we've got the full clock to go around before he's able to switch out again and potentially remove that debuff. So King OWT very happy to throw that debuffing move straight away, saying, as long as that's in here, it is not doing its full potential.
This is something you called out earlier, where you're kind of saying the Chilling Water goes first to lower their attacks, buying me more time to go for the Trailblaze and boost up my own, where you feel a little bit safer. But those charms, did you see how they were absolutely going through that Florges?
Absolutely. Their damage is overall lowered, but it doesn't feel like it out here on the stage. Maxi P now opting for a Swift, which is resisted, but it does still do a decent chunk of damage. Throwing it again. What's going to happen here? King OWT being forced to shield.
Yeah, he's shaking his head. I really don't think he wanted to use that final shield here as the stars do come across, but it doesn't seem like they're aligning for the Empoleon. It is at all its energy with its charge attacks, but these Dragon Breaths are relentless. There are no shields remaining. It didn't even need one more Dragon Breath because it's going for this charge attack. King OWT not happy.
King OWT really had to go for that second move because Maxi still had one shield remaining, but wasn't quite able to make it, meaning Maxi P will be making it to day number 2. And what a game.
Absolutely incredible set. Incredible play from Maxi there. I feel like calling him the master of the ghost types because game 1 was all about Jellicent, had a fantastic end game. Then in game 2, in the beginning of the match, bringing that S tier even.
Oh, oh dear. Well, King OWT may have lost that game, but he is not out. It will now go into the losers final, where he's still got an opportunity to make it through into day 2.
Yes, and I think definitely proving that he is someone to watch this weekend, even if he is doubting himself a little bit, definitely a true contender. Obviously, King as well, another formidable opponent, still in the competition, has just dropped down to the losers bracket. And if you missed the match, here's a little bit of a replay. We had a battle of the water types in a couple of spots, you know, Jellicent finding its mark down against the Lapras, but really this Jellicent shone so beautifully in game 1.
Absolutely, and it was just able to knock out at the end there with one Hex. Maxi P really put in a good show. Really all eyes on that Wigglytuff. The Wigglytuff that I maybe had downtrodden earlier on in the stream today, saying I can't personally see the real use for it. But here I stand corrected.
Pokemon do tend to do that to us. We might be kind of throwing a little bit of doubt on a certain Pokemon, and then it pops up and shows us exactly why we're wrong and why we're this side of the desk and not out there with the Pokemon battling it out on the stage, you know?
Absolutely. Well, with the changes to the seasons, and you get all the new exciting moves and their updates, and some moves do more damage than they did beforehand. A lot of people initially go straight to that move, and everyone's playing it and so excited. And some get taken back, and you think, oh, well, I don't want to use that anymore. But this is a prime example of using a move that has been lowered in attack, and it is still absolutely putting the work in.
I think as well, one thing I'll take away from this match is the way that energy was utilized throughout as well. Not only being able to get it stored up nice and quickly with those fast attacks, but critically being able to bank it in the back. You know, getting it all up at the beginning, maybe you're not going to be able to unleash it onto a Pokemon for an impact that's going to get you that win condition, but putting it in the back to bring out later can seal up a match, particularly once those precious shields have gone. And I feel like Maxi did a really good job of getting the shields away from King so that all of that energy that was in the back could then be utilized correctly.
Absolutely, and as these two players are very local to each other, they know each other very well, and they know all their strategies, so perhaps using slightly different strategies than they would have used in previous tournaments, just to try and get in the head of the opposition.
I think that's also a really nice thing when you're up against a friend. Sometimes it's a little bit of heartbreak because you're kind of rooting for your friend as well to do well in the competition, but then you might have to take them down. But at the same time, it's always a nice moment to look back on. And I think we've seen that a couple of times in tournaments where friends, you know, teammates, people who have trained and prepped together, or even have, you know, a little bit of a rivalry, have gone head to head, and it's made some of the most memorable matches in Pokemon GO history.
Absolutely. They're friends, they become rivals for a couple of minutes, and then they're friends again. But the real winner will prevail. But look, it's as we said before, King OWT is not out. Still a possibility maybe to play again in day 2 if he makes it through the losers finals.
Yep, hopefully we'll be able to showcase some more action from these particular trainers. But our next pairings are starting to get ready on the stage. And as we were just talking about trainers having rivalries and trainers being friends and then frenemies, when I think of matches like this, I think back to EUIC 2025 between Inadequate and Arceus Aurelius, when they were battling it out. Arceus had a little bit of a difficult game too. and Inadequates completely did not let him get away with that. Absolutely stormed through to the victory. So this is a redemption match for Arceus Aurelius.
Now, when we think about powerhouses playing against each other, this is definitely a game that would come to mind, maybe in the forefront of your mind when you think about two players that are definitely very well versed in the game. They know what they're doing. Very interested looking at Inadequates' team here.
Well, I mean, the first Pokemon, it's no surprise. Inadequates is a trainer who's been around the block or two, and he's very well known for having Giratina at his side. Even when Giratina is not meta, and, you know, he'll say, I'm not able to make it work, he finds a way. I am telling you, there is nothing this man cannot do without Giratina. However, that does not make him invincible, because Arceus Aurelius is also an incredible trainer, a regional champion in his own right, and it's going to be a hot competition between the two of them.
But it's not just that. We're talking about Talonflame not being used anymore. He's got Talonflame, he's got Guzzlord, which isn't used that much, he's got Clefable, a fairy type that we've seen it once already on stream today, but we're talking about fairy types that are being absent. He's got a lot of spice in this team, including the Grumpig, which at dinner last night someone was saying, oh, I feel like Grumpig could do quite well. And in my mind, Grumpig wasn't even in the equation. So to see it get that far, maybe they were onto something.
You've missed out one Pokemon there, Jay. You've talked about 5 of them. Are you sure you don't want to talk about the last one?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, leave it up to me. This is my moment. Gastrodon is on Martine's team, and this is actually a Pokemon that he has used to great success in the past as well. I know in the past he's used a different version of the Gastrodon. Maybe he's brought a better version to this tournament. We'll have to see. But his opponent, Arceus Aurelius, is again running some interesting Pokemon choices here. The Azumarill, a Pokemon that he is famously known for saying won't do well. I don't predict it's gonna, you know, be meta. And he ended up, if you were ever able to catch a previous broadcast, having to do a little bit of a challenge because Azumarill did incredibly well. And now he's running it himself. So again, trainers learning their lessons from their mistakes and their misjudgments and putting these Pokemon on their teams.
Well, we also saw Licky Licky doing really well in Toronto. We haven't seen it get that far in the later stages of day one here yet today. It has made it through at least to this final. I'm very excited to see these Pokemon face off against each other. We see a lot of the same Pokemon play each other in every single game. There's going to be a lot of there's going to be a lot of different matchups in these games coming ahead.
Yeah, this is going to be a masterclass in competitive Pokemon Go. So if you were thinking of going anywhere, please don't. Make sure you stick around for this one between Inadequate and Arceus Aurelius. I'm very intrigued to see what the leads are going to be coming out here, and whether or not this Talonflame or whether or not the Grumpig is going to be able to find a moment straight out of the box.
And they've locked in, and it's immediately looking good for Inadequate, who gets the Shadow Talonflame with the Incinerate immediately on the steel typing of the Steelix. Steelix does do decent damage with those Thunder Fangs, which is super effective into the flying type, and you've got to take into account it is a Shadow, so it's going to take those hits even harder.
Yeah, and the Psychic Fangs getting the defense drop as well, going to make things even harder for this Talonflame, so the moment is now for it to unleash this Flame Charge. That's going to be a knockout down onto the Steelix, forcing the Azumarill to come in, but it's met with that little Grumpig.
Grumpig is got that Side Wave, which gets the energy so quickly. Shadow Ball, which has been nerfed this season, you get to the Shadow Ball much quicker. Perhaps a good reason as to why this was picked, but we are seeing a play rough, not landing. It was shielded very last moment by the Grumpig on Inadequate's side.
Yeah, Inadequate at the final moment saying, I need a shield, I need to keep this Grumpig in the game to show off the potential that Shadow Ball now has. This is going to be allowed through into the Azumarill. It's going to be able to take this really well, but it still has a way to go to get back to its own charge attacks, whereas Grumpig is ready and waiting.
And good move timing from Inadequate, throwing the Shadow Ball again. This is going to do a lot of damage into the remaining health of the Azumarill here.
Yeah, Azumarill is at the charge attacks, though. That's something that Inadequate was calculating there, deciding not to shield, having a little bit of a giggle with his comrade across the board as the Grumpig is able to take this.
And there is a switch out on both sides now, and it's looking very good for Inadequate's Talonflame. But you do have to take into account, Arceus Aurelius will get to these flying type attacks very quickly.
This is one of the strengths of Corviknight, the sand attacks enabling it to get to these air cutters very quickly indeed. But of course, Talonflame had all of that energy. It wants to get these fire type damages onto the Corviknight, and if it can't do that, it wants to use up the shields.
Arceus Aurelius does still have those 2 shields remaining, but it's going to, it's very close going down to the wire, but he does decide, I need to throw this move before Inadequate gets to another fire type move, trying to preserve that last shield for a rainy day, perhaps.
Yeah, I think he might have needed 2 Incinerates there, so it was going to be a tall order for the Talonflame. Let's now bring in the Clefable.
Clefable.
I was going to say Clefairy. I was like, no, that's not the right word. It's a little bigger. Clefable out here on the field as the air cutter is going to be able to connect down.
Well, you were talking about earlier about how Corviknight isn't actually as good into the fairy types as you may be led to believe, as it has got that steel typing. However, because Corviknight hasn't got a steel type move, the moves aren't doing that much damage into the Clefable.
And the Clefable can kind of just sit there. You know, the Fairy Winds aren't doing too much either, but potential Meteor Mashes are going to keep chipping away, and all damage is damage at the end of the day. Clefable is switching out there with all of that energy critically banked as the Psy Waves come through, trying to finish against this Azumarill. Is Inadequate's going to be able to do it? They both drop at the same time.
He really tried to save that energy, just try and get down with the fast moves, and then it would have been enough to throw onto the Clefable. But wait.
Yeah, Clefable is going to be able to go for this Meteor Mash down into the opposing Corviknight. Is it going to be enough?
Oh my goodness.
Yes! Takes it from the sky with a steel type move of its very own. That's not something you see every day, Jay.
Two opportunities there from Inadequate. He really tried to get that farm down towards the end. They both ended up knocking each other out. They both had a move. It would have been enough to knock out the remaining Pokemon on the other side, but because they simultaneously knocked out, it all came down to a one-on-one at the end of the game, and it was just in the favor of Inadequate. I don't know how he keeps doing this.
That was such a race to the finish there. I feel like they both just forgo all of their charge attacks, and it was like, no, who's going to be the first to farm down with these fast attacks? And as it turned out, they did it in unison. If you're not familiar with these trainers, we have got Inadequate here, who was a Worlds finalist in 2024. He has also become a regional champion in Stuttgart this season already, as well as Frankfurt, I believe it was. There was also another event this season he's won, but also a special champion in Utrecht, as well as EUIC top 4. I mean, there's so many. The list could go on and on, but the same can also be said for his opponent, Arceus Aurelius.
Both these trainers know so much about the game. Dortmund regional champion. He came top 16 in Worlds, top 16 in NAIC. Wow, these two players have definitely got to very high places in the past and probably don't want to be facing up against each other right now.
I mean, they have so much consistency between the two of them. All of these top cut finishes take a lot of determination and a lot of caliber to be able to get to them. Yes, they have their days where it doesn't always quite go to plan, and I think that's what they attribute to their success, because you can look at the mistakes you made, the calls that weren't quite correct, and learn from them. That's exactly why they're here with all of these accomplishments now.
Well, if you at first you don't succeed, try and try again. Well, that is exactly the way it goes here in the Pokemon Regional Championships. These two players having played so many of these events, and now they're very well known for being some of the upper echelon, top cut players. Time in, time out. Arceus Aurelius looking very...
very relaxed.
Very relaxed. He's... he's cool in time here.
I feel like he's trying to get into Inadequate's head a little bit here, and I think that's sometimes a strategy you've got to play amongst friends when you know each other so well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you know that you're up against a team that has obviously proven quite difficult to deal with, as Inadequate was able to be so dominant there, particularly with that Clefable. You might need to be able to apply a little bit of pressure in other ways.
They're both deciding their teams, and it looks that they're both about to lock in here, and here we go. We've got your favorite Pokemon, Gastrodon, into Azumarill.
I mean, this is a situation where it's kind of even in the fast attack side of things, but of course Gastrodon can pace to these charge attacks much quicker. If you can apply pressure with a back-to-back body slam, then you do weaken up this Azumarill that will make things much easier for that Guzzlord that Inadequate has got in the back.
Hold your horses one moment there. That is a shiny Gastrodon. How does that make you feel?
It makes me feel very proud, very happy. I am delighted, and I'm even happier to see it doing great here. It's able to take a play rough coming through, that's preserving a shield that I do think this Guzzlord or the Grumpig are going to be able to need, as well as just trying to go through with another body slam to deal with this Azumarill a little bit more.
The body slam will do some decent damage alongside all these mud slaps, just chipping away very, very slowly at the Azumarill. Azumarill now going for an Ice Beam. This should be enough to take out the remainder of this Gastrodon. And then Inadequate has a little decision here, what he should bring in to perhaps try and take out the remainder of the health here. Doesn't even take a moment to think. He already had it planned out in his head, and he's already come in with that Grumpig, and he's ready to strike.
I think it's the right choice, though. You don't want to bring that Guzzlord in when both the charge attacks on Azumarill side can do super effective damage. It's a great opportunity for the Psy Waves to farm up lots of energy on that Grumpig side, and you know that you can take one of these charge attacks. It opts for the play rough, but look at that energy. I feel like Inadequate is going for the full farm down, and he's going to be able to get it.
Maximum energy being held on this Grumpig, ready to be thrown into something, and is super effective, and is going to go unshielded. Arceus Aurelius about to receive the full blow of this dynamic punch, and it does just over half the health all in one hit.
And there's another one ready to go as well. Arceus Aurelius forced to have to go for a shield, react to that devastating damage and keep Guzzlord in the game.
Yeah, the cost of that, of winning that lead, he has allowed all that energy to be farmed up. And now Arceus Aurelius, the look on his face as he knows this is going to be a resisted move into the opposition Guzzlord.
Well, this is what Guzzlord needed to do because that would have been a super effective hit into the Grumpig. So it eats up all of that energy while gaining energy of its own as well. All of the Dragon Tails, you know, still doing good damage into the opposing Guzzlord as well, but now you're going to try and use this Brutal Swing to deal with the Steelix. That is a difficult Pokemon to get through, mind.
It did look like that Guzzlord had lost all of its energy, but he did manage to just about gather enough to keep one move hidden in the back now. Maybe that the move that was being held on that 1 HP Pokemon in the back might have an impact on the game right at the end.
I mean, Psychic Fangs, this is something Guzzlord should be able to deal with, respectively, of course. So the issue, however, of course, is going to be that debuff. That is something you have to factor into your damage calculations. The Brutal Swing coming through, a nice shield on Arceus' side because he knows that with these defense drops, potentially there's the opportunity to keep farming down against the Guzzlord. And they are going to swap in here to the Grumpig, who has almost had the move and then farmed up to it and then through it. We're going all the way down to Arceus Aurelius' final Pokemon here. It has got that move, but it doesn't look very likely that it's going to be able to jump it down in time. Oh,
no! Psy Wave down! And he's done it again. Inadequance has made it to day number 2, winning the winners finals. A very, very good game between these two very talented trainers. Yes, that was definitely a showcase to be able to behold. And of course, Arceus Aurelius was trying to get redemption from EUIC 2025, but it was not to be in Birmingham. But who knows, with EUIC around the corner, potentially there could be opportunities for some revenge there. Well, these are all great stories, and I'm sure there will be another thing to the back of his mind to add to maybe the greatest comeback of all time. But of course, Inadequate showing indeed why he is such an incredible Pokemon trainer. One of the things I really liked throughout that match was the way that he was able to switch through the Pokemon, bring them in at the right time to eat up all of that energy, and the utility of the Guzzlord I thought was incredibly poignant in that game too. Yeah, absolutely. Guzzlord being on both the teams there, but only really being optimized by one. Yeah, I think as well, once you were in that position where you could start applying pressure with the Brutal Swings and trying to find your marks, particularly, I feel like from Arceus Aurelius' side, you really were narrowing down onto the Grumpig. You wanted to try and get that Dark-type damage off as quickly as you can, but Inadequance was able to either have Pokemon. You like look at this matchup here and you think a Fairy on a Steel, there's no chance. But lo and behold, the Clefable was able to take that bird down from the skies. And this is constantly what happened. You know, the Clefable was standing in its way. You then had Pokemon like the Grumpig dealing so beautifully with this opposing Zoomerl, just with the Psywave after Psywave. And then you could bring in your Guzzlord to protect the Grumpig, and they just helped each other out time and time again. This is proof that a Pokemon doesn't have to be in the meta. It doesn't have to be in the top 12 or 16 pick Pokemon on a graph to be competent in an event, and has been showed here. It's been showed before, and he's done it yet again. But that's one of the beautiful moments as well, that hug between two fierce competitors, because at the end of the day, yes, everybody wants to do their best and wants to succeed, but it is about the community and team spirit. And there's a phrase that we like to say where kind of the real winners, the friends we make along the way. Absolutely. And that's really, I think, what was just demonstrated at the end there. Absolutely. We've had a couple games in a row here where two friends have played against each other, and just for a moment, they take off their friendship hats, they become fierce rivals, and then at the end of it, they embrace in a hug. It's like hats backwards, meaning business, and then friends again, you move it back. Back at the front. Yeah, exactly. And that kind of camaraderie and team spirit is one of the beautiful things about Pokemon Go, and you absolutely love to see it, as well as some of the Pokemon choices we're seeing out there. We didn't quite get to see the Giratina from Inadequance, but sometimes I wonder if he just picks 5 Pokemon that he's bringing to the tournament and then just puts Giratina on. No, absolutely. Sometimes I think maybe that there's a bit of mental games in that as well. I'm not actually going to play this entire event, but you're going to think I am because I did before. I mean, throughout that game, whether it was the switches or the energy conservation, we got to see lots of perfect plays throughout. And throughout all of the different matches, there were several turns that were very important. So in order to learn how to maybe make the perfect play yourself, check out this video.
Hey trainers, Welcome back to another episode of Perfect Play, where we break down the strategies and big plays from the top trainers of competitive Pokémon GO. Today, we're diving deep into a masterclass performance by none other than Colin6, one of Europe's finest and multiple-time champion who's kicking off the 2025 season with a bang. Our focus is the decisive Game 3 between Colin6 and Howie at the 2025 Tournament Regional Championships. Midway through this high-stakes battle, Colin makes a pivotal decision. He chooses to conserve all his shields for his Feraligatr. His Ariados in the back has virtually no play against Howie's Talonflame. Colin knows he must avoid this unfavorable matchup at all costs. As the battle progresses, Feraligatr takes on Howie's bulky Azumarill, and in comes Malamar wielding the dangerous Psywave fast attack. This is where Colin needs to think fast. Feraligatr lacks the bulk to withstand multiple Psywaves, and he must knock out Malamar immediately. However, doing so would leave Feraligatr with very low HP and no energy, almost defenseless against the awaiting Talonflame. The odds are stacking against him. But this is where Colin's expertise comes into play. Recognizing the mechanics, he executes a sequence that can only be described as sheer brilliance. Colin's deep understanding of game mechanics and lightning fast reflexes comes in handy here. He attacks 4 times with the Shadow Claw from Feraligatr, then catches the damage from the second Incinerate on the Clodsire. Clodsire faints, but Feraligatr avoided the damage and it's still on the field. Switching back, he squeezes in one more Shadow Claw and unleashes Hydro Cannon just in time. It's like Feraligatr just avoided 2 Incinerates! To better understand this perfect play, let's view the battle as a timeline. In Pokémon GO PvP, each turn lasts half a second. Shadow Claw is a 2-turn, 1 second, fast attack, while Incinerate is a 5-turn, 2.5 seconds, fast attack. The damage of a fast attack is applied at the end of these durations. Do you see where I'm going with this? Here's the math. 4 Shadow Claws take 8 turns, and 2 Incinerates take 10 turns. This timing gap allows Colin to switch to Clodsire just before the Incinerate damage lands, effectively absorbing it on the Clodsire instead of the Feraligatr. Moreover, since 1 Shadow Claw is 2 turns and 1 Incinerate is 5 turns, Feraligatr can sneak in a Shadow Claw and then launch Hydro Cannon before Talonflame's next Incinerate hits. Feraligatr literally said, "I'm not done with you just yet, Talonflame." This play allowed Feraligatr to avoid 2 Incinerates of damage and get to the charge that Colin6 needed to win this game. With this play, he showed not just quick reflexes, but also his deep understanding of the game's underlying mechanics. Turn durations, fast attack timing, energy gains, and switch mechanics. Let's take a look at this one more time. 4 Shadow Claws. Catches the second Incinerate on Clodsire. Swaps back in Feraligatr to reach the Hydro Cannon. Wins the game. Incredible. The decision-making of Colin6 under pressure is a neat display of high-level competitive play. He assessed the situation, calculated the exact timing needed, and executed flawlessly, all in real time. Wow. This was a very high-level play from Colin6 that required fast thinking and decision-making that even the best amongst us could learn from. Do you think you have what it takes to become a Pokémon GO master? Check out Pokemon.com/compete to find out more.
Everyone here this weekend looking to become a Pokemon Master. We are at the Birmingham Regional Championships. My name is Fareed, I'm joined by Lou, and we are really excited to see so many matches still to come.
It's been such an incredible tournament so far. Lots of creative Pokemon choices along with kind of the meta staples that we're seeing. A lot of Altaria, a lot of Empoleon, but then occasionally some old favorites are coming back to the forefront.
I think Grumpig, as we just saw on screen, was a really exciting Pokemon that we don't see a lot of, but it was also a beneficiary of the Shadow Ball buff, and Inadequance used that to great effect in that match against Arceus Aurelius.
That really, I think, has been the most impactful change to the meta most recently. You know, that's the other reason why we're seeing Pokemon like Jellicent coming to the forefront. It did really well in Toronto, getting 2nd place, but then it was on our usage graphics for day 1, so definitely a lot of other trainers are picking it up too.
And I noticed that you pointed out water-type Pokemon, there are so many. Jellicent could just be one of the best ones to use in this meta. It has a great matchup against Empoleon that is currently top usage as well, so I'm really excited to see how that water Ghost-type fares as we progress through the rest of day 1 and then eventually into day 2 here this weekend.
I always think it's interesting as you go from day 1 to day 2 where the Pokemon graphic does change because we're seeing a lot of normal type Pokemon out there at the moment, and so these ghost types that trainers maybe have brought to be a little bit of a counter towards that, are they then going to be more dominant on the day 2 usage graphic, I wonder?
One of the really exciting things to watch is the different compositions of teams that we're seeing here this weekend. There are so many cores. I think the most popular one we know is the Empoleon and Altaria core, but a lot of players will already be thinking about the ways that they want to adapt, the core breakers that they want to bring as well. And there's so much option in this Precious Paths meta. So many Pokemon are viable. So many Pokemon have really unique or efficient movesets, and I think there is so much scope for innovation this season.
It's very inspiring, and I think a lot of the Pokemon choices out there are inspiring trainers to try new teams or maybe pick up the game for the very first time. And, you know, this is only one event of many, so if you want to maybe get involved with your next event, you can register with RK9. You can check out what events are happening, and you can either come along and spectate, maybe get a feel for it, soak up some of the incredible electric energy that is here in the venue, or you can maybe try your hand at competing yourself.
And next month is a great opportunity to spectate some of the best action across the region. The European International Championships in London will feature many of the best, and as an international championship, it'll also be a massive event with so much to do behind the scenes as well. It's definitely one you don't want to miss.
If you just love Pokemon, then it's the best event for you, because there's the side of it. Yeah, I mean, that's why we're here, right? But if it's Pokemon GO, Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon video game, or just, you know, your favorite Pokemon, you want to go have a little look, see what's happening in the venue. There's so much that you can do, so do come along to these events, and who knows, it could be the start of your very own Pokemon journey.
And let's remember, this is a big year for Pokemon.
Yes.
We're into the 30th anniversary for Pokemon, so international championships, especially the European International Championships, will be a great showcase of some very special events.
And our reigning European International Champion, Padaman, is at this very tournament. We've been able to showcase him previously in the broadcast, and hopefully we'll be able to see more action from him tomorrow. But right now, our next feature match is ready.
And we've got so many players that have had success in the past, but we've also got more new names, players that have a lot of experience, but perhaps haven't seen the screen as much as players like Padaman. On the left here, you see Saad Munir. He's up against Fazberry, and these are players that grassroots players will be aware of, but they haven't yet had their time to shine when it comes to top 8s and maybe even medals. Birmingham this weekend could be the opportunity to change that.
That's indeed where history can be made. And Saad Munir is going to be up against Fazberry, also running a very interesting team with some of our staples that we're seeing a lot at the moment, the Empoleon, the Marowak, the Lapras, of course, but then bringing that Shadow Talonflame back into action. I love to see that Pokemon back on our center stage.
We saw it in that previous match in Adequance versus Arceus Aurelius, just as a reminder of how oppressive the Shadow Incinerate damage can be.
Yes.
And Fazberry on the other side, Fazberry also with that Shadow Kanto Marek, Saad Munir on the other side with the Shadow Sizzle that has to avoid the Shadow Talonflame. So a lot of mind games at play here, and these players plan and plot their course through this upcoming best of 3 match.
That's the thing, if you can get the alignment right and catch that Shadow Scissor with any type of flame, then it is going to be so devastating. But our trainers know what they want to lock in. Let's jump straight into it. We've got a Corviknight versus Talonflame. The match is in the air.
This is a great lead for that Shadow Talonflame. Incinerate damage doing a ton, and Saad Munir is going to get a 1 sand attack before going aggressively into the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and the Bone Club is reached but not being thrown because it would be resisted by the Shadow Talonflame. Shadow Talonflame looks like it's going to Flame Charge and potentially incinerate the entire way through this matchup, and that could be massive for Fazberry.
This is the thing for the Marowak, you know, the Bone Clubs, the Mud Slaps, they're not doing anything to the Talonflame. It's all about the Rock Slides. So here was a bait, and Fazberry falls for it, uses up that shield.
Well, lots of players will use a swap as a safe swap to try and sponge some of the damage from a negative lead, but Fazberry will be saying to himself, I'm sorry, but Shadow Kanto Marowak is not an answer to Talonflame. And look at that 2 shield investment, but you'll definitely get those shields back because the energy boosted on that Talonflame isn't even actually going to get thrown. Saad Munir comes in with the Guzzlord, and Fazberry's actually going to bank the energy and come in with his Lapras.
You got to bear that in mind for later. Instead, Lapras is going to be a good contender into this Guzzlord. We know that it has the utility to do huge damage if it was carrying the Ice Beam, but instead this one is running that Skull Bush and Sparkling Aria, but Sparkling Aria can definitely do some work too.
I mean, I wouldn't have hated to see Fazberry at least launch a boosted fly, but the Lapras doesn't have Ice Beam, so it's not going to threaten a huge amount of damage from that Guzzlord. Guzzlord is still a very bulky Pokemon, and it paces very quickly to these brutal swings. The defense rise on the Lapras will mean it can take a bit more damage than it otherwise would have.
And that's still a significant amount. You know, Guzzlord is known to take a hit or 2, and you've already put it down into the yellow, but you have to be conservative with this Lapras now. The Psy Waves are doing barely anything. It's all about the charge attacks, and you have no shields to protect yourself from Guzzlord now. now.
And the advantage that Fazberry might have here is if you come in with this Florges, even if Corviknight comes back in, you can choose Chilling Water or just go straight back into the Talonflame, which has a ton of energy loaded. So Fazberry, especially with the Talonflame with energy, has a massive advantage here. And now you see it come in straight away, pushing pressure onto that final shield from Sadmanir.
Yeah, this is perfect here for the Talonflame. We've got the leads back center stage, but the Flame Charge is able to connect to a huge amount to that Corviknight, and Corviknight desperately trying to get to a charge attack of its own, but this Talonflame was desperately trying to pace through it. It's not going to be able to, and all those shields are gone.
An Air Cutter might not be enough to knock out this Talonflame, which means Corviknight will be the one that goes down. And it looks like Fazberry has a fly already. The shield has to go up from Sadmanir, but what is he possibly going to do against essentially a full health Florges in the back? Fazberry piloting that Shadow Talonflame to absolute superbness.
Florges just comes in, a couple of Fairy Winds, gets it to its charge attacks, and it's going to be able to go for this Chilling Water, get the knockout, and secure up game one for Fazberry.
Really, really strong display from Fazberry on the right side of your screen there. Florges with very, very little to do. A really strong start to this best-of-3 match. One more win needed for Fazberry in the winners' finals of this Group H.
Yeah, Florges actually didn't do a huge amount there in that particular match, but being able to have that Fairy Wind pressure to just chip away at the Guzzlord did give it some potential for pressure. I think critically, being able to have that Talonflame in prime position, all that energy conserved, bringing it in at the end to unleash onto the Corviknight is where Fazberry was able to swing momentum humongously into their favor.
And we have seen a little bit of Fazberry before in the Championship Series. One of his best showings was last season, right at the end in Bologna 2025, where he came 9th, and he actually used a Talonflame and a Lapras in that event as well. This time, he's managed to upgrade that Fire Flying type Pokemon to the Shadow variant, and he is doing absolutely brilliantly with it so far.
But then again, maybe Pokemon that you're comfortable with, you know, Talonflame and Lapras are Pokemon that have a lot of versatility out there, and you could see the expertise with that Talonflame coming forward. I feel like if you're Fazberry's side, that isn't necessarily a means to shake up what teams you brought, but if you're Sadmanir, do you see any adjustments?
I think he needs to do something different to basically manage this Shadow Talonflame that he didn't really account for in that game number 1. Now, Sadmanir, again, he's a player that you might recognize the name of, but he actually hasn't competed in the Championship Series in a very long time. He played in Birmingham and EUIC last season, but didn't do any other events. So he's back here in Birmingham. We might see him again in EUIC, but it means that he has fewer tournaments. He really wants to make the most of the ones that he does compete in.
Yes, exactly. Every tournament can matter with those championship points with that run to the World Championships, if that is indeed your end goal. I think as well, the Marowak really struggled in that game 1 against the Talonflame, which is not something I was expecting to say, but the Incinerate just going the whole way through meant the Marowak was not a successful option for it. So Sadmanir has to find a way to deal with that Talonflame, just like you said.
Yeah, Fazberry might actually opt to drop the Shadow Talonflame. It's put so much pressure into that game 1. He might expect Sadmanir to over-account for it, and so there could be the opportunity to adjust. Let's find out. We see a Shadow Sizzle on our left against Empoleon on the right. That is a good lead for the Empoleon that double resists the bullet punches. The Shadow Kanto Marowak comes out, and it's a little bit of a late swap by Fazberry into this Lapras.
Yes, of course, Marowak able to get lots of energy up here now. It's going to be able to apply pressure with the Rock Slide coming through.
A good shield there, because that would have done a lot of super effective damage.
Yep, a wise defensive play here and allowing these Sparkling Arias to get stacked up as well.
And now you see each of the Sideways coming through. Fazberry throwing the Sparkling Aria just before the Shadow Kanto Marowak reaches the next Rock Slide. It will go shielded. Sadmanir wants to perhaps get shields down so he can start putting a lot more pressure on in the end game.
Yeah, but of course now Marowak has to go for that shield. It is that Shadow variant as well. Defensively is a little bit weaker and would have to take super effective damage from the Sparkling Aura. So a nice defensive play, keeping all of that energy still in the game.
Going for another Rock Slide again. This will threaten a knockout from Lapras. If Fazberry does not shield this, then alignment will be on the side of Sadmanir. A shield does go up, and now Lapras is pacing with Psywave, and Sparkling Aria will shine. Sadmanir forced to throw a Bone Club instead, but this isn't super effective. Lapras is a bulky Pokemon. It should be able to just hang on.
And just hang on, it does indeed. On a slither of HP, able to lock in that Sparkling Aria and remove the Marowak from the game.
So really nicely played there by Fazberry, despite the late swap with the Lapras, correctly shielding 2 rock slides and maintaining the alignment. Shadow Sizzle comes back in, and Polion has a slight energy head start, and so Sadmanin might look to catch, but it's not quick enough. Hydro Cannon will do a massive amount of damage to this very squishy steel bug type.
Yep, all the shields have been utilized so well on Sad's side, so there's no utility to be able to protect. Guzzlord comes in, Florges comes in. Florges in a great position to go for these fairy winds, and critically now, Sadmanin knows there is no Talonflame in the back. The Scizor is going to be very happy when it rejoins the field.
Sludge Bomb available to the Guzzlord, and shields are down, but Sludge Bomb won't be enough, and Florges is going to start ramping up so that these fairy winds are doing big chunks of damage in the meantime. This is super effective, though. It will do a massive amount of damage on the Florges, but it's not like you can then put the Florges into a range where you can Dragon Tail down anyway.
Yes, exactly. The fast attacks aren't going to be able to do enough to Florges, and it does take Guzzlord a little minute to be able to get to those charge attacks, and Florges is one step ahead with this Chilling Water.
Yeah, may as well have gone for a Trailblaze, but going for the Chilling Water instead, it's going to be enough to knock out. Florges is still there, and Shadow Sizzle gets the farm down, but I don't think it's going to quite have enough to reach the Trailblaze, but you need the Trailblaze if you want a chance, and Empoleon, Metal Sounds down, and Fazbury puts his name into day 2 here at the Birmingham Regional Championships.
What an endgame there, coming through with that Empoleon, going for those Metal Sounds, being able to clutch out the victory. I think coming into that game too, you saw the Shadow Scizor and then no Talonflame, and you're like, Sadmanin has an advantage here. Doesn't have to worry about Talonflame. It's going to make things a little bit easier for the Scizor, particularly when Florges is in the back. But Fazbury able to work around that, have some great utility, and take this set 2-0.
I think that was really smartly and very, very composed there that we saw from Fazbury. So really, really huge round of applause to him as he gets into day 2. A quite stacked tournament. We've got so many brilliant players here in Birmingham, so he'll be very, very pleased that his day 1 he can put his feet up and rest and prepare for day 2 tomorrow.
That's got to be a good feeling as well when you're still in that winner's side of the bracket and you already know you've locked in tomorrow. You're going to be here showcasing more Pokemon action and getting step by step closer and closer to potentially becoming champion.
It's really interesting the mental mechanics that are at play as a player when you're going to these tournaments, and you need to think about the ways that you account and adjust for the fact that there's sometimes hours to wait between games, particularly if you drop down into the loser side of the bracket. A lot of the games that we've seen earlier in the day are from groups that start very early in the morning. How does that adjust and address the way that you prepare the night before? What about when you're starting later in the day? Do you lie in? Do you come in a little bit later and take advantage, or do you wake up early, watch the streams, watch the matches, see what everyone else is using and how they're getting on? There's so much at play in also the way that you approach each of these tournaments.
It certainly is, and in case you missed it, we have a little bit of a replay from this match from Sadmanin and Fazbury, where Fazbury was able to be victorious 2-0. I mean, this was always an interesting pair down. The Fairy Winds just stacking up constantly, particularly if a Trailblaze went through and you got the attack boost. Florges was actually able to really hold its own.
I think it's a really interesting decision that players are looking to make with their Guzzlord. Do you run Sludge Bomb so that you can hit back against the Fairies, or do you accept, as happened here, that Florges is almost always beating Guzzlord, and so Dragon Claw could be an option? We saw Arceus Aurelius running Dragon Claw earlier today. We saw a few players in Toronto also opting for Dragon Claw over Sludge Bomb. I think it was Doonbug that was one of those players, and some of these players basically saying, look, I'm more likely to face an Altaria simply because it's higher usage. I'm likely to lose against Florges anyway, and I don't want to be in that matchup, so I'd rather have that heavier hitting Dragon Claw since the Dragon Claw adjustment a while ago. And I don't think it's necessarily the incorrect play, but I do think it makes it riskier, and you have to account for the rest of your team, because now you cannot afford to be up against a Fairy as a Guzzlord without Sludge Bomb.
It does make it difficult for sure, and I think looking at the move options that our trainers are opting for, with Lapras, for example, we're seeing a lot of trainers run Ice Beam, because you have these dragons out there. You've got Guzzlord, you've got the Altaria, for example, and it also gives you a nice little bit of grass coverage. But Fazbury was running Skull Bush on his Lapras. Why do you think that was? What advantage does it give it?
Maybe he didn't have enough elite TMs. That genuinely could be a reason that players consider alternative movesets. But in my opinion, with the prevalence of Altaria, and given that we're in open team sheets, to not have Ice Beam in this meta, it's a decision.
Yeah.
And he must have reasoning behind it. But right now, for me personally, I think I would still opt for the Ice Beam. I think the opportunities to land super effective ice pressure with same type attack bonus, bearing in mind Lapras is both water and ice, is definitely why that's the popular choice. Skull Bash guarantees a defense increase. and that perhaps could be something that he was considering, and he was pairing it with that Shadow Talonflame. Shadow Talonflame often doesn't want to be against water-type Pokemon, and Lapras, if it's used as an answer to, let's say, an Azumarill, has a much better matchup when it has Skull Bash, so that could have played into his reasoning.
That makes a lot of sense, and you still saw it do a huge amount of damage into the Guzzlord, not as much as I guess Ice Beam would have done, but the defense boost does help it out a little bit, and the Talonflame as his partner, I mean, that's now, I think, one of my favorites for kind of my highlight so far, watching a Talonflame incinerate down Marowak entirely. Like, that was not something I expected on my Bingo card, and it's definitely one that I'm going to remember.
I think it's a really strong matchup for that Shadow Talonflame. So for those of you at home that think you can swap a Shadow Kanto Marowak into a Talonflame when there are two shields available, I wouldn't do it if I were you. That Shadow Talonflame can put so much pressure on when it gets going, and we've seen 2 of them make day 2 in the last 2 matches alone. There are no Shadow Talonflame, however, on this matchup. We've got Koning Lionheart up against Limefang in the Group A Losers Finals. Tell us a little bit about Koning Lionheart.
Well, we did get to see Koning Lionheart earlier on against Padaman. Unfortunately, was not victorious in that match and has found himself here in the Losers Finals, but has a very interesting team composition. We've spoken a lot about different, flying Pokemon, the Corviknight, Altaria, so on and so forth. But here we've got the Galarian Moltres, a Pokemon that can apply a lot of pressure with that fast attack Sucker Punch. We've seen how well Furret can utilize that, for example. And the Galarian Moltres has that same type attack bonus on it, so it's dealing even more damage.
Yes, and Koning Lionheart is a player that once upon a time had no idea what he was doing. Self-proclaimed, he said, I am a noob.
Starting out, yes.
And yet, here he is. He was in the winners finals. He went down to Pataman, but he is looking to put his name into day number 2, and he will give anything to get there. He's brought Galarian Moltres, a Pokemon that we've seen a lot of previously, but not so much recently. And he's pairing it with some other very familiar faces. Double Water with the Empoleon and the Azumarill. And Wigglytuff is another Pokemon that so many players have used to great success in the past.
Yes, he's definitely a trainer still carving out his Pokemon journey, has had a lot of success, but still hasn't been able to reach the heights that he wants to strive for, but is working consistently towards them. The opponent, however, Limefang. Really looking forward to seeing how this team comes together. Again, we've got some of our classic faces here. We've got the Empoleon, Corviknight, Lapras, and critically, again, we've got the Guzzlord pair with Empoleon this time, not the Altaria.
And for those of you unfamiliar with Limefang's game, he is a player that has played in 2 previous Liverpool events. He played last year in Birmingham. He's back, but also this season he played in Frankfurt. So perhaps this is the opportunity to really see some momentum in his Play Pokemon Championship Series career. And he's got a pretty strong team, a pretty meta team that he's coming in with. So everything could be on the line as he looks to make his first day 2.
That's the thing, history can be made as you're in these tournaments. Both these trainers, I think, really trying to get their big accomplishments on the board, and everything can still happen. Of course, being on the loser side of the bracket, though, it's you have to stay consistent, you have to keep winning to keep that dream alive.
So let's take one more look at the Pokemon on either side here. Empoleon, we know, is top usage today in day 1 of Birmingham Regional Championships, but there are no Altaria. 2 different flyers, one Galarian Moltres for Koning Lionheart, one Corviknight for Limefang. Corviknight probably the more popular at the moment since it received Air Cutter with the potential boost and the great pacing, as well as access to payback for heavy dark type damage. Corviknight has a reasonable matchup against quite a lot of the meta, but I wouldn't say it's particularly dominant against a lot of them either. So it's more of a neutral Pokemon, which is probably not what you'd expect from a steel flying type that has 11 resistances.
That's true. It does have a lot of flexibility and durability out there on the field. And I often see Corviknight's in a situation where it's either forcing opponents to have to go for shields because it just keeps going charge attack after charge attack, or it's able to utilize themselves, farm up lots of energy, and just put your opponent on a Pokemon deficit.
Now, it's Florges that's really standing out to me from Limefang's team. It has great play into the Univern Stunfisk, Azumarill, Shadow Kanto Marowak, Galarian Moltres, and neutral play into the Wigglytuff as well. As long as it can avoid the Empoleon, Florges could get a lot of value. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Florges from Limefang, and I think that Koning Lionheart really needs to think about Empoleon to come in this match as an answer to it. Let's get underway. We've got game number 1.
Hey, you said Florges would be there, and guess what? It's center stage, and it's found a good lead down against this opposing Galarian Moltres. The Sucker Punch is not going to be very effective, but the Fairy Winds, on the other hand, going to be dealing some damage.
And this is interesting. Koning Lionheart is staying in with the Galarian Moltres. I really liked Limefang didn't throw straight away as he reached the chilling water, just in case Koning Lionheart was going for an immediate catch, going to throw the chilling water anyway before the Galarian Moltres gets to its Brave Bird, and now it's going to throw it. And if Limefang shields this, Koning Lionheart really needs to get out of this matchup.
Well, let's see if the shield's utilized. Yes, at the very last second, Brave Bird not going to be able to connect, and of course, Galarian Moltres has to switch out of there.
Now, Limefang puts his hand to his face as if he made a mistake, because yes, he could have used a Trailblaze on the Azumarill, but honestly, I don't think this is a bad position to be in. You've retained the Florges for the Galarian Moltres in the back, and your Guzzlord is avoiding that Azumarill. So Corviknight has a neutral matchup here, and he probably really wants to get an Air Cutter boost sooner rather than later, because Payback is resisted by the Fairy typing of Azumarill.
Well, there you go. The attack boost has come through. Corviknight gets it very early doors, and once again, it can be relentless with these air cutters. It's already been able to land one. Can it land a second one? Yes, Koning Lionheart letting it go through, keeping those shields protected.
And the nice thing here for Limefang as well is that the Corviknight gets to avoid the Galarian Moltres, which resists both Sand Attack and Payback. So in terms of alignment alone, I think Limefang is in a good position in this game number 1.
Yes, and it's able to take that Ice Beam incredibly well too. Air Cutter's already primed, maybe just waiting for Azumarill to slowly pace up to its charge attacks before it unleashes it, and here it goes.
And if Limefang can reach one more Air Cutter, that could threaten a knockout, but the timers are up, so there could be an aggressive swap from Koning Lionheart.
Oh,
it's not going to happen, and I love this. Letting the Corviknight get as low as possible, minimizing the farm that is available, and Koning Lionheart's going to put up a shield. He wants to protect the Azumarill and get some value.
Yeah, wants to keep the energy that is stored up onto that Azumarill, particularly as the Florges has just joined the field. You can go for this play rough, just try and get some damage on the board. It's going to be let through.
Honestly, I don't hate that Limefang didn't throw an attack. He wants to preserve it, knows that he can hold on, and he's going to bank up to more energy. But can you actually get the Fairy Wind down? Yes!
No! It goes down too. All of that energy wasted on the Florges. Guzzlord's going to have to take its place.
Oh, Limefang loses all of the energy on that Florges, goes for the aggressive farm down, and it wasn't quite able to do it. And now Guzzlord has 2 to play against the Empoleon with Metal Sound and forced to throw Drill Plate because Hydro Cannon would be resisted. Can Guzzlord hold its own against both of these Pokemon?
The thing is, the Empoleon's able to pace so quickly to these charge attacks, and you still have the shield on Koning Lionheart's side. So if you utilize this correctly, you can keep Empoleon in the game and get the edge on the Guzzlord.
Limefang has to overfarm here because that Galarian Moltres has a little bit of energy. So he's leading for that brutal swing, but if he did, that could have been a dangerous play. The Galarian Moltres, I don't think is very far off another fly. I can't remember exactly how much energy, so Koning Lionheart's going to find out, and it is still a little while away. Remember that brutal swing's resisted. There it is, and it looks like Guzzlord is throwing, but the problem is that the Galarian Moltres has an attack stored, and the Guzzlord might lose charge attack priority here. It's going to be charge attack priority. Guzzlord wins it. That is massive information, not just for the players, but for everyone watching Limefang. That Guzzlord has some attack on it.
Yeah, that's exactly what Limefang needed to keep contention against the opposing Galarian Moltres here. Empoleon in, but what's that? Guzzlord once again going for its charge attack, being able to go for this brutal swing, getting some damage on the board, getting the KOs. That Guzzlord has been incredible in this match.
Really well played by Limefang, and I think Koning Lionheart thought that he might have the victory once the Galarian Moltres had reached the fly. But the thing is, when you're using Pokemon like Guzzlord, Pokemon like Galarian Moltres that often you might trade for, you can't necessarily guarantee that they have PvP optimal spreads where you have low attack and high defense and HP, and Limefang on this occasion using a Guzzlord with enough attack to win charge attack priority against the Galarian Moltres of Koning Lionheart and sealing out the victory in that game number 1.
I mean, there were a few twists and turns towards the end of that game 1. The Florges, for example, had all of that beautiful energy banked, but it was trying desperately to get the farm down onto Koning Lionheart's side of the field, but just to devastation that it also went down simultaneously. In that type of situation, Fareed, why would you want to farm down so much, considering you already had so much energy? Why would you not just pick a charge attack and go for it?
So, Limefang had the tricky situation where Koning Lionheart still had a shield, which means that in order to take out that Galarian Moltres, you have to throw 2 attacks into it. But you also need to account for the fact that Empoleon is right in front of you, trying to take you out at the same time. If you throw too early into the Empoleon, then you will never reach 2 attacks against the Galarian Moltres. If you throw too late into the Empoleon takes you out. And so it was a really tricky situation for Limefang. Koning Lionheart aggressively pivoted back into the Galarian Moltres, but didn't quite have as much energy as he wanted. And then Limefang, with that attack-weighted Guzzlord, came out on top. And it looks like he's coming out on top once more in this game number 2. The same leads, which has Linefang's advantage, Florges into Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, this is a run back of game 1, but Koenig Lionheart switching out the Galarian Moltres much earlier than previously done, banking a consistent amount of energy as the Chilling Water will come through. Obviously going to let this come through onto the Azumarill. It's going to lower the attack, but critically, the Azumarill can start farming up some energy for those charge attacks that it desperately needs.
And now Linefang going for this Trailblaze, which will do super effective damage, but Azumarill's so bulky, and Trailblaze isn't particularly hard-hitting, nor does it have same type attack bonus when used by a Florges. So the Azumarill is only now just into the yellow, but Linefang is choosing to stay in, which I think makes some sense, because he knows that he's got Guzzlord in the back, which also has a reasonable matchup against Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, and Koenig Lionheart obviously playing the clock here, has all this energy up on Azumarill, but can't switch it out to bank it yet, as the Trailblaze will come through from the Florges.
And this could threaten a knockout, or it could be very close, but you don't want to risk a situation where you can't Fairy Wind down.
There it is.
So he'd be very pleased to see that that goes down. And now you can definitely take a fast attack from both the Empoleon and the Galarian Moltres, so you could reach a second charge attack immediately after throwing that first one against the Azumarill to knock it out.
Yep, and it's going to be the Galarian Moltres coming in for Koenig Lionheart, keeping the Azumarill, keeping the Empoleon in the back for that Guzzlord to deal with. Of course, so much energy up on this Moltres,
damage.
but it hasn't got a lot of HP remaining for you.
But look at the value that that Florges was able to get against the team of Koenig Lionheart, taking out the Azumarill, basically taking out the Galarian Moltres, and now you've got a matchup of the Steel Flying type Pokemon against the Steel Water type Pokemon, and I think Linefang again is in a great position in this mid-game.
Yes, the Corviknight's able to take so many of these attacks and can just be so relentless with these paybacks, with these charge attacks constantly coming through. At the same time, there's so many shields available on Koenig Lionheart's side. Is he going to be able to utilize these to gain momentum in the match?
Well, it's a great no shield against that not very effective Air Cutter, so that could be some of the momentum that Koenig Lionheart needs. He draws the shield from Linefang, protecting against this Hydro Cannon, which would do a ton of damage. But Corviknight now at another payback, going for another Air Cutter. Will Koenig Lionheart call it? No, he's going to give that shield. You have to use them sometimes, so it does make sense.
You can't necessarily get every single call right, preserving this Empoleon to keep in the game as you switch into that Galarian Moltres with all of that energy banked.
Brave Bird coming through. This will do a lot of damage even though it's resisted. The thing is, Galarian Moltres will go down very, very quickly to that Guzzlord, and I don't quite know if the Empoleon has enough health to be able to hold on, because Guzzlord paces so quickly and Empoleon's almost in range of a Brutal Swing already.
And there's so much HP remaining on that Guzzlord to contend with as well. You have to use your final shield here on Koenig Lionheart's side, so the Empoleon will be exposed going forward. And as you said, Guzzlord gets to these charge attacks so quickly, and there's still a shield on Linefang's side of things.
Tears starting to well in Koenig Lionheart's eyes as he sees the writing on the wall. But what a moment here for Linefang as he reaches the Brutal Swing that will be enough to knock out the Empoleon. It will see him progress to his first ever Day 2. Linefang is the winner of these losers finals. What a victory!
What a match. What a bit of history for Linefang. Incredible accomplishment. Congratulations. Of course, commiserations to Koenig Lionheart as well, out of the competition. But Linefang, I think, really proving that while we're talking about Altaria, Guzzlord is like, I'm a dragon here too, and I'm coming for that dragon type spot.
Lime taking down the Lion as Linefang progresses with the Guzzlord, but that Florges, the Pokemon that really shone in that matchup, and Koenig Lionheart playing very, very soft to it. Galarian Moltres with Azumarill in the back 2 games in a row, and we said right at the very beginning, we said Florges looks pretty good into this game.
Yep.
Empoleon needs to come for Koenig Lionheart if you want to handle that Florges. But instead of leading the Empoleon and maybe using the Azumarill as a bait for the Florges, Koenig Lionheart played what we often call ABA. And not even a soft ABA, because it wasn't like the Azumarill was in the lead, but again, it's a very difficult situation because Florges with Shield is able to just protect itself, ramp up, or debuff the opponent. It makes that Pokemon a really solid pick, and Linefang will be absolutely thrilled that his Florges has helped him get into Day 2 here in Birmingham.
Florges just has so much coverage. You know, the Fairy Winds being so strong into Pokemon like the Guzzlord, particularly after a Trailblaze and getting its attack boosted up, then suddenly Fairy Wind becomes a little bit more of a force to be reckoned with as well. Even if it's not doing super effective damage, it stacks up and up and up. And then you just have your choice. Do you want to go for the Chilling Water and kind of make your opponent go a little bit slower pace of play, or do you want to ramp things up your side? All the options options, all the utility just paved the way for success.
And particularly when it's up against a Pokemon like Guzzlord, we saw what a boosted Fairy Wind damage starts to do to Guzzlord. And so I think Florges, do you know which Pokemon it reminds me of?
Do tell me.
It was Ariados last year when a lot of players were using it with Lunge and Trailblaze, both reached similarly after 5 seconds, and you had the opportunity to boost yourself or debuff your opponent. And Florges, the gameplay and the style is very similar, but this time with that fairy typing. And it's really good to see Koning Lionheart with that round of applause for his opponent, the mark of respect for some brilliant games played there. But both of these players should be very, very proud of their tournaments. Lionfang obviously gets the opportunity to continue end of the road now for Koning Lionheart.
Exactly, and I feel like although Florges was obviously the superstar there as well, just Guzzlord being able to get those brutal swings off time and time again, having that shield protected as well at the end of that game too, just meant that there was so much utility for Guzzlord to shine.
Guzzlord, a great Pokemon, and I think it's one that, even though it's not making top usage, has definitely been a standout as one of the more popular core breakers.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's necessarily a spicy pick because we are seeing a lot of it, but it does seem to be the case that not as many players are using it compared to Pokemon like Altaria.
I think the irony for such a big and kind of shadowy Pokemon in a way, it's in Altaria's shadow. You know, it's in the sky being like, I'm #1, literally on the Useless Forge tied with that Empoleon as well. But
so you'd say that Altaria is almost like soaring ahead and Guzzlord is somewhat just in the dark?
yes,
Well,
I would.
There you go.
Yeah, you couldn't write it better, Fareed. That's fantastic.
I think we might see quite a few Guzzlord in day number 2. I'm really interested to see what usage we get when we have the opportunity to look at that tomorrow morning. But these players don't need to worry about tomorrow because today could be key. Sir Corey up against Colin 6. And fun fact for Sir Corey is that he's actually played this matchup already today and he won.
Not only this matchup, literally the opposing trainer with Colin. Like, for Colin, this is the opportunity for redemption, for revenge, to stay in the competition. And I think this reminds me a little bit of when you get into grand finals and you maybe have a bracket reset, where you've kind of practiced against this team, you already know the strengths and weaknesses of it and your team, but also how the player plays. What adaptations do you make then?
Well, this is the thing. Colin will be looking at this team here from Sir Corey, looking at Pokemon like that Shadow Talonflame that we're seeing has had so much success, but also there are some arguably quite polarizing options available for Sir Corey. We know what Wigglytuff can do against the correct Dark or Dragon or Fighting type Pokemon. We know what Empoleon can do if it gets good matchups against Pokemon like Cradley or Sizzle. And then again, the Cradley from Sir Corey himself gives him a little bit of flexibility. And we look at now this team from Colin. It's actually, I think, the same team that he ran last week in Toronto. And he said to me before Birmingham, he said, I think my team was good. My performance in Toronto was skill issue. It was not a problem with the team. I didn't utilize it well enough. But he's down in the losers bracket. So if he's got any time to show why this team is great, now has to be the time.
I mean, that's the thing. You can take experience with a team, look at the mistakes and errors that you made and learn from them, and then pull that towards a future success. When we kind of compare the teams side by side, some of the things that jump out straight away, obviously we've spoken a lot about the Talonflame and how devastating Incinerate can be. Obviously, that's something Colin has to bear in mind against Pokemon like his Corviknight, Pokemon like his Shadow Sizzle, both steel types that do not want to take any fire type damage.
So many options for both of these players, but also so much utility, so much coverage that Pokemon have against even their hardest counters. And these players are looking to find the right answer, the right counter. In game number 1, we've got Cradilly up against Furret.
Yeah, we're jumping straight into it. Empoleon takes center stage against this Furret, just trying to pace to its charge attacks nice and quick, but Altaria jumping in to catch that Hydro Cannon.
What a beautiful catch from Colin, going up to 5 sucker punches, banking the Swift on the Furret, catching the Hydro Cannon on the Altaria, and the Empoleon's now in a range where Flamethrower will start to threaten a knockout. So Colin is in a brilliant position here. I wouldn't be surprised to see him farm up quite a lot with the Dragon Breath and throw the Flamethrower only just before the Empoleon gets to its next Drill Peck.
But I think you can get loads of damage down with that Dragon Breath, and then, as you said, just try and unleash this attack. It's gone unshielded, so Corey letting this Flamethrower come through into the Empoleon. It's not going to be enough to get the knockout, just a slither of HP. Empoleon hangs on.
I tell you what, I think Colin missed one Dragon Breath. I think he threw ever so slightly early, and that could have made the difference. I could be wrong, but definitely something that he might want to think about when he looks back. I think he threw that Flamethrower one Dragon Breath early.
Yeah, that'll definitely be an interesting one to review and replay. But now, Furret's front and center, trying to go for these sucker punches into this Talonflame, and Talonflame with the Incinerate doing so much damage.
Furret has a pretty good matchup against Shadow Talonflame a lot of the time, just because the sucker punches actually really do add up, especially once you land a Swift like this. And Swift already reached. Now, does Colin think about coming in with the Azumarill at some point? Because this Talonflame, it's shielding up now, but if it gets locked into an Incinerate, the bubble will do a ton of damage.
There's lots of energy being stored up on this Talonflame as well, and so Corey ready to unleash this into the Furret. So Furret, I think, wisely having to go for a Protect here, because as you said, the Sucker Punches could now clean up and get rid of this Talonflame.
Now we're looking at that Credilli in the back, and that has a pretty good matchup against the Azumarill. Incinerate's doing a lot of damage.
Just gets there.
Colin 6 will need to land this Trailblaze against this Credilli, and this could be key because it might put the Credilli into a range where Bubbles and Ice Beams could be enough. I would bank the Furret now, go straight into the Azumarill, and the reason why I think that could be important is just in case the Credilli debuffs the Azumarill with a Rock Tomb, you might want to be able to reset that debuff.
And of course, Azumarill wants to try and get these Ice Beams down onto the opposing Cradilli. It's going to let this Grass Knot come through. We know that it's very bulky. It can take one of these, and Colin has a shield to spare as well if it needs it. But first, this Ice Beam, using that final shield on Sakori's side, leaving this Cradilli exposed.
Now, Credilli can just go for the Rock Tombs and try and Acid down as the Azumarill slowly tries to ramp up to another Ice Beam. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Rock Tomb here. There it is, being thrown by Sakori.
Yeah, of course, this forces that final shield on Colin 6's side. You want to keep the Azumarill in the game, trying to get as much damage down.
All right, now you want to maybe try and bank the Ice Beam. He's actually going to throw it straight away. He's going to hope that even debuff, this could be enough. It is super effective. Will it be enough to take out the Credilli? I think even with the bubble damage, it won't make a difference. Can you now bubble down from here?
Can you get to it before the acid gets through to you? Cradilli is going to be able to get the edge. Of course, this is going to KO that Azumarill, and then Furret can come in. Can Sucker Punch do it?
Sucker Punch will definitely take the Credilli down. Does Furret have enough health to hold on to an acid? I think it's going to be a draw. Both Pokemon go down. Look at that. Sakori from the jaws of defeat manages to get a tie. And I think Colin maybe really needs to question, was Ice Beam thrown whilst debuffed against the Credilli the right play? Should you have banked that energy, gone into the Furret to get the damage, and then thrown the Ice Beam completely undebuffed, right? At its normal level of power, which would have definitely been enough to take out the Credilli.
Because that's the thing, when you switch out, you reset the debuff, but you keep all of that precious energy as well. So you could have been able to bring it back to get that damage on the board. Critically as well, there was also that turn you mentioned with the Dragon Breath. Maybe going for the Flamethrower, just one Dragon Breath too early. If you'd gone for one more, then unleashed that charge attack, you could have got the knockout.
It can be really, really tricky in those moments, because if you're half a second late, you lose charge attack priority, and that's massive for the game. And so sometimes it is safer to throw a little bit early, and just perhaps unfortunately for Colin there, the damage wasn't quite enough to take out the Empoleon. The Dragon Breath wasn't able to then knock out the Empoleon afterwards before the Drill Peck landed, and that Drill Peck did enough damage to take out Altaria. So lots for Colin to think about, but let's remember, he lost this match the first time they played on the winner's side of the bracket, and he lost it 2-0. So a tie is progress.
Oh yeah, it's definitely one step forward and one step closer to maybe trying to get your redemption here over Sakori. But at the same time, these split-second decisions can make or break a winner. And this is what we're starting to see emerge as we're getting towards the later stages of our day one competition. The best of the best are still in this, and it's going to come down to the coin flips, the instincts, the judgments that they make to be able to establish themselves as the top contenders.
And we also know that these players are friends. They know each other very well, and that might play into some of the decisions that they make as they compete against each other on stage here in the losers finals of Group B. If you are just joining us, we are here at the Birmingham Regional Championships. We played so many games already today, so many matches, and as we get to these closing stages, the winners finals of all of the groups have been settled. It's the losers finals that are still fighting to try and put their names into day two. And Colin 6 and Sakori, even though they may be friends, will not let up in this match.
And game one ended in a very spectacular tie towards the end, so we're kind of able to reset our minds here and process forward to the next next game. Do you feel like in this particular match there's going to be too many adaptations on either side, or are they going to run back the same thing?
The thing is, I think that both of them have relatively neutral teams, and there is a sensible amount of energy management, and it's not necessarily all about the lead. There is one lead matchup that Sir Corey definitely doesn't want to see, and that's the Shadow Sizzle into either his Credilli or his Wigglytuff. So the question is, can he avoid that? The players are locked in for what is now game number 1 again, and it looks like he can't avoid that!
Oh my goodness, Credilli Scissor, it is going to be our leads for this next game. Credilli gets out of there as quickly as it joins, as Empoleon joins.
And Empoleon as a counter swap to Shadow Sizzle is nowhere near the same matchup as it would be if they were in even energy scenarios, because now the Shadow Sizzle is outpacing to the Night Slashes, so you land a massive amount of damage and then still get to come and sponge in on that bulky Altaria.
That was actually a huge amount of damage landed onto that Empoleon. Yes, it can go for the Drill Peck in retaliation, but Altaria is able to take that really well and can start chunking away with these Dragon Breaths.
And I don't know if you even need to throw a Flamethrower at this point. By the time you start to farm more with Dragon Breath, you can just throw a Sky Attack, and that could be enough. So Colin 6 could be in a good position here.
Although Empoleon's very quick to get to those Hydro Cannons, it'll be very interesting how closely you can farm it down with these Dragon Breaths. So much energy going up on Altaria's side.
Much better from Colin 6 as he maximizes his Dragon Breath energy before throwing the Sky Attack. It will be enough to knock out, even though it's not very effective against the Empoleon. And now you get an opportunity to reach another attack against this Credilli. So Colin 6 farming up once more, Dragon Breaths coming through, and now Sky Attack just before the Altaria gets acid down.
Yeah, Credilli wants to spend as much time on the field not against that Scissor as possible, so Corey does have that Talonflame in the back of Pokemon Prime to deal with it, so Credilli has to deal with the other contenders now.
And I'm really glad to see Colin not go into his Shadow Sizzle too aggressively, because we can see the Shadow Talonflame coming in, and Colin 6 is going to get straight out of there with the Furret. Furret now needs to get rid of this Shadow Talonflame, because Shadow Talonflame landing one Incinerate on that Shadow Sizzle will do a massive amount of damage, but also there's something interesting to consider here, because Credilli cannot farm down a Shadow Sizzle. It has to throw Rock Tombs. So perhaps you actually could take one Incinerate and then just still hold on to all of the acids, but I don't think that's something that Colin wants to think about or risk just yet. Let's play these shield scenarios out, and Furret can start to put a lot of pressure on the Talonflame in the meantime.
Yeah, this reminds me a little bit of the previous game. Furret putting in a lot of work with these Sucker Punches, but the Incinerates, even though they're slow coming through, they're hitting very hard into this adorable little Pokemon, and all the energy ready up on the Talonflame side. Is it going to be able to farm down? No. Furret just gets the edge.
Now, 4 Sucker Punches means that the Incinerate damage from the second Incinerate doesn't register on the Furret, and now Colin can come aggressively in with the Shadow Sizzle, but let's remember that Rock Tomb would do a massive amount of damage, but Colin has a shield, and as Credilli tries to reach for the next Rock Tomb, I think Colin's already going to be at a Night Slash, and it will win Charge Attack priority if they were to throw at the same time anyway. Not a problem for Colin 6 as he takes this game number 1.
I love the teamwork between the Furret and the Sizzle there, because Furret really did pave a way for Scissor to have success, dealing with that Talonflame, leaving the door open for Scissor to find its alignment as it did in the lead against this Credilli.
Yeah, so Corey does get the brief opportunity to land a Rock Tomb, so you can have a look at how much damage a Rock Tomb does, which is a lot, not enough to take down the Shadow Sizzle, and Bullet Punch brings Credilli down. As we say, game number 1 to Colin, and that's the first game that he's managed to take off Sir Corey in the 4 games they've played so far today.
Yes, of course, Sakari did knock Colin down into the losers bracket earlier today in this tournament, so now it's a little bit of a grudge match between them. But again, the more times you play against each other, the more information, the more options you get to kind of test out and see what works. And Colin, it looks like, is really adapting and learning as he goes.
Colin 6, one of the best players in the championship series. He hasn't had the success over the last couple of years that he perhaps would have expected from himself, but he's still got medals in that time. He's still had some fantastic placements, but he wants gold. He's used to having gold. He's got his hands on 3 gold medals already. Could Birmingham be another opportunity to add to that collection?
That's the thing. We're in the 2026 season. We've just started the calendar year here as well. I think a lot of trainers have come into this with maybe a fresh perspective, a fresh lease of energy to be able to try and get themselves that championship title in this particular regulation.
Now, so Corey is also looking to put his name into day 2. He has the opportunity, but he would need to win 2 games here. This is best of 3 format. Colin has 1 game to his name already. That means Sir Corey cannot afford to lose again. If he does, his tournament run will be over.
I'm going to ask a question here on Sir Corey's side.
Hit me.
Do you think Gastrodon has a play here?
I think Gastrodon has to avoid the Altaria from Colin 6, and the problem is that Altaria is coming every game from Colin because it's so safe, and so I wouldn't be surprised if Sakori, instead of Gastrodon, tries Wigglytuff.
Okay, just for that kind of extra pressure?
Just to really stop the Altaria safe swap. The problem is, that's the one Pokemon you don't want Wigglytuff to see.
That is so true. The Bullet Punches are going to come through, so we're going to switch things out. Steel-type versus Steel-type. Empoleon comes to the fray.
But this could be very interesting because you were right. Gastrodon is on the field, but it's on the bench right now. And Empoleon, we've seen that Altaria comes out as the swap into the Empoleon, which means Sakori's Gastrodon will avoid it.
That is very true. And Empoleon now in a prime position to start trying to deal some damage into this Altaria. That's going to make things easier for that Gastrodon, for example. Altaria, however, just going for these Dragon Breaths, relentlessly farming up lots of energy. But quicker off the mark is that Empoleon. We can get those Hydro Cannons. We can get those Charge Attacks already.
Empoleon is doing a lot of damage to this Altaria, but before it's going to be able to throw any more charge attacks, Colin 6 will likely throw the Sky Attack exactly as we saw in that previous game, and that also means that he might have the opportunity to land another Sky Attack against the Wigglytuff. I don't think Charm is going to be enough to take down the Altaria in one fast attack, which means, can you reach another one? Yes, you can.
Yep, you needed 2 Charms to be able to get the Altaria out of the sky, and it's got another one of these attacks ready to go. The Sky Attack will land onto the Wigglytuff, do a very respectable amount of damage, putting it into a vulnerable spot. But Gastrodon coming in to replace what was the Scissor, and now Furret with that Trailblaze. That's something Gastrodon has to watch out for.
And that is a Gastrodon with Earth Power instead of Water Pulse, which is a little bit slower to reach, but you're going for Body Slams anyway, especially in a 2-shield scenario where the Mud Slaps add up. So Colin is going to shield a potential Earth Power, but he definitely expects this to be a Body Slam.
I feel like this is a turn now where these trainers are just going to try burning through some shields, baiting that potential Trailblaze, forcing that shield to come through on Sakori's side. At the same time, the Body Slams will stack up against Furret, maybe forcing shields on that side.
And the thing is, unlike Credilli, which had the opportunity to throw a Rock Tomb into the Shadow Sizzle in the endgame, Wigglytuff cannot hit Shadow Sizzle. So Colin is in a fantastic position in this mid-game. Furret putting in so much pressure against the Gastrodon, and if you shield this Body Slam, the switch timers will be up. So Colin just needs to make sure he avoids a catch, but the Gastrodon might just throw another Body Slam straight away. He's actually going to throw a Mud Slap first, and that allows the Furret to reach a Swift, and this now puts Shadow Sizzle really in the driving seat for the endgame.
Yep, Gastrodon does go down, and now Wigglytuff has to come back in, but we know that Shadow Scissor is there for Colin 6. The Bullet Punch is just going right through this Pokemon, even allowing it to go for a charge attack, as Scissor can clean up the game.
Yeah, resisted Night Slash just for fun against this Wigglytuff, as Colin 6 wins the series 2-0, and he progresses into day 2 here at the Birmingham Regional Championships.
That's how you get your revenge, Colin 6, able to take down the trainer that put him into the loser's bracket, but at the end of the day, a battle between friends is always a good memory to have, particularly at a weekend like this.
Really well played from both of these trainers, and I think anyone getting to this stage of the tournament should be really, really proud. These are difficult events to play when you've got to these stages.
Yes.
And to have your composure, especially with the pressure of being on stage against a player as strong as Colin. So a lot of credit to Sakori for his run, and he definitely takes home quite a lot of championship points as well.
He certainly does, and a lot of experience potentially to utilize at the European International Championships just around the corner. But I really want to credit Colin for his composure in that game that resulted in the tie. You talked about how he made maybe a slight misplay with those Dragon Breaths, could have gone for one more to then go for his charge attack to get the knockout. But instead of kind of, beating himself up about it, he learned from it. And every single game we saw him play after that, he did not make that same mistake.
So many times we talk about the mentality that is required at the highest level, that you need to be able to maintain your composure, that you need to not be thrown by what might happen, whether or not an instance in the game might really not go your way. We've seen in the past some players, visibly it affects them. Colin 6, famously one of the players that will react almost not at all to what happens in front of him. So calm, so composed, and now he gets to put a smile on his face because all of that has been rewarded. He makes his way into day 2. It might be on the loser side of the bracket, but there is no reason why he needs to lose any other matches. He could go all the way from here, and I'm sure he'll be practicing tonight so that he gives himself the best chance of doing so.
And particularly with a team like this, you said it was the same 6 that he had in Toronto just the other week, and bringing it here, you could see how well he was able to utilize that scissor. I think it was the second game, the one after the tie. The one thing that I was a little worried about was seeing the Talonflame on the opposing side, knowing that Colin had the Scissor, and I was like, hey, if the alignment doesn't go your way, it's going to be very, very difficult. He was able to preserve it really well, using that little Furret to get rid of the Talonflame to allow Scissors to shine, and then in that final game, the same way that you were able to have that Scissor find its alignment on the Wigglytuff. I really think the way he used that Pokemon with the teamwork on that side really enabled him this victory.
And I think a lot of the Pokemon that Colin was using there are Pokemon he's very familiar with.
Yeah.
Because it's not just Toronto where he used this team. He also used many of these Pokemon on the event before that in Stuttgart. In that event, he had a Spidops. He's since let that one go, and he's made some adjustments here. But otherwise, he must be so used to playing these matchups. He must be so meticulously aware of each of the different intricacies and the different ways in which to use Furret and Altaria as a safe swap as he did. And we remember in Stuttgart, his difficulty was when he was up against Pokemon like Alolan Ninetales from Inadequance, because that was a Pokemon that made it very difficult for Furret and Altaria. And in the absence of a Pokemon like that, Furret and Altaria for Colin are very similar to Lickitung and Medicham of old, where you have a lot of bulk, you have a lot of safety, they cover each other, and those were some of the metas where Colin was at his absolute best. So I think he's probably quite a big fan of this meta.
And I think being more versatile and knowledgeable on your team can leave you with that success, and that's exactly what Colin has been able to do. The experience he's got with that team has led him to this victory. So I think it's time to hear a little bit more about how he experienced that match with an interview with Jay.
Congratulations, Colin. What a game we were watching now, a series of games, starting with that draw. Now, you lost earlier on to Corey, putting you into the losers bracket. You're playing him again. What did you change to be able to turn things around for you?
Yeah, so the first time I faced Sir Corey, he's a teammate of mine. We're both on Team Pizza, and I know him a little bit. He can be a bit unpredictable, so I was like a bit worried. What's he going to run? His Cordelia was very good. Maybe bring his Wigglytuff. I was kind of scared of that, so I benched my Altaria. But then after those games, I realized Altaria is very good into what he's bringing. So this time I just was like, gotta put it out there, just bring Altaria, and did its job.
Two friends from grassroots coming together for a clash, but then friends again afterwards, of course. I did notice that your team from last week in Toronto hasn't changed at all. Is there any reason for that, or do you think that team had the capacity to make it all the way?
Yeah, I simply really actually just like the team a lot. I think a lot of people have replaced their ground with Marowak instead of Stunfisk, but I think Stunfisk's coverage is still so good. So I just wanted to run it again, and this was the best team I could find. And I think the losses I took there in Toronto, I felt like I could have won those games. So I was like, let's just run it back.
Well, you've already had a third place this season, and you've had a second place this season. Do you think Birmingham will be the place where you get that first place medal?
It's a long way to go from losers now, but tomorrow's another day. Just try to get as much wins as I can. Feeling good with the team, so we'll see where we end up.
A day two player, fantastically well played. We all enjoyed watching it. Do you have anyone that you would like to shout out at home or maybe in the audience here today?
I guess I should shout out Stone Collection. I was with him in Toronto and I scrimmed with him. And he was actually using the team I'm using now, so it's actually his team. And I liked it so much I stole it from him, so shout out to Stone.
Well, thank you very much, and I wish you the best of luck for the remainder of the competition. But for now, I'm kicking it back to the casters.
Thanks so much, Colin. Shouting out Stone Collection, I think we're expecting to see Stone Collection back very, very soon up on stage because he's still in this tournament here in Birmingham. We've had some brilliant matches already.
Stone Collection and Colin both running a brilliant team, but on the other hand, they're running into a bit of an issue here as we're going to be seeing the Toadscruel and Bastion back on the stage.
Now, are you a fan of Toadscruel?
I honestly, I like that the way it looks. It's very cool.
Oh, just aesthetically.
Aesthetically, like I think it looks very cool. Like it's a forest, and it like moves around with like the vines as like legs.
Have you seen? I don't know if you played many of the main series games. When you see Toadscruel, it's under evolution.
Oh yeah, he's like running around. Yeah, it's amazing.
It reminds me of you sometimes.
Oh,
it's very cute.
You know what?
It's
I'll
very
take
cute.
that.
I think that's a compliment.
I will take that. But yeah, of course.
There he is, Stone Collection.
But here it's not so cute. It's very scary.
Cute. But these players, Jason up against Stone Collection. Now, we've mentioned Stone Collection so many times already this weekend. He's a player that's currently leading the leaderboards here in Europe. He had a third place performance in Toronto last week, and he is up against Jason, a player that we perhaps don't get to see as much in the Championship Series, but bringing a very aggressive team. Can Stone Collection adapt, or will Jason get a big victory in this losers finals?
And it's going to start with Steelix into the Corviknight. What a fantastic lead for Jason here as he looks to get the correct alignment. Of course, the Corviknight is in front and the Steelix is in the Shadow Scissor is in the back. Shadow Steelix is going to go on an absolute tear here.
We love to see Steel types in this meta, and Shadow Steelix with that Thunderfang. Psychic Fangs will be resisted, but the Thunderfangs will now do a lot more damage against this Corviknight, and it looks like Stone Collection's going to get out of there and go into his Shadow Steelix now that the Shadow Steelix has lost a little bit of energy, and the Annihilate is coming in a little bit late, having to shield up this Night Slash.
The critical part here is, can we get that full counter down before Stone Collection can reach the next Night Slash? He's going to need a knockout in 5. I think you can, yeah. It's going to be 5 counters, a perfect counter down. And now, how do you address this Annihilate? It's so difficult, right? You don't actually have a lot of ways to fast attack pressure down.
This is the problem. Sand attack from Corviknight and Thundershock from Univan Stunfisk will not be enough. And so you're forced to throw a charge attack. And so while shields are up, the Annihilate can put out so much pressure in the meantime.
Here, Jason kind of has all the secrets to the sauce. He knows exactly where he wants to put all of his Pokemon, understanding that, hey, I want my Steelix to be on the Corviknight, and I put my Florges on the Univan Stunfisk, and we're good to go.
Really, really strong play from Jason. Shadow Annihilate, a fan favorite, and it's showing that it is not out of the meta entirely, putting on a ton of pressure. Stone Collection finally able to take it down.
Florges is going to come in here for Jason most likely, and then you can even opt to start debuffing the Corviknight. Of course, you can also just switch directly into the Steelix and start applying Thunderfangs as fast as possible. Here, does he try to make a catch? No, he actually lets Stone Collection throw the Air Cutter. I actually like this because this is going to prevent your Steelix from having to come in and make kind of a guessing game like, hey, are we going to try to shield a payback, or are we going to be potentially shielding Air Cutter?
But also, Florges actually has a reasonable matchup into the Corviknight. There is no Iron Head on Corviknight in this meta, and so Corviknight forced to throw Air Cutters instead. Now the Shadow Steelix can come in at a health range where payback wouldn't even be enough to take out. This is a debuffed payback.
The best part here is that Thundershocks are definitely not going to be able to take out the Shadow Steelix. Wow, that is actually way more HP than I thought it was going to have. And now you can start spamming out Psychic Fangs. No real need to go for the Earthquake, as your Florges can always finish.
I would go for the Earthquake here, because Earthquake forces the shield.
2 Psychic Fangs also can get the shield.
2 Psychic Fangs wouldn't be enough to knock out.
Then you can Fairy Wind down with the Florges.
I think the Florges just needs to have an attack available because it's got Trailblaze.
Fair enough.
And so Earthquake just forces the shield to get to the knockout. And given your Body Slam advice earlier, Eric, I think Earthquake's the right play here.
To reiterate, the Body Slam was for the first one. The second one, I would never bait there.
You would never.
I would never. I am above that, of course.
Well, Jason doesn't want to take those risks. I think Earthquake was the right play. He seems to have agreed. He gets that knockout, and game number 1 is his up against Stone Collection in these losers finals.
And it's so tricky playing from behind against this team, right? Because then you feel like you're the one who has to maybe make the read, and it's possible that you even RPS yourself, right? Get yourself the wrong alignment on accident because you overthought the situation.
Yeah, I don't think there's... In a lot of these situations, there's no real need to overthink things, right? So Earthquake there, you guarantee a shield or a knockout. And if they do shield, your Florges was in the green health with access to an attack that does a ton of damage. I think you'd have been absolutely fine. So he doesn't want to take those risks. As soon as you start to bait unnecessarily and it gets called, then all of a sudden you start to open up, even if not a loss, psychological difference can be made because it thinks, or you feel that your opponent is able to get into your head. It's able to understand when you're going to throw. Now, Jason landing that Earthquake puts pressure on Stone Collection. He shows him, I am not afraid to go for the big, hard-hitting move. I am absolutely not afraid to put the pressure on you. And so when we go into this game number 2, you're going to have to really think about what I'm going to play.
He's really thinking about what he's going to play in this next game, and I wonder if he kind of pivots into some different Pokemon here. I think Togekiss looks great, if not for the Scissor and Univan Stunfisk. The other matchups seem pretty solid, honestly, especially Guzzlord, Altaria, Corviknight. Just seems like, and I think if you're Stone, you feel restricted by all these different Pokemon. Can I afford to play this in the lead with that in the back? Like, there's just so much to consider.
I mean, I think with Earthquake available to that Shadow Steelix, it makes Shadow Steelix a really great safe swap for Jason. It has the ability to hit so many Pokemon on Stone Collection's team. I think the Shadow Steelix is coming every single game. Has Stone Collection adequately adapted to that? That is the question. This is a best of 3 match, and Jason has the advantage.
I wonder if the Bastion comes, right? You can expect maybe Altaria, maybe Guzzlord, maybe even Azumarill and Scissor. Those are very, very comfortable matchups.
Well, I think you could bring the Bastiodon, but you just have to try and ensure that your alignment isn't against the Univan Stunfisk.
And I think if you're Toadscroll, this is probably, give or take, the last thing you want to possibly see. Comes into the Steelix immediately, and here is what we're talking about. He's perfectly brought out the Unova Stunfisk, and this becomes a very fast and furious baiting game.
I couldn't quite see there, but there might have been a smile from Jason, because as soon as this Unova Stunfisk comes out against the Shadow Steelix, you can near guarantee it won't be up against the Bastiodon. And now, look at what's in the back. Whilst this matchup plays out, we see 2 flying-type Pokemon in the back for Stone Collection and 1 Bastiodon on the side for Jason. So this could be everything, and that is why you run Earthquake on your Shadow Steelix. That is why you don't need to worry about baiting. Put the pressure on, a massive amount of damage onto that Unova Stunfisk, and now it's in a range where Psychic Fangs will be enough to knock out.
But if you're Stone Collection, you're very happy with getting the shield there, understanding that not only have you got the charge attack priority here, you don't even need to worry about the Toadscroll because you have Corviknight and Altaria in the back.
Okay, but I guess keeping the advantage here for Shadow Steelix is not half bad against one of its worst matchups in this game, because as soon as this Unova Stunfisk goes down, Bastiodon potentially can shine. So I think that's the priority for Jason here. So yes, the Altaria can come through. Yes, it can get a great farm down. But what's it going to do against a Bastiodon?
Still, Altaria has a couple of flamethrowers it can toss off here and there, but on the side of Corviknight has Payback and Sand Attack. So it's going to be a long match here if you're trying to knock out the Bastion. But
I'm also looking at that Toadscroll, which doesn't really have anywhere to go, so you may as well throw it into this Corviknight, because at least the Mud Slap isn't double resisted, it's only single resisted, because it would have otherwise been super effective against the Steel typing. The problem is Corviknight is pacing really quickly to these air cutters. 3 of them will be enough to take out the Toadscroll, so a wrap and more Mud Slap damage is all Jason is able to do so far.
Honestly, the wraps are going to start adding up with the Mud Slaps as well. Corviknight...
I don't think you're going to reach another wrap.
I think you are at least going to pressure the air cutter out of the Corviknight here, and then Bastiodon, with the debuff of the wrap, may be able to get a little bit of the work done in the end game.
Potentially, but this Toadscroll isn't doing a lot. The air cutter is now boosted, and Stone Collection will be able to throw another air cutter to prevent the next wrap from Toadscroll. It's very unlikely that you shield just to throw a resisted wrap, and I think Jason's going to let that Toadscroll go.
I wonder if we should have actually shielded there, because how else are we going to get this Corviknight out of the field? We need to get
Smackdown after it's been wrapped, and I'm surprised that Stone Collection is staying in, if I'm honest.
Air Cutter comes through, which is very interesting.
Call it!
At the same time, can you no-shield this? No-shield this? Air Cutter goes no-shield on the Bastion. Is it possible that the Bastion can get the job done here?
Bastiodon showing just why it is a hilariously funny Pokemon when used the right way. It calls the Air Cutter double resisted damage, and now pulling the shields away from the Altaria. Flamethrower won't be enough to knock out the Bastiodon. So Bastiodon is trying to throw a Stone Edge into the Altaria and then hope that it has enough health. But I think Corviknight might just Sand Attack it down at this range. And also, now that the final shield's gone up, the payback from the Corviknight could be enough. So will the Bastiodon be able to hold on to a Flamethrower? I'm not sure it will be. He's thrown ever so slightly too late. Flamethrower could be really, really close. I don't know if it's going to knock out. It does knock out. It does. Bastiodon goes down. Stone Collection takes this game number 2.
This is interesting, right? Because he now has a proven method. He can swap the Steelix and pretty much guarantee that he's bringing the Unova Stunfisk out. The only thing that you would not want to include there is thus the Toadscroll. Because if you can put something else in the front that does better into the rest of the team, you can kind of always neutralize the Unova Stunfisk and sweep with the Bastiodon.
Look, as I have never played a Bastiodon, but I have played a Shadow Bastiodon. Well, you know, so many of the same tactics, and I would personally say that once you've tried it like that and it didn't work, drop it. Just let your opponent know that you're willing to use it, put some pressure on your opponent, and then take it away. You're still going to use the Shadow Steelix. I think that was the Pokemon that gives you the most utility in this matchup. I think Toadscroll was very underwhelming there. I think it's really, really hard for Toadscroll to get value against Stone
Collection's there's only one
team.
target, right?
Exactly. It's that Unova Stunfisk, which in one way, you know that it's coming, but in another way, why not just use your Florges? That also has a positive matchup against the Unova Stunfisk, that has much better play into the Guzzlord, Altaria, Azumarill, and even the Corviknight. So I would personally stick with the Shadow Steelix and Florges core.
That makes a lot of sense. The Bastiodon expert himself, if he says to put it away, Shadow Bastion. Okay, it's a much more neutral, right?
It's a nuance that many people wouldn't understand.
Of course. But of course, there are a couple similarities, and I think not bringing the Bastion here would definitely be the right call. I think Toadscroll definitely doesn't make that much sense either, because even things like Azumarill, like that's not even a target, despite Azumarill being a water type and you being a grass type. The double super effective Ice Beam is going to be very, very critical if they are able to land it. Of course, let's see what these trainers decide to lock in. It's a bit of a critical game 3. The line calls are going to have to be perfect, and it looks like Stone's got the number.
There it is, the Universe Surface now in the lead that the Toadscroll has been dropped. Shadow Steelix is there, and the Annihilate comes in as a safe swap. Not a Pokemon people often use as a safe swap. Going to have to take a Mud Bomb immediately. This isn't going to threaten a knockout, but it will do a decent chunk of damage into the Annihilate and give Stone Collection the opportunity to then fast attack it down. To prevent that, Jason is going to put the first shield up, and now the Stone Collection comes in with the Shadow Sizzle. This is a great position for Jason. A great first shield, preventing the Bullet Punch down. Now you get the Rage Fist, and if you want, you can shield and fully counter through.
And I wonder what Stone Collection is reading here. Perhaps he thinks there's a Bastion on the back.
They might go down at the same time. It might be really, really close. The Shadow Sizzle is taking boosted counters, but the Annihilate doesn't have a ton of health left, so let's see how much damage. Look at that! Annihilate with so much value and a Rage Fist stored. Brilliantly played by Jason.
That's exactly what he needed to get out of the swap. Not only did he grab a shield, but he's also going to be able to land one boosted counter into any of these Pokemon, which doesn't seem like a lot. He can also get the shield back, land the counter.
Look how much damage. This is a boosted Ice Punch into the Stun Fist. Annihilate going absolutely crazy in this game 3.
It goes bananas, lands that counter. Now, all you need is to put the Florges on the Unova Stunfisk, swap the Corviknight.
You can stay in, you can debuff it.
You can debuff it. You can honestly play this however you want at this point.
Yeah, he's going to bank that energy and now come in with the Shadow Steelix. He doesn't have any shields available, so this payback is going to land. And then Corviknight is going to have to face a ton of pressure as Psychic Fangs will debuff it and Thunder Fangs will really start to add up.
Is there a way? Is there a world in which we could have gone for an Earthquake?
I don't think there is any world. I think you just go for Psychic Fangs and Thunder Fang pressure, because the Thunder Fang additional damage will do more than the Earthquake's energy would have asked for.
I mean, honestly, at this point, we can win the game just with the Florges. So we'll see this Corviknight being taken quite deep into the red. And if your Florges coming into this, you can just go straight for the Chilling Water. Not a fear in the world.
Brilliantly played so far from Jason. That Corviknight is low. The Florges has energy already. And now the Univern Stunfist comes through. It does get the opportunity to throw a Mud Bomb, but this isn't going to put the Florges in range of an Air Cutter. So Florges is going to be able to farm up and now being able to bank tons of energy, going right to the very max, throwing a Trailblaze to boost its attack first. And there's a decision, because there is still a shield here, and he's going to use it. So do you now throw a move straight away? You're actually going to throw on charge attack priority, which means that all of the energy from that Univern Stunfist disappears very quickly. You're not in Air Cutter range, which means Jason is 4 seconds away from victory here as he leans up towards that Chilling Water. He does reach it before the Air Cutter. This is going to be enough to knock out.
It's a really, really nice read here. Chilling Water onto the Corviknight. He's able to neutralize the Corviknight with the Shadow Steelix and finish the game with the Florges. What an incredible set. What an incredible read on game number 3.
Jason is your winner. He progresses to day 2 here at the Birmingham Regional Championships, taking out one of the best. It's just another day in the office for this player. He doesn't play at many events, but he does play in the British ones, showing just how high he can soar.
And it came down to those great reads, kind of getting in the head of his opponent, just as you said, bring the Bastion game 2, not bring the Bastion game 3, and putting all his eggs in the Annihilate basket. We saw it go absolutely bananas in that game, completely countered down the Shadow Scissor, even behind a little bit of health, honestly, because the Thundershocks had already chipped it a little bit. Shadow Scissor came in, tried to finish the job, it couldn't, and then the Stunfist took an Ice Punch, which knocked the entire thing out.
So much going on in that final game 3, and it's really difficult because sometimes you might say there's a particular Pokemon that stood out, a particular Pokemon that carried the team, but in that final game, all 3, Shadow Steelix, Shadow Annihilate, and Florges put in a ton of work. They were really, really strong. We did mention Shadow Steelix and Florges Call looked very, very aggressive into Stone Collection's team, but Jason, the way he piloted them, that can make all the difference. Really impressively played.
If you ask me, I think these are really neutral options. It's interesting to see Bastiodon and Toadscroll be a part of the team, but then also see Pokemon like Florges, Steelix, and Annihilate, which are all fairly neutral into most of the meta, just despite even some of the more difficult matchups. For example, Annihilate against Florges. It's technically bad, but if you swap and they counter swap, you can get a lot done.
Florges is a great Pokemon. I still think Shadow Annihilate is something that all players need to account for. It's definitely not top of the meta. So many Pokemon, especially since the rise of Galarian Corsola, the Shadow Annihilate usage started to drop. But now, even with Galarian Corsola not really in the picture, Shadow Annihilate hasn't emerged as a top meta use Pokemon, but it can catch people out. And there's one thing that I will say, Shadow Annihilate sometimes is the best answer to Shadow Sizzle, because the counters, especially when boosted, will just mow through that Pokemon as we saw there.
It just feels like the stats all line up for Annihilate. It just does enough and takes not very much damage in return, well, comparatively, and it can just really take the Scissor out of the field in only 5 to 6 counters, it feels like.
Really, really strong plays, but as we say, it's the player that can make all the difference. Their relationship with these Pokemon is the critical factor when you come to these tournaments. And here in Birmingham, we've got so many players already through to day 2. We've got a few more matches next, so really excited to see how we progress.
I think the next matches are going to be super interesting, as these trainers, they've honestly seen so many games on the stream. They have been to the losers finals, so they've actually had the chance to watch a lot of our earlier players play. And maybe because this is such a new meta for Europe especially, they've had a chance to actually learn and reflect on some things that they may take to action in their own games.
It's a lot of information gathering at this point, and I think it's not just the players that are still playing, like the players who are about to appear on stage, but also the players that are already through to day number 2. They'll be looking at the other opponents, the other potential matches that they'll have, but also for you at home, getting an opportunity to see which Pokemon might shine in this meta, whether or not you want to use them at locals or even in Go Battle League. A lot of information on how these Pokemon play out. Really, really key and really, really interesting to watch.
Even if you're not looking at the games super specifically, you can also just gain knowledge about the general lines that these trainers are bringing into one another. If you're to take a team from, let's say, Stone Collection, you can see like, oh, he really enjoys bringing like, in Stunfisk with the Azumarill and the Scissor, and that's like a line he frequents. So if you were to play that even in the Go Battle League, it would probably work pretty well.
Yeah, so many opportunities for you to practice the Go Battle League, obviously the key in-game feature, but it's really, really important and really beneficial, I think, to get involved in your local scene as well. If you don't know how to do that, then keep your eyes peeled for this.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
It's really important to get involved, to make sure that you scan this QR code to find events near you. Eric, I know you're a big fan of the local scene. You've actually traveled quite a lot to go and explore different communities.
Yeah, especially when in Europe, you can just take the train and go to a lot of different cities where they host cups, challenges, not only for Pokemon Go, but also for the trading card game. And if you even want to get involved in these regional championships, you don't even need to play in the main event. You can just come as a spectator, and we even have local events just at these venues in themselves. There are challenges on Saturday and cups on Sunday. So a lot of nice opportunities, but of course, these trainers are focused on making it to day number 2 and staying in the main tournament.
And a lot of these players here in Birmingham are friends because of local scenes. Last year's winner of Birmingham, Icelandic Lapras, knows so many of the other British players here in Birmingham. He won last year. He's still in the tournament. We're about to see him up on stage very, very soon. But he will tell you the local scene is really, really important. It's a great opportunity to get involved, particularly at the beginning of your Pokemon Championship Series journey, but also when you are an expert, a legend, when you've been playing the game for years and years. It's still a great place to showcase and to practice all of your Pokemon plays.
More practice and meeting new people can never hurt. And if anything, it lets you play against such a wide variety of players that allows you to prepare your team in all different ways that you may have not expected by just practicing against, let's say, your friends who are also top 8 in the world or top 8 in your country. It's nice to see what everybody is thinking because you're playing at a tournament with so many different people.
And it's just a good place to also use fun Pokemon. Even if you're not taking it particularly seriously, if you're not particularly competitive, getting to go to your local scene, meeting people, using fun Pokemon, you get some championship packs and some championship points, and it's just quite fun.
You can even win a half mat, like a like a nice little mat you can put down when you're tapping your phone.
Cute.
Yeah, it's they just released it this year. I
Well-
think Lyle Jeffs won one in Toronto.
Well, Lyle Jeff's a very talented player, and we've got two very talented players up on stage. We've got Chris on the left up against Icelandic Lapras that we just mentioned on the right. Two very accomplished, very experienced players. Icelandic Lapras has a gold medal to his name, but he probably wants to continue to build onto his accolades. He probably hasn't had as much success as he knows he could have. It's maybe still early doors in terms of his career. Chris, another player with lots of success, but he might also be craving those medals. But it's the losers' final of this group that they have to get through first.
And it's going to be Altari into Altari to kick us off here. It's a pretty neutral lead, but let's take a look deeper into the backlines, where, of course, looks like that Marowak is actually going to be quite safe for Chris. He now has the opportunity to swap it onto the Empoleon, but does he opt to take a charge attack here first?
Altaria and Empoleon have been much the story of this meta, and here we see them on screen again. A relatively neutral matchup now that Altaria has access to Flamethrower, and Drill Peck has been buffed, meaning it does a little bit more damage into that Dragon Flying type Pokemon.
He comes into the Corviknight actually trying to catch that Drill Peck, which I honestly like. Maybe he feels that this is a lure out for a potential Unova Stunfisk in the back, and he was afraid of swapping the Marowak in there, giving up shields, and then aligning his Corviknight to a Ufisk in the back.
My only apprehension with this as a counter swap is that you're still forced to lean up towards that payback, and in doing so, you're taking a lot of damage onto that Empoleon, onto that Corviknight, sorry, from this Empoleon Hydro Cannon landing there. It does a ton of damage, and now you reach this payback, correctly throwing into the Altaria.
Payback is going to land on this Altari for heavy-hitting neutral damage. Now, what is he able to pivot into after this? I think you come into your own Altari again, launch those Sky Attacks. You have so much energy. Take advantage of that and kind of sweep the backline with the Kanto Marowak.
And look at that. Chris going right up to the maximum amount of energy on his Altaria before he throws. He's playing this meticulously. He's trying to get as much value as he can out of his Pokemon. He's going to throw again before Icelandic Lapras is able to reach a Sky Attack of his own. It looks like he's going for a little bit of an undercharge, but I don't think he really wants or needs it in practice. So he does take out the opposing Altaria, and now Icelandic comes in with that Jellicent to be met by the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
This is actually a very close matchup, despite Jellicent doing super effective surf damage to the Kanto Marowak. Marowak just has such oppressive Mud Slap damage that's very neutral into the Jellicent, and behind this one Mud Slap, it's going to be quite an issue for him to actually be able to land a Bone Club on the Jellicent eventually.
Well, this is the thing. Jellicent actually paces so quickly to those surfs, so it actually has a really good matchup into this Shadow Kanto Marowak, but Shadow Kanto Marowak needs to be aggressive if you want to make the most out of it, so I'm not surprised to see Chris play in this manner. And because the shields are going up, the switch timers are going down, so let's remember that there might be the opportunity to catch or switch very quickly, and he's actually going to make that catch onto the Empoleon. He's going to sacrifice his Empoleon to try and make the most of Jellicent.
I think he recognizes that if I can get the energy away from the Marowak, this Jellicent is able to just bully through here, get the surfs off. They both try to wait the turn, and actually the surf is not launched onto the Altari. It's a Shadow Ball that's thrown instead. A really nice patient play from both players, but it's going to result in Icelandic Lapras landing this neutral Shadow Ball and having the surf loaded for the Marowak.
Look at that play from Jellicent. Really superb from Icelandic Lapras, showing the world that he still absolutely has everything in the gas tank, and taking down this Shadow Kanto Marowak to win game number 1.
And now if you're Chris, how are we adapting to this Empoleon safe swap? It seemed like as soon as the Empoleon was swapped, he kind of froze, kind of was afraid what could be in the back. I think the natural assumption here is that, okay, he was thinking, I can't bring the Marowak in, I'm going to have to give up 2 shields, and then the Unova Stunfisk in the back is going to be a huge issue. Maybe Chris seemed to have outread himself here almost, and Icelandic Lapras knows that.
I think Chris, when he analyzes his own games, probably makes a similar reflection, that there are a lot of matchups that he overcomplicates, that he goes out of his way to try and put off his opponent, and actually in doing so, he doesn't have as advantageous a position as if he just stayed in what the current matchup might have been in.
Because let's think about the present, right? If he had just swapped Marowak onto the Empoleon, fully farmed down the Empoleon, the other options in this team are Altaria, Unova, and Stunfisk. Your energy goes very far against those 2 matchups. Yes, you're down shields, but you're going to be able to claim them back eventually, and then start to put on pressure with your own Altaria, with your own Corviknight.
Lots of options available to these players. and they both look relatively relaxed, having a little bit of a conversation between these two games. But Chris is the one who is in the backseat at the moment because he is one game down. We are still in a best-of-3 format here at the Birmingham Regional Championships, so Chris will need to win 2 games if he wants to progress to day 2. This is the losers finals of Group D, and Icelandic Lapras is a monumentous opponent to go up against.
This is kind of a make it or break it for Chris, right? Icelandic Lapras already has solidified his position in Pokemon GO history, already has that regional championship win, but Chris has made so many top 8s this season. He's looking to finally break out, get not only a medal, which he has, but get that regional championship win under his belt. It's going to start from the losers finals, but with a long road ahead, any trainer can do it who's still in the tournament.
Now, we've seen Jellison there from Icelandic Lapras going to great success, and there is a Licky Licky on the side of Chris. So is it going to be a question of whether that normal type Pokemon needs to make an appearance, or are there other ways that Chris should handle the Jellison pressure?
Licky Licky looks really good, honestly, into Icelandic Lapras' team.
I think so.
Something that is not super well known is that Licky Licky is actually quite advantageous into Unova Stunfisk, which you think might be rough due to the resisting of the rollouts, but 2 Shadow Balls and a Body Slam just happens to do enough damage, but we'll see if it happens in this game.
Well, we think Licky Licky could be the answer. Let's see if Chris agrees. He looks like he's ready to go. We're waiting on Icelandic Lapras to lock in, taking all the time he wants, all the time he needs, because one more victory will see his name in the day 2 competitors tomorrow at the Birmingham Regional Championships.
As he looks to defend his title here in Birmingham. Also, I just want to point out these 2 players are very, very experienced, and usually we see very experienced trainers lock in their lines very quickly and feel like they just lock in as fast as needed and just get ready to play the game. I really like how patient these 2 trainers have been throughout the set. It makes me really appreciate what they're actually choosing in their lines and how they're aligning their Pokemon every game.
So much to play for, but also so much to plan for. Every time you make a particular lead, you want to think about what your options are based on the opposing lead that happens as soon as that match starts. So players wanting to take their time is completely understandable. The players, however, now look ready. Let's get things underway for game number 2.
Icelandic Lapras playing 1 game ahead, but of course, he's going to need to be careful here as he has led his Unova Stunfisk into the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
A brilliant lead for Chris. That's what he wanted to see if he wants to claw his way back in this series. And Altaria comes in, immediately met by the fairy type of Florges. And it's very interesting to see the different ways that players play out this matchup. Chris is going for a Chilling Water first. We have seen previously today players opt to go for Trailblaze next before continuing with Chilling Water, and it looks like that's exactly what Chris wants to do as well.
It's going to be a little bit awkward here because, of course, you swapped into this Altaria behind a couple Dragon Breaths worth of energy while not having applied much Mud Slap damage. So, will this next Sky Attack start to threaten the Florges?
Well, I'm going to make a call here. I think that Florges is going to come out with 4 Fairy Winds and then still be able to reach an attack against whatever comes in. But it could really depend on the way that both of these players have built their Pokemon. But that Chilling Water at the very beginning means that Sky Attack won't be enough to take out the Florges, and Florges can start to be a little bit more aggressive and overfarm now. Dragon Breath's doing such little damage in the meantime.
Now, you can't really afford to throw your Charge Attack there. It wouldn't be just enough to knock out the Altaria, so it's a very awkward range. You kind of feel like you need to let this Sky Attack go, but how are you going to reclaim that alignment having your Marowak previously on the Unova Stunfisk?
Well, unfortunately for Chris, he actually overfarmed. He got a little bit greedy and didn't quite reach the attack he wanted before a Sky Attack came through. And now, in an attempt to roll out down, Icelandic Lapras is getting a ton of value from this Altaria.
But if his Marowak gets ahead against the Jellicent, that can just fully win the 2-shield scenario, right?
Shadow Kanto Marowak in a great position here. In the last game, we saw it behind on energy, but now that it's got this energy head start, these Bone Clubs will pace really, really quickly, and in the 2-shield scenario, as you say, will really put pressure onto Icelandic Lapras.
Because with all the Mud Slaps, and actually being ahead on energy here, you can do 2 Bone Clubs. If either of those are shielded, then a Rock Slide is actually enough to knock out on the 3rd one.
Let's also remember that the Licky Licky has a Shadow Ball back, so at any point you could come in and snipe with that Licky Licky against this Jellicent. So Chris could be in a really great position in this match.
Marowak just showing how strong and oppressive those neutral Mud Slaps are. This is a matchup where you would think, well, no way we can beat the Water type, but it's actually Marowak that almost always beats water types.
Look at this. A shield going up. The Jellicent doesn't have another Surf, and Chris now has the option to do another Mud Slap and throw a Bone Club or go into the Jellicent. And it looks like Icelandic Lapras expected the Licky Licky to come in and throw a Shadow Ball. So he wanted to catch that Shadow Ball on the Unova Stunfisk, but Chris stayed in with the Shadow Kanto Marowak. And now look at the damage that is being applied, because Mud Bomb is not going to be enough to take down this Marowak.
Honestly, it's a very aggressive read, and I like it. You have to be able to willing to pull all the stops here, especially when you're just one game away from winning and going into day number 2. It's going to be that Shadow Ball though from the Licky Licky that takes this Unova Stunfisk into 2 health range, where you get a perfect rollout down.
I love Licky Licky. Look at that pressure, throwing Shadow Ball now on charge attack priority, and it looks like Icelandic Lapras is going to just take up a little bit of time. Double resisted into the Licky Licky. Not very much damage into it. Let's see how much damage Licky Licky can give back in return.
I just think this might be enough to knock out this Jellicent. Super effective Shadow Ball, non-same type attack bonus, but still a very hard-hitting charge attack, and it's going to take the series to a Game 3. What a competitive set this has been so far for Reed.
And it was noted at the beginning of this match that Licky Licky looked really strong for Chris into this matchup against Icelandic Lapras, and I think it really just showed there just how strong it can be. The Shadow Kanto Marowak and the Licky Licky together cover so much of Icelandic Lapras' team, and I think that he will now need to be the one to make a strong adjustment if he wants to take down that core.
There's definitely ways to overcome the Licky Licky, such as the Furret. It's just a simple way to neutralize it. If you can get a Trailblaze and a Swift onto the Licky Licky, you're as good as gold there.
Well, I think that's why the Florges is also a brilliant pick from Chris. It was able to counter the Altaria, although he did misplace slightly and didn't quite throw the attack to take down the Altaria. It's also a reasonable answer into the Furret. So does Chris stick with those 3, perhaps in a different order this time?
But you could also use the Altaria doing the same thing, luring out the Florges, and then this time sticking the Furret in the back. Your opponent may make the similar read that, oh, maybe it's what I saw last game, but instead it's the Furret. Catch your opponent off guard. It's game number 3. It's time to make it or break. It's time to make aggressive reads, and it's time to lock in, as these trainers have so much to play for to make day 2.
I think you could be exactly right. Maybe Furret is the play for Icelandic Lapras, but will he feel the same as we do? Will he lock in that Jellicent one more time and risk being up against the Licky Licky, or will he make a big adjustment?
Because his idea here was he would swap the Altaria and lure out the Licky Licky and free up the Jellicent, but Chris made the perfect read, had the exact backline that he was looking for, the exact backline he was looking to respond to, and it's going to be the Marowak into the Jellicent now. And in an even situation, this is fantastic for Jellicent.
Yeah, Jellicent with the higher attack stat means it will win charge attack priority, and they both pace very quickly to these attacks, but Surf will do a huge amount of damage if it lands, and Icelandic Lapras is wasting absolutely no time, throwing his first Surf immediately.
And this is a little bit scary for Chris as we look at the backlines here, and Empoleon is going to be so strong into both the Licky Licky and that Florges.
Well,
so
I think you need to bring the Licky Licky in to bait out.
You need to start baiting out. You cannot afford to let this Marowak go down.
But then Florges could be really good in the back, but we can recognize that because we have the advantage of seeing the backlines, and it looks like Icelandic Lapras is the one this time to break the mold. He switches out in an attempt to catch a Bone Club and instead is met by a super effective Rock Slide. He's going to have to really think as to how he wants to navigate around this Shadow Kanto Marowak now that it's stored some energy and Altaria is being met by Florges.
I noticed that Chris did a couple of mud slaps, kind of thinking about what he needed to respond with. It didn't seem like he had an exact read of this backline, and maybe that's going to be an issue here as these 2 Sky Attacks are going to be reached before this gets taken down.
Well, I think he basically wanted to have some energy parity with the Jellicent that exited the lead matchup, and he knows that the Florges is able to hold on to 2 Sky Attacks. He probably knows that Florges isn't needed too much, so he's going to actually bank 2 attacks and now throw a Chilling Water, one to take out the Altaria and one to either do super effective damage against the Jellicent or guarantee a debuff even if resisted.
I wonder if this would be a angle to come in even with Jellicent, right? Oh, he comes in with Empoleon, reveals his entire life 3, but it's a Chilling Water.
I like this, actually. I like this. Getting that little debuff against the Empoleon puts a little bit more pressure onto this Empoleon, because now the Shadow Kanto Marowak not only is doing a lot of damage, but even if you were to come back in with the Licky Licky against the Empoleon's not doing as much damage. What do? Stay in with a debuffed Empoleon against Licky Licky, or come in with Jellicent that also doesn't want to see Licky Licky? I think Chris is very much in the driving position again.
But there's good news for Icelandic Lapras too. I think you kind of read, you just stay in here and don't throw the Surf with the Jellicent, because that's a quite obvious play to snipe here. Yeah!
Oh, what a catch by Chris! What a read! Eric, you called it! That Icelandic Lapras could come in with the Jellicent and throw the Surf. Chris felt exactly the same. Comes in with the Licky Licky, and now we get to see just what Licky Licky can do against the Jellicent, but there is a shield advantage for Icelandic Lapras, so he's still very much in this game.
Yeah, he's not clear of the woods yet. This Jellicent actually puts quite a bit of pressure onto Licky Licky. Can
I think you can go body slams. I think you can go body slams now.
Yeah, oh, this is risky. Throwing on the... Wait, is this a big brain play? You're going to get the Mud Slap on this, but can you block yourself? You can't block the Hydro Cannon from the Empoleon.
I am questioning what's about to happen here. It's a play that I wasn't expecting to see, but Chris is going for a full Mud Slap down, and it looks like he's got it right. Mud Slap takes down Empoleon, and Chris wins this best of 3 series.
What an incredible show the entire way. We saw the aggressive reads. We saw the catch attempts being predicted, and that came down to the wire. Licky Licky swapped as a response to the potential Jellicent snipe. Honestly, Marowak is a 3-turn move. Could we have waited for the Mud Slap to come through and then go for that Surf?
Eric, I'm going to be honest. I think Chris could just be a genius. I think he knew that Empoleon had no energy. And he thought to himself, the only way I lose this is if Empoleon somehow farms down my Licky Licky and throws on the Marowak. And so he just didn't want to risk that happening. He didn't want to risk not quite taking out the Jellicent, taking a Surf. Imagine if he'd held on with that Surf.
Yeah, there's no reason to take that risk.
Energy, he
no
would have been
reason
in
to take
trouble.
the risk, right?
But it still was risky. I think we both paused for breath. Our hearts are in our mouths at that point, because Chris has some really unconventional styles of play. Sometimes it works, sometimes it might not, but here he just showed that he knew exactly what he was doing.
Empoleon was energy dry, but Chris had to commit to the read that it's going to be able to knock out in 3 Mud Slaps. Any more than 3 Mud Slaps, and the Empoleon simply reaches the Hydro Cannon.
Maybe he knew. Maybe he just needed
to trust. And you have to remember the health of the Marowak as well. You cannot visually see that while you're playing out this mid matchup.
Superbly played by Chris in these group losers finals. And Icelandic Lapras, unfortunately, his tournament is over, and he was so close, but so many brilliant plays by both of these players. That catch could have been absolutely critical, preserving the Shadow Kanto Marowak so that it could put all of that Mud Slap pressure onto the Empoleon in the end game. Really, really brilliantly executed.
Yeah, I wonder if we could have stayed in with the Empoleon, predicting the Licky Licky to come in, and then doing a ton of Metal Sounds, basically banking up 2 charge attacks, coming with the Licky Licky, throwing the Surf, then Hydro Cannon on the Licky Licky, and then Hydro Cannon on the Marowak in the back.
Lots of opportunities for these players to reflect, but what matters is what happens in the moment, and Chris made the most of that moment as he progresses to day 2 here in Birmingham.
What a absolute, I mean, that was a photo finish at the end, pretty much.
It really was.
The perfect, just complete sacrifice of his Licky Licky and saying, I only need to worry about the Marowak here. I only need to focus on these 3 Mud Slaps. If it goes down to these 3 Mud Slaps, we're good to go.
I mean, I still think that probably the Licky Licky could have just taken out the Jellicent and had enough health.
Energy and health.
That it would have also taken out the Empoleon, but maybe he wanted a photo finish with that Shadow Kanto Marowak, as you say.
They're trying to put on a show, and honestly, they are doing a fantastic job of it.
He succeeded.
It's absolute cinema here in Birmingham, and we have some absolutely fantastic matches coming up as well. We're going to see so many more interesting Pokemon. We're going to see Pokemon like the Gourgeist here from both trainers. What do you think?
I love that, but both of these players are familiar faces as well. We've got Jox on the left against Nezabethan on the right. These are players that have been in this game, especially grassroots, but also the Pokemon Championship Series for years and years and years, and they have had to fight and claw their way through the loser side of the bracket to make it to their group losers finals.
And now it's Jox running the Gourgeist, running the Guzzlord. It's such an interesting core to see, but honestly, they cover each other quite well. Guzzlord weak to fairies and then weak to steel types, and Gourgeist covers those bases perfectly.
I really like Gourgeist as a Pokemon and as a pick in this meta, but there are a lot of Pokemon that it absolutely has to avoid. What's going to be interesting, and what I perhaps didn't expect to see, is a Gourgeist mirror matchup, because then there's a big question not only of charge attack priority, but also of the potential Seed Bomb baits.
while that's interesting, the most important thing to take note of is we don't actually know, from our perspective, what size the Gourgeist are. They're actually...
I don't know if that's the most important
That is
thing.
important, because the XL Gourgeist and the XXL Gourgeist do genuinely different things. They have different bulk points against Pokemon like Furt, for example, which actually just changes the dynamics of those matchups in and out of the Championship Series. And we may see them in the lead against one another. The XL one will always win Charge Attack priority, because it just has slightly higher attack stats.
Well, it depends on how you train it.
Of course.
Right? It does depend on how you train. But I agree with you to the extent that they were both using, let's say, rank 1s, i.e. the highest possible stat product that you can get for each version of the Gourgeist, yes. But you don't know what they're using, because Gourgeist can be a really peculiar Pokemon. It does have a lot of nuances with its stat spread, but at the moment, the players probably won't be considering that, because there's so much other information on screen that they have to take into account. And one of the Pokemon that I absolutely love to see from Nezabethan is that Walrein. I've mentioned Shadow Celio earlier today. Walrein, the evolution of Celio with Powder Snow, Icicle Spear that was recently buffed as well, and then access to Earthquake.
Earthquake is such a strong charge attack. It basically gives Walrein play as an ice type into Empoleon, which all the other ice types, well, I guess other than Titan,
your favorite,
some pretty solid play, honestly. And even into Azumarill, just feels better to have at least somewhat of a neutral, hard-hitting attack that we can just throw at the Azumarill and not be fully resisted.
So many things for these players to consider, and so much on the line at this stage of the tournament. Nezabethan up against Jox in the losers finals. The winner will progress to day 2 here in Birmingham. The loser has their tournament end.
And there's going to be risks that both of these trainers need to take here. Gourgeist is so, it feels so like hit or miss against some of these teams, but we'll see if they can find the targets they're looking for. It's going to be Walrein into the Corviknight, and I think this is a pretty neutral matchup, but slightly favored towards Walrein.
I think it's nice for Walrein because Powder Snow has recently been buffed. Icicle Spear has recently been buffed as well, and you start to see that the pressure that Walrein will be able to put on, even with just 2 Icicle Spears, can really start to threaten that Corviknight's health.
The thing here is, it's a bit scary as the Walrein because you're playing into a lead of a one-turn fast attack user, meaning that your Icicle Spears are always at risk of being caught. And when you think about what the opponent has, Empoleon, Azumarill, both of which are brought to this game, those can be very punishing if they are able to catch your Icicle Spear.
Well, you say that, but actually Nezabethan has accounted for that. If you catch onto an Azumarill, it's going to be met by an Empoleon. If you catch onto an Empoleon, it's going to be met by an Annihilate. So I think Nezabethan has actually thought about that exact issue and accounted for it perfectly.
This may come down to if Jox can get the advantage. Oh, and there we see it. Azumarill comes in here, and while Nezabethan is going to...
Well, you can actually just farm back up to another one, right?
Exactly. So does Nezabethan decide to farm back up? Because Empoleon actually resists all of these charge attacks, so you're not super scared of these play roughs, although 2 of them do pretty much threaten to put the Empoleon into the red health range.
Well, this is exactly the thing. When we mentioned the catch opportunity, yes, Jox was able to show that he can make a catch, but does it advantage him is a completely different question. The one thing that we will need to consider is the fact that the switch timers are misaligned.
And you still have ways to deal with the Shadow Annihilate. You have Drill Pecks potentially on the Empoleon. You have Air Cutter on the Corviknight, so you're not completely out of this just yet, but Annihilate still looks so strong in the back.
And let's remember that Annihilate has a shield extra.
It's true.
2 shield Shadow Annihilate into Pokemon that don't resist counter, and I think it could put in a lot of work in this endgame. Now the Corviknight comes back in, forced to throw the whole of the payback if it wants to take out this Empoleon.
And honestly, if you're Nezabethan, you just come in with the Annihilate here and start countering all the way down. You need to shield only once.
There was a phrase that you used to use when Annihilate would as its top, and that's just bam, bam, bam.
Yeah, all you do is come in, bam, bam, bam. I think you only need to shield once, and this is going to be a clean farm down. I saw him reach for the catch there, but I don't think you need the catch.
You don't need
You're happy here getting the energy.
It's Annihilate's time to shine, but it is important for Jox to at least get 1 shield away from it. But now, what do? You've got an Azumarill in the red, an Empoleon that is about to get absolutely mauled by these counters, and Nezabethan is charging up to 2 Rage Fists. He's actually not even going to bother throwing
throwing one of them, and I love that because he knows that I'm going to have to shield the Drill Peck anyway, so I would rather just fully counter down this Empoleon, and if I have to, I can double Rage Fist into the Azumarill, but for some reason he's going to go into the Empoleon instead. I think he knows that he's in a great position here.
That's kind of a cool play, right? Because if it gets shielded, you actually can counter down in one instead of two. So just the small things here. You do have the Azumarill throwing the player off, but of course, Empoleon should have the HP to completely Metal Sound the Azumarill down.
But he didn't throw the Rage Fist into the...
Oh, it's a wall ring, not the...
But he didn't throw the Rage Fist. He had the Rage Fist and he didn't throw it.
Ooh, I think this goes down to the bubble, right?
I think the bubble's enough to knock it out.
Or could he have gone for Powder Snow?
He didn't throw the Rage Fist.
Could he have simultaneously knocked
Shield
out?
knockout, shield knockout.
No way, right?
No.
Azumarill has way too much HP. It's a Pokemon where at the highest bulk can get over 190 health. So 1 HP on the Azumarill is going to be very hard to get to. Doesn't throw the Rage, just maybe forgot what energy the Azumarill was at. Maybe he just thought that game was a lock.
I simply cannot believe it. But I think...
He can't believe it either, right?
I think the only thing that I can think is that Nezabethan is so used to throwing on optimal timing that maybe he went for
He's just locked into the mentality that he needs to do one counter and throw with no regard to how much energy the Azumarill has.
Yeah, and I understand it. I completely sympathize.
A lot of us are locked
that.
into that mentality. I'm not going to lie, right?
Yeah,
like,
you think the Azumarill's coming in and it's going to do a bubble and it's going to throw on optimal timing, so I should do a counter. And I think that he just completely, at that point,
he lost
at
the
that
plot.
stage, had overlooked. And I think probably he should have thrown the Rage Fist earlier into the Empoleon.
And should he even be scared, right? Like, I still feel like Annihilate is so strong in this matchup where you can easily still come back here. There's nothing to be worried about as long as he can mentally clear himself from thinking about that mistake, which is by no means an easy task.
Well, this is the thing. We've mentioned in the past that when something doesn't go your way, one of the key factors next is the mentality.
You
to
smile,
be able
right?
To reset,
like,
to
you
be
smile
able to
and
just,
act like it didn't even happen.
Yeah, exactly. To completely compose yourself and don't let any frustrations from the previous game affect the next one. And Nezabethan really needs to take as much time as he can
to reset here, even if he needs to spend the entire 2 minutes just to sit there and not even think about the team. It's still optimal.
It is so much still available to Nezabethan. He had a great matchup there. He still has plenty of ways to get his way back in. We've seen it time and time again. Going down one game, winning the next two. But what will make the difference is the way in which you approach it mentally, and then in terms of the way that that translates into your gameplay.
Even though he just lost there, he now needs to convince himself that it didn't even happen. Because the first step of fooling your opponent is to fool yourself.
That can be the case. And honestly, Jox needs to ride off the opportunity. Sometimes your opponents make mistakes and you need to take advantage of them. And Jox needs to see that there is an opportunity, a glimmer of golden light that he can capitalize on and progress to day 2 himself. He just needs one more victory and he will be in day 2 here at Birmingham.
This is a person who's already won a special championship in Buenos Aires last year. Of course, Jox here has more to play for, looking for that regional title. He has made many top 8 at the World Championships as well, and he's looking for more. Both these trainers, though, a lot to play for.
Yeah, both of these players, they want championship points, they want championship prizes, they want to put their names in the travel award placements. No one has worlds guaranteed yet. Like, this can be really, really critical at this stage for these players in Birmingham. So it's going to be a big, big matchup, a big game number 2.
And 2 big Gorgeist.
There we go. It's underway. Gorgeist Mirror, here we go.
This is such a difficult matchup to conceptualize, right? Not only is it difficult whether you throw Seed Bomb or Shadow Ball, you also have to call hey, is my opponent going to bait at some point, and should I be catching if there's a chance that it's a bait?
Well, the thing is, as soon as you start to use shields, the Seed Bomb is enough damage in itself, so I'm interested to see how these players play it, and Nezabethan is now going to go for a Seed Bomb of his own. He has 2 back-to-back, and if Jox calls this, which he does, then that is a really, really big shift. Nezabethan might need to shield again, but he's actually going to go for another Seed Bomb, but I don't know if this knocks out from here.
It should be barely not enough, but let's take a look. Seed Bomb onto the Gorgeist. It's not enough, and it looks like Jox is going to be able to take both shields from Nezabethan here.
I think you have to let the Gorgeist go, surely, at this point.
You do, but now you've lost the lead and you've lost the shield. How do you approach the back end of this game?
Well, an Empoleon farm down is a pretty good start.
That's not bad.
That's not bad at all, especially because that Univan Stunfisk is now going to be slightly behind on energy. if you can get some damage against this Univan Stunfisk or start to get shields down, Wall Rain with Earthquake shields down is pretty good.
I wonder if you need... Your win condition here is getting the Mud Bomb caught onto your Wall Rain, and it's a discharge being thrown. That's a great... I don't know if that's a read or a prediction or just a direct reaction.
Honestly, I don't think it really matters. I think Nezabethan's probably going to be pretty happy that the switch clocks are misaligned ever so slightly, and he does shield what would be super effective damage, but now he's got a little bit of a difficult situation because Earthquakes are very, very slow, and one doesn't threaten a knockout against an Azumarill.
But if you can somehow play with the clocks here, save a bunch of energy on the Wall Rain, just enough to threaten the Empoleon on the back end, and maybe dance around
Stunfisk. Yes, yeah.
And try to catch something here from the Azu back onto your Empoleon, you're definitely still in this game.
Okay, so start farming up energy, and then you might need to aggressively go into the Empoleon. And look at this, the switch clocks are misaligned. So now go into the Empoleon as soon as you can, but he's not going to do it.
I think this is a good read. I think throwing the Earthquake isn't so bad here, as we can throw this Earthquake here, but this makes it so that Jox is more pressure to throw his attack, right? He's getting lower, and he goes for a direct catch, not waiting to turn, and now it's going to be Univan Stunfisk coming onto this Empoleon. Can it knock out with the Mud Bomb? I think it may be able to, or can Nezabethan reach another Hydro Cannon?
I think Mud Bomb could be enough to really pressure this Empoleon. I'm somewhat surprised that Nezabethan didn't take advantage of the misaligned switch clocks and go into Empoleon himself. Jox looks like he's in a great position here in this game number 2. It could be everything he needs to get victory here. Thundershock's now putting that Empoleon in a position where you will not reach another Hydro Cannon, and I'm not sure there's much that Nezabethan can do. Jox reaches the final discharge, and he will see his name in day 2 here at Birmingham.
Really, really nice plays. Composed throughout the entire way was Jox. Nezabethan couldn't exactly hang on to it, but I think in that match, you could just do a lot of metal sounds onto the Azumarill, switching immediately, getting as ahead as you possibly can, and making it difficult for him to make a pivot back into Univan Stunfisk.
That's exactly why I was a little surprised not to see as soon as Empoleon was available.
Because you have 15 seconds to play around, right?
Exactly.
15 seconds, it's like a buffet.
Yeah.
And you can eat as much as you can.
Because that Univan Stunfisk, well, it wasn't quite 15 seconds, it was just a little bit less. I think there was one Thundershock and then the throw.
11 seconds
11
if we want to be
12, right? But that's 2 Hydro Cannons.
That's comfortably enough time to get the 2 Hydro Cannons. If you take the play rough, not the end of the world, you're even happy with that, because then your Wall Rain in the backline is still great. You still are going to go down to 1 Mud Bomb regardless. And
we're such nerds. But, you know, this is why we do what we do.
We are absolutely exposing ourselves here.
I think don't watch, don't look. But yeah, there would have been an opportunity to get to 2 Hydro Cannons against the Azumarill if he'd come in a little bit aggressively, but it didn't happen. And now Jox is the one that gets to take advantage of that.
And it's one thing to outplay your opponents, but it's another thing to just stay consistent and just know all your outs, know all your win conditions of a game, and not be frazzled by anything your opponent throws at you. Anything unexpected, you already know it's going to happen. Like right here. He expects his opponent will try to make a catch. That was earlier. He tried to make the catch of the Mud Bomb onto the Wall Rain, and he's just thinking, hey, if I'm throwing Discharge every single time, I'm at no risk. Discharge is a little worse than Mud Bomb, but it's a lot better to throw a Discharge into an Empoleon than a Mud Bomb onto a Wall Rain, which loses me the game.
To be fair, I think he saw the Wall Rain. I do think he had the opportunity to see it.
It's interesting, because if he saw it, he would... I would think you would never throw a move at all. You would just pivot.
Some players, they see and they go, I have super effective damage, time to throw it.
But I often see that as a crutch for a lot of players, right?
Maybe.
Where you're not immediately able to react to the swap, so you throw a charge attack as kind of a buffer. Like, okay, well, I don't actually know what to do. Let me give myself 10 to 11 seconds to think about what to pivot into. This is something I see very commonly in these regional tournaments, and it's definitely something that all trainers can work on, just knowing that, hey, I've got this in the back line. If I see this, I know exactly what to bring immediately.
I mean, I think one of the really exciting things for everyone watching at home is that there's so much that you can learn just from watching these regional championships. So many intricate details and different ways of playing, and I don't think that there is any one correct way of playing. We've seen lots of players approach with completely different play styles. We've had winners over the years that play completely different teams, completely different strategies, and also make completely different decisions in game, especially where we've seen mirror teams. We had that earlier this season with PvP David and Boom, where they ran the exact same team in the grand finals of a regional championship here in Europe. And honestly, I think it's one of the most exciting things to celebrate is the different play styles and mechanisms that different players employ across the championship series.
I love always hearing from different players what they'd like to do in the championship series and how they're going to take their tournaments just a little bit further. But for now, we're going to head to Lou and Jox, where we can learn a little bit more about his story.
Thank you so much, casters. I am joined by Jox, a trainer who has just booked their spot in day 2 at the Birmingham Regional Championships. How are you feeling? Congratulations.
Thank you. To be honest, I felt like I got away with robbery right there. Neza kind of threw game 1. He had it in the bag, and I made a good call game 2 that gave me a lot of advantage. So yeah, sometimes that's just how the ball rolls, right? I feel like I got to winners finals after a long time not being there, and I felt like I let myself down a bit. I didn't really play to my strengths. So happy to still make it today too.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's Pokemon, and even if your opponent gives you a window of opportunity, you still have to find a way to go through it. So talk us through the end game of that game 1. What sort of happened, and how were you able to take advantage and win the match?
Yeah, I knew it was a tough comp going in because I feel like Annihilate and Walrein are pretty oppressive, and my main Walrein check is Empoleon that obviously hard loses to Annihilate. And even Azu, even though it technically has a positive matchup into both, can't really handle both of them at once. It just gets overloaded. So I felt like I had to, I let the Corviknight just to maybe put some pressure on both his glass cannons.
Yes.
Trying to maybe get a shield advantage for Empoleon to then throw a Hydro or a Drill Peck into the Annihilate. Didn't pan out that way. Neza played that very well, but unfortunately just maybe lost count of my Azu energy that I managed to overfarm, and I got that KOing play rough, and Azu was just thick enough, let's say, to hold on to that Powder Snowdown.
Well, Azu has definitely been a little superstar, and I can see it as a plushie here as well. Going to be by your side in day 2 tomorrow. Focusing on game 2, I mean, you started tremendously well. You called all of those seed bombs, not using your shields. Did that give you a lot of momentum for the rest of that match?
Yeah, I believe it did. As I mentioned, I feel like Annihilate and Walrein were his main threats in his team, so I felt like I couldn't really afford to spend a shield on Gourgeist. I got pretty fortunate that he didn't go for charge attack priority, and I believe he would have won it as well because we had to identify our Gourgeist. Obviously, they go from small to large,
yes,
or super. And I knew that his Gourgeist was a smaller size, so it would win the charge attack priority. Fortunately, I got shield advantage there, and I felt comfortable. Even if it was indeed a Shadow Ball, it's already nice beam range for a Azumarill. Maybe Unova and Stunfisk can pull some strings in the back, and that's what it did. The electric type damage was very crucial in that matchup.
Well, it was fantastic to be able to see you play and make it all the way into day 2. We'll let you go and kind of decompress and get ready for the competition ahead. But before you go, is there any words you would like to end with? Anyone you would like to thank?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you to Heather as always, because she's in my corner every day, and I really appreciate you. And thank you to my friends here in Portugal that are always backing me up whenever I go in these adventures to play Pokemon. Means a lot. You don't go unnoticed. Thank you so much.
And I can guarantee they will be supporting you every step of the way throughout day 2. Congratulations again. I can't wait to see you in the competition tomorrow. Pokemon trainers, the action is still going here at day 1 at the Birmingham Regional Championships, so don't go anywhere. We're just going to kick it right back to the desk.
Thanks, guys. Of course, there's no better feeling than seeing players be humble, be appreciative of all the people who can support them on this journey, on this trainer adventure as they try to catch them all. And here, they're trying to catch a couple of regional titles, maybe some medals, because we are still in the losers finals of the Birmingham Regional Championships.
Absolutely. Well done, Jox. Very well spoken. And I really hope to see you do very well tomorrow in day 2.
Lots of trainers to look out for. Gourgeist, of course, is going to be one of those, but speaking of meta Pokemon, just Pokemon in general, we have a couple of pretty standard teams coming up here, but a little bit of a surprise. I think we have Shadow Lapras to look forward to.
Oh, really? Coming up ahead, Shadow Lapras, perhaps. King OWT, we saw him earlier on facing up against Maximilian P. And I remember distinctly in that game, he ended up matching that onto, was it Jellicent? It wasn't a very good situation for King OWT because it didn't have any moves that it could throw in against it. But otherwise, we've seen Lapras do very, very well today. In what I was saying earlier is a time when we don't really expect to see much of Lapras.
Lapras was definitely used a little bit in Toronto, just not the Shadow variants, but I think there's some merit here. As we saw so much Guzzlord recently, it's possible that Shadow Lapras is a nice piece of tech that can actually threaten to one-hit KO the Guzzlord in a couple situations, which may just be significantly better, as before, you could just never get that side wave down, right? It's impossible. Guzzlord has 200 plus HP and you're doing 2 damage at once.
Well, here's something you haven't seen much of in any recent tournament. How about the Galarian Corsola area? Do you think that's got any viability in this current meta?
I feel like at this regional, we have a bunch of posters up that say, Corsola missing, call if found. Here, looks like Corsola's fine, Corsola's all safe, but still has a lot to be scared of. We see even a Furret on the King OWT team, which is already just a huge dissuasion for Corsola. Like, it makes it hard to justify bringing it as soon as you see one normal, one dark type on your opponent's team.
Well, you know what they say, some Pokemon, you try and beat it down a little bit, but will it come back? Of Corsola, it will.
I see what you did there. And of course, we see it in the lead here. It's going to be into the Empoleon. This is one of the most favorable matchups for Corsola in the current meta. Its role really is to be neutral into Empoleon, Florges, Altaria, and kind of just completely outbulking all of those. We'll see this Hydro Cannon being launched, but is it going to be King OWT that attempts to make a bit of a risky catch and try to get this Nightshade onto his Furret?
Oh, this Hydro Cannon Community Day move does do a lot of damage, but as you can see here, a fantastic catch from King OWT, taking a resisted move.
In the short term, this looks good, right? But as the Guzzlord approaches the Furret, it may get a little bit difficult, as now the Guzzlord has a rampage to go on. It's not only going to take this matchup down, but it's going to come out with a lot of energy. How do you address it? You either come into the Altaria and take a lot of damage yourself, or the Empoleon and struggle to farm down.
As you can see, the Guzzlord is chomping away at this Furret, gathering so much energy.
Swift is going to land here, but it's not even going to be close to Sucker Punch down range. It's going to be the Guzzlord that is almost going to get to 3 charge attacks here. Brutal Swing, number 1, going to be launched. I think you're going to have to spam this next one out immediately, because otherwise, Furret will get to another Swift.
We're going all the way up to 100 energy, maximum energy, and throwing back to back here to try and take out the residual amount of Furret remaining.
Smelio has the Brutal Swing almost ready. Can it reach against the Altaria? It can. This is big, as now Altaria could be in Night Slash range for the Scissor, and that is a very critical matchup, as otherwise it may be a little awkward just not being able to take this Altaria all the way down. Immediate pivot into Scissor. I love this. Hydro Cannon going to be reached from the Empoleon, but it's just one Metal Sound ahead. This could increase the opportunities for the Empoleon to be able to take down the Scissor in the 2-shield scenario.
And Smee does still have those 2 shields, used one here, as you can see. The shields have been really left towards the latter stage of this game, but we are going to get a Night Slash off on the Empoleon here, and that's also going to go shielded.
It's going to be a little bit complicated here, because as this Empoleon may eventually have the chance to throw the 3rd Hydro Cannon to knock out the Shadow Scissor, it may be difficult to justify throwing it because this catch could be very, very telegraphed.
We're getting a call here of a potential catch on the cards. We're going to see how these 2 trainers decide to play out the remainder of this game, throwing just before King OWP got to the move and deciding, I'm going to let this go. I don't need the energy that I've just built up. I'm going to let this one slide.
I think that's the only right call to make here, as if you were to shield that and you get the next move caught on an Empoleon or something, or on the Guzzlord, of course, that could be very, very difficult to come back from. But of course, we have the shield advantage. We have the ability to just throw the Sky Attack here on the Shadow Scissor, not too worried about any catch. Waits perfectly for the Bullet Punch to come through, and Sky Attack is now launched on the Scissor.
Fantastic timing to throw this just as the Night Slash was reached by Smee. Now Smee's down to a Corsola and the tiny remaining amount of health on the Guzzlord. A potential catch on the cards, but doesn't end up going for it. Throws the move as soon as he gets it, and King WOT, you can see there's visual distress as I don't think he quite remembered the amount of counts that Corsola was on.
But honestly, Sky Attack from the Altaria probably wouldn't have been enough to knock that Corsola out either. So it seemed to be a pretty consistent game there. Exactly what we would have expected to happen. But Corsola, pretty strong, honestly, cleaning up that end game. Getting a lot of Astonish damage on the Empoleon was critical as well. And just at the end, being able to knock out the Altaria, being so bulky, so reliable, especially if it's not a Furret. Now, you have to be careful because that catch in the mid-game almost started to flip things around for King WOT.
Absolutely. Well, a blast from the past. Corsola coming back, maybe back into the meta. You don't know as things progress, but it ended up doing so well into King OWT's team. Do you think we'll expect to see it in the next game?
I'd be surprised to see it again, honestly, because Furret was so prevalent in that game number 1. You see Corsola definitely has 5 targets here, but it's still so hard to justify. especially when Fur's in the picture, I think we just rely on our more neutral options like the Guzzlord, like the Scissor, and Unova and Stunfisk, and kind of play it out that way. Let's see what these players do decide on. It's going to be Scissor into the Furret. This is going to be a little bit dependent on how bulky the Shadow Scissor is, if it can get to 2 Night Slashes in the Zero Shield scenario, or does the Furret knock out with the Swift and the Sucker Punches?
We're going to find out. Looks to be Swift being thrown off through first here, and Smee's going to let it go. We're going to see how bulky this Scissor is.
Goes for the Trailblaze, actually, which is a bit of an interesting play, as if this goes shielded, it may not be guaranteed that you can get to another charge attack.
It's going to be very, very close, but Smee decides I'm just going to let that one go now. We're going to swap straight into the Corviknight. Corviknight into Altaria now.
Corviknight into Altaria, it's a pretty neutral matchup when you really think about it. It gets a little worse because sand attacks are double resisted. These paybacks are just barely not enough to knock out in 2, but the flamethrowers put a lot of pressure on to the Corviknight. So Altaria, definitely favored a little bit here. We're still behind the shield, so have to keep that in mind. But overall, King OWT should be happy with the situation.
Altaria firing off this flamethrower, and it does so much damage into the steel typing of Corviknight. Corviknight retaliating with a payback.
Honestly, landing the 2 paybacks here, I feel like Smeyu should be pretty happy with the situation, understanding that he will be able to farm down with either the Guzzlord or the Scissor. The issue here is, can we snipe with a Dragon Tail? I think we should have attempted a Dragon Tail snipe, kind of testing our opponent's reaction speed. Scissor comes in, but it's immediately responded to by Furret. This is going to be the difficulty. We've saved that energy on the Altaria, but are we ever going to be able to use it? Because at the end, we'll lose charge attack priority to any of these Pokemon, and we could just lose all the energy off the bat.
Well, it looks like this Furret hasn't got a lot of place to go with these resisted fast move Sucker Punches coming in against Guzzlord. Does throw off the Swift, but the Swift goes shielded.
It's Brutal Swing that comes down here. He goes for the... Oh, no! He tries to go for the full farm down, and another Swift is reached. You can see he recognizes that he's made a mistake here. May have to commit this last shield, or doesn't commit this last shield. I don't know how you're going to approach the Empoleon now, as all your Pokemon just don't have enough HP. Throws another Brutal Swing, and I think this will be the Empoleon cleanup show here. Empoleon cleanup on aisle number 7. Let's get in here and Metal Sound this Guzzlord all the way down.
It may be too little too late for this Guzzlord to be able to get anything off. He does have a lot of energy remaining on this Guzzlord, but I don't think it's going to be enough to take out the residual health on this very, very healthy Empoleon.
A beautiful a catch there, honestly, from the Altaria. Not that it really matters at this point in the game, but it's a very, very comfortable game 2 from King OWT. The first one, it seemed a little bit difficult, kind of like dancing in and out of that Corsola, having to deal with the Shadow Scissor as well, but now, seeing like he's very confident in just playing his Empoleon again, his Altaria, understanding that's one of the best cores in the game, and he has nothing to worry about.
What a game. Well, that's game point number 2 given out is 1 apiece now between King OWT and Smee U. I'm really, really excited to see which of these trainers will be able to make it through to day 2, going into decisive game number 3 here. Who do you think the key Pokemon on either side were in this game?
For Smeyu, it's definitely going to be the Guzzlord. We haven't seen the Florges be played from King OWT, and we should definitely be taking advantage of that. We should be swapping Guzzlord if we see a little bit of a negative lead, and just making the read that, hey, we're not going to see the Florges. We've played the Scissor every game. We have Pokemon like the Corus, which are just so neutrally strong to the Florges. We can kind of have the luxury of disrespecting it here.
Well, is any Pokemon that we haven't seen yet that you think could be detrimental on either side?
I think we definitely don't see the Lapras, simply because the Shadow Scissor is a little too prevalent in this set. And Furret is a bit of a toss-up based on whether you think your opponent's going to bring Guzzlord or Corsola. If we leave the Furret on the bench here, I think that's probably the right call, though.
Well, choosing the Pokemon is only half the battle. The mental fortitude of these players is the other half. You have to decide... some of you might think of the exact same thought process as you there and think, oh, I'm going to count out this Lapras, but maybe the Lapras might end up being the Pokemon that wins it. Oh, you never know in these games.
Lapras definitely can turn the tables on Pokemon like Altaria, like on Empoleon, and even Florges, so it's just so neutral into a lot of that core meta that you can definitely see it being justified here, but it's going to be a different lead situation. We have the Unova and Stunfisk leading into the Altaria. It's a pretty neutral lead, still favored for Smeyu.
This is decisive game number 3 to decide who makes it in to day 2, and these two trainers are really going to be hungry for it here. We're seeing Stunfisk charging up all that energy alongside the Altaria, but it's the Stunfisk that does throw first. The discharge does come off onto this dragon flying type.
What I noticed immediately is that here the scissor is going to be very critical. Either we win switch and get our Empoleon onto the opponent's scissor, or we lose switch and risk the scissor being on our Florges. But we have to expect some kind of a scissor or some kind of a Guzzler in the back, as that's what Smeyu has relied on the past couple games. There's no reason he would deviate from it, as they've been just so good and consistent.
Well, we're going to see what happens here through King OWT's decisions. We are seeing the flamethrower come off again. It did a decent chunk of damage the last time, and Smeyu's deciding to let it go again.
This is going to be a great opportunity for him to kind of farm to the max and take a lot of damage, honestly. And taking that damage is great because we're barely going to sneak out of this matchup with a win. And we also have the opportunity to make a charge attack against the next Pokemon.
Deciding to let it go, but just about living in there. Oh, that was a very, very close altercation. And now the 1 HP Pokemon Stunfisk, well, there won't be a lot of farm on that, and it will still gain the swap, which Smeyu wants.
I mean, this is exactly the situation we're looking for. We're simply looking to gain alignment here, get this scissor on the floor, just a chilling water is going to be reached for. And honestly, I like this. If this gets shielded, there's opportunity for the Empoleon to start sweeping the backline. But this no-shield is brilliant from Smeyu. Now, Empoleon is going to be coming in here, but do we just make an immediate pivot to Guzzlord? No, we don't. Misaligning the clocks here could be the opportunity that King OWT needs, as he will be able to align with the Guzzlord correctly in the backline here. Guzzlord comes onto the Empoleon. And now, if you're Smeyu, you just need to be over-farming constantly, getting ready for that floor just to come back into you. And if it does, you have the Sludge Bomb locked and loaded.
Smeyu now using his first of 2 Protect Shields. They're down to 1 Protect Shield remaining each, coming in towards the tail end of this game. And we are seeing the Dark type move come into King OWT. How much damage is this going to do?
Does about 35 to 40% of damage. It's definitely nothing to scoff at. Still, it's now going to be in 1 Brutal Swing range. So this is a great situation. King OWT throws this off, doesn't commit to waiting out that timer, and understands that Brutal Swing is going to be thrown first. But now, you can try to pivot into that floor just to start to get a little bit of work done in terms of a pivot. Does he try to catch the Brutal Swing, though? No, he makes a perfect read. Sludge Bomb is thrown to the Florges, and Smeyu has all the secrets of the sauce here, knocks the Florges out, and now, how do we play the back end here? This Empoleon is going to be so difficult to fast attack down, but if we can throw the Brutal Swing here, we're pretty much good to go. All we have to do is let this Guzzlord go down to a charge attack. We don't come into the Scissor because we can actually get double Hydro Cannon. Oh, we actually come into the Scissor. Is it possible we get double Hydro Cannon? Is this a problem?
The Hydro Cannon is about to connect. The first one is going to go shielded, but as you say, is there a double Hydro Cannon on the horizon?
This is going to be up to the Guzzlord. Can the Guzzlord finish this game off? We need Resisted Dragon Tail versus Neutral Metal Sound.
It's going to all come down to the wire in this final Clash of the Titans. It's Guzzlord versus Empoleon, and they're both on very small amounts of health, and it is Smeyu, the one who takes it away. The Guzzlord just hanging on in there.
Absolute relief on his face. You can see how he knew he had the good alignment that entire game, and it still came down to the wire. There's no better feeling than just relief, pure relief here as he makes his first Day 2 finish. We've celebrated so many regional champions throughout this tournament. So many past event winners have fallen and made their way into Day 2, but it's the stories of trainers like Smeyu, which we were even more excited to follow as they make their mark. They carve their place out in the Pokemon GO Championship Series, and I'm so excited to see if he can take it all the way tomorrow in the Birmingham Regional Championships.
I really enjoyed those games there. Commiserations to King OWT, a really, really good set of games. We saw quite towards the end of their journey here today. Really well fought games. Unfortunate not to make it to Day 2, but congratulations to Smee for making it to Day number 2. You could see towards the end of that game there, King OWT thought that Pokemon made a catch and ended up, but it ended up throwing the other move. So you could see on his face that he was quite shocked what move was coming out because he thought it was a catch. But it was a really closely fought contest in the end.
These are just predictions on top of predictions. So when like you predict something, that's fine. But when you need to predict the prediction of a prediction, all of a sudden the plot has been lost.
Absolutely. Again, it all comes down to the mental games, and you've got to really read and you've got to think in the moment. And these small decisions that are made in less than a second, right? These tiny decisions that each player makes is what makes or breaks a game.
I mean, we know that sometimes you only have 0.5 seconds. That's a turn's duration to react to something. And honestly, that is very, very difficult. You almost have to predict what's going to happen in those cases because it is almost humanly impossible to react within 0.5 seconds.
And it all came down to the Guzzlord versus the Empoleon. It really came down to such minute amounts of HP on these Pokemon. Both of them were really, it was a nail-biter in that final decisive game number 3. We didn't know who was going to win.
Even until the very end, it didn't even seem like Smeyu knew who was going to win. He seemed so relieved and was so nervous up until the very end. And all these emotions, all these different things that these trainers are feeling throughout the games, it only adds to the pressure, only adds to the tension, but makes those wins feel just so much more sweet.
And it's just made me think. That means there is going to be Galarian Corsola into day 2. Is Galarian Corsola back?
I mean, if you're looking at ghost types strictly, there's only 2 that are even remotely viable. There's like Galarian Corsola, Jellicent, which we've seen significantly more of, actually incomparably more of. But it still looks like there's a couple of options out there that trainers can utilize. Just seems like Jellicent's a little bit better. Having that Surf, which is, yes, a little bit more neutral into the normal types, still not great. But Corsola's Power Gem does feel underwhelming at times. What doesn't feel underwhelming, though, is the Gourgeist. We saw it absolutely tear apart games earlier, but on the other hand, has to watch out. There's a Bastiodon, Serperior, and a Feraligatr on the other hand from 89 Breed. This is a trainer actually who is very committed to Serperior, very committed to Feraligatr, and he's played these Pokemon in a lot of his tournaments, almost all of his tournaments in the last couple of years, and always plays only the tournaments here in Great Britain. I actually had the chance to play against him at EUIC last year. Very, very friendly guy, and I'm glad to see him making it so far in his home country.
What I really enjoy is when trainers bring the same Pokemon a tournament in, tournament out, because it really shows the bond that these trainers have with their specific Pokemon. And to make it all the way to the losers finals is a real testament to their bond with their Pokemon.
While here we see Guzzlord with the Brutal Swing and Dragon Claw. It's a very interesting choice, honestly, because you completely get walled by fairies like Azumarill. I want to say 89 Breed's Serperior is most likely on Leaf Tornado. I remember that was very, very diabolical against me last year, but we'll have to see if that actually ends up being the case. Gourgeist, of course, we don't know the actual size of the Gourgeist. I can only assume by looking at it that it's an XXL, so it's a super Gourgeist, but we'll just have to see how it plays out on the field. I know the XL Gourgeist has a bulk point against the Furret, but we do see a Furret actually, so we may be able to derive that information from just watching the game.
Very exciting to see Gourgeist in general. We've seen so much of it in the later stage of this tournament, which is rather exciting because it's not something really we've seen in tournaments before.
It was actually buffed in the Precious Past season, but just hasn't seen much love until now. And yes, there's that Serperior on the Leaf Tornado, a signature from this trainer, but it's going to be that Feraligatr that I want to watch out for as well, because, and the Talonflame, hold on, there's a lot of things going on here. First, we have normal Annihilate with Ice Punch instead of Close Combat. We have Feraligatr with Crunch instead of Ice Beam, and we have Talonflame with Flame Charge in Brave Bird.
Expect the unexpected here, Eric. To have got this far,
something is going right.
No, absolutely something's going right. Sometimes your opponent won't read the team sheet entirely, and one of these moves will just completely throw you off. I love Brave Bird. Don't talk to me with my Dartrix, I'll tell you that.
Brave Bird is such a strong neutral attack. Even resisted, it can knock out probably a Shadow Scissor, but we won't be seeing that here. We're going to be seeing actually Steelix in the Bastion. This is typically a good lead for the Shadow Steelix, especially because Arceus Aurelius is carrying Earthquake here and not Crunch.
This is going to be a long first incursion here, I believe. But the Flamethrower will do a lot of damage into the Steelix.
Steelix is going to launch this Earthquake here. Does 89 Breed respect it? I think you have to, right? Like, there is just no way a Psychic Phase is being thrown here. So we're happy to shield this up and now launch back our own Flamethrower, which honestly does a pretty respectable amount of damage to Steelix. Is there a world in which Massey can start to flip this matchup?
The Flamethrower is going all the way through here, and it is going unshielded, dealing around half of the remaining health here on the Steelix. There is a switch between both of these trainers now, and is looking good for the Fairy-type Azumarill.
You see that best buddy Annihilate, quite the bond with this Pokemon. It's going to throw out that first Rage Fist, but down 1 shield to 2 against the Azumarill, it's going to be very difficult to come out of this matchup very healthy or even with a boost unless Azumarill decides to completely no-shield everything.
Well, Azumarill is a very good fairy type, especially into the fighting, but we have seen these Annihilates today be able to rage fist through anything, but on this occasion, Breed is deciding to let that one go and try and re-pivot into something else.
It's actually interesting because I would have also felt like Annihilate swap there was pretty solid, understanding that it's very odd for my opponent to lead a Shadow Steelix with Azumarill in the back. It's very, very ABA weak to the Superior.
Now going for the Frenzy Plant, the Community Day move. Could have gone for the Leaf Tornado, but because he's just swapped in, he doesn't want that potential debuff on his Superior.
Arceus Aurelius brings the Corviknight into the Superior and looks his opponent in the eyes. Maybe he wanted to taste a little bit of satisfaction from what his opponent may react to seeing that matchup. Doesn't see a reaction though. It's just a poker face here from 89 Breed. Still playing this out like nothing is wrong in the world. Bastion Flamethrower lands onto the Steelix, and now can it get through this Corviknight? I don't think so. The sand attacks are ripping away at the Bastion.
Not letting on to anything that he's got up his sleeve is Breed, but it looks like this payback is going to land on the Bastiodon, and it doesn't do as much damage as I would have anticipated.
And honestly, it does perfectly little amount of damage as this Flamethrower just won't be able to get to reach. Oh my goodness, Superior now is going to be in a little bit of a rust position, but Corviknight, this is everything it wants to see and more. I don't think there's a better matchup for Corviknight in the entire world.
No, absolutely. Because of the double or the triple grass type attacks, there isn't really anything that this poor grassy snake will be able to do.
It's so interesting, right? Because it feels like Superior is a bit polarizing to this matchup. You have great matchups into Azumarill, into Licky, into Shadow Steelix, but Gourgeist, Guzzlord, and Corviknight literally resist all of your moves, start to finish. So always interesting to see how trainers decide to like take those risks and play with their favorites. I know Superior is one of his favorites, but wow, this was quite difficult. Arceus Aurelius celebrating a little there, pretty pleased with getting the correct alignment against the Bastion. It's always a good feeling. Who
Absolutely. When you feel like when you've got the correct alignment and you feel like you read a team to perfection, there is no better feeling, really, is there?
Bastion is going to be something that Arceus Aurelius should honestly expect, though, as he has Gourgeist, Azumarill, Licky, and Guzzlord, which just strictly lose to the Bastion, honestly. And while we have Corviknight for a bit of pressure on that sand attack in Steelix, it's not like those can completely run free either. Flamethrower may be a non-stab attack, but it still hits pretty hard for something like a Bastion.
Absolutely. Arceus Aurelius having read that team incredibly well in the first round, but now is when the two trainers have to really have a think about what the opposition is going to bring. Arceus Aurelius won that game after a really good read. Will he bring the same team again? He may be thinking, what will Breed bring now that he lost that first round? Perhaps he's going to change his team up entirely. How will I adapt to that? These two trainers have to really think about what they're going to bring in this second game.
I mean, honestly, if you put your Bastion in the right place and your Superior in the other, like, you're probably, like, good to go. At the same time, I wonder if you commit to the Talonflame. You know there's an Azumarill, you know there's a Licky Tongue, and and there's a Guzzlord, but at the same time, it's so good in the Gourgeist, Steelix, and, like, Corviknight. So, a lot of moving parts, honestly. A lot of risks that can be taken, but ultimately, we have to see which trainers take which risks. It's going to be Arceus Aurelius looking to secure his way into day 2. He's the one who is able to make more aggressive reads here, take more aggressive risks, because he's not playing off the back foot.
Absolutely. And I love seeing the as we were talking about before, the Superior. It may be one of the favorite Pokemon for Breed, and he's brought it to so many tournaments before. I'm really excited to see if he is going to be bringing it here.
And it looks like he is. Superior has found its home, has found its happy place. Marcus shakes his head. He knows what he's done. He knows exactly the mistake he's made. The Corviknight is swapped. Maybe there's a chance here. Maybe there's a chance. Feraligatr was just brought to the Corviknight. Red alert! Red alert!
With that swap so quick, I feel like Breed I felt like he had to make a really instant choice here and didn't end up going for the Talonflame, which would have done more damage.
An immediate no shield! No care in the world. Just happy to let it go, knowing that he's already gone to shield, and this has just gone from almost an okay neutral matchup to, oh no, we're in a lot of trouble here.
We're deciding to shield the second one that comes through. Air Cutter will not be doing any damage to this for Alligator. For Alligator, building up a little bit of energy here, and attempts to go to throw the move, but the Air Cutter does make its way through just in the nick of time. Breed decides, I'm going to shield this one, maybe gather a little bit more energy, but there is a swap here on the side of Arceus Aurelius.
He makes the pivot into the Azumarill, and it's going to be hit immediately with a Leaf Tornado. I love this bold play. Can it get the double debuff? 50% chance. Leaf Tornado, it's able to secure the 50% chance. Double debuff from the Azumarill. Ice Beam about to be landing on Superior, and now won't it be enough to two-shot the Azumarill? Oh, the Superior.
Oh my goodness.
What? That does nothing!
Oh my
now,
goodness.
Frenzy Plant can be comfortably reached. You can overfarm to your heart's content. Frenzy Plant just gonna throw it off, not worried about timing. This should be maybe enough to knock out, or maybe just by 1 HP. Almost missed some bubbles there, getting a little silly, but we're able to take that knockout eventually. Corviknight comes back in now. What is the next? Oh my goodness.
The Leaf Tornado is an opportunity for another debuff.
This is a love of the gameplay. Let's see it, trainers. Leaf Tornado onto the Corviknight. Doesn't get the double debuff. No. But comes in the Talonflame. Now met with the Steelix. I think this is starting to look amazing for Breed. You have 200 cannons loaded on that for Alligator. If you're able to get the shield here, simply throw into the Steelix, throw it into the Corviknight, and move over to game 3.
Oh my goodness. Ice in the veins from Breed. He has not let anything on with his poker face, and Arceus Aurelius is still trying to fight back. And we're going to see a Psychic Fangs here, which will lower the attack of the opposition.
I wonder if we can actually get to another flame charge here. No, it's just going to fall, but still, that Steelix is so low on health. You're happy to come in with the Superior. Doesn't get the Vine Whip through. Don't think that is a huge game change here, but that Feralier in the back has way too much energy. Arceus Aurelius shakes his head. He knows the mistake he's made. He knows exactly. Oh, a perfect charge attack priority, swapping, and then throwing the 100 cannon. It's absolutely perfect play here from 89 Breed. Wow, what an absolute amazing call to throw that 100 cannon onto the Corviknight.
The plays executed by 89 Breed in this game have been pinpoint perfection, bringing in a Pokemon that isn't really very good into most of the Pokemon on his opponent's team, but finding the one target in the lead. It's all gone swimmingly for Breed and ends up tying it up to 1 apiece, and we're going into decisive game number 3 in the losers finals here.
There are no good Pokemon. There are no bad Pokemon. There are only your favorites, and when you trust in your favorites, they trust in you. That's how you win games. You trust your Superior to get the Leaf Tornado debuff.
He absolutely, really believed.
That was a game changer.
No, exactly. He believed in his Pokemon, and it absolutely worked out for him. Oh my goodness. I'm really interested to see, do you think he'll bring it into all 3 games, the Superior?
I think we have to put the Superior away. I think Arceus Aurelius is now very much needing to respect the Superior. And we also saw him almost lock in a line earlier that had the Corviknight, the Gourgeist, and the Guzzlord. Had he locked in that line, the Superior would have been pretty much, it would have been a 2v3, like off the bat.
Yeah, there would be absolutely nowhere in the team for this Superior to go at all. So we're going to see what is Arceus Aurelius going to potentially bring. Is he going to expect it into game 3? Or is he going to these mind games are really what you have to be looking at here.
I think you could possibly stick the Superior in the back and kind of like hope that you get the alignment on something like the Azumarill. Both trainers are still switching up their lines. They're still making calls. They're making reads, adjustments, all of the above. What will our trainers lock in here? I think it's going to be a very interesting lead for 89 Breed here, as he has just led his Annihilate into the Gourgeist.
Oh my goodness. The Gourgeist getting the energy so quickly with the Incinerates. Incinerates doing so much damage as well. It's a non-same type attack boosted move, so it doesn't do as much damage as it potentially could, but it does so much anyway going into this Annihilate.
This Guzzlord is looking very scary in the back. You have your Talonflame, but there's no Fly available. You have your Superior as well, but there's no Aerial Ace available.
We've got the Shadow Ball being all fired off in towards the Annihilate now, and Annihilate potentially respecting the move, but absolutely should not have. The Shadow Ball ends up knocking out the first Pokemon here on the side of Breed.
And now, has Arceus Aurelius opened the door for the Superior? Do you throw this Flame Charge and then make a run into the Superior?
Oh, I am not qualified to say what Breed will do in this game. Breed has been playing so well. I'm really excited to see what he does here. Here it is, the Superior in towards probably the only Pokemon where it would be quite good in this matchup.
It's found the target, there's no doubt about that. But do we reach for the Leaf Tornado as we've done time and time again? Or is it time to stop messing around and go straight for the Frenzy Plant?
He's not messing around here. It's Frenzy Plant time. The Community Day move that does so much damage. We've seen it time and time again in all these tournaments. Frenzy Plant. Oh, and it does
a lot
of damage.
Now, Psychic Fangs doesn't do a whole lot back to the Superior. And as you bring in this Guzzlord, you have to think, like, honestly, Frenzy Plant is resisted. But it's still not a joke of a move here. We can go for the Frenzy Plant here. Can we get 2 Frenzy Plants and somehow land a Brave Bird? Is there a world in which that's even possible? Not sure, but as you go back into the Talonflame, it's going to be Flame Charge that needs to be baited.
The Leaf Tornado goes through, and he gets the debuff. There's still promise in this game for Breed as he brings back the Talonflame.
I think you're going to have to start shielding something. No shield on the Brutal Swing. Talonflame getting lower and lower. Arceus Aurelius seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, seeing that he is almost free from the Bastiodon, and now going to be throwing this Brutal Swing on perfect timing. Does 89 Breed shield? You've got to shield something at this point.
Yes,
but
it's really coming down to the wire here. Decides to use his first of 2 protect shields. Brutal Swing ends up getting shielded.
Wow.
And a massive catch here from Arceus Aurelius. Ends up taking the Brave Bird on his 1 HP Steelix. And it's all coming down to this now.
And now Guzzlord happy to Dragon Tail down the rest of the Talonflame. Superior, it showed up to the game, but it didn't show out. It just wasn't enough in game number 3, but that game number 2, he had that have been sweating as soon as he saw that lead.
Breed recognizing that there wasn't enough to shield there his last Pokemon, and Arceus Aurelius ends up winning this losers finals and will make it into day number 2. Very, very exciting. He's so happy, he's cheering. I can hear the audience cheering. A fan favorite for sure. Arceus Aurelius ends up into day number 2.
Arceus Aurelius always gives us the emotions, wears his emotions on his sleeve, and of course, he's so happy just to be here, honestly. Win or lose, he's always such a fun one to talk to, fun one to interview, but of course, he has won the tournament in Dortmund over 2 years ago at this point, and now he's looking to get a second regional title. He's talked about wanting to do good in these next couple of tournaments as he just wants to get back to his prime and get a couple of wins under his belt. But it's going to be a difficult path, especially for the losers bracket. Especially going to day 2 for the losers bracket is always a very tall task. But if anyone can do it, it's someone who's already won a tournament before.
Absolutely. He knows what it takes to make it to the top cut. It was such a good game. I want to go back to game number 2 here. Breed's win when he had that perfect alignment. What an absolute fantastic game. I tell you what, commiserations to Breed. Really well played in that second game. Arceus Aurelius comes out the winner in the end.
It's just so funny that people are like still using Superior. It's not something we see anymore. I mean, much less with Leaf Tornado. But it absolutely worked there and makes you think, like, maybe Superior still has a place on the team.
Well, absolutely. We see Galaxica Bolton bring it to every single tournament, and he always does very well.
The thing is, like, you're always going to find at least 1 or 2 targets per team. So it's not a completely, like, dead weight bring on a team. You always have something you can do with it, something you can risk with, but there's always just so many issues, right? Talonflame, there's Corviknight, there's Guzzlord, honestly, the list I could list for years.
Well, you could list for years. But some of those Pokemon you don't expect to see as much. Guzzlord, you don't expect to see so much of it as we have seen this tournament. Talonflame, realistically, we haven't seen many fire types at all. Only at these later stage where we're seeing these people make it to the winners and losers finals. We're starting to see more of these Talonflame that initially we weren't really seeing at the beginning of the day.
It's flapping its wings and it's flying high into the meta. Maybe not with Brave Bird, and maybe not the normal Talonflame, but still, it has a lot of niches that it covers. Basically just hard walling things like the Corviknight, the Shadow Scissor. It just seems so dominant there. Like, it's hard to wrong someone for wanting to, like, take those risks, bring those Talonflames. But of course, neither of these trainers have brought them in this game. they're relying on their own Pokemon, their own favorites. Saad Munir is running the team I ran in Toronto last week, while MW22 has Annihilate and Wigglytuff.
I'll tell you what, I've really been enjoying the Wigglytuff usage in Birmingham here this weekend. Earlier on, I was really not giving it the credit that it was potentially due, but we watched Maxi P end up doing so well with it. So I'm really interested to see if it can do the same job here in this game.
If I'm being honest with you, this team here, I know a thing or two about it, but it's going to really struggle against Shadow Annihilate. I was lucky to not face very many, if actually I didn't face any, but you're going to need to rely on Azumarill and Corviknight to kind of put in a shift. Marowak as its best neutralizer, but it's going to be a very, very tall task as that Wigglytuff is standing tall as well. Guzzlord, going to be very, very hard to bring in this set if I'm going to be honest here. Guzzlord completely walled by the Wigglytuff, I guess Sludge Bomb, and Annihilate's not great, but this frees up the Furret a lot on the side of MW22. Furret seems to be walled by Pokemon like Corviknight, but honestly, it's pretty good in the two-shield scenario.
Annihilate does seem to be the core Outbreak fighter that we were perhaps missing last week. The outbreak of all these normal-type Pokemon in Toronto that were all doing so very well. Perhaps people have been watching that and saying, someone needs to stop all these normal types. Who's it going to be? We'll look through all the fighters. Annihilate seems to be the one that has come up trumps here.
Annihilate's just always been the best fighter in the recent years, just taking over the role of meta champ essentially. Anytime you need a fighter, like you kind of just, your mind kind of immediately goes to Annihilate. You won't, Primeape is in some conversations, so is Pangoro, but Annihilate is always the prime. Well, I guess the pun doesn't work because it's Annihilate, not Primeape, but besides the point, we have Shadow Scissor, which it's going to be hard to bring here, but it seems like one of your only and best options against Wigglytuff. Something to note is that Wigglytuff is actually quite neutral in the Corviknight thanks to Icy Wind and thanks to Sand Attacks doing almost no damage. Azumarill is looking really good for Saad Munir as well. Pretty much only have the fur to like really neutralize it. Steelix, Shadow Form does do a lot of damage in the long run, but it's going to need to put up shields.
Well, most of these Pokemon we have seen time and time again today. I'm curious to see what each of these trainers are thinking the opposition is going to use. I would like to see some more Lapras being played later on in the tournament. We do seem to see lots of Lapras making it this far, but not really being utilized at the latter stages.
I think Lapras is honestly pretty sick in this matchup. Initially, it like seems a little bit weak because there's Furret, there's Shadow Steelix, there's Shadow Annihilate, but honestly, you have enough play in most of those matchups. I think Lapras can win the zeros against Zero Shield scenario against most of the Pokemon here, including Furret, Shadow Steelix, and even Annihilate. I would like to see Lapras be played from Saad Munir, but of course, it's up to him what he ultimately chooses, and he probably has his own way of playing it that may be a little bit different. Does he go for the K-Whack and the Lapras though? No, it goes for the Azumarill, and it's going to be led into the Furret.
Azumarill into the Furret here. This definitely is very neutral, isn't it? With the grass-type move Trailblaze, it does end up packing a punch, and then some when it does get the second one off. More and more damage dealt each and every time. But on the other hand, it's got those sucker punches, the Dark-type move, which is resisted by the Azumarill.
I'm glad I noticed this earlier, right? Because Guzzlord doesn't look so great for Saad, so Furret is going to shine because that's probably its worst matchup out of this entire team. As we boost up the Furret, as we boost up these Trailblades, we're going to start threatening everything with sucker punches, especially his Corviknight here.
Now, there is an opportunity for MW. He does end up throwing the Swift. Could have switched out there and maybe tried to find a better matchup for the Corviknight, but does end up throwing the resisted Swift.
I'm not sure how I feel about this since now it's still not in payback range. You're going to need a payback and an air cutter. I would have preferred to see that energy, that Swift being saved for the later game, which would have been really impactful. Trailblaze onto the Azumarill, the Marowak is going to be a lot more impactful on the overall game. But here, it's still not a terrible situation. We have the payback ready to go. And depending on the health of Saad Munir's Corviknight, he actually wins charge attack priority there.
Ended up getting in just before MW. I don't know if it was charge attack priority, but we're going to see very shortly. Ends up living it. Well, it was charge attack priority.
Yeah, it looks like this Corviknight is going to be bulky from the side of MW22. Payback, does it land onto this Corviknight? Yes, it does huge neutral damage. Now Azumarill comes in. We're able to reach the air cutter, so it's a bit of a parting gift from the Corviknight. Does this give the Furret a little bit more room to roam in the back, though? Trailblaze now going to be enough to knock out. Actually, aggressively pivots into Annihilate. I love this play if he can get a full counter down onto the Azumarill.
We're going to see how it goes. Both trainers still have both of their shields, but the first one is going to be used here against the Ice Beam. We're going to be trying to counter down, get as much energy as we possibly can in against the Azumarill, but it looks... Oh yeah, just got the Rage Fist in before Azumarill got to the move.
Feels like you need to shield this and land this Ice Beam. However, oh yeah, of course, we should go for the player up. It's going to go shielded anyway, but MW22 understands that this Annihilate is his win con. It's so strong as the entire team. We're 1x boosted now, and we have a Marowak to get across. Can we land the Rage Fist, or are we going to go for the harder hitting Ice Punch? No need to go for the Ice Punch. Understands that Rage Fist is going to be enough neutrally to knock this Marowak out. Now, we have to be careful. There could be a catch made on the Bone Club. Goes for it, and it's a very great moment of patience for Sodmunir. Just slaps down the Corviknight, and now you're in a very difficult position. You need to pretty much bring in the Furret and hope that he throws immediately.
MW has lost the boost he had on his Annihilate. It was very close, and we're going to find out the Bone Club is going to be connecting before the Rage Fist does come through.
Bone Club onto the Annihilate. I think he'll be able to reach another one against this Furret, but if not, I think Corviknight and Azumarill just don't have it. Oh, yeah, it's just, I don't think it's enough, right? It's just a Swift, not a Trailblaze. Now, Marowak hangs on, is able to take the knockout, and a 3-ball perfect flex against his opponent, although all three of those Pokemon probably had a shared total of 10 HP. Still, we're getting the job done here in game number 1. Sodmunir is looking to make his day 2 here, 1 game away, and he was able to really dance around that Furret. Seemed like not the best lead, right? Leading with the Azumarill, with the Marowak in the back into the Furret, but was able to dance around, play with those neutral charge attacks like the Bone Club, and was eventually able to clear the Furret from the field of play.
It absolutely was unfortunate for MW. I feel like maybe if he had saved that energy on the Furret, maybe towards the end of the game, it could have got more damage off on Pokemon where the Swift wasn't resisted.
Swift just on the Corviknight felt like a little bit weird to me. Could have come into that Corviknight immediately, knowing that, hey, payback was going to be enough anyway. Not going to be enough anyway. Should have gone for the payback and the air cutter on the opposing Corviknight, saving the Swifts, Trailblazes for the Shadow Cancel Marowak and the Azumarill on the backline. Could have been a lot more effective. But Sodmunir, he's come close to making day 2. Last year, he got 17th in Birmingham, just 1 game away in the losers finals. And now, he lost 1-2 to Goklas in the losers finals, and now he has that chance to seize in the same position right now. If he can win the set, he'll be guaranteeing his spot in day 2 in that top 16. Otherwise, he's going to be top 17, and we're going to have to see where he goes from there.
Both these trainers having a good think about what we could possibly bring into the next game. I think maybe what happened with throwing the Swift into the Corviknight, sometimes when I'm playing in Show 6 or in the Go Battle League, sometimes I'll just throw a move just so I can have a little 10-second thinking time. What do I want to swap in now? What do I want to potentially go for during this game? Sometimes you just need that moment break just to analyze what's happened so far and just get a move off and just have a think, what can I do going forward from this point?
While a lot of trainers do use throwing a charge attack as a bit of a crutch, it's a bit of a moment, a gap to think about what they need to do next. The best trainers I've noticed always know what to anticipate and have the swap immediately ready as soon as they see a Pokemon being pivoted in from their opponent. Don't need to create that gap for themselves, if not necessarily, because we don't want to mess up the switch clocks if we don't absolutely have to.
No, absolutely not. The switch clocks are pivotal in these games. We have seen the switch clocks have gone down a couple times in the last couple years to make the game a little bit more
fluid.
More fluid, yeah. You could dance around with your Pokemon a little bit to try and make your matchups benefit you. But it is all making the decision making a lot faster. You really have to have a proper think about all the Pokemon that you're using and what your opponent could potentially have in the back line.
These trainers, honestly, if you're Sodmunir, you have a little bit less to think about every game at least, because you understand that MW22 always has a Shadow Annihilate on his line. So you're not piecing together a line of 3 for your opponent, rather you're piecing together just 1 or 2 Pokemon and figuring out what pairs well with the Annihilate for my opponent. Maybe that's the Corviknight, maybe that's the Furret, but I can expect to see Annihilate and Corviknight both from MW22 if I'm Sod. On the other hand, I think Corviknight also looks great from the side of Sod, and so does Shadow Scissor. Marowak, also no real answer. We know Altaria and Corviknight don't really like to take those rock slides, especially in the zero shields.
Do you think that no matter what, MW22 is bringing Annihilate? Is that what you're saying?
There's no doubt in my mind, right? Because Annihilate, its worst matchup here is what? The Azumarill, the Corviknight? In the two-shield scenario, it really, really wrecks both of them. Just with how much damage you can ramp up with the counters. I think Sod's best bet is just to lose the one-shield scenario with the Shadow Kanto Marowak, apply as many Blood Slaps as you can, and try to farm down with the Azumarill. That's probably the best you can do. And honestly, that's not so bad.
Now, sometimes in these games, it is better to lose a matchup and then get the farm on something which resists the moves of that Pokemon, just to try and get a big energy advantage going into the rest of the game. So I do think that is a very good decision that you've made.
Understanding when to shield and what not to shield is so critical, right? If you're MW22, you have a little bit more agency in that, as you know that your shields are best spent on the Shadow Annihilate. But for Sod, how are we going to justify shields being used in the early game, maybe against the Altaria or against the Steelix? How do we justify using shields there when we know we need to be saving them for the Annihilate?
Absolutely. Now, from MW22's perspective, now, he's brought the Wigglytuff in, which has got him this far to the losers finals of Group H. Do you think that Wigglytuff has anywhere to play in this? It's a bit risky because you look at the other side and you have a look at the Shadow Scissor, which would do such high damage, but there's a high risk and there's also a high reward. What if it ends up landing on the Gastrodon? Do you think you could see either of those two Pokemon appearing on the Sadmunir's team?
It seems difficult to justify the Shadow Scissor if you're Sadmunir, especially because you have like pretty difficult matchups in Shadow Steelix, in Corviknight, in Annihilate as well. We've seen Annihilate into Scissor many times today, and every time the Annihilate is smiling, boosted, and has energy to its name. Wigglytuff, therefore, becomes a little bit more justified, but it basically rides on the fact that can we read a Guzzlord on Sadmunir's team? Maybe not, because Guzzlord is not that great against Annihilate. Maybe we just have to commit to our Fur and our Annihilate and our Corviknight. I like the line from MW22. I think we could play it a little bit differently, especially with the Fur in the lead. And knowing when our opponent pivots to Corviknight, we farm a ton with our Fur, and then boom, we go into our own Corviknight.
Well, based on what we've seen in these losers finals games and these winners finals games, we've seen so much up until now of the Altaria and the Empoleon core. At the beginning of the day, it felt like on the usage chart, they were both the exact same. But coming towards the end here, I feel like we're seeing a lot more of the Altaria than the Empoleon. What are your thoughts on that one?
Altaria has just been so consistent, right? We've seen maybe like a handful of ice types this entire tournament, and the ice types don't seem to be making it super far into day 2. I think there's maybe one Alola Ninetales and one Abomasnow, and the Altaria is not fake there either. Like, the Flamethrower can one-hit KO the Abomasnow for one. Alola Ninetales is definitely a lot more solid into it, but still, it just seems like nothing actually beats this big fluffy bird.
No, absolutely not. And with its addition of Flamethrower, was it this season or the last season?
It was last season, yeah.
Last season. Ever since that has come into fruition, and he's got that coverage because of the Dragon Breath and the Dragon typing. He's really scared of Steel types, but to have that coverage now, and we've seen it earlier on today, even against an Empoleon, which is it wasn't a Shadow Empoleon, it was a regular Empoleon, and it did so much damage, and we were all very shocked. It's not a same type attack bonus, but it did so much damage, and I feel like the ability to have that coverage really has made this Pokemon into one of the strongest in the current meta.
When you think about Pokemon, you're always like, what does this coverage do for me? What can actually resist all my charge attacks, my fast attacks? And if you really think about it, Altaria is resisted by absolutely nothing in this meta. There is nothing that is fully safe from Altaria's fast attacks or all the charge attacks. And chat, correct me if I'm wrong there, but what in this meta can fully wall off Altaria?
Well, in my mind, I was just thinking, well, surely an ice type, but then it just hit me in my mind. What?
Surely a steel type, right?
Surely a steel type. But the fire, it just covers against all of that. It just covers against all of the possible resisted Pokemon.
Don't think anything is going to be able to resist all of those things, but Altaria overall, such a solid pick here. As this match gets reviewed, we just want to make sure our trainers have a pretty fair experience here. Of course, there's no pressure. Always, it's okay to submit a review, and our judges, our great judge team, is able to help determine whether their review should be pushed through or not, because of course, we want all our trainers to have the best shot, have the most fair chance at taking their chances into Day 2 of the Birmingham Regional Championships.
Yeah, just taking a little bit of time here just to work out if last game is exactly how it was meant to be, or if anything has to be changed. Also, the trainers have to take a little bit of time to lock in their teams for the next game. You've got this far in the tournament. You're in the losers finals. You need that opportunity to make it into Day 2. And both these trainers really have to take that time to do so.
Always being meticulous, always taking the time that you feel like you need in these tournaments is so key, right? It's not great to feel rushed, and it's not great to rush yourself. Always examine the teams of your opponents. There's only 6 possible Pokemon that they can bring. So you can maybe rule 1 or 2 of them out. Think about it as a multiple choice test. You can rule 1 or 2 of them out just because they simply don't make sense. And then you're kind of in between 4, and all of a sudden, you only need to select 3 of those 4 that you expect to see in the game. And all of a sudden, it's not so much of a guessing game as it is to making a prediction, making a smart read, an analysis of what you're expecting to see on your opponent's team.
Well, we're thinking about Pokemon that could beat Altaria. Perhaps, yeah, you might not like my answer here. What about Carbink?
Oh, there we go. There it is. Carbink does get the job done against Altaria. That is one diabolical matchup.
In my mind, I was thinking Bastiodon, but then it's got that steel typing, so the Flamethrower will still do a decent amount of damage. But then I was thinking, oh, what's a Pokemon a little bit like Bastiodon? And then it's Carbink.
Our chat's doing a great job. I think they identified that one as well. So Carbink, could it be the meta? I'd probably pass on it, but I can see the vision.
Absolutely. Well, you've watched so many games here today. What would you say your definitive favorite Pokemon that you have seen today? It may not have done the best, but a Pokemon that you've seen in the battles, what did you really enjoy watching?
My favorite has always been Guzzlord. I think Guzzlord really shines right now with so many teams with, as we see here, Lapras, Corviknight. So many one-turn fast attacks where you can perfectly catch on the Guzzlord, sneak through the Dragon Tail, because when you get that Dragon Tail through and the next Pokemon comes in to maybe counter you, you can do a brutal swing in 2 Dragon Tails. That just feels so fantastic, and Guzzlord is so punishing when you can get it in the right place, and it can often sweep many teams, create advantages for you, Sludge Bomb Fairies. Just one of my favorites. It's so much fun to play, and I had a blast playing it last weekend in Toronto.
Absolutely. Well, on a Pokemon that I really enjoyed, usually I would be like, oh, I love the Pangoro. I saw it played once, and it didn't do particularly well. However, I would love to watch it do really well. And anyone coming to a tournament, if you're really, really good with Pangoro, I would love to watch that. But my favorite Pokemon that I've watched today is Lapras. Lapras I feel like, has really made a name for itself. Once again, we've not seen it for quite some time, and I'm really happy to see it back in the forefront.
And in the forefront is our Losers Finals match, which we're back to 0-0. Seemed like MW22 was granted that rematch there in the review. And we're going to be locking in for our next lines here. Guzzlord, as I said, I really, really enjoy playing it. And I think Saw does as well. We're going to see if he utilizes it here in game number 2. These players have seen each other's lines, and they have pretty much know what they've had quite a while to think about it, if I'm being completely honest with you, right?
Well, look, they've played each other once, and what is the chemical X of battling? Knowledge. If you've played your opposition already, you already have that base knowledge. You've also had quite some time to think about what I could have done better in that battle. So both these trainers will come in with the forefront of knowledge that they perhaps didn't have before coming into that first game.
I mean, information is the greatest weapon, especially in Pokemon GO tournaments. And it's nice to see all these trainers kind of adapting, switching up their lineups, and just getting a good feel of what they need to be bringing every game. Sodmanir here, though. Let's see if he has the right read. Let's see if he has brought the right thing. But if you're MW22, you know you've brought the Annihilate. So you're pretty comfortable with whichever line you bring, because you know you can always make that pivot if you need. And that's the exact 3 that I expected.
They've had their time to think, and here we are. We've got Guzzlord into Furret. Which is the more likely to come out the winner of this interaction?
This is interesting that we're throwing here instead of pivoting directly into the Annihilate. I wonder if we just wait for the Guzzlord to start throwing all of its energy and then we make an immediate and aggressive swap into Annihilate.
Well, as you predicted before, Annihilate has been brought into this match. We've got Guzzlord throwing the Brutal Swing into Furret here, and Furret quite happily firms it.
Now, this can be a little bit awkward if you're Sod, right? Because if you are caught throwing a Dragon Tail and the Annihilate can counter you down in 2, it can be a perfect snipe setup, but doesn't look like he's going to opt for it. Double Brutal Swing is reached. This is going to be very awkward now, as if this Brutal Swing knocks out, you're going to have to take a Brutal Swing on your next Pokemon, whichever that is.
Well, it was a risky play. Would one counter have been enough in that moment?
You would only need a knockout in 2, right? Because you would get stuck in the Dragon Tail, and you can't actually throw the move if it's 3+1 turns.
Oh, well, very astute observation. We have a Brutal Swing being landed here on the Annihilate, and now the Scissor comes in. Scissor being met by Corviknight, but the Night Slash has already been hit and is going to be landing on this Corviknight.
Shadow Scissor, I mean, it's taken a bit of a counter damage from the Annihilate, so it's going to be perfect for this Corviknight to be able to get this Air Cutter down. Can it get it down before the Night Slash? It does, and now will be able to threaten a pretty close knockout. I think Scissor, depending on the HP of it, can barely hang on here, so it'll be able to reach this next Night Slash. It does. That's perfect for Sod Manir.
It was a really good move time from MW to throw it just before this Night Slash was reached by the Shadow Scissor, but the Night Slash ends up being shielded here, and it will come down to a farm down and some energy being held on the Corviknight.
Now it's going to be paybacks galore. MW22 doesn't go for the bait, straight for the payback, and it's going to be immediately shielded by Sod. That's a great shield call. No Air Cutter baits here. And now, how do you address the rest of this Corviknight? I feel like it's too healthy.
It's Corviknight versus Corviknight, an iron battle of the sky, and payback has been reached by MW. Sad Munir says, I am not having any of this. I am not reading that essay. I'm going to shield this up because that is going to be a hard-hitting move.
Wait, I wonder if you kind of let this Corviknight go and commit to the Annihilate. Is there a way you can actually win this game now?
Well, we have already mentioned earlier, it ain't over till it's over. The payback has landed, and we're back into the Corviknight. Now, there are no shields remaining on the side of Sad Munir, so all these will be connecting. The Rage Fist, the first one, does go through. There is still a shield on the side of MW, but this will be enough to knock out. So who's going to get to the next move first? That is what it comes down to.
Here's the Air Cutter coming down. Another Air Cutter is going to be reached. Just going to throw it off as soon as possible. There's game number 1 in favor of Sod Manir. It's a very clean set. Pretty much just trying to predict that Annihilate, understanding that, hey, if we see in the lead, we are in a lot of trouble. But if we can catch it on the back with a Corviknight, maybe chip it a little bit with a Scissor, we're in a absolute world of joy.
Well, you wouldn't be in a world of trouble if you saw it in the lead. You could do a little bit of dancing. You could try your best to try and switch out and then win the swap and end up having it back in your favor. It's always a risky play.
It's always risky to be playing against Wigglytuff and Annihilate teams. That's kind of what makes them so punishing, right? One wrong line call, one wrong read, and all of a sudden, you're playing a game number 3. Of course, MW22 has a lot of room to recover here. He does still have an opportunity to come back here. Understanding that his Annihilate is so strong, maybe, just maybe, is there a chance where you just completely pivot off the Annihilate and go hard after the Corviknight with the Shadow Steelix?
Well, it's anyone's game here. Sad Munir 1-0 up in this set in the losers finals, and we're going to find out if MW is going to be able to come back into this game.
Can he wiggle his way back into this game is the real question. You really like Wigglytuff. Does he like Wigglytuff? Last game we saw double steals, so I probably wouldn't be super convinced, but maybe he is. Corviknight, though, going to be really strong from MW22. As you see, again, Sod just doesn't really have a check for Corviknight, doesn't really have a check for Annihilate, so you almost have to expect those guaranteed every single game.
Well, the only thing I expect is the unexpected. Are we going to see Wiggly into Sad Munir?
No, it's Corviknight Mirror.
It's Corviknight Mirror in the lead. It is anyone's game here, and between these two, we'll find out who wins charge attack priority.
If you're Sod, you feel like this is the best case, right? Because you like seeing the Corviknight here. You know the rest of your team's weak to it, but at the same time, you need your Corviknight for your opponents. Annihilate.
Very interesting that both these teams have opted for an ABA steel line. I mean, there's a steel in the front and in the back.
Marowak, though, is probably going to be the possible aggressor. As soon as these 2 paybacks are landed, I could definitely see Saad Munir making a hard pivot, an aggressive pivot into his Kanto Marowak, getting an energy advantage so that I can better take on the Annihilate. But that Shadow Steelix is very, very menacing in the back, just as long as it doesn't connect with that Marowak.
The payback has been hit from Saad Munir, and MW deciding, I'm going to let this one go, perhaps trying to get the energy somewhere. Oh, just about lives that move and gets the payback off himself. This is anyone's game.
Now, I think MW22 pivots into Annihilate immediately, and Saad pivots into his Marowak immediately.
Ooh.
Let's see if that's the case. No, it's actually Scissor going to be pivoting in, and now this is going to be a bit of an issue, as the Scissor will get completely farmed down by the Annihilate.
This is a very, very nice situation for the Annihilate to be in. Just taking 1 shield here and should be able to counter it down before Scissor makes it to the next move.
Honestly, this is okay. We put into 1 Mudslap range. This is fantastic. All we have to do is bring the Marowak, sneak the Mudslap, and then it's going to be Shadow, Kanto Marowak aligned against the Shadow Steelix. Saad Munir, he doesn't look very confident here. He looks almost frustrated, but he's about to be absolutely celebrating when he sees this Corviknight brought in. He's confused for a second, but then he sees the Steelix.
You can see the smile. You can see the relief on his face. Absolutely. MW
man.
ending up with that Steel type in the back, which has been completely counteracted by the Marowak. Marowak taking a victory lap here, and this will be enough to take Saad Munir into day number 2.
Taking down that Steelix.
Yes, it is.
Fantastic finish there.
Saad Munir taking it into day number 2. A very good run into what is a very formidable opposition in MW22.
Wow. I mean, Annihilate, as I said, is a very, very difficult obstacle to overcome. But with the perfect ways of aligning your Corviknight into the opponent's Corviknight, kind of getting your Marowak onto the Annihilate, like I talked about, being able to neutralize it completely, we could pretty much put all the pieces into play and finally shore up that Annihilate and free up the rest of our Pokemon.
Well, you said earlier on that Annihilate was definitely going to be an issue for Saad Munir, but at the end of the day, it did end up being the case where the time was taken and they had enough time to have a think about what it would take to beat that Annihilate, and ended up happening in the end for Saad Munir.
He found the perfect recipe, because even though Scissor and Marowak technically do lose to the Annihilate in most of the longer shield scenarios, due to Annihilate, of course, boosting, it's enough where you can pretty much neutralize the Annihilate even if it's a losing matchup. We saw the Shadow Scissor pretty much put the Annihilate at, honestly, that was extremely low health, pretty much 1 Mudslap range. And as soon as you did that, you were good to go.
And it was such a good line read in that second game to have that Marowak held in the back, to use both your Steel types first, maybe a bit of a risk, but it ended up just where it needed to be.
Saad Munir taking it just far enough, just a little further than he did last year, and that's what we love to see. Trainers making those improvements year over year, and just seeing if they can push themselves a little bit further in these Championship Series games. And now he is in contention for not only making top 8, but he is still in it to win the entire regional.
Absolutely, and everyone starts somewhere. Someone might come today that has been to their first ever event, and it's so exciting that they might not do very well on their very first attempt, but they might come back next year and end up doing a little bit better. And these small progressions that really make the storyline of seeing these trainers so exciting.
It's nice to see people break out of their local scenes, break out of winning local cups, local challenges, to making top 8s at these regional championships, even international level events. And the reality is, a lot of these trainers are local to the United Kingdom. We can most likely expect to see most of them back in EUIC in just 3 weeks. So it'll be interesting to see how they maybe develop, how they learn from their mistakes, or what they learned to hear just in general from how they played well, and take all those strategies, all those skill sets into the European International Championships, where they'll look to fight for even more glory.
Yeah, you see some of these trainers that you see in every single event, and they always do so well, and they've been playing and they practice so hard, and sometimes it's quite nice to see a bit of an underdog story where someone who you may never have seen before, well, Jason versus Goliath, so you don't expect someone you've never seen before to take on someone that you see so often, and sometimes it's really enjoyable to see an unlikely winner.
It's always nice to see that, especially in Toronto last weekend. We had DHC United kind of taking it out of nowhere, his third tournament of his life. There are trainers who've played 30, 40, even more tournaments and have never won a regional championship. So to be able to do that in just 3, That is absolutely impressive and kind of comes to show that anyone with the right preparation, with the right support from your friends, your teammates, people who are cheering you on, it could be anyone's game.
Yep. Well, thank you very much. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a brief outro, and then we're going to go into the end.
It's going to be the KO. He won the whole thing, and now he's come to London and won the whole thing. Another day.
Here we go, which is it into the Flutter Man, and it is going to be enough.
The race will level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in. Here we go. Look all the pieces of this ending. Your European International Champion. He's going to win this dream. Oh, sweep in the grand finals.
Bubble damage coming through, still tapping, some clapping. Let's give it up.
10 seconds left on the clock, but there's just no time. Overlord moves to the middle, and Luminosity Gaming's gonna stop them.
What you got?
Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands.
What a day to kick things off in the Precious Paths meta here at the Birmingham Regional Championships. So many things to be really excited about, so many players, so many Pokemon. How are we feeling?
It's honestly been such an exciting weekend. We've seen Pokemon like Gourgeist for the first time in the Championship Series. We've seen Pokemon like Shadow Steelix make a resurgence. And of course, all the old guard, Altaria and Polion, all still there.
We also saw a Galarian Corsola make it into day 2, which I'm really excited about. And lots of Lapras making it towards the end, which are Pokemon we haven't seen in quite some time. I'm really enjoying seeing not just new Pokemon break into the meta, but some of the old meta Pokemon break back into the current meta.
Well, why don't we take a look at just exactly what Pokemon all of the players here in Birmingham opted to use as they tried to take on the Precious Paths meta. We've had a look at the day 1 usage. The question for everyone is, will this look the same tomorrow? But a lot of familiar faces here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that iconic core at the top of the Empoleon and the Altaria really have stolen the show today. But they've had some hot competition, some Pokemon that actually aren't on here, that I think we've shown a lot in our snapshot on the broadcast. A Pokemon like the Guzzlord, for example, challenging Altaria for being a good dragon type. You've mentioned the Gourgeist as well. We've also just had kind of a surgence of Pokemon like Annihilate. The ghosts are everywhere at the moment. And Jellicent, you know, a Pokemon that came second in Toronto, also making waves here in Birmingham.
Well, Eric and I, we casted a match featuring a Shadow Annihilate, and when you look at those top usage Pokemon, I think it does have a lot of play. I'd be really interested and excited to see just how far it can go.
And it's gone really far, especially with those Rage Fists. We saw in that last match where it was so difficult for Sod to kind of manage with his Shadow Marowak, with his Shadow Scizor, kind of having no way to break through other than just fast attack pressure, which a lot of these top Pokemon honestly don't have.
So it's definitely a ghost type option. Lou, I know you've been a big fan of the ghost types available, even despite all of the normal types here.
I think that's the thing, though. Normal types have been pretty popular, and we were definitely expecting to see them come through, but there were a few question marks about where the ghost types were, and also where, I guess, the fighting types are. And that's why I think Annihilate has been a really nice adjustment coming into this, because it can do the best of both in that regard.
It has been really, really exciting, and a lot of the players that have done well must be very excited for how far they've come already. Why don't we take a look at the players that you're going to be seeing tomorrow on the winners' side of the bracket. Some really big names, some really big matches to come.
Yeah, on the winners' side, we've got Pato Man and Inadequence. We've got Aero Bubble versus Snowman. We've got Leonardo versus Fazberry. Tonton Batuse versus Maximilian P. And these are players, we've watched all their battles today. They're so exciting, all their Pokemon that they're bringing into day number 2. This is the winner's side.
There's a couple of matches there where players have played against each other already. We remember earlier this season, Pataman versus Inadequence, and in that match, Inadequence and his Shadow Talonflame came out on top. Pataman, he has told us that he has not won a regional in a while, even though he's done so fantastically on the international and the world scene. But this could be an opportunity to take down a player who has already won 2 gold medals this season.
That would be huge for not only some momentum. I mean, that's the winner's round 1. You've got to feel pretty good after in your winner's semifinals, and you feel confident to take it all the way. On the bottom side, though, Tonton Batus versus Maxi, that is a very, very star-studded match. Tonton Batus has won a couple of regionals, I believe, and Maxi still looking for his first.
Yeah, some really, really brilliant players, but those that lose their first round, they will drop down to face all of the players that are waiting for them on the losers' side of the bracket. These players cannot afford to lose once more if they want to stay here in this tournament in Birmingham.
This is the thing. A lot of these trainers here have really competed through today. They took maybe a loss a little bit earlier on. We saw Arceus Aurelius, for example, get knocked down by Inadequance, but then was so determined, so relieved to be able to make it through into day 2. Limefang as well. Jox had a really emotional end to day 1 here, but really I think is determined to keep proving himself as a competitive trainer into day 2.
And it's really interesting to see the familiar names alongside some players that we don't get to see as frequently at this stage of the Championship Series, but they really all need to watch their backs, because in this meta, anyone can come out on top. There's so much diversity, so much variance in play styles, in Pokemon, in strategies, and I cannot wait to see who takes it all the way this weekend.
Well, I've really enjoyed watching all these battles. I'm really hopeful to see a lot more Lapras play tomorrow. I really like the Sparkling Aria, the same type attack bonus that it gets. Altaria also being so prevalent in the battles today. Empoleon, I feel like seeing the Empoleon a little bit less compared to the Altaria towards the very, very end. Perhaps that'll be shown in the graphic tomorrow of day 2 usage.
Well, when it comes to day 2, we need to all have a think about how these players are going to rest up. I certainly need to rest up this evening. So many really, really exciting matches, but these players have an opportunity because they know who their opponents are tomorrow, and that gives them a lot of time to sit at home and prepare. And preparation from our experience can be really, really key at this stage of a tournament.
And not even just playing the matchups over and over, but having the right conversations, talking to the right people, and getting advice from maybe people who you even played against your opponents today. So many ways to use your networks, use those friends that you've made at these international, regional level tournaments, and get the most out of it.
Yeah, so make sure that you are tuned in tomorrow. We start at 10:20 European time, so 9:20 for us here in the United Kingdom, and we are really, really excited to see how these players perform. But this is just the midway of the season. We've had so many events already, but there are still so many events to come, so many opportunities for these players to pave their way to the World Championships in San Francisco.
That's the thing, it's the last regional championships on the European side of things before the pinnacle of our season at the European International Championships in London, just around the corner in February. Then, of course, there are a few more regionals and special championships as well in play, building up to the North American International Championships, which is the final stop before the World Championships in San Francisco.
Everyone's very excited, but if you can not wait until the World Championships in San Francisco, we need to have a little think about what you can do in the meantime, because it's not all just on these broadcasts. We have an entire Twitch schedule of things that you can really get involved with and watch to keep you up to date with all of the Pokemon action.
To watch more regional championships action, we have a TCG rerun of the 2026 Pittsburgh Regional Championships from 2 to 5 p.m. on Wednesday. And if you love Pokemon Battle Frontier, you've got that from 2 to 5 p.m. on Tuesday and Thursday. So we hope to see you in those chats. Excited to see what we have in store in the Twitch.
Yeah, really, really exciting stuff to keep you on top of everything. But you need to make sure that you know where all the action is. And the best way to do that is to follow on the website, pokemon.com/broadcasts, which sets out our entire schedule, everything that is still available. And also, we've looked at so many social posts. I posted earlier some Pokemon that I want to see. We still want to see a few more from you. So make sure that you are following and posting on socials using #PlayPokemon so that we can feature your posts all across the broadcast tomorrow. There's a lot of exciting things still to come.
Absolutely. Make sure to catch all the action on playpokemon.com/broadcast. To reiterate your point, be there or be square tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, be there or be square. We're going to find out who the winner of Birmingham Regional Championship is.
And before we close off, let's have some final words. Either our favorite moments from today or what we're looking forward to most tomorrow.
I'm looking forward to seeing Padaman play. I think that comes as no surprise. I'm always cheering for him, and particularly tomorrow, opening with that match against Inadequance. That's going to be a tough way for him to start day 2, but if he can do that, he can do anything, maybe even win this thing.
I personally love a spice pick. I'd love to see how far Wigglytuff gets and also Lapras. I've really enjoyed watching these two Pokemon specifically and how far they've got when they weren't in the original meta top 12 usage of day one. So I'm really keen to see where they will get and how far they will get here tomorrow.
And of course, we had players like Tauntaun Battus use like Shallow Dragonite and Clefable all on one team. So I'm really curious to see how far you can take it with that. Those are, I think we've really overloaded the Spice Rack with those. Really took it even maybe a little too far. But maybe you can take it all the way tomorrow. We'll see.
Well, we cannot wait to see because that might be it for today, but it is not all for this weekend. So make sure to tune in bright and early. We cannot wait to see you there.